Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Heavenly Restriction. Year 30 of Konoha. After the death of Hashirama Senju, the First Shinobi World War broke out and dragged on for several years. During that war, the second-generation leaders of every village died one after another, and the third Kage stepped onto the stage of the ninja world. Several years after the war ended, its after-effects finally began to settle. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, took charge of Konoha, continued the policies of his predecessor, and pushed hard to expand the Ninja Academy's education system. Late at night, at the Hyuga residence. Remember this, Hayashi. The current clan head of the Hyuga clan spoke coldly to the boy kneeling before him. By Lord Third's command, we must send eligible children from the clan to the Ninja Academy. We have chosen you and Ryosuke. Hisashi will go as well. I have only one requirement for you. Defeat the Uchiha in your class and prove to everyone that the Hyuga, with our Byakugan, are the foremost Dōjutsu clan in the ninja world. I understand, father. The next day, Hayashi Hyuga, Hisashi Hyuga, and Ryosuke Hyuga, the son of a main clan elder, walked together on the road to the Ninja Academy. Behind them followed a group of servants from their own clan. The Hyuga clan had a strict hierarchy. The clan head's line and the elder's line held the highest status, and in each generation, only one person could inherit the position of the main family. If one line unfortunately died out, a successor would be adopted from the other line to carry on the clan head's position. Everyone outside the main family belonged to the branch families, and those of lower standing within the branch family served as servants and similar roles. It was a complete pyramid structure. Ryosuke Hyuga was 6 years old this year, a head shorter than Hayashi, but he was the only one present qualified to walk side by side with him. Hayashi and I-san, I heard the Uchiha are sending a pair of twins to enroll too. Haha, it's that famous good-for-nothing, right? Ryosuke Hyuga clasped his hands behind his head, the corners of his mouth curled in the kind of smug smile only a spoiled child would have. His younger sister clearly has outstanding talent for ninjutsu, but as her older brother, he's so useless he can't even use a basic clone technique. Being born into a clan with a Kekkei Genkai and ending up like that really is a curse. Come on, you've heard about him too, right? Hayashi had a steadiness uncommon for someone his age. He frowned slightly. Keep quiet, Ryosuke. Ryosuke curled his lip in disdain, then turned to look at Hisashi behind him. Hey, Hisashi, how does it feel to be the frail one between the twins? Hisashi lowered his head, a shadow flickering through his eyes. The difference in their status forced him to answer. Ryosuke-sama, I do not feel anything. How could you not? Shut up. Hayashi cut him off, his voice cold. Lord Third will be there in person today. If you can't restrain yourself, go back to the clan grounds. Ryosuke shrugged and muttered under his breath, what's so great about the Ninja Academy anyway? Mixing with a bunch of commoners. I could clearly just take the Chunin exams directly. But, as if remembering something, he broke into a grin. There is one thing I'm interested in seeing. I want to know just how miserable that chakraless Uchiha's face looks. At the corner. The Hyuga group's footsteps came to a sudden halt. Their Byakugan narrowed sharply, and the Uchiha clan crest entered their field of vision. Unlike the Hyuga, who looked imposing with their numbers, there were only two of them, one boy and one girl, both about the same age as the Hyuga brothers. The girl had smooth black hair, fair skin, and a gentle gaze. She looked very well behaved. Ryosuke's gaze fixed on the other one. His shoulders were broad, his short black hair falling carelessly around his face. His features resembled the girl's somewhat, but his sharp contours made him look far more severe. Those eyes were like dull black obsidian, lazily half-lidded and filled with a coldness that kept others at a distance. Activate Byakugan. Not a trace of chakra. In the Byakugan's vision, he looked like a human silhouette carved out from space itself. It's him. He's that chakraless good-for-nothing. The corners of Ryosuke Hyuga's mouth lifted, words of mockery already rising to his throat. He looked over. In that instant, Ryosuke Hyuga's breath caught, and his heartbeat stopped. What was that? His mind went blank. Only when the sound of retreating footsteps gradually reached his ears did he come back to himself. Thud. Ryosuke Hyuga fell sitting onto the ground, cold sweat soaking through his back. Just now, what was that just now? That pure, biological terror erupting from the flesh itself came crashing down on him like an exploding volcano. Was that guy really human? The moment their eyes met, he had felt like a little white rabbit staring at a lion. He could not even bring himself to think of resisting. All he wanted was to empty his mind and die without pain. Ryosuke clenched his fists and could not recover for a long time. Hayashi folded his arms and said calmly, "You activated the Byakugan just now, didn't you?" Shingetsu Uchiha. He is the chakraless outcast among the great Dōjutsu clans, the one you often hear the clansmen talk about. There is one thing I never mentioned before. 3 years ago, I saw him at the Death Forest training grounds. I was just like you are now. He really had no chakra. As Hayashi recalled it, a complicated look entered his eyes. You understand even without me saying it, don't you? He is absolutely not a good-for-nothing. He is a monster who exists in this world despite defying all logic. Mikoto Uchiha turned to look at her brother. That Hyuga kid was looking at you so strangely. Do you know him? Shingetsu Uchiha shook his head. No. He just has the face of someone who'll die young. Don't curse someone you just met. That's awful. Mikoto scolded him and punched him in the back, only to make her own little hand turn red instead. Ow. Shingetsu Uchiha, twin brother of Mikoto Uchiha, was also a transmigrator. Unlike those senpai who had system panels or carried giant monsters around with them, the only thing special about him was his physique. Heavenly restriction. It meant a cursed restriction bestowed by heaven. He could not store chakra like an ordinary ninja. In exchange, as the condition of his cursed restriction, his chakra had been traded for the ultimate strengthening of his physical body. The clan discovered this during his early training. Twins were already considered an ill omen, but he could not even store chakra. Even the wild boars in the forest of death could do that. The family instructor in charge of his early training said in front of everyone, "Isn't someone like this just a waste? He's a disgrace to the Uchiha clan." Then, the instructor was beaten to a pulp by Shingetsu's father. If the clansmen had not held him back, he might have beaten the men to death. Shingetsu still remembered that scene. His mother had held him and the frightened Mikoto in her arms. It had been so warm. His father roared furiously at every clansman present, "So what if he has no chakra? He is my son. If any of you dare run your mouths, I'll kill you." Shingetsu, who had been an orphan in his previous life, felt the love of parents so clearly for the first time. After all, the Uchiha were not the Hyuga. Not only did the clan head not punish his father, he also reprimanded the instructor who had spoken out and removed him from his position. It was from that day onward that Shingetsu truly accepted his identity. Chapter 2, Madara Uchiha. Back then your fists weren't fast enough, and they weren't ruthless enough. The Hyuga clan. Shingetsu understood the structure of the Hyuga clan. What he had casually said to Mikoto was not a joke. As far as he knew, during the Third Shinobi World War, a Byakugan killer named Ao would appear from Kirigakure and obtain a Byakugan on the battlefield. Because of the caged bird curse seal, the Byakugan of the Hyuga branch family could not be removed. Judging by the timing, the one who died was very likely the kid from earlier. This was not like the chaotic monster battles later on, where eyes could be plugged in and swapped out whenever someone felt like it. If your most important organ was taken on the battlefield, surviving would be the real miracle. That would explain why Hayashi was able to avoid placing the caged bird curse seal on Hanabi. He had simply gotten lucky and caught the elder branch line at the point of extinction. If it really came down to it, he could even have Hinata adopted into the other branch. Forget it. He could barely manage his own household. Where would he find the time to worry about the Hyuga clan's mess? Standing on the academy playground, Shingetsu looked at the third Hokage on the podium. Hiruzen Sarutobi, now in his 30s, was at the peak of his career as a ninja. He had no weaknesses in ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu, and during the process of consolidating Konoha, he had shown more than enough resolve and skill. The title, God of Shinobi, had already begun to spread. After its victory in the Second Shinobi World War, Konoha would enter its golden age under this man's leadership. Konoha's White Fang was renowned throughout the ninja world. Danzo Shimura, the shadow of the ninja world, inspired fear. The Sannin were beginning to make their names. On top of that, Konoha had the two strongest Dōjutsu clans in the ninja world, along with many clans that possessed secret techniques. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, it was unquestionably the strongest. But prosperity at its peak is followed by decline. Konoha's decline began with the death of the 4th Hokage and the departure of the Sannin, then reached its lowest point with the Uchiha clan's annihilation. From Shingetsu's standpoint, Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed to be the greatest enemy he would have to face. Yet as he watched Hiruzen Sarutobi speak eloquently from the podium about the will of fire, there was not the slightest trace of malice in Shingetsu's eyes. He knew very well that although the Uchiha massacre had many contributing factors, this hidden danger had been buried from the moment the village was founded. The outcome had been inevitable. The reason was simple. Their perspectives were different. To the other ninja clans, the Uchiha were just another clan that had been defeated by the Senju and joined Konoha. They were no different from anyone else, so why should they receive special privileges? But to the Uchiha, they had founded Konohagakure together with the Senju, yet not a single one of them had ever managed to become Hokage. Wasn't that just bullying them? So after Hashirama Senju died, some of the Uchiha Hawks became deeply dissatisfied with Tobirama Senju's policies and wanted to seize authority from the Senju clan. The exact details were unclear. In any case, Tobirama Senju dealt with the Hawks, then took Kagami Uchiha into the Shadow Guard. With the stick in one hand and the carrot in the other, he kept them obedient. But that was only temporary. The core conflict had never been resolved. The Uchiha wanted power, but the village could not give the Uchiha too much power. No one wanted to entrust their lives and fortunes to a group of people who might go mad at any moment. Madara Uchiha had seen the future, which was why he wanted to lead the Uchiha away from Konoha. Unfortunately, no one followed him that day. Of course no one did. You were the one who said everyone should let go of hatred and live peacefully with the Senju clan. You smashed the heads of all the radicals who refused to accept it. We listened to you, settled down, and our children had not even been born for a full month yet. Then you suddenly said we were going to war again. That is not how this works, boss. Shingetsu was 9 years old this year, much taller than children his age. His gaze swept over those youthful faces and landed on a certain little blonde-haired kid. The ninja village system was the right one, and the ninja academy model had a far higher chance of discovering talent than the clan model. If he wanted to change the future of the Uchiha clan's annihilation, leading the clan away from Konoha was not a viable option. This was no longer the Warring States period. The strength of a single clan could not stand against an entire ninja village. Even if they joined another village, the result would not be any better than staying in Konohagakure. The Land of Water had the most clans with Kekkai Genkai, but how many were left afterward? As for Kumogakure, they were a bunch of thuggish barbarians. When they captured Kushina and Hinata, did anyone really think they were planning to give those girls a wonderful life? Speaking of Kushina, the Uzumaki clan was exactly what happened to powerful clans that refused to join a ninja village. Among bad options, Konoha really was the most harmonious one. That was why so many ninjas who had witnessed the cruelty of the ninja world were willing to protect this ideal homeland in their hearts at any cost. Hashirama Senju had been like that, and so had Itachi Uchiha. In the end, it was still because you were not strong enough, Madara Uchiha. If you had been the one to win back then, the Uchiha would not be the ones worrying now. Your so-called truth was nothing more than a loser wallowing in self-pity. Since this year's incoming class had quite a few transfer students from ninja clans, Hiruzen Sarutobi arranged for his 3 disciples to oversee the class assignments. They were the trio of jonin who had recently gained considerable fame, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Tsunade-sama. She's Konoha's youngest female jonin. She's so beautiful. The one beside her must be Orochimaru-sama. He's so cool. So handsome. I heard Orochimaru-sama is a genius who only appears once every few decades. Wow. Are they going to be our senseis? I really want to be assigned to Orochimaru-sama's class. I want Tsunade-sama. A regular ninja academy scene, an uproar from Konoha's precocious children. However, they all silently ignored a certain white-haired man. Hey. I'm here too, Jiraiya-sama. Can't you see me? I'm also a jonin. My nickname is Oni-sama. Which sensei do you want? Mikoto leaned closer, her big eyes sparkling. I like Tsunade-sama the most. I want to become a strong and gentle female kunoichi like her. Strong, sure. But gentle. Shingetsu pressed a hand against Mikoto's forehead and pushed her back a little. Forget it. You're an Uchiha. You wouldn't pass the political screening. Brother, you're talking nonsense again. And people aren't a type of anything. The gentle and reserved Mikoto had, over the years, turned into half a straight man because of Shingetsu. You still haven't answered me. Shingetsu thought for a moment, and a faint, unreadable smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. If I had to choose, Orochimaru-sama would be a very good option. As everyone knew, 2 of the Sannin accepted disciples, while the remaining 1 accepted fathers. You think so too, classmate? A very noisy voice rang out beside them. It belonged to a boy who looked bright and sunny, grinning so widely that 2 rows of white teeth showed, his cheeks flushed. Orochimaru-senpai is the coolest. I want to be his student too. He came over as if they were already friends and held out his hand. My name is Nawaki. I just came to the Ninja Academy today. What's yours? Nawaki. This one really was doomed to die young. Shingetsu was not used to dealing with people this overly enthusiastic, and he did not take his hand. Did no one tell you what the markings on our clothes mean? Nawaki glanced at the clan crest on Shingetsu's shoulder and smiled without a care. We're all comrades from the village. Our surnames don't matter. Come on, let's get to know each other, Uchiha classmate. Shingetsu did not budge. then I'll be blunt. I hate people like you who are way too enthusiastic. Huh. Nawaki looked like a frostbitten eggplant, his hand still stretched out helplessly. Mikoto could not stand watching anymore. She pushed Shingetsu aside, stepped forward, shook Nawaki's hand, and gave him an apologetic smile. I'm Mikoto Uchiha. This is my brother, Shingetsu. I'm really sorry. He's just too rude. And no. It's fine, really. Tsunade and the others had nearly reached them. When they saw the commotion, they quickened their pace. That Uchiha brat. He wasn't bullying Nawaki, was he? Chapter 3, Bullying starts with Fugaku. Smack. Shingetsu slapped Nawaki's hand away, his expression unfriendly. Are you done holding on or what? Even with Hiruzen Sarutobi right there, Shingetsu had no intention of being considerate of Nawaki's status. There were still more than 20 years before the night of the clan's destruction. Relations between the Uchiha and the village had not deteriorated that far yet, and the two legendary murderers had not even been born. Shingetsu had no need to hide his nature or bother with nonsense like trying not to make the Hokage's faction wary of him. Besides, the Uchiha had not yet been weakened to their later state. Plenty of old monsters from the Warring States period were still alive. Shingetsu's looks and height already made him stand out among the students, so plenty of people were watching him. And the children from ninja clans who knew both his and Nawaki's identities had not looked away from this spot once. Was it finally happening? A clash between the two biggest good-for-nothings of the Senju and Uchiha's new generation. No one in the clan would talk about Shingetsu's chakra-less constitution, but it was not as though he stayed home all day and never went out. Others had long since learned there was something unusual about him. Take the Hyuga, for example. They would not dare say to his face that the Uchiha had a good-for-nothing in the family, but behind his back, they were vicious about it. Even a little brat like Ryosuke knew. As for Nawaki, how should one put it? A 10-year-old member of the Senju clan, the grandson of Lord First, and he still could not even use the cloning technique properly. If that was not useless, then what was? Nothing will go wrong, right? Hisashi asked quietly. Although he had not personally activated his Byakugan to see what was special about Shingetsu's body, his older brother and clan cousin had already stepped on that landmine. According to Hayashi, that guy had at least Chunin-level combat strength. If he got into a conflict with Nawaki, would Nawaki not die from a single touch? With Lord Third here, probably not. Hayashi glanced to the side and saw the Uchiha police force, who were responsible for maintaining order, also moving closer. Nawaki, what happened? Orochimaru held Tsunade back and spoke first. He knew his teammate's temper far too well. Something minor could easily become a big deal after a few words from her. Nawaki covered the reddened back of his hand and grinned. Nothing. Sister, big bro Orochimaru, I'm making friends. Hey. I'm here too. Big bro Jiraiya. Are you ignoring me too, Nawaki? Oh. Big bro Jiraiya, you're here too. Sorry. Making friends. Tsunade's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She caught sight of the hand Nawaki was deliberately hiding behind his back, and based on her experience, it would swell up very soon. She looked at Shingetsu with clear displeasure. There was no need to hit him that hard, kid. I'm sorry. My brother was born stronger than most people, and he didn't hold back properly. Mikoto hurriedly bowed in apology, looking very practiced. Nawaki-kun, are you all right? The girl's gaze made Nawaki's cheeks turn even redder, and he waved his hand. I'm fine. It was just children fooling around, Tsunade. Let's continue with the class placement test. Orochimaru turned and had only taken one step. If you think swatting away a fly counts as hitting too hard, then I suppose so. Shingetsu raised his head and met Tsunade's eyes without backing down. Not good. Orochimaru's ankle changed direction at once. He was already preparing to leap in and block Tsunade's crushing punch. A vein jumped on Tsunade's forehead. She was not shameless enough to hit a child in front of so many people, but she was not willing to lose an argument either. Is that the attitude your elders taught you, looking down on your classmates like this? A cold smile touched the corner of Shingetsu's mouth. Trying to pin a label on me. I am much better at that than you. Threatening students on the first day of school. Does Tsunade-sama have a problem with people from ninja clans attending the ninja academy? When did I threaten you? Tsunade's eyes widened, completely unaware of the trap in Shingetsu's words. So, you're admitting Lord Third's policy was wrong, then? Huh. Tsunade failed to follow. What did this have to do with the old man? Orochimaru helplessly pushed Tsunade aside, his dark golden slit pupils narrowing slightly. Hokage-sama naturally welcomes you all. Tsunade is simply blunt, she did not mean it that way. You are Shingetsu-kun, correct? I have seen your enrollment documents. Since we are already here, why not start the class placement test with you? How does that sound? Tsunade was not stupid either. With Orochimaru cutting in, she caught on, and the look she gave Shingetsu turned even more hostile. Brat, you were trying to set me up. Jiraiya. Take Tsunade over there. Orochimaru knew he could not let Tsunade and Shingetsu keep talking. One had a violent temper, and the other was a stubborn little schemer. If they exchanged a few more lines, Shingetsu was definitely going to get punched. On a day like this, if word got out that a Hokage's disciple had targeted a child from a ninja clan, it would be very bad for his teacher. Jiraiya knew none of that. He simply thought his good friend was creating a chance for him to spend time with Tsunade. As he pulled Tsunade away, he even gave Orochimaru a knowing look. At that moment, members of the Uchiha police force came over. The one leading them was a young man who looked unusually mature. It was a strange description, but that was exactly the impression he gave. The clan head's son, and currently a squad leader in the Uchiha security squad, Fugaku Uchiha. Orochimaru-sama, what happened here? He greeted Orochimaru first, then saw Shingetsu and frowned slightly. Shingetsu, did you cause trouble again? It was no wonder Fugaku thought that way. From his perspective, Shingetsu was absolutely the Uchiha's #1 disaster child. Several times, Fugaku had merely passed by Shingetsu's front door, only to have dirty water splashed on him for no reason. Sometimes, even while he was patrolling the streets, Shingetsu would suddenly appear out of nowhere and attack him. He felt too embarrassed to fight a child, so every time, he simply avoided him. What he did not know was that Shingetsu had been trying to stop him from meeting Mikoto. Considering she could give birth to a genius who would cut down his own clan, Shingetsu would have to be out of his mind to want them married. As for Sasuke, it did not matter. Sasuke took after his mother. He would turn out the same no matter who his father was. It was nothing. Our discussion was just a little loud. I need to test a few students, so Fugaku-kun, go on with your own duties. Then I'll. You're Mikoto, right? Fugaku noticed Mikoto behind Shingetsu and smiled. How strange. Our families clearly live so close, but I haven't seen you in years. You've grown up. Brother Fugaku, hello. Keep an eye on your brother and don't let him cause trouble. Come to my house for dinner when you have time. Sigh. Shingetsu raised his head to the sky and let out a long, grief-stricken sigh. Please stop with these morning drama-style fated encounters. Stop right there. The sudden shout drew everyone's attention. Shingetsu's expression looked very unnatural as he glared fiercely at Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, this so-called test is just to assess the student's ninjutsu and taijutsu ability, correct? Orochimaru did not know why Shingetsu had suddenly gotten so worked up, but he nodded. You could put it that way. We will start with kunai throwing. I want to have a practical spar with Fugaku Uchiha. Orochimaru was even more confused. Why? Shingetsu took a deep breath and said slowly, they all say I'm a famous good-for-nothing with no chakra. But I was born with divine strength, and my taijutsu is very strong. I want to prove my ability in front of everyone. That is so reasonable that I cannot understand it. Confusion showed on Orochimaru's face. Based on their exchange just now, he did not think Shingetsu had such a childish personality. Why Fugaku? He has a face that pisses me off. Chapter 4, the outcome is decided. So that was it. Nawaki clutched his hand, swollen like a pig's trotter, and understood. Shingetsu did not hate him because of his identity. He was just the kind of person who hated everyone. No way. With a personality like that, he would never make friends. I have to change him. I'll make him fit into the village community. Fugaku's frown deepened. This isn't the clan compound. Stop messing around, Shingetsu. I'm serious. Shingetsu forced his emotions down and calmly looked at Orochimaru. I want to prove my worth and become your disciple. Disciple. Shingetsu-kun, do you understand the difference between a student and a disciple? Orochimaru's pupils narrowed slightly, a faint glimmer passing through them. An Uchiha without chakra. If he truly had impressive strength, then that would be very interesting. We can talk about that after I defeat Fugaku. In principle, it shouldn't be allowed, but... Orochimaru turned to Fugaku and smiled faintly. Fugaku-kun, could I trouble you to help me complete the test? As the direct disciple of the third Hokage, the most talented and powerful among the three, and a leading candidate for the position of fourth Hokage. Orochimaru was Konoha's principal. Facing Orochimaru, Fugaku could not bring himself to refuse. He could only glare at the one responsible. Shingetsu. You can make whatever trouble you want when we get back. Do you really have to do it here? You may not be afraid of embarrassing yourself, but I'm afraid you'll embarrass yourself. Do you really think that just because I usually let you get away with things, you can use me to test your limits? Brother, you. Shingetsu said nothing. He took off his outer robe, handed it to Mikoto, and walked toward Fugaku step by step. The close-fitting black short-sleeved shirt clung tightly to his body, clearly outlining every inch of the boy's muscles. The lines of his shoulders and neck were sharp and firm. When his arms bent, veins showed faintly beneath the skin, radiating explosive power. He was not especially tall, but that tempered steel body of his was visibly powerful. The students of the Ninja Academy realized it in an instant. This guy. He was drawn in a completely different style from us. At such a close distance, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not need an ANBU report to know what had happened. He chose not to stop it. He was curious just how far Shingetsu's so-called natural divine strength could go. An Uchiha without chakra. How rare. Sensing Shingetsu's resolve, Fugaku's expression changed. He untied the ninja tool pouch at his waist and drew a kunai. Then come. The moment my kunai reaches your throat, the fight is over. Probably 10 seconds. The Hyuga main house was qualified to receive clan education and then directly take part in the Chunin exams. And every Uchiha who had awakened their Sharingan possessed the same privilege. At 13 years old, Fugaku Uchiha had already earned the rank of Chunin, and within the clan, he was considered likely to challenge the rank of Jonin in the next few years. A trace of scarlet appeared, and two tomo began to rotate. The proof of an Uchiha, the Sharingan. Shingetsu stopped and lifted his head, a faint, indifferent smile curving his lips. Then my standard is when your bones are broken. Two tomo. His ocular power is strong. Perhaps he is not far from 3 tomo. As expected of the clan head's son. Even within the Uchiha clan, he could be called a genius. Orochimaru watched intently. If Fugaku failed to hold back, he needed to be ready to intervene at any moment. After all, he was the one presiding over the test. He had to make sure nothing unexpected happened in this fight. They did not get to see a clash between the Senju and the Uchiha, but watching bullying within the Uchiha clan was pretty interesting too. That was what the children from the ninja clans and the parents who had brought them were thinking. Shingetsu raised his hand and formed the seal of confrontation. Fugaku had just started to lift his hand when... whoosh! A fierce wind suddenly rose across the cleared field, and a black line tore through his vision. So fast! Fugaku immediately withdrew his hand and retreated. A side kick had already swept past his cheek. He had barely dodged it when the second strike followed, the tip of Shingetsu's foot slicing through the black hair beside his ear like a blade. Boom. Fugaku was forced backward. Holding the severed hair, he looked at Shingetsu in disbelief. Speed like that. How is that possible without chakra supporting it? As one of a ninja's 3 basic skills, taijutsu was very important. It was mainly divided into 2 types, physical attacks that used chakra as support while relying primarily on the body, and techniques that incorporated chakra. The representative example of the former was the 8 inner gates formation, which had briefly appeared during the Warring States period. But because it had existed for such a short time, it was not even treated as its own category now. The most representative taijutsu school of the latter was the Hyuga clan's gentle fist. Its core principle was using the Byakugan in combination with taijutsu to block the opponent's chakra flow. The core of the Senju clan's superhuman strength technique was control over one's own chakra, pursuing overwhelming power. It looked like brute force, but in truth, it demanded even finer chakra control than the Hyuga gentle fist. Generally speaking, aside from special cases, taijutsu had always been seen as an opening probe. It could not decide the outcome of a battle and was not considered worthy of the main stage. As for Shingetsu, this kind of pure physical attack did not even count as taijutsu. It belonged to the lowest of the low. Without chakra, he theoretically could never become a ninja in this lifetime. Even when the clan sent him to the Ninja Academy this time, they only intended for him to keep Mikoto company. They had no expectations that he would actually learn anything. Before Fugaku finished speaking, Shingetsu's face had already appeared in front of him, so close he could see the flames burning in those pitch-black pupils. The warning phase is over. Try not to lose too badly, Fugaku. A fist smashed into Fugaku's chest, followed by a knee, an elbow, and a whip kick. The attacks were so fast they left afterimages, as if Shingetsu had grown 3 heads and 6 arms. Fugaku's Sharingan spun wildly as he struggled to block Shingetsu's violent assault. When his kunai struck Shingetsu's fist with a metallic clang, Fugaku's entire body went numb. What the hell? How could a human body be this hard? Boom. Shingetsu's fist struck Fugaku's jaw, blasting his body into the air as sunlight stabbed into Fugaku's eyes. Then the sunlight was blocked by a black figure. A body stretched to its limit, fist wind tearing through the air. Fugaku gritted his teeth. You've really pissed me off, Shingetsu. He threw away the cracked kunai and formed hand seals rapidly with both hands. With this brat's physical toughness, he probably won't be hurt too badly. I have to teach him a lesson. Fire release, great fireball technique. A blazing fireball more than 5 meters in diameter crashed toward the figure falling from the sky, burning away the dampness in the spring air. The sight made every student widen their eyes and cry out in shock. Most of them had never even seen ninjutsu before, let alone a fire release technique with such visual impact. That was going too far. Orochimaru stared fixedly at the battlefield. He had already finished forming seals and was about to cut through the great fireball technique. The instant he was about to release the wind blade, he saw something and stopped. The strange light in his eyes grew even stronger. Fire tempering. Shingetsu murmured softly, changing his fist into a palm and thrusting his 5 fingers straight into the great fireball technique. Screech. Amid a piercing roar, the fireball split in 2 and exploded in midair. What? The shock in Fugaku's eyes had no time to fade. Smack. Shingetsu seized the wrists Fugaku had instinctively raised. Fugaku felt as though he had been bound by iron chains, unable to break free. It's over. No, it isn't. I still have Jinjutsu. Fugaku finally came back to himself. The tomo in his eye spun as he tried to cast Jinjutsu and stop Shingetsu's next move. Too slow. Shingetsu pulled Fugaku's body closer and drove a vicious knee into his abdomen, then slammed him down into the ground. Boom. Cough. Inside the crater, Fugaku's body curled upward as he coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. The outcome was decided. Chapter 5, Changing Faces. An eerie silence fell over the entire arena. 10 seconds. Counting from the moment Shingetsu formed the seal of confrontation, only about 10 seconds had passed. Too fast. In the eyes of the village's jonin, the reason the fight had ended so quickly was not because Fugaku was too weak. It was because Shingetsu's very existence defied every bit of common sense a ninja had. Even in jonin-level battles, taijutsu was usually only used to probe the opponent, existing as a supplement to ninjutsu. Shingetsu's fighting style was closer to Kimogakure's nintaijutsu, swift, sharp, and deadly. But he had no chakra, so how exactly was he doing it? Even Fugaku, who was from the same clan, could not figure it out. How could anyone else understand? Cough, cough. Fugaku's eyes were full of unwillingness. You clearly had this kind of strength. So why did you pretend? If he had known Shingetsu was this strong, he would have gone all out from the start. He never would have lost like this. When did I ever pretend? Shingetsu's knee pressed against Fugaku's chest, with small flames still burning on his body. He lowered his head and leaned closer. I've been telling people since I was 3 that I was born with divine strength. Did you think I was joking? For the clan head's sake, I kept holding back against you before, and you still dared to provoke me. When did I provoke you? Even though he looked miserable right now, and being pinned down by someone younger was deeply humiliating, Fugaku's confusion still outweighed his anger. Fugaku swore he had never mocked Shingetsu's constitution. He had not even thought about it. His father had specifically told him to look after Shingetsu's family, whose parents had died young, and Fugaku had done exactly that. I personally delivered your clan relief money every year, and whenever my family slaughtered a cow, I even had a whole cut sent to you. Why do you hate me so much? If Fugaku had started cursing him out, Shingetsu would not have felt embarrassed. But that resentful look. No. I can't go soft. Shingetsu's expression turned dark, and he said coldly, that's none of your business. Anyway, stay far away from me from now on. He did not dare directly say, stay away from Mikoto. That sounded too much like a sister complex, and it was humiliating. He raised his fist. Brother. Stop. There was real anger on Mikoto's face. Brother Fugaku has always helped us. Is this how you treat him? A brother like this is too much. Shingetsu suddenly realized that his previous method might have been wrong. Mikoto had the kind of gentle personality that sympathized with the weak. Beating down Fugaku would not make her think he was weak and unreliable. It might even have the opposite effect. Just like in TV dramas, if he tried too hard to stop them, it would only make Mikoto rebel and get together with Fugaku even sooner. Then, what kind of men did girls hate the most? Shingetsu turned his head and looked into the crowd, toward a certain tall white-haired man who was watching the show. His mind spun quickly. If one plan failed, he would make another. The right approach was to befriend Fugaku, dig up dirt on him, and tell Mikoto about it. Once they were close, even if there was no dirt, he could create some dirt. A little girl would never like the kind of pervert who peeped at women's bathhouses. That was it. I was too impulsive, Fugaku-senpai. Shingetsu unclenched his fist and stood up, then reached out to pull the bewildered Fugaku to his feet. His fierce grin turned into a calm smile. I was too eager to prove myself to everyone. I'm sorry. And thank you for holding back. If you had used your Sharingan on me from the beginning, I definitely would have lost. I'll call a doctor for you. How to put it? Fugaku could not keep up with Shingetsu's train of thought at all. It felt exactly like what Orochimaru had just experienced. The explanation sounded too reasonable, which somehow made it feel even stranger. Fugaku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm fine. It's not serious. It was only a few broken ribs. He should just go back and let the clan doctor treat him. After they formed the seal of reconciliation, Mikoto's expression finally improved a little, and she handed Shingetsu his outer robe. Fugaku and I-san, I'm so sorry. My brother, he. Mikoto had repeated that apology so many times that it had become muscle memory. Fugaku held his abdomen with one hand and waved it off. Something just came up at home. Let's talk another time. If I am not mistaken, Shingetsu-kun, you were not born without chakra, nor is this so-called natural divine strength. Orochimaru walked closer, a strange light shining in his eyes. You converted all your chakra into physical strength, and that is why you possess speed and power capable of breaking through ninjutsu. An unprecedented, special Kekkai Genkai. Shingetsu patted out the flames on his body, put on his outer robe, and smiled faintly. I'm not certain, which is why I would like to ask for your guidance. He had never planned to hide the abilities of his heavenly restriction and binding vows. Any experienced ninja who saw him fight would come to the same guess as Orochimaru. Not to mention, the village had plenty of those cataract-eyed people who could see that something about his physical strength was abnormal. He couldn't pull off the whole, pretend to be weak until it's time to shock everyone, act, and he had no interest in trying. If he did not even have the nerve to show his strength, and could only hide in the shadows, then how could he talk about surpassing his predecessors and becoming the strongest? On the high platform, Hiruzen Sarutobi stroked his small mustache and thought. He had reached the same conclusion as Orochimaru. Shingetsu possessed some kind of special Kekkai Genkai. If this Kekkai Genkai had appeared in a small ninja clan or in a civilian ninja, it would indeed be a wonderful thing, but the Uchiha were famous throughout the world for the Sharingan. If all his chakra had been converted into physical strength, leaving none to awaken the Sharingan, wasn't that trading away a treasure for pocket change? Shingetsu Uchiha's current combat strength was indeed outstanding, but he could never compare to a clansman with the potential to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. This Kekkai Genkai had a very high floor, but its ceiling was nothing impressive. No matter how strong a pure taijutsu ninja became, how strong could he really be? Without chakra, he could not even sign a contract with a summoned beast, and he could not use explosive tags either. Unless he carried around a summoned beast that could use ninjutsu to support him in battle. Or unless he learned Tsukumo's combat style, equipped himself with a powerful enough ninja tool, and became a blade for breaking through enemy formations. It had to be said, Hiruzen Sarutobi was indeed an exceptional tactical master. In such a short time, he had already analyzed most of the pros and cons of Shingetsu's ability and even thought up matching tactics. At the end of the day, Konoha was a military organization. A ninja's combat strength was the most important measure of value. As he thought about it, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly realized something, and his eyes lit up. Tobirama-sensei had once said that the Uchiha's instability came from the Sharingan, that the foreign chakra in their brains stimulated and intensified their emotions. Then an Uchiha who would not awaken the Sharingan, while still having promising combat strength. Once he grew up, would that not become the opportunity for the village and the Uchiha to fully integrate? From another angle, if he branched out and had descendants, then after a number of years, two factions would naturally form within the Uchiha clan. That would make them even less of a threat to the village. Thinking of how Shingetsu had been born not long after Tobirama-sensei's death. Tobirama-sensei's revelation. Could he be the result of your research in the Pure Land? Ahem, that was going a little too far, but this child truly was. No. Hiruzen Sarutobi's brows tightened. Judging by what he had just seen, Fugaku, who had awakened the Sharingan, looked far more normal than Shingetsu, who had not. With such a volatile personality, the hidden dangers of this Kekkai Genkai might be even greater. Chapter 6, Hizuki Style. In the afternoon, the class assignments were finalized. They called it a test, but in reality, most of the placements were based on age. Children aged 6 to 7 were placed in the beginner class, where the focus was mainly on physical training and throwing techniques. Children aged 8 to 9 went into the intermediate class, where they began learning the 3 basic jutsu along with a certain amount of practical combat training. The advanced class was for students 10 and older. It prepared them for the graduation exam and effectively served as a reserve pool for genin. The Ninja Academy ran for 6 academic years, then divided students into classes A, B, C, and D based on talent. Under normal circumstances, students who graduated from Class A would receive direct guidance from a jonin. Ryosuke Hyuga felt awful. Because of his Byakugan, he had naturally been placed in the advanced class. But if he had known things would turn out like this, he absolutely would have asked the Dean of Academic Affairs to put him in the intermediate class based on his age. On his left sat Nawaki, the first Hokage-sama's own grandson. He was enthusiastically introducing his hobbies and interests, trying to make friends with him. To be honest, Hayashi did not like people who were this loud. But he had been raised from childhood to understand status, and he did not dare defy Nawaki, whose standing was even higher than his own. On his right. I'm warning you. If you dare use your Byakugan to look at Mikoto, I'll gouge your eyes out. Shingetsu tapped the desk lightly, his voice like a demon whispering in his ear. Hayashi did not dare turn his head. He sat there on pins and needles, wishing only for today to end quickly, and for tomorrow never to come. Shingetsu turned to look at the other students. They were all familiar faces. Shikaku Nara, Choza Akimichi, Inoichi Yamanaka, Tsum Inazuka, Shibi Aburame. Aside from Nawaki, they were basically the parents' generation of the Konoha 12. Of course, it was not because Nawaki did not like having children. It was because he died young. The little blonde Minato they had seen earlier had been assigned to the beginner class because of his age, but with his talent, he would probably stand out before long. Standing at the lectern was an ordinary chunin, explaining the basic skills of a ninja. Orochimaru and the others had only come to help out on the first day and make an appearance, showing off Hiruzen Sarutobi's teaching ability in passing. They would not be staying at the Ninja Academy. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not expect the Ninja Academy to teach these ninja clan heirs much of anything. What he wanted was for these children to form bonds at the Ninja Academy and cultivate the will of fire. The Ino-Shikacho clans had been lackeys of the Sarutobi clan since the Warring States period, and all three had sent their heirs. After the third Hokage personally came to negotiate, the Hyuga clan also obediently handed over a main branch heir. Looking at this group, Shingetsu shifted his gaze toward Nawaki. Since it was already known that Orochimaru would take Nawaki as his disciple, Hiruzen Sarutobi's intentions were easy to guess. In his plan for Konoha's future, Orochimaru was probably meant to become the fourth Hokage. If Nawaki performed well, he could be groomed into the fifth. The nature of this group was somewhat like attendants studying alongside a crown prince. The conspiracy theory that Hiruzen Sarutobi deliberately had Nawaki killed simply did not hold up. Putting aside the fact that he had assigned his strongest disciple to stay close to Nawaki, the Senju clan had already been nearly sacrificed down to the last in order to recreate the Invincible would release. What was there left to fear? That incident happened entirely because Nawaki was too reckless, and Orochimaru was fooled by his disciple's confident smile and let his guard down. You're still way too vulnerable to Genjutsu, Orochimaru. When Shingetsu got out of school, he saw Orochimaru, who had no resistance to Genjutsu, standing at the gate. He was leaning against a cherry blossom tree, his golden vertical pupils giving off a distant air, his porcelain white skin untouched by any trace of worldly life. It had to be said, before his mind went twisted, Orochimaru perfectly fit the image of a cold, otherworldly beauty with striking bone structure. No wonder he was far ahead in the Ninja Academy's Sannin beauty poll. Shingetsu-kun, are you sure you're fine letting your little sister go home alone first? Orochimaru raised his eyes, unable to hide the trace of curiosity toward the unknown within them. Of course. It's not like I'm a siscon. Shingetsu took a piece of silver from his pocket and handed it to Mikoto. Buy twice as much meat as usual. Leave the vegetables for when I get back. They won't taste good cold. He knew Orochimaru was probably planning to personally test what he was made of. How could someone with a spirit of scientific inquiry possibly resist something novel? I know. Just make sure you don't. After giving instructions on his side, Mikoto was still worried. She walked up to Orochimaru-sama and bowed. Orochimaru-sama, my brother isn't quite right in the head. If he makes you angry. Just from what Orochimaru had seen, Mikoto had apologized for Shingetsu's behavior more than once. This little girl really had it rough. Orochimaru led Shingetsu all the way to the Naka River at the edge of the village before stopping. This river had deep ties to the Uchiha clan. Upstream lay the ancestral land of the Uchiha clan from the Warring States period. After moving to Konoha, they built the Naka shrine downstream. After the Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha moved out of the village's central district. Their new clan grounds might very well be around this area. Oh, and it was also where Shursui died. Orochimaru stood by the riverbank, turned around, and said, now, attack me at your maximum speed. Whoosh. Smack. Orochimaru clasped his hands together and caught Shingetsu's hand chop, smiling faintly. I wasn't finished speaking. I heard enough. Shingetsu drove power through his waist and twisted free from Orochimaru's clasped hands, then lashed a whip kick toward Orochimaru's face. Hizuki style, crosscut. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened. The explosive crack of the air made him decide not to take the kick with his bare body. Earth release, earth-style wall. Whoosh. An earthen wall rose instantly. Shingetsu's whip kick slammed into it, leaving only a shallow mark. He could not break through at all. Using the recoil from the earth-style wall, Shingetsu leaped high and poured all his strength into his fist. Hizuki style, edge opening. An unstoppable force, a strike that threw everything away. It was practically, just like Tsunade's superhuman strength. Orochimaru was fully capable of using the body flicker technique to dodge, but then he would not get the real sensation of experiencing it firsthand. He clapped his hands together and spat a fierce gust of wind from his mouth. Wind release, great breakthrough. Shingetsu forced his way down against the powerful wind, but when he was less than half a meter from Orochimaru, he could no longer hold on and was blown away. Splash. Shingetsu landed in the river, stood up, and shook out his hair. He could tell that Orochimaru had not used his full strength. He had adjusted the strength of the wind release to match Shingetsu's power. The gap between them was too great. Wind release also suppressed taijutsu heavily. Strong wind disrupted balance and breathing, which was deadly for taijutsu strikes that required precision and continuity. Perhaps Orochimaru had wanted to show him that as well. Fire tempering, edge opening. Orochimaru spoke softly. Your father was Konoha's finest ninja blade maker, and Jonin Hizuki was a powerful ninja. Moving forward with your parents' love, your taijutsu is very strong. Shingetsu's lips parted slightly, his expression freezing as droplets of water slid from his hair down his cheeks. Orochimaru pulled Shingetsu up from the water, a sincere smile appearing on his cold face. I've already promised your parents that I would teach you properly. So, Shingetsu-kun. Will you become my disciple? Shingetsu's gaze shifted. Beneath the twilight shadows of the trees, a bouquet of white flowers had been placed before the gravestone, swaying gently in the wind. Chapter 7, The Causes of the Second Shinobi World War. Obviously. He was just Orochimaru. Crack. A crisp sound of bone splitting rang out, yet Orochimaru's expression did not change. Could you be a little gentler? I think the bones in my hand are broken. Shingetsu stood up indifferently and let go of Orochimaru's hand. What can you teach me? That cold attitude was a sharp contrast to his earlier eagerness to show off. Orochimaru paid it no mind and said calmly, that depends on how well I understand your body, but at the very least, I can teach you taijutsu and kenjutsu. Your movements rely too much on your physical strength. There's still plenty of room for improvement. If you're willing, can you tell me what you understand about your own ability? Shingetsu hesitated for a moment, then said, Heavenly Restriction. That's the name I gave my ability. A restriction I was born with. The instant I fuse spiritual energy and physical energy to form chakra, the chakra directly strengthens my body instead. I see, simple and easy to understand. Orochimaru placed a hand on Shingetsu's shoulder. Then can chakra transferred to you by someone else also be used to strengthen your body? You can try. People in my clan already have. Shingetsu curled his lip. Their chakra purity was too low. It was basically useless. Orochimaru tried using the mystical palm technique, but it felt like he was channeling chakra into a piece of metal with no chakra compatibility. Clearly, his chakra was useless too. Maybe it's not a purity issue, Shingetsu said, trying to spare Orochimaru some dignity. No, it should be exactly the purity issue you mentioned. Orochimaru pinched his chin and said seriously, since your own chakra can be converted, there's no reason other chakra shouldn't work. High purity chakra. Such a thing did exist in the ninja world. Orochimaru thought of something, but since it involved that revered figure, he immediately dismissed the idea. We'll discuss that later, but your constitution. Orochimaru frowned. What happens if you get injured? Wouldn't medical ninjutsu be useless on you? Boom. Shingetsu raised his hand and smashed a boulder by the riverbank, sending broken stones flying. I don't think that's much of a problem. With my current physical strength, I can recover from minor injuries pretty quickly. As for serious injuries, against enemies like that, the chances of being rescued would be slim. Don't be so pessimistic, Shingetsu-kun. In any case, today I'll teach you some bone-setting techniques and suturing first. We can use the hand you just crushed as the model. Sorry, Orochimaru, sensei. Orochimaru smiled faintly. Don't worry about it. I'll get my revenge during taijutsu training. Snakes hold grudges, you know. The next day. Good morning, Shingetsu. Nawaki was still full of energy, waving as he greeted him. Shingetsu gave a slight nod and walked past. Nawaki's hand froze in midair, tears welling in his eyes. Yesterday, Shingetsu had ignored his morning, noon, and afternoon greetings. Nawaki hadn't expected any response at all. But today, he nodded. Maybe tomorrow he'll greet me too. As long as I keep at it, we'll definitely become friends. He really is easy to get along with. Shingetsu-kun. Greatly encouraged, Nawaki stopped paying attention in class and kept pestering Shingetsu from across Hayashi. Hey. Shingetsu-kun, what do you think of Fujiwara-sensei's lecture? I think it's super boring. The principles of the clone technique and all that are way too hard to understand. I'm so jealous you don't have to learn it. Shut up. Make one more sound and I'll kill you. Don't just say terrifying things like that. Sorry, Nawaki-kun. Because of Orochimaru, Shingetsu had wanted to be a little nicer to Nawaki. He had been wrong. Someone like Nawaki would take the slightest encouragement and run with it. Shingetsu absolutely could not let his guard down. He definitely did not want to get involved with a dead man walking like him. Even Fujiwara-sensei on the podium could hear them. But he was just a salaried civilian teacher. Why would he stick his neck out to manage a bunch of clan heirs? Did he have a death wish? Hayashi was having an even worse time than Fujiwara. He could not endure this awful class for even one more day. If he could not change seats, he would drop out even if it meant being punished by his father. Hokage Building, Office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat with a pipe in his mouth, handling documents, when someone walked in without reporting first. How is it? Hiruzen Sarutobi did not look up. His tone sounded more like he was speaking to an old friend than addressing a subordinate. The newcomer sat down on the sofa. There was a distinct cross-shaped scar on his chin. His short black hair was neatly cut, his eyes and brows were sharp, and his angular features gave him a cold, hard look. Konoha's Hokage's advisor, Danzo Shimura. Resting both hands under his chin, Danzo said in a low voice, Hanzo has been making bigger moves lately. According to the intelligence I received, he's likely preparing to move against the Land of Iron. The Land of Iron. Hiruzen Sarutobi stopped writing and looked at the ninja world map on his right. Hanzo's ambitions definitely don't stop there. He probably intends to capture the Land of Iron first, where weapons are plentiful, then invade Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned slightly. He trusted Danzo's judgment. Besides, the militant factions in the major villages of the ninja world all shared one understanding: once they had enough strength, they should try attacking the Land of Fire first. After all, the Land of Fire had the richest resources and the strongest economy in the ninja world. Only by attacking the Land of Fire could they guarantee returns from a war. War was not only driven by hatred. More importantly, it was driven by profit. That was why, once a major war developed, it often ended up as Konoha against multiple opponents. Only someone with a strange thought process like the second Mizukage would cross such a vast distance to seek mutual destruction with the second Tsuchikage, gaining absolutely nothing from it. Should we stop him? Danzo paused, then shook his head. No. We can use the opening while Hanzo goes to the Land of Iron, pass through the Land of Rain, and attack the Land of Earth. Reason. Danzo took out a scroll and tossed it to Hiruzen Sarutobi. This is Iwagakure's troop deployment in the Land of Grass. It's too close to the Land of Fire's mainland. Attack where the enemy must defend. We can move the battlefield to the Land of Rain, and that will also force Hanzo to return to defend his own territory and stop his expansion. Although the First Shinobi World War, which had swept across the entire ninja world, had ended, friction between Konoha and IWA had never stopped, and small battles broke out frequently. Who knew what had gotten into that fellow Inoki? He clearly disliked Konoha and showed no intention of signing a ceasefire agreement at all. Huff. Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a long stream of smoke and nodded. Fine. I'll leave the front line to you. If the intensity crosses the critical threshold, notify me immediately. I'll come over. Relying on Tobarama's final order and the renewed peace treaty with Kumo, he had managed to secure his position, but he also knew he lacked decisive prestige. At this time, he even hoped for a major war to prove himself. After finishing his intelligence report, Danzo stood to leave, then stopped and looked back. I heard a very strange fellow appeared in the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded and smiled faintly. A very interesting boy. His name is Shingetsu. Orochimaru has taken him as a disciple. Danzo hesitated for a moment, then said, keep an eye on him. I hope Orochimaru can train him into a companion like Kagami. Even Danzo was not as gloomy and harsh as he would be in his old age. Because of Kagami Uchiha's sacrifice, he still held some expectations for the Uchiha clan. Time and war were what changed people the most. He will. I trust Orochimaru. You be careful too. Danzo gently closed the office door behind him. The usual dramatic scene did not play out. The golden age of Konoha would be created by their hands, and destroyed by those same hands. Chapter 8, When did I ever say I didn't have the Sharingan? Midsummer, on the banks of the Naka River. In the woods, Shingetsu swung his unsealed heavy sword so fast it left afterimages. Every strike looked as if it might split the air in half. Sweat poured off him, and the muddy ground beneath his feet had been trampled into a mess. Orochimaru leaned against a tree trunk, spinning a kunai around his finger. Whoosh! The kunai shot out with a sharp whistle, flying straight at Shingetsu's face. Boom! Shingetsu turned his sword into a shield. The kunai slammed into the greatsword and shattered into fragments. In the next instant, Orochimaru appeared in front of him and planted a solid kick in his stomach. Shingetsu was sent flying and crashed into a tree trunk. Whoosh! Shingetsu burst out from the spray of wood splinters, sweeping aside the dust as he drove forward, shoulder and elbow moving as one toward Orochimaru's chest. Orochimaru raised a hand to block, but the impact still forced him back several steps, his feet carving two shallow grooves into the ground. Shingetsu gave him no chance to regain his balance. His fists rained down, every punch aimed at a vital point. Orochimaru coated both hands in chakra. He had no intention of clashing head-on with Shingetsu's raw body. Half a year had passed. Shingetsu's build had not changed much, but his bone density and the toughness of his muscle fibers had increased significantly. Even without chakra, his fists carried enough kinetic force to shatter stone. By using the thrust generated from his powerful legs stamping against the air, he could reach speeds comparable to the body flicker technique. His defense was just as impressive. Ordinary Senbon and Shuriken could not pierce Shingetsu's skin, and his body had a high resistance to poison. Pure. That was Orochimaru's assessment of Shingetsu's abilities. A normal ninja refined and stored chakra, then entered a standby state, refining more only after it was consumed. Put simply, their blue bar filled up, they used skills, then slowly recovered. Abnormal ninjas, such as Tsunade, could use the Ein seal to keep accumulating chakra, allowing them to unleash massive amounts of it in a short period once the seal was released. Shingetsu was the opposite extreme. He had abandoned the step of accumulating chakra and directly converted his chakra bar into a health bar. More than that, the ability was closer to a passive effect. He did not need to deliberately pour chakra into a Ein seal the way Tsunade did. Beneath that body was pure violence. With those factors, Shingetsu's combat strength was already enough to rival an average special jonin. Even some older jonin who relied too heavily on ninjutsu might be defeated if they were caught off guard. Heavenly restriction. Orochimaru laughed in a low voice. Abandoning the external manifestation of energy and focusing entirely on the self. It may be called a restriction, but I'm more inclined to see it as an alternative form of evolution. I once met a steel-release Kekkei Genkai ninja. He could harden parts of his body to withstand physical attacks. In terms of hardness alone, he was above you. But that was only on the surface. His internal organs, muscles, and bones were no different from an ordinary ninja's. You are strong in every aspect. Strength, stamina, endurance. All far beyond ordinary people. If your body's strength doesn't affect your lifespan, I would even say you are the more perfect human. A gleam had just risen in Orochimaru's eyes, but it quickly dimmed. What a pity. Your perfect puzzle is missing one piece. Perhaps that is why you named it Heavenly Restriction. It cuts off your possibility of obtaining the Sharingan. Do you feel disappointed, Shingetsu? The Uchiha clan's chances of awakening the Sharingan were far lower than the Byakugan, but those with talent should be able to awaken it around the age of 10. Not long ago, Mikoto had awakened the Sharingan after a training session. When Orochimaru, who had been away on a mission, heard the news, he immediately rushed back. He was afraid Shingetsu would feel discouraged because someone close to him had awakened the Sharingan while he could not. There was someone like that by Orochimaru's side, so he could not help thinking that way. Hiriko had been a close friend from the same generation as the three of them, but because his aptitude was inferior to theirs, resentment had taken root in his heart. Orochimaru had noticed it, but he had not paid much attention. Hiriko was an adult. He had assumed Hiriko would come to terms with reality on his own. But if something like that happened to his own disciple, Orochimaru cared very much. That was why he had hurried back to offer some comfort. Disappointed. Shingetsu froze for a moment. Then, realizing why Orochimaru had asked, he grinned. I don't understand. Orochimaru-sensei, how did you reach that conclusion? When did I ever say I didn't have the Sharingan? The sparring stopped. Orochimaru frowned and said, the Sharingan is a Dōjutsu Kekkei Genkai. Its awakening and manifestation must rely on chakra as a medium. That is common knowledge, isn't it? He did not explain in greater detail. Since he had taken an Uchiha as his disciple, the third Hokage had shown him the second Hokage's research on the Uchiha. When an Uchiha experienced mental stimulation, a special chakra would emerge in the brain and act on the optic nerves, thereby awakening the Sharingan. Simply put, chakra was the essential key to awakening the Sharingan. How could Shingetsu, who could not carry out that step, possibly have the Sharingan? It is common knowledge, but haven't you forgotten something even more basic? Shingetsu pointed at his own eyes. The eyes are part of the body, aren't they? Orochimaru paused, then answered seriously from a professional standpoint. Although the eyeballs and brain tissue belong to different systems, there is no doubt that the eyes are part of the body. You even know that. And that steel-release ninja you mentioned earlier, you've dissected quite a few people already, haven't you? Then would heavenly restriction, which strengthens the entire body, be the one thing that doesn't strengthen the eyes? Shingetsu wiped the sweat from his face. If I said I'm already in a state of having the Sharingan activated, would you believe me? Orochimaru stared at Shingetsu's dark pupils without saying a word. Take a guess whether I believe that or not. Shingetsu thought for a moment, then said, Orochimaru-sensei, you know about the Mangekyo Sharingan, right? I heard from Hiruzen-sensei that it was the realm once reached by that person from your clan. The final form of the Sharingan. Orochimaru smiled faintly. Are you trying to tell me that this black Sharingan of yours is the Mangekyo? You're the kind of person who, when someone asks you to guess a price, immediately gives a sky-high number. How boring. Shingetsu curled his lip and continued, when I was 4 years old, my dynamic vision and insight suddenly improved by a large margin. The difference between a single Tomo Sharingan and an ordinary ninja lies in dynamic vision. It can predict simple attacks and slightly interfere with an opponent's judgment. The 2 Tomo is an enhancement on top of that. The difference isn't too great. Shingetsu raised 3 fingers. Orochimaru listened very seriously, as if he were the student now. The 3 Tomo is the final form of the Sharingan as ordinary people understand it. It has insight comparable to the Byakugan, can see the chakra flow, and can even copy an opponent's ninjutsu. On top of that, it also has quite powerful genjutsu abilities. Without a way to counter it, you can be controlled the moment your eyes meet. That's why people say you must never face an Uchiha with 3 Tomo Sharingan one-on-one. In terms of insight alone, my eyes are not inferior to the 2 Tomo at all. As for the genjutsu side, a faint, unreadable smile tugged at Shingetsu's lips. Orochimaru-sensei, could you lower your chakra defenses for a moment? Then you'll understand. Experiencing it yourself will be more useful than anything I could say. Orochimaru swallowed, an ominous feeling rising in him. I won't be harmed, will I? Relax. I know what I'm doing. After receiving Shingetsu's promise, Orochimaru lowered his hands, sank his chakra into his abdomen, and tensed his muscles. He knew full well there would be danger, but Shingetsu's words had stirred his curiosity. The depths of Shingetsu's eyes churned, the pitch-black color swallowed completely by a crimson glow as dense as blood. A single, utterly pure black Tomo slowly rotated within the scarlet pupil, like the teeth of a blood-red gear locking into place. Sharingan, open. A cold, eerie pressure roared outward. The instant he touched that scarlet gaze, Orochimaru's narrow golden pupils contracted sharply, and his entire body froze. In his vision, heaven and earth twisted, then collapsed completely. His consciousness was forcibly dragged into a deathly silent void. Within the darkness, a pair of enormous crimson eyes cast down a chilling gaze. Chapter 9, Victim of Konoha Bullying. Crack-like streaks of crimson spread outward from the edges of his pupils, slowly writhing. Orochimaru could clearly hear the heartbeat inside his chest. It grew louder and more violent, shaking his ribs until they went numb. With every beat, those crimson lines pulsed along with it. This was. What the hell was this? Watching the crimson gradually cover the entire void, Orochimaru instinctively mobilized his chakra. A tremendous force erupted from his body and tore the illusion apart. Huff. The scenery around him returned to normal. Color came back, and the air became breathable again. A drop of cold sweat slid down Orochimaru's temple and slipped into his collar as he lowered his head. When he looked at Shingetsu's eyes again, they had already returned to their usual black. But remembering that blood-red gaze in the darkness still sent a chill down his spine. After steadying his breathing, Orochimaru spoke in a hoarse voice. Just a single Tomo. How is that possible? That level of eye power has already far surpassed the 2 Tomo. It's infinitely close to the level of 3 Tomo. Shingetsu spread his hands helplessly. Can't be helped. Maybe it's because mine is a compressed version. 1 Tomo is stronger than 2. It's like how the force is in your hands when you punch, or in your feet when you run. Unlike the normal condition of needing chakra to activate it, my condition for awakening my eyes is focusing my attention on them. When I do that, it's hard for my body to perform precise movements. Shingetsu spat to the side and snorted. When I showed Mikoto, she had no idea how powerful this condensed version of mine was. She even thought I was about the same as her. If she weren't so weak that I was afraid I'd knock her stupid, I really would have let her try it. Worried about his little sister getting hurt, but not worried about his sensei. Shingetsu-kun must believe I'll be fine. That's his recognition of my strength. Orochimaru nodded. Ordinary sensory ninjutsu already could not detect Shingetsu, who had no chakra. In his normal state, he possessed the insight of the Sharingan, and when necessary, he could also unleash an eye-power attack. Orochimaru could not help but praise him. An organ mutation type Kekii Genkai with no obvious external traits. It's practically art. Most people would never imagine that the attack has already begun the moment the eyes open. Concealed and powerful. It could be called the ultimate assassination weapon. Shingetsu shook his head helplessly. Before the Mangekyo, the Sharingan's biggest use is looking cool. Mine doesn't even have its most important function anymore, so what kind of art is that? My usual dynamic vision is already enough. I generally don't like awakening my eyes. It makes people think I'm almost 10 and only have one tomo. That's way too embarrassing. This was the first time Orochimaru had ever heard anyone say that. The Sharingan was for looking cool. Shingetsu. Orochimaru hesitated for a while, but still said, you can't learn ninjutsu. Any jonin could give you the same help I can, and the Uchiha clan has no shortage of them. You could have kept your information hidden and acted as a secret weapon within the Uchiha clan. Don't tell me you don't know about the delicate relationship between the village and the Uchiha. I taught you that a ninja's battle is a battle of intelligence. Orochimaru looked at Shingetsu, rare seriousness on his cold face. He could feel Shingetsu's trust. In that case, he would choose to trust Shingetsu too and speak openly about certain things. The village's wariness toward the Uchiha had always existed. Although his sensei had never stated it outright, the two elders, Hamura Mitokado and Kohara Udatane, had spoken to him before, telling him not to tell Shingetsu anything about the higher-ups. The corners of Shingetsu's mouth lifted, and he spread both hands. As for the reason, I'm strong. Very strong. I was born into this world as someone strong. I understood that from the moment I was born. Since I was born this way, I really shouldn't be greedy. Shingetsu opened his arms wide, his still childish face filled with arrogance. Hiding information is a privilege of the weak. How could I do something like that and squeeze away what little room they have to survive? I'm right, aren't I, Orochimaru-sensei? Orochimaru was silent for a long time, then shook his head with a faint smile. If I were still a boy, I would have mocked your immaturity. But now, I'll praise you. Someone who can firmly believe in their own strength is undoubtedly strong. Perhaps the conviction was exactly why the power of heavenly restriction existed in him. Not a curse, but a blessing. Hey. Orochimaru, this might not be the best time for me to show up. But it is the time we agreed on. Shingetsu was startled. The voice was too close. Even if the Sharingan did not have the Byakugan's blind spot-free insight, there was no way he should have failed to notice someone getting this close. He suddenly turned his head. What entered his view was a tall, handsome man in his 20s with silver-gray hair, wearing a jonin vest. The man raised a hand with a bright smile. I'm Tsukumo Hatake. Nice to meet you, Shingetsu-kun. Oh, it's him. Then it's fine. The genius ninja of the Hatake clan, the men who surpassed the Sannin and became the youngest person promoted to jonin since Konoha's founding, Tsukumo Hatake, known as the White Fang. And in the second shinobi world war that would soon follow, this man would truly become famous. The name Konoha's White Fang would strike fear throughout the ninja world. His name would even echo into later generations, to the point that officials of the Land of Fire would refer to Kakashi as the son of the White Fang. I almost forgot. Tsukumo. Orochimaru and Tsukumo Hatake were from the same generation. The fact that he called him by name and spoke so casually showed that the two had a good relationship. Jonin Hatake, Shingetsu greeted him, then looked to Orochimaru for an explanation. Orochimaru placed a hand on Shingetsu's shoulder and said, I'll be leaving on a mission in 2 days, and I won't be able to return to the village for quite some time. I specifically asked him to come guide you. Even Hokage-sama has highly praised the Hatake clan's inherited sword techniques. Make good use of this opportunity. Patting Shingetsu's shoulder, Orochimaru said calmly, I found a lead on the matter you mentioned before. That person is currently within the Land of Fire. Shingetsu's eyes lit up. That person was tied to whether he could use ninjutsu or not. He had not expected Orochimaru to find them so quickly. You've got something, Orochimaru-sensei. Orochimaru smiled helplessly. I don't quite understand, but I assume that was meant as praise. That person is very dangerous. If you hadn't passed my test, I would have waited until I came back and gone with Tsukumo. In any case, it's time for you to see the real ninja world. From now on. Orochimaru did not continue. At his position, he could already see clearly that the Second Shinobi World War was unavoidable. In fact, according to later records, it might not be wrong to say the Second Shinobi World War had already begun. Tsukumo Hatake said calmly, Orochimaru already told me the details of the mission, but if Shingetsu-kun is coming too. He leaned a little closer and grinned. Then that adds another task, looking after a junior. You'll have to pay extra. Orochimaru took a stack of Ryo from his robe. Here. Heh, then I'll count this as an early wedding gift. Tsukumo quickly put the money away. He had recently confirmed his relationship with his childhood sweetheart and was thinking of holding the wedding once the situation grew a little more stable. I still have village matters to deal with, so I'll go first. Before leaving, Orochimaru gave Shingetsu a long look and fell silent for a moment. The total payment is 800,000 Ryo. You'll have to pay me back later. Shingetsu laughed brightly. Just say you're worried about me. Don't worry, I'll come back safely. No, I'm serious, Orochimaru said solemnly. For the past half-year, Shingetsu had been eating his food and drinking his supplies, and the amount was dozens of times that of an ordinary person. On top of that, Orochimaru had issued missions to search for that person's whereabouts, and now he had hired Tsukumo. All of that had nearly used up half the mission funds he had saved over the years. As for the other half, 2/3 had been borrowed by Tsunade for gambling, and 1/3 had been borrowed by Jiraiya for gathering material. He truly had no money left. Watching Orochimaru walk away, Tsukumo leaned close to Shingetsu and grinned. I bet you won't pay him back. I can see right through you, kid. Shingetsu shook his head. What are you talking about? I'll pay him back slowly. Bit by bit. It's fine. Orochimaru-sensei makes money fast. He's Konoha's #1 workhorse. Yeah. The guy doesn't even have a wife or kids, so why does he work himself so hard? Tsukumo crossed his arms and gossiped about Orochimaru behind his back together with Shingetsu. Hey, I heard you can't use ninjutsu. I have a secret taijutsu ultimate technique that's left countless ninja with painful memories. It's incredibly powerful. For just 1,000 Ryo, I'll teach it to you. What do you say? A technique that makes people suffer like they've died for 1,000 years. That did sound powerful. Shingetsu could not understand it. How could a shameless bastard who came up with a technique like 1,000 years of death and spread it around ever commit suicide? This guy seemed even flashier than his son. Should he say, as expected of a Konoha villager? Their bullying methods really were on another level. No. I have to stay alert at all times. Before they bully me, I have to bully them hard first. Chapter 10, Leaving the Village. Orochimaru-sama, there are apples and eggs packed in here for you, along with some military rations pills. 2 days later, at the village gate. Mikoto had come to see Shingetsu and the others off. After handing the package to Orochimaru, Mikoto continued, the eggs are cooked, so please eat those first on the road. The apples won't keep for too long. I know you dislike cold food, and these military rations pills are the kind that won't melt when heated. That's enough. You're nagging like a mom. Shingetsu clasped his hands behind his head and curled his lip in disdain. Thank you, Mikoto. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, a trace of warmth visible in their depths. Then he turned to Shingetsu. Shingetsu-kun, you really should be grateful to have a younger sister like Mikoto. She spared you quite a few beatings. They were twins, yet their personalities were complete opposites. At the Ninja Academy, Shingetsu was practically a little tyrant. Whenever he disliked someone, he would lash out with sharp words, and Nawaki and the Hyuga were his biggest victims. Fortunately, he mostly ignored civilian ninja. Otherwise, he really would have been bullying the entire school. Though, come to think of it, ignoring people counted as a kind of bullying too, didn't it? This time, he had applied for leave from the Ninja Academy under the excuse of traveling for business. The dean of students approved it immediately, with the urgency of someone sending away a plague. Ah. I get one too. Tsukumo accepted the package, and Mikoto bowed. Thank you, Jonin Hataki, for looking after my brother. When you return safely, please allow me to thank you properly. Haha, you're being too polite. Just call me Tsukumo. Tsukumo nudged Shingetsu with his heel and laughed. Shingetsu and I really hit it off. If Orochimaru hadn't gotten there first, I would have loved to take him as my disciple. Indeed, in terms of fighting style, Tsukumo was a better fit to be Shingetsu's teacher. Shingetsu had considered that before, but what he was thinking about was the future. Compared to combat techniques that could be made up for later, he cared more about the help Orochimaru could give him in many areas, especially in terms of wisdom. As for Shingetsu's own brain, well, everyone had their strengths. It was better to trust the professionals. Then it was his turn. The red bag has military rations pills, the white one has dry rations, the purple one has jerky, and the vegetables are in. Do you have enough money on you? Only eat the military rations pills in emergencies. When you can, stay in nearby towns. It's not safe outside. Walk along the main roads during the day, and at night, don't. Shingetsu impatiently picked at his ear. He had expected this yesterday, but Mikoto was even more annoying than he had imagined. Hey! What's with that impatient look? Mikoto pointed at Shingetsu's nose, one hand on her hip. Are you listening to me or not? I'm listening. Are you done yet? It's not like I'm going to war. Why are there so many things to worry about? Mikoto went on about every little detail for a long time before finally unfastening a sword-shaped object wrapped in black cloth from her back. There was sadness in her eyes as she forced out a smile. Dad thought you wouldn't become a ninja, so he gave this to me and told me to protect you properly. I originally wanted to wait until my brother became a ninja. Shingetsu pulled away the black cloth. It was a long sword with a black and red sheath. Their father had been the Uchiha clan's most outstanding swordsmith, and their mother had been a veteran jonin. They had left the siblings a considerable inheritance. Even without the condolence money issued by the clan, the two of them would not have had a difficult life. As for their cause of death, they were ninja. It was never strange for them to die at any time. Clang. The blade left its sheath, and a cold crimson gleam flashed into view. Blood-red patterns wound like snakes across the silver-white blade, giving it a cold, eerie, dreamlike beauty. Shingetsu curled his lip. TCH. That sloppy guy actually managed to forge a sword this beautiful. What a surprise. This was Dad's proudest work. Its name is Hiki, Crimson Vessel. Mikoto looked at it as if remembering something, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Their mother, Hizuki, had died during a mission. Not long after, their father had wasted away in grief. Shingetsu had been furious. Furious that his father had failed to protect their mother. Furious that the men had abandoned him and his sister just like that, choosing the cowardly way out. Shingetsu had been 4 years old that year. Only gradually had he come to understand. Their father simply had not been able to endure that kind of pain. It had crushed the life out of him. After a moment of silence, Mikoto smiled and said, "The person Big Brother cares about most must be me, right? You've lost it. The person I care about most is myself." Shingetsu poked Mikoto on the forehead and hung the long sword at his waist. "I'm leaving. Meow. And me. I haven't said goodbye to Mikoto-chan yet." A pair of cat paws tugged at Shingetsu's hair, struggling to climb out from the gap between the huge bundles. Her fur was entirely black, except for the layer of snow-white fluff covering all 4 paws. Her round, gilded eyes were clear and warm. She was an elegant female cat with a slender build. There was a human-like irritation in her eyes as she slapped Shingetsu across the face with one paw. "Watch it, you little brat. You almost crushed me." She had been dozing on Shingetsu's shoulder earlier. When the shadow of that huge bundle covered her, Lulu had almost seen her great-grandmother. Shingetsu did not know the summoning technique, so like the Inuzuka clan, he could only adopt a companion method. This ninja cat named Lulu was the child of his mother Hizuki's ninja cat, and her mother had sent her over not long ago. She occasionally followed Shingetsu to school and bullied some Inuzuka's Kuramaru. Shingetsu picked up the black cat and tossed her onto the bundle. "Stop clinging to me all the time. One day you'll get flattened into a cat pancake." "Humph. I'm going to cling to you anyway." The black cat Lulu held her head high. "Without me, Lulu-sama, a guy with no chakra like you wouldn't be able to do anything." Sure. You're the greatest." Shingetsu answered perfunctorily, then turned, waved a hand, and caught up with Orochimaru and Tsukumo, who were not far ahead. Before long, Orochimaru stopped at a crossroads. He was heading in another direction. "Tsukumo, I'm leaving it to you." There was little small talk. After a simple farewell, Orochimaru parted ways with the two of them. Watching Orochimaru disappear into the distance, Shingetsu's eyes darkened slightly. Orochimaru had never told him the details of his mission, but judging from how each of his trips outside the village lasted longer than the last, along with the strange atmosphere inside the village. It was now the middle of Konoha year 30. Shingetsu vaguely remembered that the Second Shinobi World War officially began around Konoha year 32. A war that affected several ninja villages would have a prelude. It was not as if everyone suddenly stepped onto the battlefield and opened fire the moment year 32 arrived. The ordinary people of Konoha could not feel it, but the ninja whose mission loads were increasing had already smelled the smoke of war. The root cause of the Second Shinobi World War was the widening economic gap between countries after the First War. The hawkish factions of each nation advocated expanding outward to ease domestic economic pressure. As events developed, the Land of Rain became the battlefield for Konoha, Tsunagakure, and Iwagakure. Dissatisfied with this, Hanzo, the leader of Amigakure, declared war on the 3 great nations, officially beginning the Second Shinobi World War. This war would have far-reaching consequences. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru would face the demigod Hanzo and receive the title of Konoha's Sannin. Tsukumo would kill Sasori's parents in battle against Tsunagakure. Nagato's parents would be killed by Konoha ninja. Nawaki would die after wandering into an explosive tag array, and Dan Kato would suffer fatal injuries, directly affecting the state of mind of the Sannin. Tsunade would develop hemophobia, Orochimaru would begin obsessing over the true meaning of life, and Jiraiya would grow even more desperate to find the child of the prophecy. Was it coming? Shingetsu felt a strange excitement welling up in his heart. He would not think about profound questions like the nature of war. In any case, as long as humans were alive, they would never stop fighting. All I have to do is win in that struggle. That's all. Chapter 11, I'm going to complain to the Hokage. Not far from the village entrance, a crowd of Konohagakure villagers watched Shingetsu's back disappear into the dense forest, then let out a collective sigh of relief. That guy, he's finally gone. Thank goodness. I felt sick every time he walked past me. Exactly. He's nothing but a useless piece of trash with no chakra, but he still looks at us like we're beneath him. Heh. The Uchiha clan really is arrogant. Even a good-for-nothing acts like that. Thank the Hokage. That jinx is finally gone. Damn it, what are those bastards saying? At the Uchiha police force, Fugaku, who had deliberately stayed behind, was furious. He was just about to step forward and teach those foul-mouthed fools a lesson. Calm down, Captain Fugaku. Beside him, Ryosuke Hyuga stood with his hands tucked into his sleeves and said evenly, Konoha has no precedent for punishing people just for what they say. If you act on impulse, it will reflect very badly on the Uchiha clan. Fugaku gritted his teeth. I don't care about that. I just can't stomach it. He had only just lifted his foot when. Hisashi, go beat up everyone running their mouth. Yes, big brother. Whoosh. Hisashi Hyuga rushed out. As someone skilled in the Hyuga gentle fist, facing a crowd of ordinary villagers was like a tiger among sheep. In no time at all, he had knocked dozens of people to the ground. Groans filled the ground. Hi. Hyuga, why? We didn't offend the Hyuga clan. You can't just attack us like this. I'm going to complain to the Hokage building. You're just from the branch family. Ah. The last speaker's palm was crushed under Hisashi's foot. Your position makes it inconvenient for you to act. We can. As Hayashi spoke, he slowly walked toward the crowd. I am Hayashi Hyuga of the Hyuga main family. I am the one who had you beaten. As for the reason, I simply didn't like the look of you. Go complain if you want. After saying that, he walked back to Fugaku, who was still a little stunned. According to Article 6 of Konoha's public security regulations, Hisashi, the one who attacked you, is not a ninja. This only counts as ordinary disorderly conduct. At most, he'll be detained for 7 days. Expressionless, Hisashi walked over and offered himself up for arrest. Why? I heard Shingetsu at the academy. Hayashi smiled faintly. I already told you. I just can't stand people gossiping behind someone's back. I hate Shingetsu Uchiha. Sooner or later, I'll defeat him openly and properly, then trample him underfoot. Have you ever said that to Shingetsu's face? Hayashi's cheeks flushed almost imperceptibly. That isn't important. Fugaku smiled knowingly and placed a hand on Hisashi's shoulder. Bonds between young people really are awkward. Don't worry. I'll take good care of Hisashi. Let's go. Think of it as spending a few days resting at the police force. Hisashi looked back at Hayashi. He knew nothing would happen to him at the police force, but once his brother went home, their father would definitely punish him harshly. Big brother. I'll go back with you. Hayashi shook his head. I'll prove that he was wrong. Hisashi's memory returned to that day. Under pressure from the clan, they had no choice but to seek out Shingetsu. They wanted to challenge him and prove the strength of the Byakugan. The clan had stubbornly believed Shingetsu's victory over Fugaku had merely been an act staged by the two of them. Shingetsu did not accept. He did not even look Hayashi in the eye. When they passed each other, he said, a useless fool who can't even protect his own brother has no right to challenge me. Deep in the forests of the Land of Fire, Shingetsu held a large flatbread in his mouth as he studied the map. Lulu slept sprawled on top of the bundle, while Tsukumo Hatake stayed hidden in the shadows. After 2 days together, he had gained a rough understanding of Shingetsu's strength. Unless an enemy beyond the norm appeared, he planned to let Shingetsu handle things himself. It would count as training. The map Orochimaru had drawn by hand was extremely detailed, marking many important locations throughout the Land of Fire so Shingetsu could ask the nearest stronghold for help if he ran into danger. In any other ninja village, this intelligence would be worth at least an A-rank mission. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air rang out from the forest. A kunai flew straight toward Shingetsu. Shingetsu tilted his head and dodged, his eyes never leaving the map. Heh, not bad luck, kid. A tall man with a scar on his face stood across the road, blocking his path. He wore a black coat stained with dark red blood, making for a rather striking sight. Clang, clang. The man tapped the forehead protector on his head with his kunai and sneered, "You recognize this, don't you? A ninja forehead protector. I'm a rogue ninja from Kusagakure." His voice stopped abruptly. A pebble entered through his mouth, exited through the back of his head, and burst out in a spray of red and white. Shingetsu walked past the man's corpse as if nothing had happened, took 2 bites of his flatbread, and continued studying the map. He had discovered that if he did not keep staring at the map while he walked, he would quickly stray from his original route. Do I have a terrible sense of direction too? No, it's not my fault. Orochimaru-sensei's map is just too messy. That guy died in an instant. It's normal for an idiot to die. In times like these, a kid who dares to travel alone with this much gear can't possibly be simple. Heh. Judging by the depth of that brat's footprints, that huge bundle has to weigh at least a ton. He should be a ninja. Maybe he's from one of Konoha's ninja clans. With strength like that, is he from the Akimichi clan? Or maybe he's from that. 3 voices whispered deep within the forest. At this point, one of them said shakily, could he be a senju? They were not ordinary missing nin, but members of the Prajna group, an assassination organization that had survived from the Warring States period to the present day. When the 5 great shinobi villages were first founded, what they wanted were the major ninja clans and famous ninjas. Only after things had stabilized did they begin accepting civilians. As for some smaller ninja clans that were not accepted by the 5 great shinobi villages, or were unwilling to join a ninja village, they continued living by the old rules of the Warring States period. The Prajna group originated from the Prajna clan of the Land of Woods. Back then, that entire region had been the territory of the senju of the forest. A mere 30 years was nowhere near enough to erase their fear of the senju. The leader was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Probably not. The senju of the forest generally aren't bloodthirsty. Even with enemies, they usually give them a chance to surrender. Maybe this senju is special. Why don't we? Shut up and listen to me. Oh, right. I barely sensed any chakra from him. We can't rule out the possibility that he's just a country bumpkin born with a bit of strength. If that alone is enough to call him a senju, then I might as well say he's so good-looking that his surname is Uchiha. The leader sneered, raised his kunai, and licked it. We've been following him for 2 days. It's not just the supplies. I also noticed he's carrying more than 10,000 ryo in silver. That sword at his waist is good stuff too. It'll sell for at least 100,000 ryo. There's definitely risk, but the payoff is big. Things outside are getting more and more unstable. Once we finish this job, we can head back to the Land of Woods, get some rest, and lie low for a while. What do you two say? The other 2 exchanged looks, thought it over, and nodded. Dusk. Seeing the sky darken, Shingetsu put down his bundle and prepared to set up his tent. Even while traveling, he cared about the quality of his sleep. There was no way he would simply lean against a random tree stump and sleep there. He had just untied the bundle when... Bang. The ground beneath his feet suddenly split open, and a mud-covered hand grabbed Shingetsu's ankle. Earth release, earth spear technique. At the same time, several earthen spears whistled toward him from nearby, their sharp tips cutting through the dim light of the setting sun. Not subterranean voyage technique. There's no follow-up pulling force. Not double suicide decapitation technique either. The earth spears are crudely shaped. Not Iwagakure style. Wandering ninja, maybe. Shingetsu thought it over. The ones best at earth release were, of course, Iwagakure. Orochimaru had demonstrated Iwagakure-style earth release for him before, and it was very different from what he was seeing now. Experienced ninja could judge an opponent's origins from the power and form of the ninjutsu they used. This feeling. It was probably like seeing someone wearing suspenders and shrugging their shoulders, then instantly knowing what school they came from. One under his feet, one 20 meters ahead, and another hiding in the shadow of a tree trunk behind him. The corner of Shingetsu's mouth lifted slightly. Finally, he had run into someone a little interesting. He stuffed the black cat into the bundle, tied it shut, and tossed it onto the crown of a nearby tree. Then... boom. His fist fell, and the earth split open. The man hidden underground still had a smug smile on his face when he met a pair of eyes looking down at him from above. Cold, with a trace of a vicious smile. Caught you. The moment those words fell, the hand gripping Shingetsu's ankle was grabbed in return. An unstoppable force surged through him, and his whole body was ripped out of the ground like a radish pulled up by the roots. His arm made a dull, teeth-grating sound. Dislocated. The bone seemed broken too. His scream was swallowed by the rushing wind as he was hurled straight toward the third person hiding in the shadows. Among the tree shadows, the leader's pupil shrank sharply. Before he could even curse, he leapt backward in a sorry state, not daring to take the human projectile that had once been his own comrade. Boom. Seeing his underling smash through the tree trunk he had been hiding behind, the leader's scalp went numb. Are you kidding me? That really is the monstrous strength technique of the Senju clan. There's no way we're that unlucky, right? Shingetsu caught one of the flying earth spears in passing, then flung it back at the caster with a backhand throw. Too fast. There was almost no gap between the moment his eyes saw it and the moment pain came from the earth spear piercing his shoulder blade. Before he lost consciousness, disbelief still lingered on his face. Before the dust had even settled, Shingetsu cut through the storm of shattered leaves, his figure rapidly enlarging in the leader's terrified eyes. Just as the leader tried to form hand seals, a foot had already stepped onto his chest, pinning him to the ground. A faint smile touched Shingetsu's lips as his fist smashed toward the man's neck. You hid pretty well. Hide better in your next life. Bang. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Chapter 12, Kakuzu. That was quick. Tsukumo landed nearby and crouched down to examine the bodies. They're from the Prajna group of the Land of Woods. They can use ninjutsu proficiently, so they're probably full-fledged members. More and more people have been sneaking in lately while things are chaotic. Tsukumo turned to Shingetsu, who had started setting up the tent, and asked with a meaningful look, Shingetsu, is this your first time killing someone? As far as he knew, Shingetsu had never left Konoha since childhood. He shouldn't have had any chance to gain experience clearing out bandit dens. Even someone as cold as Orochimaru had frozen for a moment the first time he killed someone. After finishing the tent, Shingetsu began setting up the stove. Tsukumo-senpai, what you really want to ask is why I can stay so calm, right? I am a little curious. Tsukumo helped light the firewood with fire release and smiled faintly. I'm not blaming you. When an enemy shows killing intent, of course it's best to kill them immediately. A lot of people have to suffer a few losses before they understand that. I was the same. There's no special reason. Shingetsu heated the oil with practiced ease, fried the seasonings until fragrant, then poured in the ingredients. Once you've died once, you understand. Unlike his future grandnephew Itachi Uchiha, who might one day jump off a cliff, Shingetsu had truly died once and come back to life. Shingetsu said calmly, I kill in order to survive. If I interfere with someone else's survival and get killed for it, that's only fair. If you're prepared to be killed, taking a life won't weigh on you. Is that so? Tsukumo didn't know why a young man would think that way, but it must have come from a painful memory, so he didn't ask further. He took an intelligence diagram from his coat. It showed a masked ninja with green eyes. Every piece of data on it made one thing clear. This was an extremely dangerous figure. A bounty hunter active in the underground black markets of every major nation, a missing nin from Takigakure known as the Immortality Ninja, Kakuzu. No wonder you dared to go after someone like this. Tsukumo's expression turned grave, and his voice lowered. Being prepared is a good thing, but if things reach an extreme. Let me make this clear first. I'll abandon the mission. According to Konoha regulations, even employment between ninjas had to go through the mission hall. Orochimaru had issued this mission to Tsukumo according to A-rank mission standards. Choosing to abandon it would leave a stain on Tsukumo's flawless ninja record. What Shingetsu had asked Orochimaru to search for was Kakuzu's trail. Ninjutsu might seem useless in the late game, but if Shingetsu truly didn't know any ninjutsu at all, he would be targeted and killed long before he ever reached that point. The ideal situation would naturally be to find a tailed beast to use as a power bank, then use the tailed beast's chakra to perform ninjutsu. But what was a tailed beast? It was the ultimate weapon the first Kage of each village had paid Konoha a fortune to obtain. Did anyone really think they would hand one over just because he asked? After thinking it over, the thing that best fit his needs as an external chakra source was Earth Grudge Fear. A secret technique of Takigakure, essentially a biological modification technique that manifested as a living body made from black, tentacle-like chakra pathways. Kakuzu had used this ability to achieve immortality. As long as one of his 5 hearts remained, he would not die. Judging from Shingetsu's memories, Earth Grudge Fear could split off and fight independently, which meant it was a separate life form with a simple consciousness of its own. If he could seize it. Shingetsu took the intelligence diagram and smiled faintly. Orochimaru-sensei once said that a ninja's battle is a battle of intelligence. Good thing you're only a notorious ninja known for 1,000 years of death right now. Otherwise, if he were on guard, things would get troublesome. Huh. What do you mean, notorious ninja? The White Fang of Konoha is a famous name. Tsukumo pointed at Shingetsu, while Lulu, perched on Shingetsu's shoulder waiting for food, hissed at him with a look of disgust. Hiss. Stay away. You stink. Why would you say that? I wash my hands all the time. Dogs were experts at long-distance tracking and could follow a specific target through a sea of scents. But at close range, cats possessed specialized organs like the vomeronasal organ, giving them a finer sense of discrimination. Humans couldn't smell Tsukumo's fingers. Lulu could. So Tsukumo had no choice but to carry his meal a little farther away, isolated by one human and one cat. 1,000 years of death attacked vital chakra points, instantly stripping the opponent of their defensive ability. It was the perfect taijutsu. Use it once, and you'd understand. Moonlight slipped through gaps in the clouds, scattering mottled shadows across the forest. Kakuzu moved quickly. After all, time was money. He carried a burlap sack over his shoulder. Inside was a Konoha missing nin he had hunted down that morning in a border town. Chunin level, with a bounty of a full 600,000 ryo. Chunin bounties from other villages were nowhere near as high as Konoha's. Kakuzu rather liked the land of fire. However, when the second Hokage was still in office, he had feared the Senju brothers and never dared enter this bounty hunter's blue ocean. Kakuzu's green pupils narrowed slightly. His instincts told him something was wrong. Without slowing his pace, his gaze swept casually over the surroundings. There were no chakra fluctuations nearby. In the bushes to his right, there was the heartbeat of a wild rabbit. The forest was quiet. Only the sound of his footsteps pressing into fallen leaves broke the silence. No. It was too quiet. A feeling tugged at him, and he suddenly looked up. Under the moonlight, a black-haired figure dressed in black stood on a tree, a long sword hanging horizontally behind his waist. When Kakuzu saw that young face, he paused. It wasn't because he was surprised that he hadn't sensed any chakra reaction from Shingetsu. It was because no bounty. Kakuzu searched through the bounty list in his mind, failed to find Shingetsu's entry, and let out a soft sigh. He casually flicked out a shuriken, sending it straight toward Shingetsu's forehead. A brat wandering around in the middle of the night was bound to die sooner or later. Old man Kakuzu was kind enough to give him a quick end. Boom. The air exploded with a sharp crack. The shuriken shattered into fragments, and the young man's figure cut a black streak through the moonlight. What? Kakuzu had no time to think. Faced with an attack that arrived in an instant, black tentacles surged from his chest and wove themselves into a shield. Boom. It felt as if he had been hit by a speeding train. His body shot backward like a cannonball, snapping 3 large trees in a row. In the cloud of dust, Kakuzu ignored the dented tentacle shield on his chest and turned to look at the flattened sack. My, 600,000 ryo. Kakuzu tore off his mask. Black threads writhed inside his mouth, a terrifying sight. Brat, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise. A frightening killing intent erupted from his green pupils. Don't even think you'll die quickly. My name is Shingetsu Uchiha. On the black market, an Uchiha should be worth quite a bit, right? Shingetsu smiled faintly as he walked closer step by step. How's that for an explanation, Kakuzu-san? Uchiha. Kakuzu had originally wanted to ask why someone with such outstanding concealment ability, so good that even he hadn't detected a chakra reaction, hadn't launched a sneak attack. But if he was an Uchiha, then it made sense. These people were always so arrogant, with no idea how high the sky really was. Chapter 13, White Fang, 1 strike, 1 kill. A mere Uchiha. Even back then. Clang. Shingetsu turned his wrist, and the scabbard spun lightly. Under the moonlight, the eerie red patterns on the gleaming blade looked even more dreamlike. Hiki, the strongest blade forged by the greatest swordsmith in the history of the Uchiha clan. As the first person to be cut down by this blade, you should feel honored, Kakuzu. Forget it. There was no point talking to a brainless, arrogant brat like this. Hopefully, his corpse would make up for the loss. No, he might sell for even more alive. Whoosh. Countless black threads roared from Kakuzu's wrists, surging like a wave of black snakes. Swish. The instant the blade flashed, the air seemed to split in two. The first tentacles to reach him were severed, their cuts as smooth as mirrors. Shingetsu rushed into the net of black threads, his steps as light as if he were treading on water. Yet every time his foot touched down, he appeared 3 meters away in the next instant. A crimson crescent, beautiful and cruel, swept out with each swing, scattering severed black tendrils across the ground. Hizuki style, boundless. By slashing at extreme speed, it formed a seamless cutting formation over an area, with tremendous destructive power. Kakuzu's eyes moved rapidly, trying to predict Shingetsu's next landing point. Hard. This brat was too fast. Still no chakra fluctuations. It wasn't body flicker technique, just pure taijutsu. How arrogant. Was he still not going to use ninjutsu? Against a mere brat, Kakuzu still had some pride as a strong fighter. Being the first to use ninjutsu felt a little beneath him. Especially when this brat was an Uchiha. You people were defeated by the Senju clan. What are you acting so proud for? More black tentacles surged from Kakuzu's body, writhing slowly as he waited for Shingetsu to come a little closer. Then he would unleash an attack from every direction with no blind spots. But Shingetsu suddenly retreated, reached out, grabbed something, and pulled. Ryup. Steel wires threaded through the forest with faint whistles. Under the moonlight, they were almost impossible to see. In an instant, the steel wires snapped taut, cutting countless dents into Kakuzu's body. For a moment, even the tough tentacles of Earth Grudge Fear couldn't break free. A steel wire trap, childish tricks. A faint smirk tugged at Kakuzu's mouth. As he broke free of the wires, he was about to throw out a mocking line. Then, all at once, a tiny figure sprang out from nowhere, leaping through the steel wire net. Wherever its snow-white cat paws landed, bright sparks flared with a sharp sizzle. Kakuzu's pupils shrank. He saw the explosive tags being flicked open by the cat's paws. Hundreds of points of light ignited. Not good. Even in shock and anger, Kakuzu didn't forget to curse inwardly. Chakra-triggered explosive tags cost over 1,000 ryo even for the cheapest ones, and prices had risen lately because of the war. That was hundreds of thousands of ryo. You damn wastrel. Boom. 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 Explosions kept erupting, and a massive mushroom cloud rose in the forest. Shingetsu was still trying to find Kakuzu through the smoke when... Boom. The ground beneath his feet suddenly burst apart. Countless tentacles gathered into a black hand and grabbed toward Shingetsu's face. He wasn't reckless enough to let Kakuzu catch him. His upper body bent back almost 90 degrees, dodging in an inhuman posture while he swung his blade at the tentacles. A fierce red gleam flashed past, and the black tentacles were cut clean through. The metal used to forge hiki was rare or the clan had preserved for many years. Combined with his father's extraordinary skill, its sharpness and durability were superior to even some Kusanagi swords. Without him, Mikoto would probably have given it to her child in the future. In other words, according to the original timeline, this blade might very well have become the weapon Itachi Uchiha later used to slaughter the entire clan. As for why it never appeared afterward, there was no way Itachi Uchiha would keep the blade he had used to kill his kin and wipe out his clan at his side. A fine blade. So this brat wasn't all talk. He could even cut through hardened Earth Grudge Fear tentacles with ease. But Kakuzu burst from the ground, anger rising in his eyes. You brat, you still won't use ninjutsu. You're looking down on me too much. Fine. Nothing wrong with me using it first. Krrrk, Kakuzu's shoulders bulged. Black tentacles grew wildly, tearing through his clothes as two hideous masks emerged. One mask had red lips stretched into a grin. The other was a blue mask with a crying face. Earth Grudge Fear Secret Art, Fire Release, Searing Migraine. Earth Grudge Fear Secret Art, Wind Release, Pressure Damage. It's over, brat. A high-pressure gale blasted from the blue mask, twisting the air in an instant. A blazing fireball gathered in the mouth of the fire release mask. If pressure damage could settle the fight, that would be best. Searing Migraine was too powerful. It might damage that very expensive-looking sword. Boom. The terrifying wind pressure slammed into Shingetsu. After half a year of training under Orochimaru, Shingetsu wasn't so easy to blow away. More importantly. Now. Crackle. A white shadow tore through the air like thunder, like fangs ripping open the night. Lightning release, white fang instant kill. Boom. Lightning shot out from Kakuzu's blind spot and pierced straight through the wind release mask. After a brief pause, the blue mask shattered. The heart wrapped inside burst apart, and its meridians withered and collapsed in an instant, scattering across the ground as fragments. Kakuzu's pupils contracted sharply. Undetectable before the strike. Impossible to react once detected. Absurdly fast. Who was this? Shingetsu-kun is obsessed with attacking head-on. I prefer sneak attacks. We're ninjas, after all. Right, Kakuzu-san. With that sunny, boyish face, Kakuzu found it hard to connect him with the person who had destroyed his wind-release heart in a single blow. The situation had taken an unexpected turn, but Kakuzu didn't lose his composure. He took the initiative to pull back and create distance. That face. I remember now. You have a bounty. Konoha's youngest jonin, Tsukumo Hatake of the White Fang. A bounty of 12 million ryo. Too low, Kakuzu judged seriously. That strike alone was worth at least 20 million. That kind of thing is better off low, isn't it? Tsukumo stood beside Shingetsu, holding the White Fang dagger. Electric arc still flickered along the short blade. Lightning release. You're even faster than Kimogakure. Your mastery is quite high. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a low voice, you waited for an opening, then destroyed the wind release mask that countered you first. That wasn't a coincidence, was it? After a quick review, Kakuzu understood that everything that had happened earlier had been arranged to force him into using wide area attack ninjutsu. At the same time the mask was attacked, the tentacles connected to the heart had also been destroyed. He realized something. The person before him knew Earth Grudge Fear's intelligence completely. Heh. So there are still people in Takigakure who remember me. Kakuzu almost never spent long periods of time around others. Everyone who had ever seen Earth Grudge Fear was dead. Only Takigakure might still have information on it. Did Takigakure hire Konoha ninjas to hunt me down? How ugly and weak. The only thing he couldn't figure out was whether that Uchiha brat had any reason not to use ninjutsu. And a body that could withstand wind pressure head-on, terrifying strength, extreme speed. If you don't show me the Sharingan, I'll start thinking you're a young Hashirama. Sorry, but not revealing an employer's information is part of a ninja's professional. Before Tsukumo could finish, Shingetsu charged forward with his blade. Why waste words on him? Move. Whoosh. A black and red figure and silver-white electric arcs intertwined as they rushed out. Kakuzu spread both hands flat. Countless black tentacles shot forward, while the fire release mask on his shoulder finished gathering power. Fire release, searing migraine. A sea of flames that could burn everything descended with a roar. Chapter 14, Lament the Fate of Not Being Born an Uchiha. Hizuki style, fire tempering. The tip of the blade erupted with absolute sharpness, carving a path straight through the sea of flames. Sparks flashed in Shingetsu's eyes as he locked onto Kakuzu's position. With a wave of his hand, a pitch-black chain shot out from his sleeve. Whoosh. The chain's tip glinted purple, coated in poison. Kakuzu tilted his head just in time. The razor edge brushed past his ear, slicing off a few strands of hair. In the same instant, Tsukumo Hataki's short sword slashed in from the other side, white lightning dancing along its blade. Its sheer sharpness alone was enough to sting the eyes. Kakuzu's remaining hearts jolted at once. Tentacles burst from beneath his feet, letting him barely avoid the strike. His vision seemed to split beneath that white lightning, and even though it had not touched him, pain still prickled across his body. This guy. The white fang blade had not been forged by some famous master. It was merely a ninja blade mixed with a small amount of chakra metal, far from the level of the Kusanagi sword. But in Tsukumo's hands, even a ninja known for his immortality felt the threat of death closing in. Konoha's white fang, you're going to become famous throughout the world. You too, kid. Clang. Kakuzu raised his hand to block. The crimson blade pierced through his tentacle-hardened palm, stopping only an inch from his throat. Boom. Kakuzu's upper garment was torn to shreds as three massive tentacles shot out, splitting left and right to meet the two of them. The huge tentacles looked as if they had been shoved into a meat grinder, rapidly worn away amid the flash of blades and steel. Using that brief moment he had bought, Kakuzu slammed both hands hard against the ground. Earth release, Earthshore return. Just as the two closed in again, a massive stone slab rose from the ground and blocked the space between them. Boom. Shingetsu shattered the slab with one punch. But there was nothing behind it. Kakuzu had leapt into midair, his hands forming seals at high speed. Another blue mask had appeared on his shoulder, filling the gap left by the wind release mask. The ninjutsu ended on the boar seal. It was water release. Water release, water curtain. Whoosh. Like a flood bursting forth, a massive surge of water instantly engulfed the area. Within the torrent, Shingetsu and Tsukumo used broken logs to keep closing in, like two fish swimming against the current. Both of them were close combat ninjas. Once a ninja like Kakuzu, who specialized in wide-area ninjutsu attacks, managed to put distance between them, the battle would become extremely difficult. Before one's strength broke through its limits, the counter-relationships between ninjutsu, combat systems, and the natural environment were all key factors that could decide victory or defeat. That was what made all-around ninjas like Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and Kakashi so exceptional. No matter the opponent or environment, they could always produce the best response. By then, Kakuzu's next technique was ready. A third white mask emerged from his back, cyan blue electric arcs gathering in its mouth. Of course, that's assuming you survive. Lightning release, false darkness. Crackle, 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 crack. A massive spear of lightning tore through the air and struck the nearest stretch of water. Blue-white electric arcs exploded across the surface, spreading toward the two of them at terrifying speed. Combined ninjutsu, water lightning chain. When a single person fused two or more chakra attributes inside their body, the new ninjutsu produced was known as a Kekkei Genkai. A combination formed by multiple people or multiple techniques was called combined ninjutsu. The two belonged to different categories of difficulty, but they shared one thing. Overwhelming power. Shingetsu's pupils contracted. The instant he turned and met Tsukumo's eyes, they understood each other without a word. It was too late to crouch down and leap away. The electric arcs were spreading too quickly. Once they were hit, paralysis was inevitable. Against an enemy like Kakuzu, even 1 second of paralysis was enough to die several times over. Whoosh, whoosh. Shingetsu threw the hiki toward Tsukumo, and Tsukumo moved in perfect sync. Slap. Shingetsu grabbed the hilt of the white fang short sword, letting the blade's momentum carry him into the air. So that works too. Watching the two of them break free from the sea of lightning and water like birds in flight, Kakuzu murmured. Then. A cruel smile spread across his stitch-covered face. Well then, how do you dodge in midair? Fire release, searing migraine. It was not a fan-shaped blast. 2 scorching pillars of fire shot from the fire release mask. Wherever the flames passed, even the moonlight was swallowed, and the entire night sky was dyed dark crimson. Expressionless, Tsukumo gripped the hilt of the hiki and faced the pillars of flame head-on. I can cut through them. Just as he began channeling chakra, a sudden pull from the hilt made his body tilt sharply to one side. The abrupt change in direction caused the pillar of fire aimed at him to miss, roaring away into the distant sky. What was that? Looking down and seeing the steel wire tied to the hilt, Tsukumo understood. He hurriedly raised his head toward Shingetsu. But he had not tied any steel wire to the white fang short sword. How was Shingetsu supposed to dodge? No miracle occurred. Shingetsu failed to avoid it. Boom 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 boom. The pillar of fire slammed into its target, erupting into a massive explosion of flames. Shingetsu. So this is the so-called bond between comrades from the same village, heh? Kakuzu's voice was filled with mockery. For the sake of a more valuable person like you, that guy chose to sacrifice himself. Quite the bargain. His voice returned to calm, as though he were not speaking about what had just happened before his eyes. Tsukumo could not sense Shingetsu's chakra. Or rather, aside from special dojutsu like the Byakugan, very few sensory ninjutsu could detect Shingetsu's condition. He did not think Shingetsu would die, but that strike would likely leave him severely injured. The mission had failed. He had to take Shingetsu and leave immediately. Tsukumo made his decision. After landing on the water's surface once the electric arcs faded, he sprinted toward the explosion, ready to catch Shingetsu. The firelight gradually dimmed. Boom. A human figure actually broke through the flames and charged out. His clothes were still burning, exposing large patches of scorched skin. Red marks where the flames had swept over him covered his arms and face. Kakuzu's pupils shrank sharply, his smile freezing on his face. How is that possible? There's no way he had time to use a defensive ninjutsu. That was heat intense enough to melt rock. Impossible. After taking fire release, searing migraine directly, how could his burns only be this bad? Is this guy even human? What, exactly are you? Shingetsu's lips curled upward. The burn marks made his smile look savage and terrifying. You ugly, inhuman freak. Are you really in any position to ask me that? Kakuzu fell silent for a few seconds. Then, as if he had figured something out, he suddenly laughed. I see now. You really are an anomaly unlike anything I've ever seen. It's not that you don't use ninjutsu. You simply can't use ninjutsu at all. My perception wasn't wrong. You really can't project chakra outside your body. The corner of his stitched mouth split wide. No wonder. An Uchiha with that much combat power lacking the Sharingan was strange enough, but how could he fail to use even a single fire release technique? So that was it. And here I was, following the standard measures against Uchiha the entire time, avoiding eye contact with you. What a waste. Kakuzu stared directly at Shingetsu, mocking him without restraint. Trading everything for physical strength far beyond ordinary humans, to be born an Uchiha with a life like yours. How truly tragic. Is that so? Shingetsu smiled faintly, the crimson burn marks on his face seeming to surge toward his eye sockets. Then. It's your turn to lament your miserable fate, that you were never born an Uchiha. Scarlet light flared. Sharingan. Activate. Chapter 15, The Flame Wheel. The tomo spun, and the illusion descended. The sound of chains rang between reality and illusion. Ryup. About half a second. That was how long Kakuzu remained trapped by the shock of the eye's power. It was also how long Tsukumo needed to cut down the Earth Grudge Fear Mask. Aia. Pain far worse than having his wind release heart destroyed swept through Kakuzu's entire body, forcing an agonized howl from his throat. Huge black tentacles surged from every part of his body, thrashing wildly as terrifying chakra erupted. Several of them had clear severed ends, black liquid pouring out from the cuts. It was not just the heart. He could clearly sense that even part of the earth grudge fear had been cut away. You bastards. What have you done? Got it. Tsukumo held his sword in one hand and the fire release mask wrapped in pitch-black tentacles in the other. The tentacles writhed and twitched madly, a horrifying sight. This was the chance Tsukumo had been waiting for throughout the battle. 2 decisive strikes, both timed to perfection. Konoha's white fang, even without any dojutsu, possessed eyes sharp enough to see through everything. During the earlier battle, the seasoned Kakuzu had seen through Shingetsu's true nature. At the same time, they had also been gathering specific intelligence on the earth grudge fear. The earth grudge fear could control 4 hearts. To kill him, they would have to destroy all 4 of them, along with Kakuzu's own earth release heart. But their goal had never been to kill Kakuzu. They could not have done it anyway. Shingetsu's close combat ability only reached the edge of Jonin level. Tsukumo, who had yet to be tempered by large-scale war, was also a heavily specialized Jonin. His instantaneous attack power even surpassed that of some elite Jonin, but his stamina fell far short. It was probably because he had been too spoiled as a child, leaving him rather frail as an adult. A traditional Hatake clan trait. Kakuzu had already been Takigaku's strongest fighter since the era of the first Hokage, an undisputed elite Jonin. Otherwise, he would never have been sent to assassinate Hashirama Senju. After that, he had obtained the secret art of the earth grudge fear and accumulated decades of combat experience. If not for the enormous gap in intelligence between the two sides, this battle would never have reached this point. A ninja battle was a battle of intelligence. Ah. Kakuzu's roar died down. When his furious gaze shifted toward Shingetsu, he instinctively looked away. He did not understand. His guess should have been right, so why? Even more incomprehensible was this. Even if he had been careless, how could a mere one-tomo Sharingan make his consciousness freeze? Looking at the piece of earth grudge fear in Shingetsu's hand, Kakuzu's eyes burned with rage. Who, exactly are you? That feeling, as if every secret he had was being seen through, made Kakuzu ask the question again and again. Have you lived so long you've gone senile? Shingetsu gripped the earth grudge fear tightly. Black tentacles coiled around his arm as if alive, their tips trying to pierce into his flesh. You've already seen proof that I'm an Uchiha, and you're still asking that. Shingetsu, why do you insult him every time you talk? That's not very polite. Tsukumo panted lightly. That last strike had consumed far more energy than the one he had used to shatter the wind release mask. In that single instant, he had needed to cut through the tentacles while making sure not to damage the heart at the mask's core. His chakra could support at most one more lightning release, white fang instant kill. Now that they had what they came for, it was time to get ready to run. Stop provoking the enemy. You should learn from it. Shingetsu said calmly, instead of letting the enemy's words shake you, it's better to get ahead of them and make them lose their composure first. When a ninja loses their cool, their strength takes a major hit. You are right. The one who answered Shingetsu was Kakuzu. The anger in his eyes gradually settled, and for the first time, he looked straight at the enemy before him. An enemy, not prey. Your target wasn't me. Or rather, it wasn't entirely me. Kakuzu said in a low voice, it just had to be fire release, the thing Uchiha are best at. You're planning to use that portion of the earth grudge fear to perform ninjutsu, aren't you? You deliberately appeared head-on and made me think you were a reckless brat. Little by little, you let me realize how unusual your body was, causing me to lower my guard against the Sharingan. Shingetsu Uchiha, you are an outstanding ninja. He had the result right, but the process completely wrong. Shingetsu really had wanted to charge straight in. When he told Kakuzu he did not want the Hiki's first battle to be tarnished, he had meant every word. He had never expected Kakuzu to suddenly meet his eyes, staring wide-eyed right at him. Who could resist hitting him with it? He had not discussed any tactics with Tsukumo beforehand either. This had been entirely Tsukumo's own ability, seizing an opportunity that was not truly an opportunity at all. As he spoke, the calm Kakuzu had only just regained was thrown into turmoil again. The earth grudge fear in Shingetsu's hand stopped struggling. No hand seals. No complicated ritual. The moment Shingetsu's crimson gaze fell upon it, the black tentacles drew back into the mask like shellfish facing a natural predator, wrapping around the heart and trembling faintly. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. This is impossible. The words were almost squeezed from Kakuzu's throat. 3 days. When he had seized the secret art of the earth grudge fear, it had taken him a full 3 days to erode and assimilate it bit by bit with his chakra, taming it completely before he could make it part of his own body. And now. In an instant. His connection to that portion of the earth grudge fear was completely gone. Kakuzu had taken countless hearts. He could accept the reality of the earth grudge fear being stolen. But a gap in talent this vast was something he could not accept. His eyes turned red, and the stitches at the corners of his mouth began to split. Black liquid seeped out, making him look like a demon. Give it back. Give me back the earth grudge fear. Give me back Takigakure's treasure. Kakuzu slammed his hands together. His chakra surged violently, and the lightning release mask on his shoulder blazed with silver light. Lightning release, false darkness. I'll think about it. Actually, no. After all, this is my treasure now. The corner of Shingetsu's mouth lifted faintly as he took the hiki from Tsukumo's hand. The crimson in his eyes and the edge of the blade formed a single line. Between them, fire began to spread. From his arm to his palm, a stream of dark red flames raced wildly along the spine of the hiki, the heat warping the air around it. Dark red patterns covered the entire blade, making it look like a scarlet crescent moon. This was the legacy that men had poured his heart and blood into forging, yet never managed to give to the person he loved. For a moment, it seemed almost alive, carrying a faint, wordless sorrow. The next instant, the hand gripping the hilt scattered that sorrow. With unstoppable force, he swung the blade. Rumble. The flames were thick as blood, shaped like the moon, moving like a blade, and a scorching heat that could burn through everything roared forth. Fire release, flame will scarlet moon. He softly called their names. Lightning and fire lit up the entire night sky. Chapter 16, Let's Make Peace. Boom 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 boom. The terrifying explosion from the clash of lightning and fire spread wildly. The once lush forest was blasted open by wave after wave of impact, leaving vast stretches of empty ground behind. The deep crater at the center stood out most of all. Flames and electric arcs still flickered over the broken tree roots inside it. The thick smoke was scattered by the wind, revealing the figures at opposite ends of the crater. Kakuzu looked no different on the outside, but his heaving chest and quickened breathing showed he was far from unaffected. At the other end, Shingetsu's hands were charred black as if burned by fire, and the dark red showing through his cracked skin looked like flowing magma. Shingetsu. Tsukumo watched him with a grave expression. If anyone else had suffered injuries like that, both hands would definitely have been ruined. Shingetsu had already shown inhuman physical toughness before. Since he dared to use that move, the consequences probably would not be too serious, right? A strong attack, but that heart is empty now, isn't it? Kakuzu panted lightly and said coldly, to be able to use the earth grudge fear so quickly, you really did surprise me. I know better than anyone how much chakra that heart contained. I have to admit, compared to geniuses from the great shinobi villages like you, people blessed by the heavens, my talent falls far short. Perhaps in 10 years, or even just a few years, if I met you again, I would have no choice but to flee. What a pity. The reason you'll die is that you came after me too soon. The drooping black tentacles began to writhe again, ready to strike. Let's make peace, Kakuzu. Shingetsu spoke without expression. For a moment, Kakuzu thought his ears had failed him. Make peace. At this point, how could you even say those words? Do you think you can say childish nonsense like that just because you're young? You're completely insane. Are you joking? Kakuzu threw his arms wide and roared, do you think? Do you think you're guaranteed to win? Shingetsu cut off Kakuzu's roar. We've used up a lot on our side, but how much chakra do you have left? He raised 2 fingers. The battle hasn't even lasted that long, and you've already lost 2 hearts. You only have 3 chances left. 3 is enough. Kakuzu sneered. If I don't kill you now, I won't be able to sleep or eat in peace. Are you afraid we'll grow strong enough to get revenge? Shingetsu suddenly smiled. Why would we want revenge? You're the one who lost out, not us. Look on the bright side. You only lost part of the earth grudge fear. Given enough time, you can grow it back. Is it really worth fighting us to the death? It is. I don't feel like looking on the bright side. Kakuzu had completely lost the composure of an older generation ninja. Do you know how long that will take? If I can get it back by killing you, why should I waste time restoring it? Time is money. That's right. Time is money. Shingetsu smiled and raised another finger. 3 minutes. What do you mean? You really are senile. Shingetsu's smile gradually turned dangerous. Have you forgotten whose territory you're in? Kakuzu had already leaned forward halfway, planning to attack no matter what Shingetsu said. Then he stopped. This is the land of fire. After making that much noise, do you really think the Konoha ninjas at the nearby outposts won't come running? 3 minutes at most. Can you kill us and still escape after that? Don't dream. I'm saying this because I don't want you to get surrounded and beaten to death, you stupid old man. Ha, childish. Kakuzu's expression sharpened. He had heard enough nonsense. Whether it went the way Shingetsu wanted, they would see soon enough. Good. At least one hand has feeling again. Clang. Shingetsu switched the blade to his other hand, his gaze indifferent. Made up your mind? Then come. If you're not running, I have even less reason to. After a pause, Kakuzu slowly straightened his body. Why say there's no reason? Is it shameful to run in order to survive? Only the living have meaning. Only the living have value. Only by living. A moment later. The white fang of Konoha cannot stop me. As for those mediocrities who couldn't even notice me making it this far, they're not worth mentioning. Letting you go is a losing deal I can't accept. Originally, that was true. He picked up the Takigakure missing Nin forehead protector that had fallen nearby. This time, consider it repayment. He had never been willing to admit that he survived because Hashirama Senju had shown mercy. He had always claimed he escaped through his own strength. Because back then, he had told his village that he had not fled. Even if it meant death, he had not fled. No one believed him. Next time we meet, make yourself worth more. Don't make me come all this way for nothing. With that, Kakuzu vanished with the body flicker technique. For a ninja from the first Hokage's era to still have that much strength, that really is impressive. Only after confirming that Kakuzu had truly left did Tsukumo dare to speak. Until then, he had kept his focus at its absolute limit, ready to deal with Kakuzu's attacks and protect Shingetsu. After a while, when he saw ninjas in Konoha vests sprinting toward them from the distance, Tsukumo finally relaxed completely. Exhaustion surged over him in an instant. He collapsed to the ground and tapped Shingetsu's calf. How were you so sure reinforcements would come? We didn't notify the nearby outposts, did we? I wasn't sure. I made it up. I was just talking to recover a little strength. My healing is really fast. He had not expected Kakuzu to actually leave. Shingetsu looked at the approaching ninjas and said quietly, "You're too relaxed. You're the one who's too tense. Those people are just like you and me." Tsukumo smiled. "Konoha comrades we can entrust our backs to." Haha. Strictly speaking, you're not really a comrade yet. You're still a student who needs my protection. Hurry up and graduate when we get back. Stop bullying everyone at the Ninja Academy. You may see them as comrades, but they may not necessarily. A reminder was enough. Shingetsu did not expect a few words from him to change Tsukumo's way of thinking. Seeing Shingetsu stay silent, Tsukumo, who had been holding back until now, could not help continuing. What did he mean by what he said at the end? You know so much about him. Do you know the reason? Shingetsu thought for a moment, then shook his head. Who cares? Next time we meet, he just needs to have raised my earth grudge fear properly. I'll bet 1,000 Ryo that if he heard that, he'd turn around and kill you on the spot. I'm underage. I'm not betting with you. Tsukumo pushed himself up with his hands on his knees and laughed. The earth grudge fear really is an amazing secret art. It actually lets you use ninjutsu. That last move was pretty powerful, but the power was too scattered. If you could concentrate it more and aim. Are you really better? Is your chakra deficiency cured? Lulu, the Naniko who had lit the explosive tags and then fled far away from the battlefield, had returned. Her round eyes took in Shingetsu's wounded body. His right hand in particular looked terrible, and her eyes turned a little glossy. The black cat turned her head aside and gave a soft snort. Then I'm not coming out with you next time. I'm tired and sleepy, and this stinky white-haired guy is so annoying. You really are useless now. Go back to Cat Village. Meow. Damn it. You're supposed to beg me to stay and help you. If it weren't for me this time, could you two have dealt with that stinky old zombie-smelling man? Apologize to me right now. You jerk. Shingetsu turned to look at the mask pressed against the back of his shoulder, his gaze darkening slightly. He completely ignored the bristling black cat. Chapter 17, The Destruction of a Nation. 2 weeks later. Shingetsu was tinkering with something in Orochimaru's laboratory when a faint rustling sound made him stop. A slender white snake crawled onto the desk, opened its mouth, and spat out a scroll. Shingetsu carefully wiped the damp fluid from the scroll with a towel before opening it. Shingetsu-kun, my saliva is tasteless and very clean. Orochimaru-sama never minds. The little white snake did not leave. Its childlike voice made it hard to tell whether it was male or female. Even if you do mind, at least don't show it in front of me. Shingetsu glanced at it. Aren't you leaving? The white snake sighed in an eerily human way. Because Shingetsu-kun doesn't know the summoning technique, I spent an entire week crossing the war zone to deliver this valuable intelligence to you. By the rules, you owe me at least 2 chickens. One of the conditions for the snakes of Ryuchi Cave to accept the summoning was that they received an offering each time they helped. A snake like Manda, who required human flesh and blood, would only be summoned by Orochimaru on the battlefield. Most other snakes only asked for animals. But normally. Shingetsu frowned slightly. Can't you just ask Orochimaru-sensei for that? The white snake shook its head. Starting today, Orochimaru-sama has assigned me to follow you. From now on, you're responsible for my offerings. Orochimaru only had 2 white snakes like this, special ninja snakes he had raised since they were still embryos. Anything one of them swallowed could be transported through space into the other white snake's stomach. Follow me. No way. Is Orochimaru-sensei so broke he can't even afford to feed one snake? Does it eat even more than I do? The white snake clearly read the meaning in Shingetsu's eyes and said in a muffled voice, "It's not what you're thinking. Orochimaru-sama said you'd need me after reading the scroll." Shingetsu turned his gaze back to the scroll. They had only just returned to the village when Tsukumo received a summons to the battlefield, so Shingetsu had asked him to take the Earth Grudge Fear to Orochimaru for research. It was not because he wanted to present something valuable to his sensei. Rather, he did not know how to charge the thing. Without chakra over a long period, that massive Earth Grudge Fear would die in his care. He could not squeeze out his own chakra, and having Tsukumo try had not worked either. When Tsukumo's chakra touched the Earth Grudge Fear, the already sluggish Earth Grudge Fear twitched a few times and almost died on the spot. He could not exactly go ask Kakuzu either. If he made Kakuzu handle the after-sales service, the men would definitely fight him to the death. Orochimaru did not let him down. Even while on the battlefield, he solved Shingetsu's problem. Based on my analysis, the essence of the Earth Grudge Fear is an altered fusion of chakra and flesh, a product of biological modification and life-plundering technology. It differs from ordinary living beings. Even ninja with a single elemental attribute possess trace amounts of other chakra attributes within their bodies, such as yang release, which makes up the body's vitality, and yin release, which draws from spiritual energy. This heart has been modified by the Earth Grudge Fear, so it can only contain fire release chakra through a specific method. You need a fire release ninja to learn this curse technique. I have already replenished the Earth Grudge Fear's chakra and sealed it inside the scroll. You can have Shiro help you unseal it. Next time, you will also need to find a ninja you trust to replenish its chakra. Shingetsu, this technique does indeed have the potential to preserve vitality indefinitely, but it is far too sinister. The heart that serves as its reserve core will need to be replaced. If not for your special constitution, I would not want you to use such a forbidden technique. I hope you remain true to yourself and do not become. I know you're worried about me and afraid I'll stray down the wrong path. But hearing that from you feels oddly out of character. Well, Nawaki is not dead yet. Orochimaru-sensei, who has not become overly obsessed with ninjutsu, is still the 3rd Hokage's most obedient student and the clear choice for 4th Hokage. A reply from that kid. In a cave in the land of rain. Tsunade stood with her hands on her hips and gave a light snort. Doesn't he know you're carrying out an important mission? He's still finding more work for you. He really doesn't know how to be considerate of his sensei. By the campfire, Orochimaru took the scroll from Shiro's mouth and smiled faintly. Relying on one's sensei is a good thing. Sarutobi-sensei would say the same, wouldn't he? That old geezer, TSK. The moment she thought of Hiruzen Sarutobi refusing her proposal to assign a medical need to every ninja squad, Tsunade got irritated. She was completely unaware that she had not been considerate of Hiruzen Sarutobi's difficulties either. She clicked her tongue and went on. Did you warn him that he needs to be careful with something like that? The 3 of them were operating together, and Orochimaru had even asked her for help during his research. Without Tsunade's involvement, they would not have solved the problem so quickly. Compared with the Yin seal taught by Grandma Mito, the Earth Grudge Fear's technique for storing chakra was still a little crude. Yeah, that thing takes way too much chakra. I still haven't recovered. On the other side, Jiraiya was grilling fish, his face slightly pale. He was the one who had charged the Earth Grudge Fear. Jiraiya's chakra had far surpassed his peers ever since childhood. Leaving aside special bloodlines and Jinchuriki, he could be considered top tier. It was also because of that advantage that the 3rd Hokage had taken him as a disciple. Shingetsu is a good kid. He won't do anything extreme because of this technique. Orochimaru looked at the scroll. On it, Shingetsu was asking him to agree to his early graduation. The corner of his mouth curved slightly. Perhaps it won't be long before he can carry out missions with us. You like having disciples so much, why not go back and take Nawaki as your student too? He's always so noisy I can barely stand it. Tsunade said helplessly, he won't even accept an excellent sensei like me and insists on choosing you instead. That brat has no taste. That's because you're too fierce. Haha, forget it, eat your fish. Jiraiya handed over the grilled fish. Tsunade's expression changed, and Jiraiya's face paled at the same time. Is she going to hit me over that? She's way too hot-tempered. But it was not because of Jiraiya. A slug crawled out from behind Tsunade, its gentle voice carrying a heavy note. Tsunade-sama, something has happened. Konoha. Shingetsu casually tossed the Earth Grudge Fear mask as he walked through the streets of the clan compound. The fully charged Earth Grudge Fear is only enough for 3 big moves. I should develop a few ways to use it that consume less chakra. If hearts have an expiration date, once this one is worn out, which fire release ninja's heart would be suitable? Aside from the Uchiha, the most famous fire release clan seems to be the Sarutobi clan. Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart would definitely be top quality. No, that won't work. It's still too early to make a move against the Sarutobi clan. That guy's strength isn't something Kakuzu can compare to. I'll think about it later. Maybe I'll gain something on the battlefield. Early graduation required a Jonin sponsorship. Orochimaru had mentioned it to him long ago, but Shingetsu had not wanted to graduate before. Because he would have been assigned missions like catching cats and dogs, or escorting nobles. He had no interest in that. Now that war was about to break out, graduation meant heading straight to the battlefield, without those annoying chores. As he was thinking, countless members rushed out at high speed from the Uchiha police force building not far from him. What happened? Shingetsu picked out one person, leapt over, and grabbed him. What are you? When he saw who had grabbed him, Fugaku shouted, "There's no time to stop. Follow me if you want to know." Shingetsu immediately let go. As they moved, Fugaku's expression was dark. The land of whirlpools has been destroyed. Chapter 18, Uzumaki. The land of whirlpools. This is an emergency. As they neared the village entrance, Fugaku said urgently, "Go back right now and head to the shelter with the rest of the clan. This isn't something you can get involved in." Shingetsu pulled Orochimaru's reply from his chest and flashed it at him. Orochimaru-sensei approved my graduation request. According to the rules, I almost let him influence me there. Shingetsu shook his head and laughed. Since when did I start caring about boring rules like that? Whoosh. With a violent burst of acceleration, Shingetsu sprinted across the ground, overtaking countless ninja and leaving them far behind. At the village entrance, the massive barrier had only just opened a narrow gap. Boom. Fragments of the shattered barrier burst apart like a broken mirror. This. Notify the barrier team to repair it. We'll hold the Uchiha accountable afterward. But, that was the disciple of Orochimaru the Jonin and Hokage-sama's. That's why I said we'll hold the Uchiha accountable. Did I say we were filing a complaint against Shingetsu Uchiha? Idiot. Since the Warring States period, the land of whirlpools had been the territory of the Uzumaki clan. As one of the clans second only to the Senju and Uchiha, the Uzumaki clan was renowned throughout the ninja world for its fuinjutsu. Uzushi-Ogakuwa and Konoha had a close alliance, to the point that even Konoha's Jonin uniforms bore the Uzumaki crest. In Shingetsu's view, the destruction of this clan was inevitable. Their problem was far more severe than the Uchiha clans. The Uchiha clan's greatest problem was that they wanted power. At most, that made the second Hokage's faction wary enough to target them. But the Uzumaki clan had provoked the entire ninja world. The reason could be traced back to Mito Uzumaki sealing the Nine Tails. In the 1,000 years since the tailed beasts were born, countless people had tried to obtain that disaster-like strength, waging endless wars over it and leaving corpses strewn across the land. For example, Kinkaku and Ginkaku of Kimogakuwa, known as the two rays of light among the clouds, gained the Nine Tails chakra by eating its flesh. But before Mito Uzumaki, there had never been anything like a Jinchuriki, someone who could fully possess a tailed beast. At the first 5 Kage summit, to put an end to the wars consuming the ninja world, Hashirama Senju distributed the tailed beasts. The core idea was to exchange a balance of strength for peace. If every village possessed a devastating weapon like a tailed beast, none of them would dare start a war first. The idea was good, and peace truly did arrive. But the deterrent was never the tailed beasts. It was Hashirama Senju himself. Hashirama may have known that, but humans die, while tailed beasts do not. That was as much as he could do. The reason Tobarama Senju agreed to it was different from Hashirama's. He knew perfectly well that once his elder brother died, a shinobi world war was inevitable. Distributing the tailed beasts could temporarily ease Konoha's financial burden, but more importantly, it could continue dragging down the other 4 nations. Even for a fuinjutsu expert like his sister-in-law, sealing the Nine Tails had not been easy. So what about the other ninja villages? They had no advanced fuinjutsu and no suitable candidates to become Jinchuriki. Trying to control the tailed beasts would inevitably cost them enormous casualties and economic losses. But they had no choice except to keep trying. What if another ninja village mastered the technology to control a tailed beast first? It was a poisoned cake. Eat it, and you would be poisoned. Refuse to eat it, and once someone else had their fill, they would come after you. And Konoha possessed the strongest tailed beast, the Nine Tails. Even if the other ninja villages succeeded in creating Jinchuriki, they still would not pose a threat to Konoha. Tobirama's thinking was good, but it did not look far enough ahead, nor was it comprehensive enough. More importantly, he died too soon. He never realized what a disaster this would bring upon the Uzumaki clan. After years of failed attempts, what would the major ninja villages think? Simple. Learn from the only one who had succeeded. The Uzumaki clan, and the few ninjutsu they possessed, were the key to creating Jinchuriki. They did not dare make a move while Hashirama Senju was alive, and Tobirama Senju was not easy to deal with either. After the Shinobi World War ended and they finally caught their breath, they immediately struck the Uzumaki clan. On this matter alone, the four great nations set aside their past grudges and reached a consensus in an extremely short time. Iwa and Tsunagakure pinned Konohagakure down on land, while Kumo and Kirigakure gathered at sea, crushed the Uzumaki clan, and seized their Fuinjutsu. This was the vast gap between ninja villages and ninja clans. Without extraordinary powerhouses like Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, even a once great clan with a 1,000-year legacy had no power to resist the great nations. To put it plainly, from the moment Konohagakure was founded, the Uzumaki clan's choice not to join had already sealed their fate. Everyone had begun banding together to form ninja villages, yet this clan with powerful Fuinjutsu remained isolated overseas. Those who failed to follow the tide of the times were destined to be swallowed by it. It was hard to say that Konoha knew nothing about this. Shingetsu's thoughts churned, and a cold smile tugged at his lips. He would never underestimate Hiruzen Sarutobi or Danzo Shimura. They had swiftly stabilized the land of fire after the second Hokage's death, so how could they possibly be stupid enough not to notice anything at all? First the Senju, then the Uzumaki, and after that the Uchiha, right? A perfectly sound judgment. But unfortunately, the era of the Uchiha was far from over. Did they get her out? In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood by the window, gazing at the mountains darkening in the distance. Danzo Shimura lifted his teacup. A daughter of the prestigious Uzumaki clan, with extraordinary vitality and chakra. She is more than qualified to succeed Mito-sama as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Exhaling a thick plume of smoke, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked toward the first Hokage's Hokage rock, then quickly averted his gaze. Danzo, how am I supposed to answer to Lord First? Lord First will understand us. Danzo's voice was heavy. Protecting the Uzumaki clan would mean sending our main forces out of the land of fire to confront the great nations directly. Konoha itself could face destruction. That is exactly the situation they want. For the sake of the village, Lord First killed his closest friend with his own hands, and the second Hokage sacrificed his life. We have inherited the will of our predecessors. They will understand. Danzo felt no guilt at all as he said this. He could sacrifice even his own clansmen. To build an intelligence network across the ninja world, his father's generation and his own brothers had nearly been wiped out. The wind-release Shimura clan, once renowned alongside the fire-release Sarutobi during the Warring States period, had withered until it could barely produce a few jonin. Now they were only sacrificing a ninja clan outside Konoha. What was there to feel guilty about? Danzo stood. I'll explain things to Mito-sama. If I cannot earn her forgiveness, I will atone with my life. No matter what Danzo would become in the future, at this moment, his resolve to sacrifice himself for Konoha was real. No. Even in the future, at least in his own mind, he would die for Konoha's sake. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head. I'll go. You bring her back. Make sure you bring her back safely. Mito's residence, the Spiral Tower. Hiruzen Sarutobi often came here to pay his respects, but never once had his steps felt as heavy as they did now. There were no attendants before the door. Before he could speak. Leave. Right now. I don't want to see you. Hiruzen Sarutobi's pupils contracted sharply. How could this be? How could Mito-sama's voice sound so old? Inside the room, Mito sat quietly beside the bed, gently stroking a photograph of herself as a child, surrounded by her smiling clan members. That beautiful face, unchanged for decades, was aging at a visible pace, wrinkles spreading across it. Chapter 19, Witness History. How ridiculous. A hoarse voice echoed in Mito's heart, filled with unimaginable hatred and resentment. Ha 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 ha. How many more people have to die before it's enough? In just a few short decades, how many of the Senju of the forest, once the strongest in the ninja world, are even left alive? And now it's the Uzumaki clan's turn. Hashirama Senju. Mito Uzumaki. You couldn't protect the people you wanted to protect at all. How hilarious. How pathetic. Ha 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 ha. Inside Mito's body, the Nine-Tails, bound beneath layer upon layer of restraints with only its head able to move, laughed wildly. Hate them. Thick darkness seeped through its crimson eyes, and the Ninetales' voice was full of temptation. Release your anger. Take revenge on the ninja world. Make everyone pay. With my strength, you can do it. No one can stop you. There is someone. Mito spoke slowly, raising her head to look at Hashirama's Hokage rock outside the window. If I release you, it will only invite more hatred and destroy everything he built. I can endure it, with the strength he gave me. The only thing that could overcome hatred was love. Mito tried hard to calm herself, but it still hurt so much. Drip. A crystal-clear tear slid down. Drip. The tear fell onto the Uzumaki crest on the girl's shoulder. The ninja carrying her on his back raced through the dense forest. He turned his head and said gently, "Don't be afraid. Konoha is right ahead. Once we get there, you'll be safe." Konoha. The red-haired girl's eyes were wet. She bit her lip to keep herself from crying, her voice like the faint whimper of a young animal. Is Yuzushiogakure gone? The Konoha ninja did not know how to answer. He could only lower his head and keep running. Behind him, a large group of ninja was in pursuit, their forehead protectors marking them as Kimo and Kirigakure ninja. Stop. Hand over the Uzumaki clan member. A flash of lightning suddenly lit up. The Kimo ninja flickered through the forest, closing the distance by dozens of meters in an instant. They were already close to Konoha. It looked like they would not be able to take this pure-blooded Uzumaki brat away. Then kill her. If we can't have her, then Konoha won't either. The Kimo ninja closed in faster, raising his long blade with both hands. Sensing the killing intent, the Konoha ninja immediately spun around and hurled several kunai while throwing Kushina Uzumaki down. Run straight ahead. Don't stop, no matter what. Kushina had gone through things like this, and heard words like those, far too many times on the way here. Dozens of Konoha ninja had already died protecting her. This was the last one. Kushina pushed herself up with her hands on her knees. Her fingers pressed against a bleeding wound, but she endured it. She endured the grief and the pain. I have to survive. I absolutely can't die. The girl ran unsteadily, stumbling forward, her once clean face covered in dirt and blood. With her vision blurred and her mind exhausted, she never noticed the fierce gust of wind that swept past her. Shink. The Kumo blade pierced the Konoha ninja's shoulder, making him let out a pained groan. It's over. A voice sounded behind him. At some point, a Kirigakure ninja had circled around to his back, a dripping short blade thrusting straight toward his heart. Silent killing technique. The next moment, color burst forth. Beneath that night's bright moon, a deep crimson flower bloomed. Drip, drip. The falling rain of blood landed on the pursuing ninjas' faces, and for a moment, all of them froze. Every eye turned to the boy who had suddenly appeared. Shingetsu stood in the middle of the forest path, his fist still held in the motion of a punch, a trace of blood clinging to his knuckles. Sorry. I didn't control my strength very well. The boy smiled faintly and tilted his head. Under the moonlight, his eyes glowed crimson, a single tomo slowly spinning in his pupils. Uchiha. Someone's voice trembled slightly. It's only a single tomo. What are you panicking for? The leading Kumo ninja sneered and drew another ninja blade from his waist, now holding one in each hand. All he did was kill a weak Kirigakure ninja. Don't stand there looking so pleased with yourself, brat. Move. Kill him and that girl, then retreat immediately. The Kumo ninja shot forward like a streak of blue lightning, spreading both arms wide. The two blades in his hands came together like giant shears, as if to cut off Shingetsu's head. Lightning release, double blade slash. Only when the lightning reached him did Shingetsu finally move. Clang. Clang. The Kumo ninja's eyes went wide, unable to believe what had just happened. His specially made ninja blades had been snapped barehanded. With his stance so wide open, one punch to the chest would have ended the fight. But I already wasted one test subject earlier. I should use them more carefully. Shingetsu pressed a finger to the Kumo ninja's chest and parted his lips slightly. Fire. Whoosh. A burst of flame suddenly ignited on the man's chest, and the shock in his eyes grew even stronger. What's going on? I didn't see him form a single-hand seal. How did he use fire release? Is he so skilled he can cast it without seals? With no time to think, the Kumo ninja immediately pulled back and tore off his burning shirt. Fire release with this kind of power is. He was about to mock him, only to see the brat standing where he was, deep in thought, as if he did not consider any of the enemies present worth his attention. Too arrogant. They're always like this. Damn Uchiha. The grudge between Kumo and the Uchiha could be traced all the way back to the Warring States period. Within the human body, chakra was chaotic and disordered energy by nature. The key to ninjutsu hand seals was using those seals to guide the direction of chakra, shaping it into the desired form. It was a process, essentially the operating program of ninjutsu. Hand seals mobilized one's own chakra, and Shingetsu could not use that program. The technique he had used against Kakuzu back then had only released all the chakra inside Earth Grudge Fear with the ocular power of his Sharingan, then used the blade to guide its direction. And at the time, when he unconsciously called out the name of the technique, he had vaguely felt the flow of chakra stabilize a little after the words left his mouth. When he used the Hizuki-style taijutsu series before, calling out the name seemed to give a slight boost as well. It always felt like something was missing if he did not say it aloud. Maybe that was why Might Guy called his techniques out too. It really did work. Then the key was commands. In ancient times, ninjutsu did not exist at all. Rikudo Sennin and others could use chakra however they wished, entirely through a single thought. But after he spread chakra among the people of the world, ordinary people could not do anything like that. It was precisely so people could use chakra that the extraordinarily gifted Indra created hand seals, something he himself did not really need. So, theoretically speaking, hand seals were not a required step for using chakra. What mattered was having a clear will to guide the chakra flow. Hand seals were merely a step used to strengthen that will. That was why the stronger a ninja became, the more hand seal steps they could omit. Pure will alone was not enough to control chakra with precision, but people were born with the ability to solidify an unseen, intangible will. Language. The power of language was immense. Encouragement from others, as well as encouragement from oneself, could push a person toward something better. By the same logic, vicious words were weapons that wounded people. They could even crush a person's will and drive them to their death. The ninja world could do even more. Rikudo Sennin must have imagined this. He created the 6 paths tools that could harvest the power of words. The sword of Nunaboko that Obito manifested when he became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki further confirmed that the power of conviction could take physical form. As Shingetsu thought and sensed, he dealt with the surrounding attacks. None of these people were weak. At the very least, they were Chunin level, and 2 of them were even Jonin level. Blades cut through his resilient body, and as the wounds accumulated, his blood soaked into him. But his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He murmured something under his breath, and flames danced across his body like spirits. Father. Are we still not going to help Shingetsu? Not far away, Fugaku called out urgently. Of course, there was no way Shingetsu could have shaken off the police force. They had arrived long ago. It was Shingetsu who had signaled for them not to interfere. The clan had held back Fugaku, who could no longer bear it and was about to rush out. 3 Magatama spun in his eyes. Don't interfere with him. We may be witnessing history. Chapter 20, I have mastered it. I have great respect for the first person who created a weapon. It meant humanity had grasped a power that did not belong to the body, defying the natural course of evolution. Shingetsu gripped the blade and spoke calmly. What the hell is this guy talking about? The Kumo Jonin whose blade had been caught immediately let go, sprang back, and launched a volley of kunai. Do you know the most fundamental difference between humans and beasts? Like a shadow, Shingetsu appeared against his back and continued, beasts only adjust the direction of their evolution according to changes in their environment. When oxygen levels rise, they grow larger. When oxygen levels drop, they shrink to survive. Humans are different. These completely self-centered creatures try to reshape the environment into something suited for their own survival. To be born human is truly remarkable, isn't it? The smile on the boy's lips grew wilder, more terrifying and twisted. A nameless fear seized the Kumo ninja's body and mind. You bastard, what the hell are you talking about? Shingetsu's smile faded, but in the Kumo ninja's eyes, that calm expression was even more frightening. The wind fell still. Only Shingetsu's quiet chant could be heard. Withered bones. The flame that burns the body is born from the heart. Pierce the throat and scorch the eyes. Tear open the orifices and release calamity. Secret fire cage, Garuda flame exhaustion, complete. Let me say it again. I've mastered it. A crimson light flared in his Sharingan, and he raised his hand and clenched it. Boom. In an instant, an indescribable searing agony swept through the Kumo ninja's body and mind, so intense that even this Jonin who had lived through the First Shinobi World War could not endure it. The heart-rending scream made everyone shudder, as if they could feel his pain themselves. Then, soon after, whoosh! Crimson flames surged wildly from his eyes, ears, and mouth, burning him to ash from the inside out. Even his screams were consumed by the fire. The sight was difficult to stomach even for the Kirigakure ninja, who were used to a cruel promotion system. Death itself did not frighten them. But a way of dying that could make a battle-hardened ninja scream like that. Step by step, the ground beneath Shingetsu's feet was scorched black by the flames leaking from him. Watching the boy approach, bathed in karmic fire, they retreated again and again. Shingetsu wore the smile of a child who had just received a favorite toy. So that's how it is. Clearly sensing the existence of spiritual energy feels this wonderful. Don't be afraid. Shingetsu stopped and said seriously, if fear rises in your heart, it will hurt even more when you burn. In everyone's ears, that demonic voice sounded once more. Withered bones. Smack. A broad hand pressed down on Shingetsu's shoulder. That's enough. We still need living prisoners to interrogate for information. And besides, you scared that child. Since the clan head has spoken. Shingetsu lowered his hand and shrugged. Then we'll leave it at that. Wait, Shingetsu. Iwamasa Uchiha called out to him. The Uchiha clan head was a powerfully built man with sharp cheekbones. An old battle scar ran from the tip of his nose to his graying temples, making his already stern presence seem even colder. But unlike his grave, unyielding appearance, Iwao was a reserved and gentle elder who cared for every member of the clan. It was out of respect for him that Shingetsu had not gone too far with Fugaku. Emotion churned in Iwamasa's deep-set eyes. Even someone as composed as him could not fully suppress the turmoil in his heart. Is it what I think it is? Shingetsu smiled faintly. Have a little confidence in your own eyes, old man. Something this simple is only natural for me. Using language to guide intangible spiritual energy, the power of the pupil, and give tangible commands to earth grudge fear. To put it more simply. If external chakra was a wild horse, then Shingetsu had grasped the reins. For now, he had only just begun to master it. He still needed long chance to strengthen his own conviction, which meant the wind-up was too long, and he had to describe the effects of the cursed technique in as much detail as possible. Later, he should be able to simplify it. Perhaps one syllable would be enough to issue a command. Good thing I have the physical foundation to chant slowly. Otherwise, I'd get beaten to death before I even finished reciting the whole menu. That. How could chakra like that exist? There wasn't the slightest hint of goodwill in it. Only pure, destructive malice. Kushina Uzumaki, born with enormous chakra, had extremely sharp perception. Ordinary people could only see the surface, the Kumo ninja being consumed by flames. But she saw something far more terrifying. Black-red, indescribably twisted claws had surged out of the Sharingan and wrapped around the Kumo ninja. When the chant ended, the movement of that phantom thing was. That motion. Kushina murmured, so absorbed that she did not even notice Shingetsu walking up beside her. Lighting a fire. Shingetsu said flatly, if you can't think of a good way to describe it, you've seen the old men in your clan light cigarettes, haven't you? Replace the person with tobacco, and it's easier to understand. Right. It's kind of, Kushina was so startled that she fell onto her rear, scrambling several meters back with both hands and feet. I wasn't expecting thanks, but you don't have to be that scared. What am I, some kind of evil ghost? In the eyes of people with the Byakugan or strong perception like this, what do I even look like? Is there some kind of underworld filter on me? I'm sorry. Kushina realized how rude she had been. Then she remembered that she was in an unfamiliar place now, surrounded by unfamiliar people. She could not act as willfully as she had back in her village. Shingetsu approached Kushina as if it were nothing and gently patted her shoulder, comforting her. It's all right. My name is Shingetsu Uchiha. I'm the disciple of the third Hokage's disciple. You can think of me as Konoha's successor. I'll be the bridge that connects people's hearts. As he spoke, threads of power of the pupil, invisible to the naked eye, seeped from Shingetsu's fingertips into Kushina's body. You will be the bridge that supports my communication with the Nine Tails in the future. Being able to cast jutsu through speech is certainly subtle, but that look in her eyes, she doesn't think I'm some lunatic who likes spouting nonsense, does she? Stay away from that child. A figure stepped out of the forest, his face dark, his eyes carrying an indescribably complicated look. Danzo Shimura. Shingetsu Uchiha, what special ability do your eyes have? What was that technique just now? Tell me. Shingetsu smiled without really smiling and stayed silent for a moment. Hokage-sama's assistant, you were lucky to be born when you were. Danzo's brow furrowed. What do you mean? A few decades earlier. The corner of Shingetsu's mouth lifted slightly. Those words alone would have been enough for the Uchiha to wipe out the Shimura clan. Even facing Danzo Shimura, with numerous ANBU behind him, Shingetsu showed no fear in his eyes. Only brazen defiance. Chapter 21, The Clan. Bastard. How dare you? How dare you speak to Danzo-sama like that? Who do you think you are? Do you think this is still the Warring States period? Even if you are an Uchiha. Before Danzo could say a word, the ANBU ninja behind him could no longer hold back and erupted in anger. Root's full name was the ANBU Training Department. It had not yet become the killing machine Danzo would later brainwash into existence, and many ANBU ninja were chosen from its ranks. Because Danzo had taught them, these ANBU still held him in great respect. A tall figure stepped in front of Shingetsu, shielding him behind his back. It is true that Shingetsu was rude. However, Iwamasa said calmly, when Konoha was founded, Lord First promised not to pry into the secret techniques of the various clans, nor interfere in the internal affairs of ninja clans. Danzo-sama, do you intend to defy Lord First's command? A familiar tactic from the older generation. The Konoha police force had already ended the battle, arrested all the pursuing ninja, and gathered behind him. Pairs of Sharingan opened in the night. The terrifying pressure made the ANBU ninja grip the hilts of their swords, yet none of them dared to move rashly. Ninja clans with too much autonomy are a massive obstacle to Konoha's development. Tobarama-sama was right. Danzo lowered his eyelids slightly and said calmly, I merely asked out of curiosity. Clan head Iwamasa, there is no need to saddle me with such a grave accusation. So what if I defy Lord First? The will I inherited is Lord Second's. Now, only the Uchiha remain. With their law enforcement authority and so many privileges, the Uchiha have all but become a state within a state. Even a mere brat dares to talk back to my face. Danzo turned his gaze to Shingetsu. As for what you said, there is no need to trouble the Uchiha. The Shimura clan has sacrificed a great deal for the village. It will likely end with my generation. Does that satisfy you? In politics, showing weakness was a tactic. Danzo had been the one to ask about a secret technique first, violating a taboo, so Iwamasa had immediately raised the stakes. Since you want to bare your fangs, I will simply take a step back. Once word of this spreads, the Konoha ninja clans will not think I, Danzo, was at fault. They will think the Uchiha are overbearing and do not respect the Hokage's assistant. Those who cannot endure small setbacks ruin great plans. Uchiha. Go on, grow even more arrogant. Once everyone is dissatisfied with you, that will be the time to settle accounts. The ANBU looked at Shingetsu with obvious hostility. To treat Danzo-sama, who had sacrificed so much for Konoha, like this, how vicious. Satisfied, or not satisfied? That question absolutely could not be answered. Any answer would be wrong. Iwamasa frowned, still thinking about how to respond. Silence was best. Saying nothing would be enough. He was just about to signal Shingetsu. Was the Shimura clan the only one that sacrificed? Shingetsu said calmly, Danzo-sama, do you still remember Senior Kagami? If he knew that the companions he risked his life to protect were now targeting his kin, what do you think he would feel? You want to change the subject and play the emotional card? Sorrow appeared in Shingetsu's eyes as he sighed. By seniority, I should have called him uncle. After my parents died, he took good care of me, and he even mentioned you to me. I never imagined you would be so. The malice in the ANBU's eyes faded, replaced by guilt. What was I thinking just now? He is just a child who lost both his parents. What evil intentions could he possibly have? Danzo-sama really is a little. Enough. Danzo's expression darkened. Shingetsu's clumsy acting naturally could not fool him. Besides, were you even born when Kagami died? What could he possibly have told you? Did he appear in your dreams? And you pack of fools, do you believe everything this brat says? Can you use your brains for once? Take her away. Before Kushina was led away by the ANBU, she bowed to Shingetsu. Thank you for saving me. It had nothing to do with me. You would not have died even if I had not come. Shingetsu paused, then looked at the girl who had suffered the pain of losing her clan yet still had to pretend to be strong. As long as you are still alive and still carry that surname, the Uzumaki clan has not disappeared. Keep walking forward with your clan on your shoulders. My clan. Danzo ordered the ANBU to hurry and take Kushina away, then looked toward Iwamasa. And the others. Hand them over. Iwamasa hesitated for a moment, then waved for the prisoners from Kimo and Kirigakure to be brought forward. This matter ends here, clan head Iwamasa. Keep him under control. Danzo gave Shingetsu a deep look. I do not know what schemes you are harboring, but you had best stay away from her. He would not misread it. Shingetsu definitely had designs on Kushina Uzumaki. It was the special intuition villains shared with one another. Shingetsu gave a cold snort. If he were not lacking in strength, Shingetsu would never bother trading barbs with this old bastard. He would not wait until Danzo had fully fallen into darkness and was about to strike at the Uchiha before fighting back. Hurt others before they could hurt him. That was Shingetsu's creed. You really hate Danzo, don't you? On the way back, with no one else around in the clan grounds, Iwamasa asked in a low voice. Don't you? Iwamasa gave an awkward smile. I would not show it so openly, Shingetsu. Sometimes, you should learn to hide your emotions too. Otherwise, go home and lecture Fugaku. I am not learning that. The corners of Shingetsu's mouth curved faintly. As an Uchiha, you do not even dare show your likes and dislikes. You really have grown more cowardly with age. Iwamasa did not quite understand. The Uchiha had indeed been at odds with the village higher-ups in the past, but the radical faction led by Setsuna had already been dealt with by Tobirama Senju. To secure his position as the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi had also given the Uchiha considerable preferential treatment. In recent years, most of the clan had advocated peaceful coexistence with the higher-ups. So who exactly had influenced Shingetsu? Surely not the third Hokage's disciple. That would be a complete joke. Once those possibilities were ruled out, it could only be said that he had been born this way. When they reached the entrance of the Shingetsu residence, Iwamasa sighed and lowered his voice even further. Times have changed, Shingetsu. You saw what happens when a clan stands against a great nation, the Uzumaki clan. Do you not understand the position you are in? As Orochimaru's disciple, you are the Uchiha most likely to enter the village's decision-making circle. Before that, Shingetsu stepped onto the stone steps, stopped, and looked back, his eyes turning cold. Rely on my status as Orochimaru's disciple. Is that what you really think? Honestly, do not waste what little goodwill I have for you. Who do you think I am? A chilling aura spread, and a low, oppressive roar erupted. I will surpass my ancestors. Madara Uchiha lost. I will not. Within his scarlet pupils, the pitch-black Tomo split, forming a second. Boom. A demonic, godlike ocular power hauled out from his eyes. The stone steps cracked beneath the violent impact, and the background warped. Even Iwamasa, whose heart had long since become still as water after weathering the changes of the world, could not stop his knees from going weak. Chapter 22, Danzo, he's no good, just like me. The Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi held his pipe in his mouth, his gaze moving between Shingetsu and the documents in his hand. After a long silence, he set the papers down. I've already handled your ninja appointment. I can also arrange it if you want to go to the front lines, but what is this? Hiruzen Sarutobi pulled a page from the documents. It was an entire list, ranging from Senbon to explosive tags. Shingetsu lounged casually on the sofa and said flatly, if you can't even understand that, how are you Hokage? It's a list. I know it's a list. What I'm asking is, why did you give this list to me? That's a strange thing to say. Shingetsu frowned slightly. Old man, you really are odd. I'm going to fight your war for you. Hiring child labor is bad enough, but you won't even prepare equipment for me. A vein bulged on Hiruzen Sarutobi's forehead as he bit down on his pipe. The village does have a duty to provide battlefield ninja with an appropriate amount of ninja tools, but... Bang. He slammed the page down hard on the desk. 300 refined steel kunai. 800 shuriken, fine, I could overlook that. 10,000 explosive tags. Are explosive tags something you count by the 10,000? A small-scale battle would not even use that many explosive tags. Talk properly. You're spraying spit. Shingetsu covered his face in disgust and shot Hiruzen Sarutobi a look. Read the rest before you start yelling. You're acting like I'm trying to take advantage of you. Forcing down the urge to throw this brat out, Hiruzen Sarutobi continued reading the documents. His expression gradually turned serious. Another silence followed before Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up at Shingetsu. Are you sure you want to hand that technique over to the village? To be precise, I'm handing over the principles for synthesizing this technique. Shingetsu rested his hands on his knees, his posture more like someone negotiating a business deal than reporting to the Hokage-sama. As Takigakir's highest secret technique, its value is equivalent to an S-rank mission. Exchanging it for the supplies I listed isn't unreasonable, is it? Of course Hiruzen Sarutobi knew Shingetsu had obtained Earth Grudge Fear. At the time, Orochimaru had hired Tsukumo through proper channels. Earth Grudge Fear. That is a very old technique. During the Warring States period, they used it to occupy the land beyond the waterfall and establish Takigakir. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff from his pipe and said gravely, creating Earth Grudge Fear requires large-scale experimentation on living people. After the Warring States period, the 5 great nations explicitly forbade Takigakir from possessing Earth Grudge Fear again. Shingetsu-kun, this is Kenjutsu that violates ethics and steals the lives of others. It should not be used as. Shingetsu cut off the long speech Hiruzen Sarutobi had prepared. The second Hokage devoted his entire life to developing ninjutsu, and most of them also ended up in the Scroll of Seals. Does that mean those techniques should never have existed either? Cough, cough. Hiruzen Sarutobi coughed sharply twice. Of course not. How could the second Hokage's techniques be the same? Shingetsu only smiled without speaking. There's no such thing as a good or bad technique. It depends on who uses it. If we can extract Earth Grudge Fear's function for stitching limbs together, it would be a top-tier medical ninjutsu. Compared to other techniques that require huge amounts of chakra or delicate control, a stitching technique is simple, crude, and effective. Using the lives of some enemies in exchange for a higher survival rate among Konoha ninja. Do you think that's a bad thing? Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi waver, Shingetsu added more fuel to the fire. Back then, the second Hokage used enemies as sacrifices for Edo. Enough. Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly raised a hand to stop him, not wanting Shingetsu to keep bringing up his teacher's dark history. What you said makes sense. There is no good or bad technique. If it's used for the right purpose, then it's good. Letting out a long breath, Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head helplessly and smiled. I can tell you agree quite strongly with the second Hokage's philosophy. Not bad. That argument made him feel even more that Shingetsu had some inexplicable connection to his teacher Tobirama. There were very few Uchiha who would deliberately learn about and approve of the second Hokage like this. In that case, Hiruzen Sarutobi lightly tapped the desk and frowned. Actually, you could use this technique to exchange for an S-rank mission completion record. Accumulate 3 S-rank missions, and you can exchange them for a technique from the Scroll of Seals. That's far more worthwhile than a batch of ninja tools. Originally, according to Tobirama-sama, the techniques in the Scroll of Seals were to be prioritized for civilian ninja as much as possible, not given to ninja clans, especially not the Uchiha. He had only offered this reminder because Shingetsu had shown that he could think of the bigger picture, and also because he was Orochimaru's disciple. Shingetsu shook his head. I want the goods now. Leaving aside the fact that he had no immediate use for other techniques, something like the Scroll of Seals could just wait until Orochimaru stole it and made a copy. If Orochimaru did not defect the way he had in the original timeline, getting hold of the Scroll of Seals would be even easier. As if everyone were as petty about keeping knowledge secret as you second Hokage master and disciple pair. Having grown used to the respectful attitude of most ninja, Hiruzen Sarutobi found Shingetsu's repeated rebuttals a little hard to adjust to. It was not that he had developed any dislike for Shingetsu. He simply felt this child had far too much personality. May I ask what you need so many explosive tags for? I don't want to say. The answer was exactly what he had expected. Compared to Earth Grudge Fear, you should be asking what that special secret technique was. After Shingetsu left with the Hokage stamped document to collect his armaments, Danzo Shimura stepped out from the shadows. He was becoming more and more used to this method of concealment, hiding in the shadow cast by the sun. The corner of Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouth lifted slightly. That. I actually have some idea. You saw through it. Danzo's pupils shrank. It had been like this since they were young. Techniques he could not understand, Hiruzen Sarutobi could see through at a glance. His talent was so great that Tobirama-sama had taken him as a direct disciple. How irritating. Based on your description. Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered for a while, then slowly said, since Shingetsu can't release chakra from his own body to use ninjutsu, he must be using some method to mobilize the chakra inside Earth Grudge Fear. Speech is one part of the process, but the more important factor is likely the Sharingan. Don't even think about it. That isn't something that can be popularized. As he spoke, Hiruzen Sarutobi gave Danzo a sidelong look. And honestly, what are you doing, picking a fight with a child? Aren't you afraid people will laugh if this gets out? A child. Danzo snorted coldly. With that boy's strength and scheming, I cannot treat him like an ordinary child. No, where exactly are you seeing this scheming? Hiruzen Sarutobi propped his head up with one hand, looking somewhat speechless. No matter how you look at it, that child is the type who says exactly what he thinks, isn't he? Humph. Arrogance and speaking frankly are two different things. All right, enough. The child is quite good. As soon as he thought of how Earth Grudge Fear could help the village, he handed it over. Hiruzen Sarutobi passed the scroll to Danzo and said solemnly, I'll leave this matter to you. Don't do anything unnecessary. I want this technology used only for medical purposes. Danzo took the scroll, but his unease remained. His instincts told him that Brat definitely did not have good intentions. This feeling of being plotted against was far too familiar. It was just like what he did to others. Chapter 23, Shikaku Nara. Hiruzen Sarutobi would definitely hand the Earth Grudge Fear creation technique over to Danzo. Shingetsu had neither the time nor the interest to cultivate more Earth Grudge Fear himself. He might as well hand it over to the village in exchange for immediate combat power. As for the idea that giving Earth Grudge Fear to Danzo was helping the enemy. Please. What could Danzo actually keep for himself? After all the effort he'd put into creating the would-release user Tenzo, didn't Hiruzen Sarutobi just swoop in and take him? The reason the third Hokage had kept Danzo around all this time, aside from a little old affection, was mainly because the men simply did not have the ability to escape his control. With his experience in taming Earth Grudge fear, no matter how powerful the Earth Grudge fear Danzo created became, Shingetsu was confident he could seize it. The explosive tags were not important. What mattered was having an excuse to make Danzo. No, the explosive tags were still important. They were worth quite a lot. The next day. Shingetsu, aren't you going to say goodbye to your family before you leave? At the village entrance registration desk, a pineapple-headed boy asked with a bitter smile. Shikaku Nara, son of the Nara clan head, was also the teammate Shingetsu had chosen for this squad. Shingetsu signed the document and replied flatly, "We already had that kind of scene once. Ever heard of getting tired of the same thing? You've left the village before." "I haven't." He had wanted to say a proper goodbye to his family. "Stop talking. Come sign." Shikaku signed helplessly, his expression so bitter it looked like he was signing away his life. He could originally have dragged things out for another half a year before graduating, but Shingetsu had barged straight into the academic affairs office and submitted a graduation application on his behalf without permission. As someone with connections, Shikaku received special handling. By the next day, he had become a member of Shingetsu's squad. Shikaku walked along the forest path with his head drooping, looking utterly listless as he glanced up at the heavy, leaden clouds in the distance. "Why are we going to the land of rain? With your status as Orochimaru-sama's disciple, there should be safer places you could go, right?" Dressed in a black-fitted combat suit, Shingetsu stepped over the muddy dirt road, specks of mud splashing onto his ankles. He frowned slightly and asked deliberately, "The land of rain is only a small country. What danger could there be?" Shikaku knew perfectly well that he was asking a question he already knew the answer to, but he answered anyway. The land of rain sits at the border where three great nations meet. There have already been no fewer than 10 recorded conflicts there recently. That can't be explained away as minor friction. Konoha and Iwagakure are both cutting off each other's supply routes. That's standard blockade tactics, meant to prepare for a large-scale offensive. The land of the wind's signals are even clearer. The third Kazekage has appeared at the border. The official excuse doesn't matter, the deployment of the puppet brigade already shows his intent to intervene in the war. Hanzo, who left the land of rain, has returned. But even Hanzo, who defeated the land of iron, can't possibly drive out the ninja of three great nations. He won't be able to hold out at all against a war on the scale of the great nations. The land of rain will become the battlefield of an all-out war. In other words, the main battlefield of the Second Shinobi World War. From beginning to end, Shikaku's voice barely rose or fell. It sounded less like speculation and more like a conclusion. Drip, drip. A fine drizzle began to fall, sliding down their cheeks and into their collars. An unreadable smile appeared at the corner of Shingetsu's mouth. The Second Shinobi World War, huh? When do you think the war will start, how long will it last, and which side will win in the end? Shikaku raised an eyebrow. You're not surprised at all? Is there some frontline intelligence I don't know about? No. It's because I can predict the future, Shingetsu said honestly. Shikaku would rather believe that Shingetsu, like himself, had deduced the situation from known information than believe that nonsense. Fortunately, after spending more than half a year around him, their group had long since grown used to Shingetsu's occasional absurd remarks. At the earliest, war will break out this year. Maybe it's already begun. On the optimistic side, the war should end within 3 to 5 years. The conflicts that have built up since the First Shinobi World War will ease, and after that, there should be about 10 years of stability. Shingetsu thought about it. That was not far off from what he remembered. So what you're saying is, the Third Shinobi World War will happen a little over 10 years from now. Of course Shingetsu knew how intelligent Shikaku was. In terms of raw numbers alone, he was second only to his son, Shikamaru. But when it came to command and strategy, Shikamaru could not compare to Shikaku. Put simply, Shikamaru was good at winning a battle, while Shikaku was good at winning a war. Shingetsu had not expected him to predict the timing of the Third Shinobi World War before the Second Shinobi World War had even begun. It's not hard to see the pattern, is it? Shikaku's shoulders moved slightly, as if he had laughed, or perhaps sighed. Looking at economics and other factors, the cycle follows the growth of a single generation. It will keep going like this until someone like Lord First appears again. He lifted his head and let the rain fall over his face, his expression somewhat dim. If I'm lucky enough to survive, then my child will probably take part in the Fourth Shinobi World War. If it's a daughter, I really wouldn't want her to become a ninja. It would be nice if she could marry into nobility. I think the Chunigan Yoshito family would be a good choice. She wouldn't have to take part in the highest level decision-making, and... You're getting way off topic. Shingetsu cut off his wandering thoughts and said, "You're going to have a son. Maybe he'll even become Hokage." "Haha, is that the future you predicted, Shingetsu? Then thanks for the blessing." "Hokage, huh?" Shikaku rubbed his chin. "Given my family's temperament, if my son could become Hokage, then something truly incredible must have happened to the village. Is this the ninja world's Nostradamus? If I let him keep analyzing, even I won't know the plot anymore." He had only wanted to bring along an external brain, but being with someone too smart really did take away some of the fun. Shingetsu quickened his pace. "Keep up." Shikaku tugged at his collar, covering half his face and leaving only a pair of half-open eyes exposed. Watching Shingetsu's hazy figure through the rain, he lowered his head slightly. "The key to ending this cycle of war. Shingetsu, could that be you?" 3 days later, at Konoha's temporary camp in the Land of Rain. "You got here quickly, Shingetsu." Orochimaru's gaze shifted to Shikaku, and he smiled faintly. "Shikichi-senpai's son. Your name is Shikaku, right?" "Orochimaru-sama." Shikaku bowed respectfully. Shikichi Nara was the current clan head of the Nara clan, as well as the chief strategist of Konoha's eastern front, responsible for dealing with the threats from Kumo and Kirigakure. Ever since Konoha was founded, the Nara clan had been practically tied to the strategist position. They were Konoha's most useful brains. Shikichi's planning had played a crucial role in rescuing Kushina from the situation in the Land of Whirlpools. "So this is the partner you chose. You have a good eye." Orochimaru looked at Shingetsu with a trace of relief in his eyes. The wise, composed Nara clan was exactly what was needed to balance out the Uchiha's hot-headedness. Chapter 24, Cursed Tools and Cursed Speech. In a dark, damp underground burrow, Orochimaru had every habit of a snake. Whenever he needed to stay somewhere for any length of time, he would inevitably dig himself a burrow. "What about the blonde girl and the white-haired pervert?" Shingetsu asked from behind Orochimaru. Orochimaru paused, then said gently, "Jiraiya is one thing, but you should show a little more respect when you refer to Tsunade. She really will hit you." Shingetsu gave a light snort. Hard to say who'd be hitting whom now. Maybe it was the influence of the Uchiha bloodline. More likely, this was simply Shingetsu's true nature. After advancing to 2 Tomo and becoming able to use ninjutsu, Shingetsu was desperate to find a suitable opponent to test his strength. Orochimaru was out. Shingetsu was afraid that if he went all out, he might kill the old snake. As for Jiraiya and Tsunade, he would not feel nearly as bad about it. "It seems your strength has grown quite a bit recently." Orochimaru lit the dim lamps in the basement, revealing several IWA ninja corpses. "Since you chose to come to the battlefield, this was something you were bound to see sooner or later. Are you uncomfortable?" Shingetsu glanced over and said flatly, "People die in war. It's not that simple." Orochimaru placed a hand on Shingetsu's shoulder and said slowly, "A great many deaths are a necessary condition for winning a war, but that does not only mean people from the enemy nation. It also means people on our side. And not just ninja. Innocent civilians too." He pointed at one of the bodies and continued, "He wasn't a ninja. Just a civilian from the Land of Rain who was unlucky enough to get caught up in a fight between ninja and Dai. Maybe all you did was follow orders to blow up a bridge, burn a forest, or cut off a supply route. You didn't mean to kill them. You may not even have known they existed. And then, a few days later, you pass through that place and see the bodies of the people who died because of you. They are what people call collateral damage. Their names will not even be recorded. That is war. Shingetsu, are you truly ready to take part in it? Can you bear that?" Orochimaru had learned Shingetsu's view of enemies from Tsukumo. Now, what he wanted to know was whether Shingetsu would remain unmoved by the lives of innocent people. He needed to know where Shingetsu's line was, to make sure Shingetsu would not cross it. Ordinary ninja could still be guided back, but once an Uchiha's line of reason snapped, there was almost no repairing it. After a moment of silence, "Of course it would hurt." Shingetsu's voice was very calm. "If you can watch your own kind die and feel nothing, then you're no longer human. Saying I'll protect every civilian is a little unrealistic, but..." He lifted his head, looked straight at Orochimaru, and grinned. "Your question is completely outside the scope of what I need to consider. I told you before. I won't hide my presence. If they see me and still don't run, then there's no such thing as innocent." Orochimaru froze for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. "Isn't that limit a little too simple? Does that mean you won't chase enemies who run away? You talk too much." Shingetsu impatiently slapped Orochimaru's hand away. "I'm not some fixed program. Whether I chase them or not depends on my mood. My mind and body are perfectly healthy. Instead of spending time lecturing me, you might as well go see a therapist yourself." "Is he really healthy, though?" Shingetsu took the Earth Grudge Fear mask from his chest and said, "Modify this for me again. It's too big and inconvenient." He was not some pervert like Madara Uchiha, who could grow Hashirama's face on his body and take pride in it. Having a lump sticking out of him was uncomfortable no matter how he looked at it. If it's only the size, that won't be difficult. Orochimaru had wanted to have a heart-to-heart with his disciple, but the words died before he could say them. Forget it. A toolman it is. It was only natural for a teacher to help his disciple. As Orochimaru worked on it, he said casually, "I heard from the village that you seem to have mastered a special technique. Would you mind telling me about it?" He was already prepared for Shingetsu to refuse him. He was used to it, after all. "Look at me." Orochimaru instinctively raised his head and met a pair of scarlet Two-Tomo Sharingan. 3 seconds later. Orochimaru wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and smiled bitterly. "Next time, give your teacher a little warning. Having that much information poured in all at once is very unpleasant. I'm training your mental endurance. You should be thanking me. Explaining it sentence by sentence would be too much trouble." This was what the Sharingan was for. Cool and stylish. It took Orochimaru a while to recover. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter, and his breathing quickened despite himself. Using language as a technique medium for chakra to interfere with reality. What an extraordinary idea. And more than that, you actually succeeded. Shingetsu. Compared to you, a so-called genius like me is practically a joke. The corner of Shingetsu's mouth lifted, and he snorted softly. That's only natural. No need to emphasize it. Could you spare your teacher's feelings and be a little humble? Orochimaru shook his head and organized the information in his mind. At present, it requires the Sharingan's ocular power to support it, but this system has the potential to be perfected. It even has the prospect of becoming as widespread as hand seals. Perhaps. Shingetsu, you may surpass the ancestors of the Uchiha and become the progenitor of ninjutsu, a founder on the level of Rikudo Sennin. There were quite a few errors in Orochimaru's statement. Strictly speaking, the progenitor of ninjutsu should be Indra, and Rikudo Sennin could also be considered an ancestor of the Uchiha. But history like that had long since been forgotten by the world after 1,000 years. In the end, Shingetsu was still a youth at heart. He thoroughly enjoyed Orochimaru's praise and felt that his old snake had some talent for complimenting people. Hee. You've got a good eye, Orochimaru-sensei. After working for a while, Orochimaru handed Shingetsu the Earth Grudge Fear, now covered in cursed seals and compressed to the size of a fist. For you, Earth Grudge Fear is not the kind of kenjutsu that gets implanted into the body. It's more like a tool, though calling it a ninja tool does not quite fit either. Combined with your special physique, it's easy to imagine that your fighting style will be completely different from an ordinary ninja's. Add in that unique method of releasing ninjutsu. After pondering for a moment, Orochimaru's lips curved slightly. Shingetsu-kun, would I have the honor of naming your special system? What he wanted most was to know everything and learn every technique. Shingetsu was almost the most satisfying disciple he could have hoped for. From body to mind, he was filled with limitless possibility. Watching him was like witnessing the evolution of the ninja world. That feeling was so wonderful that Orochimaru could not help wanting to take part in it. Shingetsu weighed the Earth Grudge Fear in his hand. It was quite light. Do what you want. Orochimaru thought seriously. A chakra tool as special as Earth Grudge Fear needs to be distinguished from ordinary ninja tools. Its form is normally modified through cursed seals. Your physique is called Heavenly Restriction. Then let us call it a cursed tool. Shingetsu nodded casually, not particularly concerned with this so-called naming. In the end, it was just a term. As for the method of casting ninjutsu through speech. Ninja speech. Spirit words. Chanting. Orochimaru shook his head lightly, rejecting several options. Then his eyes stirred. Cursed speech. Chapter 25, Scarlet Fire. After learning that Shingetsu was coming, Orochimaru had deliberately avoided going on missions with Tsunade and the others for the past few days. He knew very well that if Shingetsu and Tsunade met, those two would start fighting before they had exchanged more than a few words. It was not just because of the old grudges between their clans. Their personalities were the real problem. The southern border of the Land of Rain. Gray mud swamps met dry red earth, and the moisture in the air seemed to have been drained away here. Even the clouds were much thinner. This was the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind, a place with the rather poetic name of Shigeru. On a high slope, Orochimaru stood beside a wind-eroded rock and said to the two boys in front of him, according to intelligence, a 12-member squad of Sunagekure ninjas crossed the border 2 days ago and has been active in this area. Your mission is to find them and kill them all. Do we need to capture anyone alive for interrogation? Shingetsu asked. Orochimaru's lips curved slightly. That would be best, of course, but on the battlefield, killing the enemy always takes priority over taking prisoners. That will improve your chances of survival. Shikaku was smart, but facing a squad of enemy ninja on his very first mission was still far beyond the norm. He looked at Shingetsu a little nervously. I'm counting on you to keep me alive. You'll protect me, right, boss? Ha. He was even calling him boss just to stay alive. If you die against small fry, then there's no value in keeping you alive. Orochimaru patted Shikaku on the shoulder and said slowly, don't worry too much. I'll be watching over you this time. I won't let your lives be in danger. Let's go. Shingetsu slid down the slope, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shikaku really wanted to say that this was not how ninja were supposed to move, but considering Shingetsu's do-as-he-pleased personality, he could only sigh helplessly and follow. The two walked side by side for a while. Aside from the wind, there was no sound at all. After they had gone a little farther, Shikaku suddenly grabbed Shingetsu, who was striding ahead. Wait. What is it? Shikaku did not answer directly. He pointed at the ground not far away and said in a low, serious voice, something's wrong. Shingetsu followed his finger and saw only red soil, gray stones, and dead shrubs. It looked barren and natural, with nothing especially unusual about it. Before he could ask, Shikaku spoke quietly. The angle of that dead shrub is different from the ones we saw earlier. Given the terrain and wind direction here, dead trees should normally lean southeast under the northwest wind. The angle of that one's tilt exceeds natural probability. Anything unnatural has only one explanation. Human interference. Shingetsu, your eyesight is definitely better than mine. Can you see whether the soil around the base of that dead tree is a different color? Shingetsu frowned slightly and focused his attention on his eyes. Two Tomo appeared. The cold, eerie aura made Shikaku shudder, and he said in shock, Sharingan. How did you? It's normal for an Uchiha to have the Sharingan. Don't ask. I can't be bothered to explain. Shingetsu looked over, and the Sharingan caught more details. The color isn't any different, but the soil there is just a little looser than the soil around it. It's only a difference of millimeters, but it's definitely there. The two exchanged a glance. Even though Shikaku knew Shingetsu would not use Dōjutsu on him, he still instinctively looked away. Meeting an Uchiha's Sharingan carried too much psychological pressure. And this pair. As Shikaku Nara, who possessed the Yin release shadow secret technique, he could faintly sense that the Yin release density in those Sharingan was a little excessive. Then that's it. Someone dug there and filled the soil back in. Shikaku crouched and pressed his palm to the ground. A thread of shadow extended outward. It's probably an explosive tag. I'll use my shadow to trigger it. This distance should be safe. Considering the possibility of a chain explosive tag array, Shingetsu, be ready to take me back the way we came. Your speed will be fine. After that, we'll find a high position with cover. The enemy may come to check after we trigger the trap, and when they do, we'll aim for. Wait. Shingetsu grabbed Shikaku's hand, his expression somewhat strange. What is it? The exchange felt familiar, only with the speaker changed. Shingetsu did not answer. Instead, he turned toward Orochimaru, who was some distance away, and called out, Sensei, come here for a second. His voice was not loud, but it carried far in the dry air. On the high slope, Orochimaru was thinking about Iwagakiru's movements on the northern front. Iwagakiru seemed to be preparing something major. If they pushed down from the north, the Konoha forces currently deployed in the Land of Rain would not be enough. Orochimaru. Can you hear me? Shingetsu's voice interrupted his thoughts. Orochimaru frowned. In truth, he already knew the rough location of that Sunagakure squad. They were about 3 ri to the south, so he had not been in any hurry to keep close to the two of them. Whoosh. Orochimaru arrived with a body flicker technique, a trace of displeasure in his voice. Why did you stop? Why aren't you looking for the enemy? What are you wasting time for? Shingetsu snapped his fingers. Continue. Shikaku knew what he meant. He controlled his shadow to grab the dead tree and yanked it hard. SSS, SSS, SSS. The faint sound and the sudden smell of gunpowder made Orochimaru's pupils shrink. Immediately after. Boom 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 boom. A violent explosion rose from the dried-up riverbed, flames surging into the sky. Orochimaru's pupils reflected the firelight, and a rare emotion surfaced in them. This is. He reacted at once, his hands flashing through seals. Earth release, earth barrier. 4 earthen walls instantly rose and protected the 3 of them inside. When the smoke cleared, Orochimaru looked at the surrounding terrain, now blasted beyond recognition, and the corner of his mouth twitched. An explosive tag array covering an area this large, and I failed to notice it in advance. An explosion of this level wouldn't do anything to me, but if Shikaku were unlucky, he'd be dead. Shingetsu put one hand on his waist, the corner of his mouth curving upward. Oh my, who was it just now swearing that he wouldn't let his life be in danger? Orochimaru's Adam's apple moved slightly, and his voice sounded bitter. I'm sorry. I failed to notice it. It's not Orochimaru-sama's fault, and nothing happened anyway. Shikaka said hurriedly, turning to look at Shingetsu with a hint of reproach. Why insist on embarrassing Orochimaru-sama? Nothing had happened, hadn't it? Orochimaru ignored Shikaku. His clenched fists trembled slightly. How could this happen? I actually failed to notice. This time, Shingetsu is fine. But what about next time? Will he die, like they did? Can I really protect the people important to me? It was because he feared that future that he had repeatedly emphasized the dangers of war. Deep down, he did not want Shingetsu to come to the battlefield. He had seen too many tragic war orphans. If the child he saw as hope also. You realize it now, don't you? Life is fragile and unpredictable. Shingetsu looked at Orochimaru indifferently, speaking each word with deliberate clarity. You all keep trying to teach me something, but in my eyes, you're the ones who are lost without even realizing it. The flowers you placed in front of my parents' graves. Did they remind you of the white snake's shed skin you saw at your own parents' grave? Nawaki's death, Tsunade's cries, the experiments en route. Those were all factors that led to Orochimaru's change, but the root of it all was still that shed snake skin. His loneliness had begun then. Everything that followed was inevitable. You think I'm like you? No. We're completely different. Shingetsu turned around, facing the enemies rushing over after hearing the commotion, and the curve of his lips deepened. Don't be trapped by the dead. Do what you want to do, and don't do what you don't want to do. Isn't that simple? He stretched both arms in front of his chest, drew an arc, then brought his palms together with his fingertips touching. Facing the Sunagekure ninjas charging toward him, he slowly spoke. 10 fingers, 10 lines, brand life, no salvation. Fire release, scarlet fire manipulation technique. As the cursed words were softly chanted, crimson fire lines burst from all 10 of his fingers at once, tearing open his fingernails as they shot out at high speed with a shriek that split the air. Before the approaching Sunagekure ninjas could even understand what was happening. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 10 lines of fire pierced their vital points with perfect accuracy, leaving charred, bloody holes behind. Not a single one survived. Thud. Thud. Bodies dropped one after another. The high heat left 10 faint red traces in the air, like scarlet snake skins. Shingetsu turned around. His fingernails had carbonized and peeled away, and his hands were trembling slightly. He showed an especially gentle smile. Orochimaru had rarely seen Shingetsu smile like that. No, this should have been the first time. And he had never looked so closely at the intense emotion hidden within those scarlet eyes. Hey, Orochimaru. I won't die. Something like death is no match for me. Do you understand now? Chapter 26, Rising to Prominence. 1 month later. Land of Rain, Konoha Command Center. In just 1 month, he actually accomplished this much. So this is the talent of the Uchiha clan. No, I'd say he truly lives up to being Orochimaru-sama's disciple, Hokage-sama's direct successor. Inside the command center, the ninja were loudly discussing the intelligence sent back from the front line. One Konoha ninja unrolled a scroll and could not help reading it aloud. September 17th, Genin Shingetsu Uchiha encountered the 14th squad of the Sunagekure Puppet Brigade. 3 puppeteers, equipped with 11 puppets. The battle lasted approximately 4 minutes. Result. Total annihilation. 3 puppeteers dead, all puppets destroyed. Both members of Shingetsu's squad suffered no casualties. Puppeteers were not ordinary Sunagekure foot soldiers. A puppeteer with 2 or more puppets was generally assumed to possess Chunin-level combat strength. Judging by the number of puppets, at least one of those 3 had to be a high-level puppeteer. With that kind of lineup, they would have had better odds of winning than losing even against a Konoha Chunin squad. Yet they had been wiped out by a 2-man Genin squad. September 15th, raided a Sunagekure outpost, killed Sunagekure Jonin Keiki, held off the pursuing force for half an hour, killed 6, and withdrew safely. That was getting a little ridiculous. In theory, the gap between a Jonin and a Genin was even wider than the gap between a human and a dog. Even Iwagakure, the village with the largest number of ninja, was extremely cautious about promotions to Jonin. Every Jonin had to be a publicly recognized elite with considerable influence. Strictly speaking, even the Kage of each village were only at the Jonin level. And this had not been a surprise encounter or a case where that Sunagekure Jonin was in poor condition. That kid had stormed straight into a Sunagekure outpost and killed him. I mean, could the Uchiha be pulling strings behind the scenes, secretly helping him pile up battle merits? The command room fell quiet for a moment after one ninja spoke. It was certainly possible. After all, each of these records was more absurd than the last, and the only witness was that Nara kid. A powerful clan like the Uchiha could absolutely send people to kill Sunagekure ninja in secret, then hand the corpses over to Shingetsu to exchange for battle merits. Quite a few of the people here were veterans who had lived through the First Shinobi World War, and things like that had happened before. Only that time, the ones farming battle merits had been a certain non-Uchiha Dōjutsu clan in Konoha. After they were exposed, they even tried to justify it by saying they were serving the main branch, so it was perfectly reasonable for the battle merits to go to the main branch. If memory served, that non-Uchiha Dōjutsu clan had been dealt with rather harshly by the second Hokage. Uchiha. A scar-faced jonin shook his head and said in a low voice, their pride wouldn't allow it. But he's only 10 years old. Killing a jonin is way too hard to believe. If it's Shingetsu-kun, I wouldn't call it hard to believe. The heavy curtain was pulled aside, revealing a head of white hair. Sakumo-sama. Jonin Hataki. You're back, Sakumo. Sakumo walked into the tent and nodded in greeting. He was usually the type to smile and joke with his comrades, but right now, he looked exhausted. The scar-faced jonin who had spoken earlier raised an eyebrow. You know him. Sakumo smiled. Orochimaru asked me to train him for a few days. He's an incredible little monster. The record I set for promotion to jonin might be broken by him soon. 2 Tomo at 10 years old. It's certainly possible. The scar-faced jonin leaned back in his chair. His fierce face looked a little frightening when he smiled. If even you say so. I was originally hesitating over whether to promote him to chunin during wartime. After all, it's only been a little over a month since he registered as a ninja. That's far too fast. Sakumo sat down beside him, glanced at the intelligence on the table, and sucked in a sharp breath. Hiss. I heard he'd done quite a few things, but this is terrifying. The Shingetsu in his memory had definitely not been this strong. Had his combat power exploded in such a short time? Wait. Sakumo caught the important point and looked at the scar-faced jonin. Marino-san, what did you just say? 2 Tomo. Marino frowned. You didn't know. Awakening 2 Tomo at 10 years old is indeed exceptional, but it shouldn't surprise you that much, should it? Sakumo fell silent. No, this is different. According to that kid, one of his Tomo was stronger than 2 normal ones. If his strength had doubled from back then, Sakumo could understand how Shingetsu had pulled off the things listed in the intelligence. Even a genius like him could not help thinking. The Uchiha's jumps in strength really make no sense. He shook his head and pushed those messy thoughts aside. He took a scroll from his chest. As the scroll unfurled, Jonin Ibiki's expression darkened. Large numbers of IWA forces had entered the land of rain. The third Kazekage of Sunagekure seemed to be showing signs of appearing. Kumo was growing restless. Hanzo of the land of rain intended to launch a counterattack against the invading ninja. Each piece of intelligence was important enough to change the situation on the battlefield. Sakumo took a deep breath and said gravely, please send this intelligence back to the village. There's one piece of information I'm concerned about, and I need to verify it. Marino Itakuma nodded. Be careful. Late at night, Shigeru Sakai. On a slope of red sandy soil, a campfire crackled beneath a large pot, and the aroma of meat drifted through the air. Shikaku had already grown used to Shingetsu's way of doing things, so he no longer had the energy to complain about an attention-grabbing midnight barbecue like this. It was very different from the battlefield life of sleeping rough and eating in the wind that he had imagined. Shingetsu did not just insist on cooked food. He was also strict about seasoning, fully stocked with pots, bowls, ladles, and basins, and even cared about something called caramelized sugar coloring. Shikaku thought Choza would definitely enjoy being on a team with Shingetsu. When he saw Shingetsu sprinkling red medicinal powder into the soup pot, Shikaku finally could not hold back. That's red deer antler powder, the kind used to make top-grade pills. It was my gift to celebrate your promotion to Chunin. I can barely bring myself to use it normally, and you're using it as seasoning. Shingetsu casually poured in half of it, then tipped the remaining half of the jar straight into his mouth. He forced down the bitterness and clicked his tongue. Disgusting. I should have just dumped it all in. The Nara clan had been a family of deer breeders since the Warring States period. The antlers they produced were top-grade medicinal ingredients in the ninja world, and the clan was central to Konoha's medical system. Feeling the subtle changes inside his body, Shingetsu turned to look at Shikaku. Not that impressive. Does your family have anything purer? If a normal person ate red deer antler powder straight like that, they would absolutely gush blood from the nose. Their body simply would not be able to withstand it. That body of his, was it some kind of human-shaped monster? Shikaku shook his head helplessly. Red deer antler powder is already the highest normal grade. Anything higher would be black deer antler, and that depends on luck. One might not appear even in several decades. Shingetsu seemed to think of something and asked casually, "Did your clan make the Akimichi clan's 3-color pills?" "No. Those are their clan's secret medicines. The Nara clan's secret medicines can only reduce some of the 3-color pill's side effects. The chili pill's side effects are too severe. Even with our secret medicine, the fatality rate is still very high." As he spoke, he looked up at Shingetsu. "If it were you, though, you might actually be able to withstand the side effects of the chili pills. The chili pill could draw out a person's potential 100-fold, granting overwhelming combat power for a short time, but it would severely overdraw the body's functions and carried a very high chance of death." Shingetsu thought for a moment, then shook his head. "That stuff is useless to me. There was a technique with effects similar to the chili pill. The 8 Inner Gates Formation. Chapter 27, Chiyo. The 8 Inner Gates Formation only truly began drawing attention during the Third Shinobi World War, when Might Dewey single-handedly smashed through the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The feats of Might Dewey, Might Guy, and Lee made people think it was some extraordinary technique, but in truth, this technique had existed as early as the late Warring States period and had even circulated among wandering ninja for a while. It was a grinding training method meant for people with no talent for ninjutsu or genjutsu. Anyone with real talent would never even consider it. Most ninja could open the first gate after training, and the effect was roughly the same as getting a shot of adrenaline. As for the speed boost from the first few gates, it could easily be offset with the body flicker technique. In short, what was truly powerful had never been the 8 Inner Gates Formation itself, but the inhuman willpower that the Might Father and Son had maintained for decades. Shingetsu had seen Might Dewey more than once, that eternal genin, who circled Konoha upside down every day and was laughed at by the villagers. Could hard work surpass genius? No. The ability to keep working hard, to forever maintain a hunger to make oneself stronger, that almost obsessive willpower was itself an extremely rare talent. In Shingetsu's eyes, Might Dewey was a genius just like him. All expressions of power followed one most basic principle. Cost. Using ninjutsu required chakra as the cost. Genjutsu came with the cost of self-harm and shortened lifespan. Jinchuriki of tailed beasts carried the risk of being devoured or losing control. Without cost, there was no upper limit. Cost was the measure of power. The Akimichi clan exchanged the fat accumulated in their bodies and the risk of death for a short-term increase in strength. The 8 Inner Gates relied on constant training to gain power beyond one's own limits. And Shingetsu lived at that limit every moment. By paying the price of being unable to use ninjutsu, he had obtained physical strength at the absolute limit. And as an Uchiha, he could rely on the Sharingan to bypass the iron rule that he absolutely could not use jutsu. Then, what was the price of the Sharingan? Because deer powder had been added to the broth, Shikaku's constitution absolutely could not handle it, so he could not eat even a single bite from that pot. Shikaku seriously suspected that Shingetsu had done it on purpose. Just as he was wondering whether to cook another pot or just eat a military rations pill, his raised hand suddenly froze. He exchanged a glance with Shingetsu. A faint hum sounded, so subtle it was almost drowned out by the crackling campfire. The next instant. Whoosh! A humanoid puppet shot out from the darkness, its hideous faceplate illuminated by the firelight. Its arms were 2 scythes, and eerie blue poison glowed along the blades. It moved with shocking speed, slashing straight at Shingetsu's face. Careful! It's poisoned. Shikaku shouted and immediately ran toward the trench they had dug earlier. A flash of blade light. The humanoid puppet was split cleanly down the middle, the cut as smooth as if it had been made by a laser. The mechanisms inside continued to work in vain, clacking loudly. Shingetsu did not look at it again. His figure traced an arc through the darkness as he rushed toward the nearest centipede puppet. That puppet had countless segmented limbs, each one tipped with a spike, while its mouthparts fired out a burst of poisonous senbon. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Shingetsu tilted his head and dodged. The tomo in his Sharingan slowly rotated. Chakra threads that were nearly invisible to the naked eye were fully exposed in the Sharingan's field of vision. Hiki swept out in a crescent arc, instantly cutting the centipede puppet apart, then Shingetsu charged toward the ninja controlling it. 30 meters away. Behind a massive boulder, 2 puppeteers were crouched back to back, staring at the severed chakra threads on their fingers as cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. They only had time to force out one syllable before the blade cut across both their throats at the same time. Boom. A massive crimson great serpent puppet burst out from beneath them, its blade-covered maw biting toward Shingetsu, shredding the 2 puppeteers' corpses along with it. Shingetsu leapt lightly into the air and smiled faintly. Unlucky bastards. Used as cannon fodder, were you? Boom. The crimson great serpent bit through half the boulder, but struck empty air. A puppeteer with his face covered by white cloth crouched atop the great serpent and said in a deep voice, "They were not cannon fodder. They were necessary sacrifices. You'll be bitten to death by the red serpent, you bastard." The great serpent puppet opened its mouth, and countless poisoned needles shot toward Shingetsu as he fell through the air. "No, the cannon fodder I meant was you." Whoosh! The poisoned needles pierced Shingetsu's afterimage. Under the puppeteer's horrified gaze, the blade stabbed into his heart. There was the sound of flesh grinding against metal. As his head tilted back, the white cloth on his face happened to cover his colorless eyes. Without a puppeteer controlling it, the great serpent crashed to the ground, blasting up a cloud of dust. Shingetsu pulled out his blade and flicked off the blood, then turned his Sharingan toward the place where Shikaku was hiding. Someone was approaching that area. The common sense of battle was to find the enemy's weak point and attack it. Between Shingetsu and Shikaku, it was obvious who the weak point was. Until now, Shingetsu had basically taken the initiative in battle, while Shikaku, who was responsible for forming plans, had not encountered much danger. Shingetsu did not immediately rush over to save Shikaku. A proper amount of danger would help him build experience. Otherwise, even with all that intelligence, he would not survive on a battlefield where conditions changed in an instant. Shikaku, hiding in the trench, also sensed that something was wrong. An unusual rustling came from the sand in the pit. He immediately formed hand seals, and a black shadow spread out like a snake. Rip! A golden spearhead suddenly stabbed out from the sand. Fortunately, Shikaku had prepared in advance and used the time bought by his shadow's defense to break away and escape. Boom! The place where Shikaku had been exploded. A black shadow tore through the smoke and dust, dragging him out. Landing beside Shingetsu, Shikaku had sweat on his forehead as he said in a low voice, "Looks like someone seriously troublesome is here." Shingetsu looked at the young man walking into the firelight, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. He looked about the same age as the two of them, with brown hair, a black ninja outfit over mesh underclothes, and eyes as calm as stagnant water. "Ah, your future in-law is here. Raza of Sunagakure, the future fourth Kazekage. The unlucky men who would be killed by Orochimaru and Kimimaro on the eve of the Konoha crush." Huh. Of course Shikaku knew what future in-law meant, but hearing that word come out of Shingetsu's mouth right now made no sense at all. The word Shingetsu had been about to say stopped in his throat. The tomo in his Sharingan slowly rotated. From behind the young Raza, a woman with pale purple hair who looked around 40 stepped out. Her eyes were very small, but the light shining through those narrow slits was sharper than a blade. "You're even younger than I imagined, little brats from the Uchiha and Nara clans." Her leisurely tone made it sound as if she were only making casual conversation. "No. No way." Shikaku's voice trembled slightly, and even his body began to shake. That was normal. No Konoha ninja stepping onto the battlefield for the first time could possibly see this person and not be afraid. Chiyo. A legendary powerhouse of Sunagakure, inheritor of the second Kazekage shaman's puppet technique. Her name, like that of the third Kazekage, was on Konoha's highest threat list. Why is she here? This is completely abnormal. A Kage-level powerhouse who had made her name in the First Shinobi World War. There was no doubt about her strength. How could someone like that just appear here so casually? What are you so surprised about? War isn't a monster grinding game where you level up step by step. It's normal for characters outside the expected range to show up. Or were you naive enough to think the enemy would act according to your expectations? Shingetsu tightened his grip on his sword hilt, his gaze fixed on Chiyo, his tone calm. "Isn't that right, you old hag?" Chapter 28, Nothing Special. One really can't expect much from the Uchiha clan's upbringing. Chiyo smiled faintly. "I heard some brat has been attacking our precious Sunagakure puppeteers as he pleases. At first, I thought I had been too lenient in disciplining them, and that was why." Clang. A puppet in a white robe gripped a chain with both hands and caught the descending blade. Its demon mask was almost pressed against Shingetsu's face. Chiyo lightly flicked her fingertips and stepped out from behind the white-robed puppet. "Let your elder finish speaking. Not running away is one thing, but to actually attack me first. Is that how Hiruzen Sarutobi taught you?" Screech. The blade scraped out a string of sparks. Shingetsu said nothing and swung his sword straight at Chiyo. "You bastard. How dare you disrespect Chiyo-sama?" Raza slammed his palm against the ground. Gold dust surged upward, rushing toward Shingetsu like a wave. At the same time, several shadows attacked Raza from the side. Shikaku had made his move. "You're insane." Shikaku shouted hoarsely. Reason told him that he should not be worrying about Shingetsu right now. His only chance of survival was to escape as quickly as possible and send a signal. But he could not do it. It made no sense. There was no basis for it at all. Yet one thought rose in his mind anyway. Trust this bastard, just this once. Entangled by the shadows, the gold dust failed to form an obstruction, and Chiyo did not need Raza's support at all. Bang. Another tall horned puppet appeared, its iron-cast hands clamping down on Hiki's blade. Hiki was a powerful ninja blade worthy of being called a Kusanagi sword. Until now, it had crushed ordinary puppets with overwhelming ease. This time, it left only a faint white mark on the puppet's palm. A puppeteer's ability depends on the number of puppets they can use. Of course, quality matters too. The corner of Chiyo's mouth lifted slightly as she introduced them in a slow voice. These are masterpieces created by Manzaemon, who inherited and innovated the puppet technique of the second Kazekage and is revered as the founder of puppeteers. The white secret technique, Chikamatsu. To you, it should count as something legendary. You're lucky. I just finished maintaining them and needed to let them move a little. Normally, you wouldn't even be qualified to see them. The corner of Shingetsu's mouth rose slightly. Sorry. I've never heard of anyone so low level. Whoosh. Crimson fire lines coiled around Hiki's blade, scorching the air with searing heat. Old hag, use that shallow perspective of yours to remember a new legend. Blazing flame. In an instant, dazzling crimson light erupted from the blade, and a violent wave of fire swept out. The puppet in front of him was swallowed by flames at once. Its white robe turned to ash, and the metal structure on its surface began to glow red-hot. Chiyo's expression shifted slightly. She drifted backward, the chakra threads at her fingertips pulling the puppet out of the sea of fire. Looking at the red sand that had crystallized where the flames had licked across it, Chiyo frowned slightly. No sign of chakra being mobilized. Even if he were skilled enough to activate it instantly, this is far too abnormal. What is going on? Normally, fire release was very easy to detect. Almost all fire release techniques were spat from the mouth and came with clear fluctuations of gathered chakra. Tap. Tap. Shingetsu held the burning blade, his Sharingan watching Chiyo with indifference. Explaining it is a pain. Use your brain and think. How arrogant. Chiyo shook her head lightly and said calmly, I had planned to let Raza deal with you two as his first battlefield trial, but since you're so eager, I'll give you a little affection myself. Rip. Chiyo spread both arms, and dozens of kunai shot out, each with chakra threads attached to the end. Puppet technique, manipulating attack blades. It was a sealing technique that wrapped chakra threads around the enemy the moment the kunai reached them, something only a high-level puppeteer could use. Chiyo had no killing intent toward Shingetsu. That was not because she was kind, but because when the gap in strength between both sides was too large, capturing the enemy alive was more valuable than killing them. A genius Uchiha brat. Even if she could not take him back to breed, he would still be useful later for exchanging Sunagakure ninja captured by Konoha. She had not come specifically for Shingetsu. Just as Shikaku had said, it made no sense for someone of her level to appear here. Chiyo had come to receive the thing they had agreed on. Finding Shingetsu was only along the way. Shingetsu could clearly see the chakra threads behind the kunai. Chiyo's chakra intensity was nothing like the other puppeteers, and he had no intention of getting tangled in it. His toes touched the ground, and his figure moved fast enough to pull out afterimages, dodging the kunai while closing in on Chiyo. An Uchiha who uses swordsmanship. Sunagakure and Konoha had been old enemies for many years, and Chiyo knew a great deal about Konoha's top Uchiha combatants. It was common knowledge in the ninja world that every 3-tomo Uchiha was a master of genjutsu. Below 3-tomo, most Uchiha used a fighting style centered on fire-release ninjutsu, supplemented by thrown ninja tools and close-range sword combat. A small number with good talent focused on genjutsu, giving their combat style a strange and dazzling quality. There were also Uchiha who specialized in swordsmanship. After all, the Sharingan's dynamic vision allowed the user to clearly capture an opponent's movements at high speed, predict attacks, and counter them, giving them an enormous natural advantage. Shingetsu had never heard of Manzaemon, but Chiyo had heard of a similar legend among the Uchiha. Izuna Uchiha, the archenemy of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. An all-round close combat ninja built around fire release, swordsmanship, and dojutsu. When she was still young, the terror of the Senju brothers and Uchiha brothers, or more accurately, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, had loomed over the entire ninja world. None of the first-generation Kage of the great nations had been weak, but no one dared step onto the battlefield in the land of fire. Given the Uchiha's reputation, Chiyo did not grow careless even when facing a child like Shingetsu. Caution was an essential virtue for every elderly ninja. She did not allow Shingetsu to get close. Instead, she controlled 2 puppets to stop him dozens of meters away. Her 10 fingers danced, and chakra threads wove an invisible grid in the air, slowly compressing the battlefield. At the same time, on the other side, a technique that controls gold dust. Sweat beaded on Shikaku's forehead. Having guessed Raza's identity, he tested the waters and asked, magnet release. Raza did not answer. A trace of impatience appeared on his face as he controlled the gold dust to gather into long spears, attacking Shikaku again and again. The two were around the same age, but the difference in their chakra reserves was obvious. On top of that, Raza was a powerful Kekkei Genkai ninja. By all rights, taking down Shikaku should have been easy. But Raza had been tricked several times by the clone technique, body replacement technique, and some shadow applications he could not make sense of, leaving him unable to deal any real damage to Shikaku. And besides, Raza watched Shikaku, who kept making gestures with his hands, and snapped angrily, "You bastard, you dare get distracted while fighting me." Out of the corner of his eye, Shikaku watched the battle between Chiyo and Shingetsu, a bitter smile forming on his lips. "I don't want to, but that guy needs me. Explaining it is a pain. Use your brain and think." That had not been Shingetsu's usual venomous mockery toward Chiyo, but a code phrase the two of them had agreed on. When Shingetsu said those words, it meant they had encountered an enemy who was extremely difficult to deal with, and Shikaku needed to think of a plan. Shingetsu had already told Shikaku his own information long ago. He would also take the initiative to attack and gather information on the enemy for Shikaku, who would then formulate a countermeasure. Shikaku's brain ran at high speed. Chiyo's every tiny movement flashed through his eyes. The rhythm of her fingertips, the tone of her voice. Suddenly, he looked at Shingetsu, who had been forced into a corner by the two puppets, and shouted, "I've got it. What is that brat shouting about all of a sudden?" Chiyo did not understand, but she still controlled her puppets methodically, suppressing Shingetsu. In her judgment, it would only take a few minutes to exhaust Shingetsu's strength and capture him. Suddenly, her expression changed drastically from the vibration in her chakra threads. Crack, crack, crack. A grating sound of metal breaking rang out. Chiyo's narrow eyes widened in utter shock. Shingetsu's slender fingers had gripped the iron fist of the horn puppet, and he was actually crushing the fist made of refined steel out of shape. This was one of the sturdiest puppets, responsible for guarding. That took too long. I almost couldn't keep acting anymore. Crash. A tremendous force erupted from Shingetsu's arm. He dragged the horn puppet in front of him, and then his blade fell. Without the slightest pause, he cut it cleanly through the waist. Shingetsu flung the upper half of the puppet away, turned his head to look at Chiyo, and curved his lips into a chilling smile. "I just heard you say, whose masterpiece was this again?" "Pretty average." Chapter 29, Lending a Hand to a Friend. When faced with something unexpected, hot-blooded fools would charge in recklessly for another round. Chiyo clearly was not one of them. She pulled a puppet to her side, confirmed that the bullhorn puppet broken in two had no explosive tags or anything similar on it, then drew it back. Puppets could be repaired. As long as they were not completely shattered, fixing them was not difficult. It was just. Chiyo narrowed her eyes slightly and looked deeply at Shingetsu. "If I saw that correctly, since when could the Uchiha learn the Senju clan's superhuman strength techniques?" Shingetsu flexed his fingers and said flatly, "To put it in terms you can understand. A puppet forged from refined steel, with its durability multiplied by 10. That is roughly what my body is right now." Chiyo had already guessed as much from the feedback through her puppet. Now that Shingetsu had answered. "Pure physical strength, is it?" The corner of Chiyo's mouth lifted slightly. "It really does remind me of a certain puppeteer's taboo. Oh my, I should not think about that. It would corrupt the next generation of puppeteers." Swish. A scroll unfurled from Chiyo's sleeve. As dark blue chakra surged, 9 puppets stood in formation, including the white-robed puppet from earlier. A terrifying pressure spread outward. The Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets. For now, there are only 9. Well done, brat. Is it really necessary to go this far, Chiyo-sama? After what had just happened, Raza was no longer fixated on defeating Shikaku and came to Chiyo's side. As the disciple of the third Kazekage, he understood very well how important Chiyo was to Tsunegakure. Even if he died, he could not allow the slightest harm to come to her. Chiyo nodded slightly. "It is necessary. It seems what I heard before was all true. This boy truly has the strength to kill those people. A genius boy of the Uchiha. Raza, you did not live through that era, so you do not know how terrifying that is. For the future of the village, he must be eliminated early." The Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets. During the First Shinobi World War, Chiyo used this technique to capture a castle and secured her reputation as the strongest puppeteer. Shikaku was breathing lightly as he stood beside Shingetsu. "Our opponent is the strongest puppeteer, someone who can control a number of puppets equal to her fingers, and she's also a recognized master of medical ninjutsu. Once she gets serious, she has almost no openings. Are you sure you want to fight? If we retreat, I have a better plan, and the success rate is high." "Cut the crap." Shikaku sighed helplessly and held out his hand. Give me Earth Grudge Fear to use. Otherwise, I don't have the ability to take part in this fight. There's one thing I need to confirm. His eyes were serious. Shingetsu, if we choose to fight, there is a risk of death. You can accept that, right? Shingetsu tossed the cursed tool, Earth Grudge Fear, to Shikaku, gripping his sword hilt with both hands, the excitement in his eyes impossible to suppress. If there's no risk, it's not a fight. Understood. Earth Grudge Fear's black tentacles spread out, covering Shikaku's body and establishing a connection. After Orochimaru's modifications, this creation known as a cursed tool could temporarily be used by others. However, aside from Shingetsu, others could only use the fire release, searing migraine technique originally engraved into Earth Grudge Fear. Then, let's go. The Land of Rain. On a cliff, the leader of Amigakure, Hanzo of the Salamander, watched the figures chasing each other through the distant rain. He wore a special respirator, and his gaze was dark and deep. Behind him, an AIM ninja spoke. Hanzo-sama, they're people from Konoha and Sunagakure. They're getting more and more outrageous. They actually dare to fight openly within Amigakure's territory. Hanzo was silent for a while. When his voice passed through the respirator, it sounded somewhat distorted. Do we know who they are? The AIM ninja took out several portraits and said quietly, they are Mamoru, the son of Chiyo of Sunagakure, and his wife, Ruri. The one they are pursuing is Tsukumo Hatake of Konoha. That puppet old woman's son. Hanzo had fought Chiyo several times and knew how troublesome she was. Hatake. I've never heard of him. Not from a major clan. Tsukumo Hatake had been carrying out missions in the east until now. Aside from the Land of Fire, only some people in the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Lightning knew his name. And the stories about him mostly centered on some shameless white-haired man who likes attacking the weakest parts of the human body, which was hardly a good reputation. After thinking for a while, Hanzo shook his head and said calmly, as long as they leave Amigakure, that is enough. I have already sent a notice to the leadership of the three great nations. This chaos should end soon. The AIM ninja hesitated. Hanzo-sama, what if they refuse to withdraw from the Land of Rain? Then, we declare war. In the alley, Tsukumo Hatake leapt and shifted, dodging the poisonous needles shooting after him from behind. Rain soaked his white hair, plastering it to his forehead. While gathering intelligence, he had noticed that Mamoru Chiyo and Ruri Chiyo, the captains of Sunagakure's puppet forces, had left the main force and gone somewhere unknown. His original guess was that they intended to sneak into the Land of Fire and cause destruction. After tracking them down, he discovered an even greater secret. He had to bring this intelligence back to the village. Tsukumo stared ahead. Under pursuit from those behind him, he was not fleeing toward Konoha, but toward the Land of Wind. He looked down at the wound on his chest, which was still bleeding, and frowned deeply. When he witnessed that secret negotiation, he had been discovered by the enemy ninja. Although he successfully killed 2 jonin, he had also been hit by one of Chiyo Ruri's puppet poison needles. The antidote could not fully suppress the poison. He had to find a way to escape quickly. Once he left the alleys, open terrain would give puppeteers an absolute advantage, and then things would become troublesome. With my current chakra, I should be able to turn around and take one of them down with me. But then the intelligence won't get out. As he thought, Tsukumo remembered something. His gaze sharpened, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Shingetsu is in Shigure Sakai. If I can meet up with him, we can definitely drive off the people behind me. Sorry about this. Help your big bro out, and I won't ask you for a wedding gift later. Tsukumo suddenly accelerated, quickly breaking out of Amigakure's alleys and racing across the surface of the lake. He's an assassin-type ninja, yet he's running toward open terrain. Has he panicked? A red-haired Sunagakure man said in a low voice. No. This man is not the type to lose his composure. A beautiful woman with long black hair tied back said, he was poisoned by me. If he is willing to hasten the poison spread just to get there. Reinforcements. Reinforcements. Mamoru smiled faintly. Then he really is unlucky. Our reinforcements, are there too? Let's finish this quickly and go back. I miss Sasori. Ruri showed a warm smile, her gaze gentle. When they had left for this mission, Sasori had just learned to say mom. She thought about her son every moment. Mamoru nodded and smiled. Yeah. I still need to go back and teach Sasori how to say dad. At that moment. In the barren red sands, the brutal battle had just reached its climax. Chapter 30, Tsukumo, did I come at a bad time? Red sand filled the sky, yet it seemed to strike an invisible wall, splitting between Chiyo and Shingetsu and forming a wide empty space thick with the smell of blood and puppet black oil. Chiyo drew her hands from her sleeves. From her 10 fingers extended nearly invisible chakra threads, pulling 9 silent killing machines into motion. Her expression grew darker and darker as her killing intent toward Shingetsu intensified. 20 minutes. For a battle between ninja, that was far too long. It was the kind of duration that usually only appeared in evenly matched battles between mid-level and upper-level ninja. Evenly matched. Me, with this brat. What a joke. The 9 puppets formed an attack net with no blind spots. Poison needles, senbon, hideous giant blades, countless attacks poured down like a storm. Shingetsu was not in good shape. His shirt had been torn apart in the fierce battle, and blood seeped from the wound on his right shoulder, running down his arm and onto his blade. Blood coated the patterns on Hiki, and the wavering sheen made the blade look as if it were breathing. Puppeteers were all masters of poison, and Chiyo was naturally one of the best. But the poison, potent enough to kill a large summoned beast, only left Shingetsu slightly numb. His heart, accelerated by combat mode, pumped blood rapidly, diluting the toxin at high speed. His Sharingan rotated steadily, seeing clearly where every weapon would land. In an instant, Shingetsu calculated the optimal path to evade. Dodging every attack was impossible, but he selectively took the weaker strikes with non-vital parts of his body. He made a series of movements no ordinary human could accomplish, twisting his waist more than 90 degrees to avoid a giant axe strike from one puppet. Immediately after, he raised his arm and smashed a heavy hammer apart with an elbow strike, then used the force to spring up and slam a brutal headbutt into a puppet that had closed in before him. The skull was the hardest bone in the human body, protecting the most important organ, the brain. And when used as a weapon, it was remarkably effective. Bang. A dull impact echoed through the empty valley as the puppet's head was smashed apart. Shingetsu landed with blood dripping down his forehead, several more wounds now added to his body. Yet the ferocity in his eyes only grew stronger. Raza finally realized just how wise Chiyo's caution had been. He was a rare genius in Sunigekure, having learned the magnet release Kekkei Genkai at a young age and become the disciple of the third Kazekage. He had once believed that in the vast ninja world, there were only a handful of people his age who could compare to him. But now, he had no choice but to admit that, as he was now, forget fighting this Uchiha, he did not even have the right to take part in the battle. If I exposed myself in front of him, that scarlet blade would cut off my head in an instant. His muscle fiber density defied common sense. Even piercing his skin and flesh was no easy task, and the bone density supporting that body was even more absurd. Chiyo thought this through, her brows tightly furrowed. Even desert scorpion venom could not affect him. It was just as he had said. This was not something like a superhuman strength technique, but physical power that was strong from the inside out. Clack, clack. With a flick of her fingers, 3 puppets broke away from the main group and formed a triangular formation. The mechanisms at the puppets' mouths opened, revealing the characters for Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Ninja art, 3 jewels suction crushing. Whoosh. A wind hole with tremendous suction suddenly formed. It was one of Chiyo's secret techniques, capable of sucking everything before it into the formation and grinding it to dust. The puppets tangled with Shingetsu scattered, and immense wind pressure descended. The air was drained dry in an instant. Shingetsu's body was dragged forward by the tornado, veins bulging beneath his skin, making him look fierce and terrifying. Duck. Shikaku shouted. The black earth grudge fear tissue wrapped around him expanded several-fold, blooming like a twisted black flower. The mask's mouth opened wide, intense heat gathering inside it. Fire release, searing migraine. The fireball swelled to its limit, then suddenly contracted. And then it burst forward. A violent sea of fire spread out at extreme speed, then surged even faster toward the 3-jewel suction-crushing formation under the pull of the tornado. Not good. Chiyo's pupils shrank. Her hands moved with blinding speed, pulling the 3 puppets apart and interrupting the ninjutsu. Boom 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 boom. The massive explosion blasted a huge crater into the sandy ground and burned the dead trees to ash. Shingetsu, who had taken defensive measures in time, was mostly fine, though he had even less clothing left on him. He coughed out a breath of smoke, thinking that he needed to find someone to make him clothes that would not be damaged so easily. His fighting style made it far too easy to end up in scenes unsuitable for children. You okay? Shikaku moved closer, his voice coming from within the black tendrils. The core mechanism of that technique is a rare area seal. You'd already been locked on, so I could only interrupt it with a wide-range offensive ninjutsu. A better way would be to find terrain with multiple obstacles before it fully formed, then use rocks to drain its chakra. After seeing it only once, you immediately came up with a way to break it. The Nara clan is as irritating as ever. During the 20-minute battle, Shikaku had played a critical role, repeatedly predicting Chiyo's actions and preventing her from achieving any major result. Chiyo lowered her eyelids and gave a cold laugh. But the proud Uchiha clan actually taking orders from the Nara clan, who cling to the Sarutobi. If Madara Uchiha knew, he would surely be disappointed. To someone of her generation, Madara Uchiha was not some distant name. The Battle of the Valley of the End that had shaken the ninja world had only happened a little over 20 years ago. Shingetsu. Shikaku was about to warn Shingetsu that the other side was trying to mess with his head and that he absolutely must not fall for it. Shingetsu grinned. Why wouldn't I use a tool that's useful? Do you think I'm like you Sunagekure idiots with head wraps around your brains? Shingetsu. Shikaku grimaced. Calling the people of Sunagekure that was one thing, but I'm your teammate, not a tool. Raza gritted his teeth and had just opened his mouth to retort. That guy whose hair color already screams malnutrition. A mocking smile stayed on Shingetsu's lips. What were you trying to say? Why don't you go back and help your poor Land of Wind relatives dig food out of the sand instead of coming here to show off? From the individual, to the ninja village, all the way to the Land of Wind. Even Shikaku felt that Shingetsu had gone a little too far. Chiyo's attempt to drive a wedge between the two had failed, and listening to him made anger rise in her chest instead. You sharp-tongued brat. I hope you can still smile later. Just as she was about to attack again, a voice reached them from the cliff before its owner did. Shingetsu. With all this commotion, I knew you'd be here. Tsukumo braked sharply at the cliff's edge. Before he even had time to see the situation clearly, he shouted, there are 2 Sunagekure puppeteers chasing me. They're not easy to deal with. Use your earth grudge fear and hit them hard. For 2 brief seconds, silence fell as their eyes met. Ah, things on your side, look even harder to deal with. That old lady looks kind of familiar. Did I come at a bad time? Chapter 31, what comes next? What could I even say? That he had arrived just in time. Shingetsu was rarely left speechless. Sure enough, not a single white-haired person was normal. Swish, swish. Mamoru and Ruri used the body flicker technique to appear beside Chiyo, then took a scroll from their sleeves and handed it to her. He saw our deal with Kumo. Chiyo frowned slightly. An unknown brat, and you couldn't handle him. Mamoru gave a helpless, bitter smile. Mother, that guy is no ordinary person. If one of the people trading with us hadn't been a sensor ninja, we never would have noticed him approaching. Even then, he killed everyone from Kumo, as well as the people I brought with me. He's extremely strong. Shingetsu's ears twitched slightly. His 5 senses were far sharper than an ordinary person's, sharp enough to catch their low voices. A transaction between Sunagekure and Kumo at this point in time. It had to be that. This is bad. I was hoping you could lend me a hand, but it looks like we're finished. Tsukumo also handed Shingetsu a scroll and said in a low voice, the intelligence inside is written in secret script. You must deliver it to Hokage-sama personally. Whoosh. The white-fanged dagger left its sheath. Tsukumo had already made up his mind to die. I'll hold them off. You 2 go first. A touch of warmth appeared in his resolute gaze. Go to number 27 on Gourmet Street for me. Tell the hostess at that izakaya that I'm sorry I won't be coming back. And tell her that her salt-grilled Pacific sori and miso-simmered eggplant are delicious. Please, for me. What are you doing? Leaving a last will. Shingetsu turned the hilt of his sword and cut him off. What makes you think we can't beat them? He did not quite understand. As far as he knew, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law had died at Tsukumo's hands, so why was Tsukumo the one being chased by them? Looking at Tsukumo's young, boyish face, he suddenly realized something. It was probably a matter of timing. Sasori had died in his 30s. Working backward from the present, he should only be 1 or 2 years old right now. His parents had probably died when Sasori was 4 or 5. He could not judge Tsukumo based on fixed impressions. Tsukumo's strength must have improved by leaps and bounds during the years he took part in the Second Shinobi World War. Judging by his peak, the fact that Kakuzu had survived 2 of his slashes back then was already a miracle. After figuring that out, Shingetsu asked, can you handle those 2? I'm not done with that old puppet woman yet. Not done yet. Only then did Tsukumo notice the puppet fragments scattered across the battlefield. Judging from the state of the area, the fight had already been going on for quite some time. Although Shingetsu was injured, he showed no signs of being exhausted. Tsukumo naturally knew exactly what kind of person Chiyo was, yet Shingetsu had actually held out this long against a powerhouse like her. His thoughts snapped back into place, and he immediately said, I've been poisoned. I can still fight for a short time. If necessary, I can take one of them down with me before I die. Male puppeteers tend to focus on weapon coverage, while women are skilled with poison. Their puppet technique is delicate and strange. Which one do you think I should trade for? Don't trade for either. That would be a huge loss. Across from them, the Uchiha have actually produced a brat even you can't take down. At his son's question, Chiyo's old face darkened. I was only playing with the brat. Once I get serious, this battle will be over soon. Detoxification requires an understanding of toxicology. This can only suppress the poison's effects for about 5 minutes. After that, you'll have to find a medical nin. Shikaku handed Tsukumo a specially made pill. Since this was his first time leaving home, his family had prepared plenty of life-saving medicine for him. Thanks. Tsukumo held the pill in his mouth, waiting to chew it and swallow once the battle began. It's used about half of its chakra. Having you use it afterward is the best choice. Shikaku returned the earth grudge fear to Shingetsu. He had used fire release twice in total, which had helped a great deal. He looked at Tsukumo and said quietly, if I'm not mistaken. That scroll you handed to Chiyo contains the Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu, doesn't it? Tsukumo's pupils shrank. Shingetsu also looked at Shikaku with a strange expression. Shikaku pressed his lips together, shook his head, and let out a soft sigh. This is trouble. My next generation might end up facing a terrifying Jinchuriki. The scars on Tsukumo's body caused by lightning release ninjutsu, the tiny grains left behind after seawater crystallized on the hems of his clothes and those of the 2 Sunagakure ninja, along with many other details. Combined with the major events that had happened recently in the ninja world, Shikaku pieced together the truth. Don't be so pessimistic. Shingetsu said calmly, you probably won't need to wait until the next generation. You should be able to meet one yourself. That isn't comforting, Shingetsu. I wasn't trying to comfort you. Shikaku, you absolutely cannot die. Tsukumo's voice was not loud, but it was extraordinarily firm. Your intelligence is too important to the village. You have to retreat. Shikaku shook his head and looked at Shingetsu. I know I'm smart. When I was at the Ninja Academy, I often had to slow my thoughts down just to keep up with my classmates. But I also know. I have a fatal flaw. He smiled and tightened his grip on his kunai. I'm used to skipping over difficult options and finding the easy path. But that's wrong. Sometimes, you have to face every difficulty head-on. Sometimes, you have to seem foolish, trading second by second, bit by bit, gritting your teeth to win fate's favor. Just like you, Shingetsu. I see, so you've made your choice. Tsukumo patted his shoulder and lifted his head high. Then we'll return to the village together. We'll go back alive. Shingetsu narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze dark and unreadable. Why were they suddenly getting all fired up? Had he misunderstood something about him? Difficulties. Gritting his teeth. Had he ever done that? Could it be? Did they not find battle thrilling? While releasing the urge to destroy, you could clearly feel your own strength growing. Was there anything better than that? Forget it. There were hardly any normal people in the ninja world. Trying to understand how they thought would only get him assimilated. There's no need for tactics. Flames climbed over Shingetsu's wounds, the intense heat stopping the blood that had been flowing non-stop and burning mottled patches of charred black across his skin. He calculated the chakra he could still use, as well as the condition of the body he had now fully mastered. He should have about. Boom. Crimson flames erupted from the earth grudge fear, wrapping tightly around his body and spreading rapidly through his limbs and bones. Shingetsu was enveloped in a blazing mist of fire. Yet after that first explosive flare, the flames lost their heat and gave off an unnatural chill that defied common sense. Reflected in those Sharingan eyes, the dim flames carried a piercing cold. Was he intertwining fire-release chakra with the Sharingan's ocular power? Chiyo frowned slightly. She had experienced Shingetsu's powerful body for herself, and she had always followed the strategy for dealing with Uchiha, never looking directly at the Sharingan. Aside from that first flaming slash, she had no information about Shingetsu using the earth grudge fear. That special ninja tool that could store chakra and seemed almost alive, it resembled the legendary lost Genjutsu of Takigakure. Had Konoha obtained it? In any case. Shingetsu and Chiyo spoke almost at the same time. It's coming. Stay fully alert. Chiyo tightened her chakra threads. On her slightly aged face was a solemnity Mamoru rarely saw. That man. Shingetsu's grin nearly split his face to the ears, wild and unrestrained. From here on. Let's slaughter them until flesh and blood fly. Chapter 32, 3 Phases, Reverse Surge. Bang. Thank you. To the gods who gave me a second life, whether they exist or not, thank you. Thank you. I hold the utmost respect for every bone in my body and every drop of blood in my veins. Thank you. Your voices, the scent of you, the color of your hair, the curve of your lips when you looked at me, the depth of your pupils. I still remember them all. Thank you so much. I am truly grateful to have been born into a world like this. SSSHHK. A sharp puppet tail needle stabbed into him, its barbs tearing out a spray of blood, only for the blood to be burned into a wisp of blue smoke by the intense heat before it could hit the ground. Shingetsu charged straight into the formation, completely ignoring defense and letting the attacks land on his body. The burning pain of his wounds splitting open spread through his flesh, and the taste of blood filled his throat. He let out a low laugh. The shrill scream of chakra tearing through the air, the thrill of life and death brushing past his ear, it made the blood in his entire body boil. Even breathing felt exhilarating. Ah, so this is what being alive feels like. Blood slid down from between his brows, drawn toward his deep pupils. Crash. A puppet lashed out with a long tail, wrapping it around Shingetsu's waist and dragging him in. Its limbs locked around him like iron gates. At the same time, poison needles, spears, giant axes, scythes, countless weapons and thousands of attacks came down on him in an instant. Bang. A short-range punch delivered in that cramped space announced the exit of the second member of the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets. Amid the shower of debris, the Tomo in Shingetsu's Sharingan spun to their limit, and his vision seemed to freeze. He saw the blade of the sword-wielding puppet, 32 centimeters from his neck. On the other side, the spear tip was 49 centimeters from his chest. Behind him was a puppet that had deployed a mechanical light shield block, cutting off his retreat. Down to his lower right, the shadow of a chain had already fallen over his ankle. Closest of all were the Senbon stabbing straight toward his eyes, barely 2 centimeters away. Seeing, thinking, and deciding all happened in the same instant. The body bound by heavenly restriction released its full power. His nerves transmitted signals at nearly the speed of light, his muscles shifted between tension and release in 0.01 seconds, and his bones adjusted the angle of every joint. His left foot stomped hard on empty air, and his body tilted and spun in midair. The rotation was so fast that his figure blurred. The blade swept past his left ear, shaving off a small piece of his earlobe. The Senbon struck his shoulder blade and held for only an instant before snapping apart, unable to even pierce his skin. The chain wrapped around his body, but the force of his rotation dragged it flying toward Shingetsu. After cutting a strange arc through the air, it slammed into the mechanical light shield block, sending both flying away. He twisted his body and hovered there, the tip of his foot meeting the spearhead. The iron spear shattered inch by inch, and the puppet's chest caved in with it before the whole thing was blasted backward. Every movement was completed within 1/5 of a second. Absolute insight, paired with an absolute body. A pure, ultimate killing weapon born solely for battle. Chiyo had no time to marvel at the boy's performance. She spread her hands wide, then snapped them together, and 3 more puppets attacked Shingetsu. Rip. A streak of white light suddenly tore through space and time. Tsukumo flew forward to meet them, his short sword drawing a perfect arc in front of him. Lightning released chakra gathered on the blade, then detached. As it flew, it kept swelling and splitting, turning into dozens of lightning blades. A piercing thunderous roar exploded, and white light flared. White fang, fierce thunder-slaying breath. Boom, 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 boom. The 3 puppets were struck by lightning. Black smoke rose from their joints, and their movements grew sluggish. Faced with that, Chiyo had no choice but to withdraw her puppets and use long-range attacks to scatter the remaining lightning blades. Without exchanging a word, Shingetsu and Tsukumo moved at the same time, weaving between the puppets and scattered rocks like 2 streaks of light. Mamoru and Ruri's puppets were mainly beast-shaped. They could not perform Chiyo's finger technique, style of manipulation, and their limit was controlling 4 puppets. Even in Sunagakure, that level was second only to Chiyo, worthy of the captain of the puppet brigade. Without needing to speak, Tsukumo moved to engage Mamoru and Ruri, while Shingetsu charged alone toward the regrouping 8 Chikamatsu puppets. Watching you. I really can't help but sigh at how many geniuses Konoha produces. Chiyo's face was expressionless, the chaotic yet orderly chakra threads in front of her weaving into something like a curtain. If we weren't enemies, I truly wouldn't want to kill you. The ninja world needs young people like you to feel alive. Her eyes darkened slightly, and an unreadable smile appeared at the corner of Chiyo's mouth. If you want to blame something, blame this cruel era you were born into. An era with no distinction between old and young, only the living and the dead. Chiyo's 10 fingers moved rapidly, and 5 puppets lined up in formation before her. Their palms faced forward. A howling gale surged out, intertwining into a violent whirlwind that could tear apart everything in its path. It drained all the surrounding air away, forming a suffocating vacuum. 5 puppet turbulence, vacuum burial. How could that be? I'm glad I was born in this era. Shingetsu was smiling too. The hiki rested on his shoulder. Flames flowed like water, cycling between his arm and the blade, with darkness surging within the scarlet glow. It's because people like you exist that I can truly enjoy myself. Without a doubt, Chiyo was the strongest puppeteer of the current age. There was no one else. Her puppet technique had surpassed her predecessors and nearly reached perfection. That ultimate control over chakra was practically art. It had truly taught him a great deal. Using ocular power to control the earth grudge fear and perform cursed techniques was, in essence, also a form of puppet technique. With the Sharingan's grasp over spiritual power and the amplification brought by incantations, it was almost like being one mind and body. But it was still missing something. Compared to the very best puppeteers, it was still just a little short. Chakra was the fusion and extension of physical power and spiritual power, making it more complete than spiritual power alone. Because of heavenly restriction, Shingetsu could not manifest any chakra outside his body except through ocular power. Was there a way to add another medium, making the control faster and smoother, allowing him to unleash stronger attacks as if he were manipulating a puppet? A part of the body, something with extensibility. The answer had already appeared. Blood. Since chakra could not break free from the restraints of heavenly restriction, then let spiritual power and physical power fuse within heaven and earth. Drip, drip. Drops of bloody tears fell from his eye sockets and splashed onto the burning blade. They were not scorched into smoke. Instead, like paint, they spread through the empty space around the blade, rendering a picture. Black and red blended together into a dreamlike purple. His lips parted slightly, and a soft, bewitching murmur slipped out. 3 phases. Reverse surge. Collapsing wedge, irreversible flame feathers. Using blood to manifest physical energy, using ocular power to construct the link for spiritual energy, and using the chanted incantation to connect them. A complete jutsu different from ninjutsu, one that could be called a system of its own, was truly born in this moment. The vacuum storm sliced off strands of hair like a blade. Black hair fell against his lips. Space and time seemed to stand still as Shingetsu slowly shifted the blade, drawing a crescent arc, and spoke softly. Bang. Purple fire moved through the raging wind like a snake, like a fish, like water, like a wisp of blue smoke. It was so beautiful that Chiyo, for a moment, forgot what she should do. She could only wait as that gorgeous purple flame filled her vision. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on p-at-trian. p-at-trian.com/pinksnake, 50 chapters ahead for now. You can also follow as a free member to read a few advanced chapters. Chapter 33, I Lost. An eerie silence settled over the battlefield. The purple flames spread like paint across empty space, slowly expanding, slowly swallowing everything. Without a sound, they erased the fissures and filled the vacuum. Seeing Chiyo stand frozen before the incoming attack, even her puppet-controlling hands hanging limp at her sides, Raza and the others shouted in alarm. Chiyo-sama. Mother. What are you doing? Chiyo heard none of their calls. In her mind, she drifted back. She remembered that day. Sunagakure village had dug up a new water source. Everyone was happy, and she had been happier than anyone. Manzaman-sama had finally agreed to teach her puppet technique. Back then, she was still a teenage girl, unable to hide her emotions. Her smile had been bright, open, and full of joy. The memories after that. That rather annoying junior brother. His talent was nowhere near hers, but because he was Manzaman-sensei's nephew, he received far more favoritism. When had she stopped finding him so annoying? She could no longer remember. By the time she thought back on it, Mamoru had already been born. That period. Ah, it was because of Hashirama Senju. While that man was alive, everyone lived in peace. Missions were not dangerous, relations between the great nations were harmonious, and everything seemed so wonderful. How did it become? If I could. No. No. What am I thinking? I am the strongest puppeteer. I am an important pillar of Sunagakure, here to help the village win this war. I just obtained the Fuinjutsu. I have to bring it back to the village and create the strongest weapon, the Shikaku Jinchuriki. How could I go soft on some brat from another village? Go soft. No. The moment those dim eyes lit up again, the purple flames that had burned through the chakra threads were already right in front of her. She had no time to dodge. Whoosh. Bang. Her thoughts had barely snapped back when a tremendous force shoved her body aside. It was Ruri. She had been closest to Chiyo. At the critical moment, she took Tsukumo's blade head-on and used her puppet to push Chiyo out of danger. Hiss. It was not the crackle of flames burning wood. The instant the purple fire touched the puppet, it vanished like snow beneath the blazing sun. The purple fire did not continue spreading. It fell to the ground and splashed apart. Ruri. Mamoru flew forward and caught Ruri. The terrifying amount of blood instantly soaked through his clothes. A gruesome slash ran from her shoulder to her abdomen, electric arcs flickering over the wound and tearing it open even further. Swish, swish, swish. Chiyo immediately controlled her puppets to shield Ruri and Mamoru. After steadying her breathing, she glared at Shingetsu with eyes nearly splitting from fury. What did you do? What kind of technique was that? If Ruri had not disregarded her own safety, Chiyo was certain she would have been burned away just like that puppet. She did not have an indestructible body. Compared to a puppet, she was far too fragile. Shingetsu's aura had visibly weakened, and the flames that had been lingering around him all this time died out. According to his original calculations, if he combined taijutsu with simple fire release, the chakra inside Earth Grudge Fear should have lasted several more minutes. But this was his first time using this jutsu in full, and he had failed to control the scale properly. After being pushed past its limits, even Earth Grudge Fear's black tendrils had grown dim and lost their vitality. He looked at Ruri and smiled faintly. You could tell how dangerous my curse technique was. You're sharp, and decisive too. Having lost his chance to kill Chiyo, Shingetsu showed no frustration at all. Instead, he sincerely praised his opponent. Ruri, who had lost too much blood, could not respond. Her pupils were beginning to dilate. Without immediate treatment, only death awaited her. Unexpected turns were part of battle, and Shingetsu accepted that calmly. In that case, he gripped the hilt of the Hiki blade and smiled. Too bad. Looks like I won't get the chance to kill you, old woman. The chakra inside Earth Grudge Fear was exhausted. He still had physical strength left, but with taijutsu alone, killing an almost uninjured Chiyo was impossible. Of course, that only meant he had no chance to kill her. Victory and defeat were still uncertain, and the battle was not over. Chiyo was silent for several seconds. Then she let out a long breath. Shingetsu Uchiha, that is your name, correct? The corner of Shingetsu's mouth lifted. You're not about to say you'll remember my name before killing me, are you? Don't get too arrogant. I lost. Chiyo, a pillar of Sunagekure whose prestige rivaled that of the third Hokage, spoke those words calmly. Chiyo-sama. You. Raza wanted to say more, but Chiyo raised a hand and stopped him. She lifted a finger. It was the signal to retreat. Even though Mamoru was frantic over his lover's condition, they were still on the battlefield. He had to wait for Chiyo's decision before he dared pick up Ruri and withdraw. Raza looked back unwillingly, then followed them away. Ruri could still be saved. Chiyo was Sunagekure's finest medical nin, and it would not be an exaggeration to call her the finest medical nin in the ninja world. But if the fight continued, Ruri would certainly die without timely treatment. Chiyo would not choose that. Compared to losing family, the outcome of one battle meant nothing. She gave Shingetsu a deep look, as though trying to engrave the boy's face into her memory. Chiyo smiled. You reminded me of some beautiful things. You're clearly such a vicious little brat, yet there's a trace of tenderness hidden in your killing technique. Shingetsu did not quite understand. After all, he was not stupid enough to hit himself with that flame. It had probably forced out Chiyo's life flashing before her eyes and made her mistakenly think the technique also had an infinite Tsukuyomi effect. She gathered up her puppets and tucked the scroll into her sleeve. Before turning away, she glanced at Tsukumo Hatake, the smile gone from her face. I'll remember that / Tsukumo Hatake. Pray you never meet me on the battlefield. I won't let you off. In her view, she had been the one to seek out Shingetsu and attack first, so no matter how Shingetsu counterattacked or what consequences followed, she had to bear them herself. She could not blame him. But this white-haired man. First, he had disrupted Mamoru and the others' mission. Then he had inflicted severe injuries on Ruri, forcing Chiyo to admit defeat and retreat. It was simply unforgivable. Whoosh. Chiyo's figure vanished, and Shingetsu did not stop her. If a standard Kage-level expert in perfect condition wanted to leave, he did not have the ability to keep her there. Making a move would have been pointless. This. Tsukumo pointed at himself, looking confused. Even if I was the one who injured that woman, the root cause was still you, wasn't it? So why does she only hate me? It was the same last time. You were the one cursing at Kakuzu the entire time, but for some reason he suddenly stopped being angry. What is going on here? Shingetsu shook his head. Who knows what those old things are thinking? Maybe it's because I'm better looking. Looks like there's something wrong with their brains, but their eyes still work just fine. Tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps rang out, and Tsukumo's nerves, which had just started to relax, instantly went taut again. The antidote's effect had worn off. As he turned around, he staggered and pitched toward the ground. Smack. A pale hand caught Tsukumo. The faint scent of soapberry from long black hair drifted into his nose. That scent. Tsukumo looked up and saw a familiar face. Orochimaru. Chapter 34, In the darkness, the eye of life and death. Shingetsu's grip on his sword loosened slightly. His Sharingan told him that the Orochimaru before him was real, not an enemy's transformation technique. When did you get here? Orochimaru had received orders from the front line and left a month ago, so Shingetsu was a little surprised to see him. A green glow shone from Orochimaru's palm, temporarily suppressing the poison inside Tsukumo's body. Fully neutralizing it would require a complicated process. It seems my concealment skills are rather good. Even Shingetsu-kun failed to notice me. I never left. Shikaku's brow tightened, and he asked, "You were here the whole time. Then why?" Before he could finish, Orochimaru said calmly, "There was no chance to intervene." After helping Tsukumo sit down, Orochimaru walked toward Shingetsu. Shingetsu had grown quickly. At 10 years old, he was already close to 1.6 meters tall, but he was still a head shorter than Orochimaru. Those pale golden vertical pupils lowered slightly. There were several times I wanted to step in, but I always felt I would be spoiling your fun. As for just now. Orochimaru looked in the direction Chiyo and the others had left, then said slowly, "There was no way for us to keep Chiyo here, and the price would have been Tsukumo's death at the very least. It wasn't worth it." He turned back, the corners of his mouth lifting. "Shingetsu, you really did it. You broke through your own limits and created a new jutsu. Fusing physical energy and spiritual energy outside the body. A brilliant idea." Everyone regarded Orochimaru as a rare genius who appeared only once every few decades, but in his eyes, his own talent was nothing compared to Shingetsu's. Shingetsu held back a smile and forced the corners of his mouth down. "Humph, wasn't that only expected?" Orochimaru naturally picked up the barely breathing earth grudge fear. "I'll go find that person and recharge you." As he spoke, a sharp light flickered in his eyes. Earth grudge fear still has limits. As the opponents you face grow stronger, the role it can play will only shrink. If it could replenish chakra on its own and gain a certain degree of recovery ability. Like a tailed beast. Shingetsu raised an eyebrow. Orochimaru pondered for a few seconds, then said slowly, "Let's not think that far ahead. Tailed beasts have existed for over 1,000 years. They're natural disasters that evolved from nature. Perhaps we can modify earth grudge fear into the concept of a living puppet. What do you think? A fully autonomous human puppet." Orochimaru had watched the whole battle, and it seemed he had also found inspiration in Chiyo's fighting style. If earth grudge fear could fight independently while supplying chakra, that would indeed be a major upgrade. The group found a shady place to sit, and Orochimaru helped Tsukumo cut open his wound to drain the poison. Tsukumo's face twisted in pain, and he bared his teeth. "Isn't there a gentler way to detoxify me? I'm not a professional medical nin. If you need one, I can take you to Tsunade." Tsukumo thought about it. That woman was even less gentle than Orochimaru. He quickly shook his head. "Forget it. Man, I really thought I was going to die this time. First it was an S-rank missing nin from Takigakure, and now we actually ran into Chiyo of Sunagakure. Shingetsu, do you have some special connection with the older generation or is your luck just that bad?" Before Shingetsu could speak, Orochimaru answered on his disciple's behalf. For a genius like Shingetsu, one who surpasses his peers, encountering famous experts is perfectly normal. It has nothing to do with luck. He turned to Shingetsu and said in a low voice, "This is the price of becoming famous young." This time it was Chiyo. "Next time, you will enter the sights of even more powerful people, perhaps even a Kage. Since earth grudge fear needs time before it can be used again, I suggest you return to base and recover." Shingetsu thought for a moment, then nodded. "I have an idea. I need time to sort it out." He could not keep placing his hopes on earth grudge fear as his means of long-range attack. After this battle, the vague idea in his mind had been confirmed. Orochimaru lowered his eyes, as if he had seen through what Shingetsu was thinking. "Blood. Yeah." Shingetsu raised his hand. A drop of blood seeped from his fingertip and took the shape of a steel needle. Whoosh. The blood needle shot out, struck a nearby dead tree, and exploded, snapping it clean in half. Its power was impressive. Using ocular power as the medium, I can control the shape transformation of my own blood. Maybe I can develop it into a technique usable at all ranges. Orochimaru frowned slightly and quickly saw the flaw in this approach. Even if your body produces blood faster than an ordinary person's, a technique that burns through blood this quickly will put you at risk of dizziness from blood loss once you exceed your limit. To be honest, with your personality, I'm certain you'll overdo it. Ha. Am I some impulsive person? Aren't you? Orochimaru, Tsukumo, and even Shikaku all looked at Shingetsu strangely. Anyone who knew you even a little would never connect you with the word calm, would they? Suddenly, Shikaku spoke. Orochimaru-sama is right. If blood is released as a disposable weapon, the cost is too high. But. Shikaku pressed a finger to the ground, and his black shadow surged like a swimming snake. If it's used like my shadow, the problem of consumption can be eased. The group was silent for a while. Tsukumo was the first to speak. I don't know much about clan secret techniques, but even with the Hitaki clan swordsmanship, my father strictly forbade me from teaching it to outsiders. Shikaku, if you do this, the Nara clan. Orochimaru shook his head. This is a taboo in Konoha. Even if you willingly teach it, Shikaku, others won't see it that way. It won't be good for you or Shingetsu. What bullshit taboo? The corner of Shingetsu's mouth lifted, and he exchanged a smile with Shikaku. You didn't teach me. I copied it with my Sharingan, right? Shikaku smiled and nodded. In any case, those old fossils in my family definitely wouldn't dare make trouble for the Uchiha. As for everyone else, Orochimaru-sama, don't underestimate your own weight. Orochimaru froze slightly, then shook his head with a bitter smile. Have I become an old fossil too? Tsukumo let out a long breath. His gaze darkened, as if he had made an important decision. I suddenly have a feeling that I might have a daughter who doesn't like swordsmanship. In that case, Shingetsu-kun, would you be interested in learning it? Unparalleled talent, a tenacious mind, and the presence to make others willing to teach him everything they knew. Even I can't help wanting to add a stroke to this great undertaking. Orochimaru lowered his eyes slightly and gazed deeply at Shingetsu. Just how far will you grow? It really makes me tremble with anticipation. In an unknown land, deep within a dark palace. The stone floor began to writhe, and strange white creatures emerged from it. Madara-sama, we found someone capable of bearing your eyes. He's in the land of rain. In the darkness, a pair of pale purple eyes, holding the mysteries of life and death, slowly opened. As for an Uchiha clansman to serve as your proxy, I also have a suitable option here. Chapter 35, The Second Shinobi World War begins. The Land of Rain. Konoha Ninja Camp. Looking at the thing on the operating table, Orochimaru's expression looked rather grim. It was a mass of black matter, constantly twisting and writhing as it let out low, hoarse groans. Gray puppet fragments were mixed among its tentacles. Those fragments came from the shattered remains of the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets. Every piece carried the wisdom and effort of 2 generations of the strongest puppeteers. After collecting them, Orochimaru dismantled them and embedded them into the tentacles of Earth Grudge Fear in a specific order. In addition, taking advantage of Earth Grudge Fear's ability to draw chakra from hearts, Orochimaru used ninja body tissue collected from the battlefield as filler and binding material. After 2 months, he had assembled this indescribable gray-black monster, a thing with no human mentality whatsoever. You broke Earth Grudge Fear. Shingetsu spoke with a calm face. Orochimaru was silent for quite a while before shifting his gaze away from the monster on the operating table. It isn't broken. This is merely a stage in the construction process. You know, newborn infants aren't attractive either, but they become more complete as they grow. No. In the photos my mom left behind, I was already good-looking as a baby. An individual case cannot refute an experimental hypothesis. Besides, your belief that you look good is purely self-perception and lacks objectivity. Enough. Just tell me when I can use it. Shingetsu rolled his eyes at Orochimaru. Ever since the encounter with Chiyo, Shingetsu had returned to camp to familiarize himself with and develop his curse technique, while Orochimaru had gone to carry out missions with Jiraiya and the others. It did not take long for Orochimaru to come back with a fully charged Earth Grudge Fear, saying he wanted to test that mad idea. In other words, he wanted to modify Earth Grudge Fear into a humanoid cursed tool capable of absorbing chakra on its own. As for Orochimaru's ideas, Shingetsu was usually quite indulgent. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, his pale fingers rubbing his chin as he murmured, the current problem is containment. It lacks a shell to hold everything together. Sorry. You probably won't be able to use Earth Grudge Fear for a while. I need to run more experiments. Fortunately, this is a battlefield. There's no shortage of experimental material. How long have you been doing human experiments? Shingetsu suddenly asked. Orochimaru exhaled lightly. The first time was probably 6 years ago. It was an experiment involving the first Hokage's cells. I can't really say I participated. Danzo-sama only allowed me to observe a few times. This is the village's top secret. You. Forget it. That project has already been stopped anyway. After the first Hokage passed away, the second Hokage began research into Lord First cells in order to recreate the invincible power of wood release. When the second Hokage was sacrificed and Hiruzen-sensei succeeded him, he led the cell transplant experiments to fill the gap in the village's combat strength. But even members of the Senju clan could not withstand the first Hokage's cells. The experiments caused many casualties and were eventually halted. A look of yearning appeared in Orochimaru's eyes as he praised, it's hard to imagine, for his cells to remain so active after so many years of death. How powerful must the first Hokage have been while he was alive? As he spoke, he suddenly stopped and looked at Shingetsu. Does it disgust you, Shingetsu-kun? I don't like it, but I can understand why it happened. However, Shingetsu gave Orochimaru a meaningful look and said softly, if anyone dares lay a hand on my family, I'll kill everyone involved. The Hokage would be no exception. Jiraiya and Tsunade often felt that his actions were too harsh. That was because they had never really spent time with Shingetsu. Orochimaru coughed a few times to ease the awkwardness. How could that happen? The Uchiha are important comrades of the village. As for the research into the first Hokage's cells, Hiruzen-sensei also obtained Mito-sama's consent. He did not dare say that among the second Hokage's experimental materials, there were records involving Madara Uchiha. If Shingetsu found out, the second Hokage's grave might be in danger. Orochimaru sealed the hissing, twisted creation on the operating table into a scroll, and the tent instantly grew much quieter. He felt that after letting Shingetsu see something so unbeautiful, the child needed a gentler topic. He said softly, Shingetsu, do you miss your parents? Before Shingetsu could answer, the corner of Orochimaru's mouth curved faintly. My parents were Konoha ninjas. They died in the First Shinobi World War. It's been so long that I've almost forgotten what they looked like. A faint, almost imperceptible sadness appeared in the eyes of this person who would one day transform into a cold-blooded monster. Shingetsu strode toward the exit and pulled up the heavy curtain. Does he not want to answer? Orochimaru smiled faintly and was just about to turn away. The sadness that comes from missing someone is also a beautiful feeling. Sunlight spilled across the boy's face. The wind lifted his hair, and light and shadow shifted over him in mottled patches. Compared to that shout from before, this calm voice left an even deeper mark on Orochimaru's heart. He could not help shaking his head with a bitter smile. Shingetsu, ah. Another year or so passed. The beginning of Konoha year 32. The friction between the three great nations in the Land of Rain gradually escalated. Iwagaki poured a large number of troops into the battlefield, forcing Konoha to reinforce its defenses. The Land of Earth had a harsh environment and very little land suitable for growing food. People who could survive in that kind of place could basically be turned into fighting force just by handing them a set of ninja tools. Meanwhile, the borders of the Land of Fire were full of farming households. If Iwagaki seized the Land of Rain, there would be no buffer between the two great nations, which would be extremely unfavorable for the Land of Fire. As for Sunagakure, there was even less need to explain. They were poorer than the Land of Earth. Even if they could not invade Konoha, simply attacking the Land of Rain would be enough for them to make back their investment. The cause of war was profit. What prolonged war was hatred. And the civilians of the Land of Rain. In this game between great nations, they suffered the deepest wounds. Incidents of ninja accidentally killing or deliberately killing civilians of Amigakure continued to happen. In response, the leader of the Land of Rain, Hanzo of the Salamander, who could endure it no longer, formally declared war on the three great nations. Hanzo. That guy with the breathing tube. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Who does he think he is? He fought a small nation like the Land of Iron and now thinks he can talk back to the great nations. He doesn't know his place. He's just the leader of some tiny ninja village. He should obediently hide in a corner and cling to life. What is he trying to show off for? Exactly. Remember when we were in the Land of Grass? The way the leader of Kusagakure acted so timid and servile was hilarious. Don't say that. Hanzo is still very strong. Ordinary Jonin probably wouldn't be a match for him. So what? How many Jonin does Amigakure have? How many ninja do we have? No matter how strong he is, can he withstand our Iwagakure army of thousands upon thousands? Hanzo's declaration of war was dismissed by every ninja of the three great nations as the barking of a powerless dog. Half a month later, the world witnessed the terrifying power of the ninja who had grown up immersed in the deadly poison of the salamander. In a single night, more than half of the Iwagakure ninja stationed in the Land of Rain were killed or wounded, and over 1,000 ninja fled in defeat. 1 man against 1,000, an overwhelming victory. The name Hanzo of the Salamander shook the ninja world. And thus, the Second Shinobi World War began. Chapter 36, Red Moon. Is what you're saying true? At the border of the Land of Earth, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, shot up from his seat after hearing the report, roaring in fury. The ninja kneeling before him trembled all over, but not because of the Tsuchikage's anger. As he recalled the horrific scene on the battlefield, his voice turned unbearably hoarse. 2,142 ninjas, 1,400 dead, and only one person attacked. Hanzo, of the Salamander. The moment he spoke that name, he could no longer withstand the crushing psychological pressure and fainted from sheer terror. At the head seat, the nearly 50-year-old Anoki breathed heavily. In all his years leading Iwagakure, he had never encountered anything like this. He had seen Hashirama Senju, the men who single-handedly brought order to a chaotic era. He had even fought against that man, someone comparable to the god of shinobi. Without a doubt, those two had surpassed the very concept of ninja. They were legends walking the earth of the ninja world. But even they had never killed more than 1,000 people in a single battle. Over 2,000 ninjas. Even if 2,000 pigs were running around in a panic, one person shouldn't be able to slaughter them until only a few hundred were left. Iwagakure did need war to consume its excess ninjas, but it could not withstand losses like this. After finally calming himself, Inoki stared fixedly at the intelligence in his hand, his gaze so intense it seemed ready to burn straight through the paper. I see. Ibius, the salamander. A summoned beast capable of releasing a wide-range deadly poison. And it was not just the poison. According to the intelligence, Hanzo possessed an almost miraculous water-style body flicker technique. In an environment like the Land of Rain, his speed nearly rivaled the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. That allowed him to freely reap the lives of ninjas paralyzed by the poison, with no one able to oppose him. On top of that, there was a large-scale explosive tag array. By combining all these factors, Hanzo had pulled off a feat that could only be called miraculous, something no one had ever accomplished before. Inoki quickly realized the truth. To ordinary ninjas, Hanzo was an unsolvable existence, an enemy who absolutely could not be defeated with numbers alone. A faint glimmer flashed as his eyes narrowed. Hanzo's poison was not the problem. Inoki was one of the rare ninjas in the ninja world who could fly, giving him an innate advantage in most battles. Besides, no matter how powerful a poison was, it meant nothing before dust release. If Hanzo were only relying on poison to run rampant, Inoki would have immediately gone out personally to kill him, avenge the fallen, and restore Iwa's prestige. For him, the real difficulty lay in the water-style body flicker technique mentioned in the report. No matter how powerful dust release was, it meant nothing if it could not hit its target. Of course, Inoki did not rely solely on dust release. His masterful earth release was what he used most often for both offense and defense. But that brought another problem. To defeat Hanzo up close, he would have to face the deadly poison. Before resolving the issue of abuse venom, challenging Hanzo was not a wise choice. Having held a high position for so many years, Inoki would not let rage cloud his judgment. He slowly sat back down and said in a low voice, "Make preparations. We march around Amigakure. Our target, the Land of Fire." With Iwa's example fresh in their minds, the ninjas of Sunigakure and Konohagakure tacitly withdrew to the border of the Land of Rain and waited for orders from headquarters. In the Konoha camp, the ninjas who had been scattered across the Land of Rain gathered together for the first time. Everyone had been affected by the news from the battlefield, and their faces were grim. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha existed in legend, but Hanzo's terror was something they had truly witnessed. This could no longer be called a battle. It was a massacre. The Konoha ninjas had laughed when Hanzo declared war, but now not a single one of them could smile. Orochimaru-sensei, is that Hanzo really that scary? Looking at his companions' mournful faces, as if their mothers had died, a young boy with 2 rosy patches on his cheeks asked innocently. Nawaki had graduated from the Ninja Academy not long ago and officially become Orochimaru's second disciple. That made even more people certain that Orochimaru was the only candidate for the next Hokage. Even the first Hokage's grandson had become his disciple, not to mention. There was another, even more terrifying figure. An Uchiha genius known as Invincible in his generation. The Destroyer, the Blood-Red Demon, the Deep Crimson Nightmare, the Indestructible Vajra Body, the Battlefield Tyrant, the Merciless Butcher. Over the past year, his enemies had given that person far too many titles. The Konoha ninjas could only choose one that was not quite so bloody, one the public could just barely accept. Red Moon. To see him was like watching a blood moon descend. Death was certain. On par with White Fang, he had displayed a level of combat power on the Land of Rain battlefield that made hearts tremble. Just as Orochimaru was about to answer Nawaki, he sensed something, and everyone turned to look in the same direction. You don't need to know. Someone like you is already kind of unnecessary on the battlefield. A lazy voice rang out, and a slender black-haired youth walked over. He was around 5'7", with soft hair hanging by his ears. He was very handsome, but without the delicate, effeminate air common among his clan. There was a faint distance in his eyes, and even more than that, indifference. Shingetsu. You're back. Nawaki ran over excitedly, stretched out a hand to measure himself against him, then shook his head in disappointment. I've been trying so hard to eat more. Why am I still so much shorter than you? Shingetsu picked Nawaki up and tossed him aside, then walked toward the conference table where the jonin were seated, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Not long ago, he had broken the record held by Tsukumo Hatake and become Konoha's youngest jonin at only 12 years old. Tsunade glared at him in dissatisfaction. Nawaki is basically your little brother. Can't you be a little gentler with him? Don't say that like there's something special between us. I'm not interested in old women. What did you say, you bastard? Old woman. Didn't hear me. Aya. I'm going to kill you. Here we go again. Jiraiya and Orochimaru each took one side, stopping the two before a fight could break out. Ever since their first meeting at the Ninja Academy several years ago, every encounter between Shingetsu and Tsunade had been filled with the smell of gunpowder. A few months earlier, the two happened to run into each other when no one was around to stop them, and they really did fight. The destructive power both sides displayed was so terrifying that no one dared to watch. No one knew exactly what happened. In any case, during those few days, the Konoha camp's medical supplies were consumed at a rate that even exceeded wartime levels. Since then, Konoha ninjas had gone to great lengths to prevent the two from meeting unless at least 5 jonin were present. Tsunade, flushed red with anger, sat down after everyone tried to calm her. She glared viciously at Shingetsu. Kid, don't let me catch you alone. Shingetsu crossed his legs and gave a cold laugh. I wonder who got beaten until she cried last time. Damn it. I didn't cry. You shameless bastard, you kept aiming for my face. Besides, you were clearly the one who got hurt worse. Still better than a certain sniveling old woman. Bastard. Say that again. I have no obligation to repeat myself for a deaf old woman. Ayayawaya. When it came to verbal arguments, Shingetsu was always the winner. He did not need to say anything especially vicious. He only had to seize on the thing his opponent cared about most and hit it hard. Tsunade's composure would shatter within a couple of lines, and her upbringing kept her from dragging Shingetsu's family into it. Bastard, shameless, villain, that sort of thing. Shingetsu did not even consider them insults. Tsunade's face turned so red it looked ready to drip blood. If looks could kill, oh, the Senju clan did not have that ability, but the Uchiha clan did. Tsunade, calm down. And you, kid, forget it. At the head seat, a round-faced, seemingly kind middle-aged man shook his head with a bitter smile, afraid that saying anything more would draw the flames of war onto himself. He had heard from his old comrade Danzo just how eloquent this junior of Kagamis could be. Torafu Akimichi, the head of the Akimichi clan, had once been a member of the second Hokage's shadow guard. As the highest authority in Konoha's defense system during peacetime, he was now serving as the frontline commander on the Land of Rain battlefield. Chapter 37, The Ninja Battle Attendants King. Hanzo. I'd heard long ago that he was strong, but I never imagined he was this strong. Danzo isn't here. I already sent word back to the village, and I just received a reply. Strictly speaking, the overall commander of the Land of Rain front was Danzo Shimura, but after recent movements from Kimogakure, Danzo had no choice but to reinforce the eastern front. At the head of the table, Torafu Akimichi tried his best to make his baby face look serious. Lord 3rd, Hiruzen Sarutobi-sama, will come to the battlefield in person. The moment everyone from Konoha heard that, the gloomy atmosphere was swept away. The Hokage was not merely the title of the strongest person in the village. It was a person acknowledged by everyone. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Shingetsu remembered how excited the men had looked when rushing to the battlefield during the Fourth Shinobi World War, and could not help smiling. Hiruzen Sarutobi was probably the only Hokage with perfect attendance across all 4 Shinobi World Wars. Everyone had flaws. In his old age, he was too soft toward his disciples, hesitant when making decisions for the village. But saying that this man was afraid of battle and only dared to manipulate things from behind the scenes in Konoha was pure nonsense. Humph. It's just poison. Give me some time, and I'll have an antidote ready soon enough. Tsunade was not just boasting. Even her disciple, Sakura Haruno, had quickly prepared an antidote for Sasori of the Red Sand's poison, a toxin more complex than salamander poison, during the battle against Sasori of the Red Sand. With Tsunade's ability, as long as she had enough samples, breaking it down was only a matter of time. Shingetsu turned to look at her and let out a faint breath through his nose. He did not say a word, but that expression alone was enough to make Tsunade snap. What's that supposed to mean, brat? Are you doubting me? Orochimaru had deliberately seated himself beside Shingetsu, ready to stop a Senju and Uchiha dispute at any moment. Shingetsu, Tsunade is capable of it. I didn't say she couldn't. Shingetsu stopped deliberately provoking Tsunade and said evenly, if Hanzo were just a ninja who relied on poison, do you think the Hokage would need to come here personally? Tsunade turned her head aside and gave a light snort. Who knows? Maybe the old man just wants to show off. No. The one who refuted her was still Orochimaru. Salamander poison is only one part of Hanzo's strength. What matters more is his mastery of water release, and his taijutsu, which is strong enough to defeat a general of the Land of Iron. Water release, fire release, taijutsu, toxins. He is an extremely well-rounded battlefield-type ninja, far beyond the leader of a minor ninja village. He may even rival the Kage of the 5 great shinobi villages, and against ordinary ninja, his killing power is even greater. Orochimaru analyzed the situation calmly, and everyone's eyes gathered on him. As for Hokage-sama, he is proficient in all 5 chakra natures, and over 1,000 ninjutsu. Wind release can disperse poisonous mist, earth release can defend against explosive flame formations, lightning release can increase his speed. The corner of Orochimaru's mouth lifted slightly, filled with confidence in his teacher. Hokage-sama's taijutsu is also among the very best in the ninja world. Not to mention he has Enma, the strongest summoned beast, with both offense and defense. Sensei will definitely win. Enma. Jiraiya propped up his head, recalling the time in his youth when Hiruzen Sarutobi had taught him the summoning technique. Thinking back on it now, the old man had probably wanted me to make a contract with the Monkey Clan, hadn't he? Unfortunately, I used the summoning technique before forming a contract and got transported to Mount Maiboku instead. It turned out fine. Aside from eating bugs being kind of disgusting, Mount Maiboku was a pretty good place. Shingetsu agreed with Orochimaru's judgment. Although Hanzo had been called the pinnacle of ninja because of his performance in the Second Shinobi World War, there was still an obvious gap between him and Hiruzen Sarutobi in his prime. The adamantine staff formed by Enma could even push the Ninetales out of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi had no shortage of methods to deal with large summoned beasts. Among all the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi was like the apple among fruits. Nothing about his strength left a particularly distinct impression, but he was simply well-rounded. Excluding Kekkei Genkai Ninja, he was the man who had truly reached the pinnacle of ninja. Oh, and Might Guy's life-burning kind of approach did not count either. As for the details of the Second Shinobi World War, Shingetsu only knew the general outline. But since the plot of the Sannin fighting Hanzo had not appeared yet, there should not have been a scene where Hiruzen Sarutobi showed up. Then, who had stopped Hiruzen Sarutobi? And Danzo? As far as Shingetsu knew, it was during the Second Shinobi World War that Danzo suffered repeated injuries, which led him to gradually move behind the scenes by the time of the Third Shinobi World War. With things developing like this, could it have been the Third Raikage? If Danzo managed to survive against that brute, then he really did have some tricks up his sleeve. One of the reasons Shingetsu had stayed in the Land of Rain was to see whether he would get a chance to secretly kill Danzo. He had said it before. He was not the kind of person who waited until the enemy attacked before passively striking back. Things had not reached that point yet. Could he try changing Danzo's view of the Uchiha? What a joke. In the time it would take to do that, he could kill him 10 times over. The meeting ended amid cheerful discussion and laughter over how long Hokage-sama would need to defeat Hanzo. Just as Orochimaru had said, no matter how anyone looked at it, Hanzo could not possibly be the Hokage's opponent. Orochimaru and Shingetsu walked out side by side, and he said quietly, "You don't think Hiruzen-sensei will win?" He understood his disciple too well. He could tell roughly what Shingetsu was thinking just from his expression. Shingetsu shook his head. "I just don't think he'll be able to come to the Land of Rain." Orochimaru's expression changed slightly. Shingetsu often claimed he could foresee the future, but Orochimaru did not take it seriously. The few times his predictions had been accurate, Orochimaru simply treated it as him possessing the same kind of situational analysis ability as Shikaku. "You mean someone will stop Hiruzen-sensei?" Who could stop him? When it came to Hiruzen Sarutobi's strength, Orochimaru was his greatest admirer, both now and later. Even his dream of learning every technique had been influenced by this man. Likewise, until Hiruzen Sarutobi's death, the Orochimaru in his eyes was still the boy from back then. "I don't know. The future I foresee isn't that accurate." The two of them walked quickly. Behind them, Nawaki waved and shouted, "Shingetsu! Orochimaru-sensei! Wait for me. Why did you bring that idiot?" Shingetsu glanced back, making no attempt to hide his disdain. Orochimaru smiled gently. "Nawaki may not have your talent, but he will become an outstanding ninja. No one can keep going alone. You should form proper bonds with your companions. Besides, Nawaki is still your junior brother." Shingetsu did not reject useful tools, like Shikaku, but someone like Nawaki. Without a protagonist's aura, a person with that kind of personality was just asking to die on the battlefield. Even after Shingetsu's warning, Orochimaru might be able to save him once, but there would always be another fatal situation waiting for him. The Uchiha and the Senju may truly be able to, in your generation. As he was speaking, Shingetsu sensed something and looked toward one spot. A familiar figure entered his sight, and his expression changed. Whoosh! With a sharp screech as his body tore through the air, Shingetsu vanished instantly. So fast. Orochimaru's pupils constricted. They had not seen each other for half a year, and Shingetsu had become even faster. "Who told you to come?" A cold voice rang out, and several young ninja sitting together looked up. Shingetsu's face was icy as he stared fixedly at the face that bore some resemblance to his own, yet looked even softer and more beautiful. Mikoto Uchiha. Chapter 38, Chapter 38, I will protect you. S.H. Shingetsu-sama. The young ninja standing beside Mikoto naturally added the honorific. A 12-year-old jonin, with confirmed kills of nearly 20 enemy jonin and countless small-scale battles won. In the 2 years since becoming a ninja, he had completed over 100 battlefield missions, more than half of them A rank and S rank. His record was terrifying. Even Tsunagekyou's legendary powerhouse, Chiyo the Puppet Master, had publicly admitted she had once been forced to retreat after facing him. Even without any of that, the pressure Shingetsu gave off just by standing there was impossible to ignore. His very existence felt like the heavens showing off the masterpiece they had created. Mikoto snapped back to herself and forced out an awkward but polite smile. Ahaha, it's been a while, big brother. Shingetsu repeated coldly, who let you come here? Everyone could tell he was furious. When he had returned to the village to report in and be promoted to jonin, he had specifically told Hiruzen Sarutobi that even if she graduated and became a ninja, she was not allowed on the battlefield. And now. Mikoto stood up, her smile fading as she met Shingetsu's gaze. I'm a ninja. Why can't I come? A cold sneer tugged at Shingetsu's lips. A ninja? You don't have the talent to be a ninja at all. She stepped closer, facing his icy stare without the slightest fear. I graduated at the top of my class, and I'm an Uchiha with the Sharingan. What gives you the right to say that? Her pitch-black pupils bled crimson, and two tomo spun within them. Two tomo. In the original timeline, Mikoto Uchiha had been a registered Konoha jonin even before her marriage, and had formed a friendship with Kushina on the battlefield. She was never just an ordinary gentle housewife. She was a powerful ninja. Hey. You're 100 years too early to act rebellious with me. Bang. He did not even activate the Sharingan. The sheer force of his intangible killing intent alone drove Mikoto back several steps, while the young ninja around her trembled in terror, frozen where they stood. Shingetsu. Orochimaru frowned, but his call received no response. Shingetsu walked toward Mikoto step by step, his eyes cold. What's wrong? You can't even withstand a trace of my killing intent. Then who gave you the courage to come here? Or did you think I'd give you special treatment and let you follow me around as dead weight? Shingetsu, that's too much. Orochimaru's expression hardened as he snapped, your talent isn't a reason to belittle others. Mikoto was silent for a moment, breathing lightly as she steadied herself. Then the corner of her mouth lifted, revealing a smile that did not match her usual personality. That smile looked somewhat like Shingetsu's. There it is again. Big brother, you really don't have any new tricks. She raised her head again and met his eyes. You're trying to push me away from danger with cruel words because you can't be honest about how you feel. And someone this childish gets called a genius. It's honestly laughable, Shingetsu Uchiha. The commotion drew the attention of everyone in the camp, and people began gathering around. Some jonin placed their hands on their ninja tool pouches, while others gathered chakra beneath their feet, ready to body flicker over at any moment. Those siblings, both of them have sharp tongues, Jiraiya muttered under his breath. The rage everyone expected from Shingetsu never came. He looked at Mikoto indifferently. I don't want you to die. That's not hard to admit. You don't have the talent to be a ninja, and you don't belong on the battlefield. I've told you that before. Mikoto gritted her teeth and shot back, then I'll say it again. I'm not some fragile thing that needs to be carefully protected. I'm an Uchiha too. Is that so? Shingetsu raised his hand. In an instant, his finger stopped right before the center of Mikoto's brow, a sharp blood-red blade pressing against her forehead. Real, unmistakable killing intent. Put your finger down. Stop. What are you doing? Swish, swish. Orochimaru used hidden shadow snake hands, and dozens of giant snakes coiled around Shingetsu's legs, hissing. Tsunade pulled Mikoto into her arms, glaring hard at Shingetsu. A hand landed on his shoulder. Jiraiya's face was full of killing intent. Even if it's you, if you dare attack a comrade. Shingetsu completely ignored the three of them. He looked at the horrified Mikoto and spoke faintly. Why? At this distance, your Sharingan should have seen my slowed movements clearly. Your taijutsu should have been more than enough to dodge. Why didn't you do anything? Did you think I wouldn't kill you? Shingetsu lowered his finger and let out a disdainful sneer. Leaving aside all kinds of bizarre transformation jutsu, even if it really were me, I could still be controlled by some special technique. As a ninja, anyone who threatens your life must be treated as an enemy to be killed. Parents, siblings, lovers, sons, no matter who it is. Shingetsu's expression twisted fiercely, a rare loss of composure. Utterly foolish. Mikoto Uchiha. How many times do I have to tell you? Surviving is what matters most. Shingetsu, the way you think is too. Realizing that Shingetsu did not truly intend to hurt Mikoto, Jiraiya raised his hand, still wanting to pat Shingetsu on the shoulder and lecture him a little. Boom. A terrifying force slammed into him, reminding Jiraiya of the brutal hit he had taken when he was caught peeping on Tsunade in the bath. The crisp sound of ribs breaking rang out clearly. His body had already flown far away, while his soul seemed to follow after it in slow motion. Did you really think I wouldn't dare hit you? So damn noisy. Shaking off the snakes wrapped around his legs, Shingetsu turned away. If you understand, then go back. No. The girl lifted her head stubbornly once more, clear tears spilling from her crimson eyes. Under the crowd's widening stares of shock. Those eyes. A third Tomo appeared. Shingetsu stopped and looked back, a strange light flickering in his eyes as well. I know. But, not when it comes to you. Drip, drip. Tears fell to the ground and scattered. I promised Mom and Dad that I would protect you. Even if it kills me, I'll protect you. You didn't see the look in their eyes when they left. You didn't hear their voices, filled with guilt, reluctance, and unease. The one who doesn't understand is you, big brother. The strongest Uchiha of the new generation, the undefeated teenage genius who dominates the battlefield. No. In my eyes. You were always the one who needed protecting. Shingetsu lowered his eyes slightly and said nothing more. A 12-year-old with 3 Tomo, his biological younger sister. Her talent is no less than Shingetsu Uchiha's. Among the crowd, a Konoha ninja lowered his head, a strange light flashing in his eyes. After too many failed attempts against Shingetsu Uchiha, his growth had already exceeded the range where capture was possible. Mikoto Uchiha, it wasn't only her talent. As a woman, she would be more useful for. This information had to be sent out as soon as possible. Chapter 39, the Tsuchikage versus the Hokage. The border of the Land of Fire. In the forest, Hiruzen Sarutobi led his team in a high-speed march toward the battlefield in the Land of Rain. His hands, held behind his back, trembled faintly. During the First Shinobi World War, aside from the second Kazekage, Shaman, who had devoted himself to researching magnet release and Jinchuriki techniques, all the second-generation leaders of the other villages had died in battle. The 4 great nations had exhausted their strength, and the war came to an end with the ceasefire treaty signed by the 3rd Hokage and the 3rd Raikage. Strictly speaking, there had been no true victor in that war. And now. The second war had begun. For the sake of the village's stable development, Hiruzen Sarutobi had done many things over the years. He had restarted the second Hokage's Hashirama cell experiments, taught his disciples, refined the ninja academy system, and balanced the ninja clans with the civilian ninjas. For more than 10 years, he had not slept well for a single night. Yet on the eve of his departure for the battlefield, for once, he did not dream. He did not wake in alarm. He slept through the night from beginning to end. When his wife, Iwako, helped him put on his combat gear, she said it had been a long time since she had seen him look so relaxed. Only then did Hiruzen Sarutobi understand. I missed the battlefield. I missed the version of myself who only needed to act with one goal in mind, defeating the enemy. Compared to endless stacks of paperwork, this was far simpler. Hokage-sama, we're still about half a day from the Land of Rain stronghold. Should we rest for a while? Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head. No need. Just as he spoke, he noticed the ANBU ninja after 2 days and nights of forced marching, their breathing slightly uneven. Haha, my apologies. Let's rest for 10 minutes before moving on. I almost forgot they haven't even had time to eat their military ration pills. I really am not a very competent Hokage. As Hiruzen Sarutobi waited, he took a military ration pill from his pouch and chewed it. His expression immediately turned bitter. In his younger years, whenever he left the village, his military ration pills had been made by his mother or Mito-sama. They were both ninja who had lived through the Warring States period. Military ration pills had been everyday necessities for them, and their craftsmanship was excellent. Honestly. Iwako's medical ninjutsu was excellent, and her military ration pills were packed with nutrition, but they tasted awful. After the short rest, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood and said, let's get proper rest once we reach the base. The moment he rose, his expression changed, and he snapped his head toward a certain direction. A black dot on the horizon gradually drew closer, then stopped abruptly in the distance. Hiruzen Sarutobi leapt onto the treetops. When he saw that old friend he had not met in years, the corners of his mouth lifted despite himself. You've gotten disgracefully old, Anoki. Anoki tilted his head and smiled, his beard carrying a faint shade of gray. Well, if it isn't the monkey who used to follow Tobirama Senju around. If they let you become Hokage, Konoha must really have no one left. The next instant. Boom. 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 The ground beneath Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly sank, as if a giant abyssal maw were devouring the trees. Earth release, moving earth core. High above, Inoki's hand seals changed as his clasped hands moved in a blur. Broken chunks of rock flew up and gathered in midair, forming dozens of sharp stone spears. Each one was as thick as an adult's waist, their tips aimed down into the pit. Earth release, rock lodging destruction. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The stone spears poured down like a torrential rain, leaving not the slightest chance to breathe. That habit of attacking without saying hello still hasn't changed. Hiruzen Sarutobi bit his fingertip and slapped the empty space in front of him. Summoning technique, Monkey King, Enma. Boom. Amid a great cloud of smoke, Enma transformed into the adamantine staff and tore through the air, landing in Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand. A single eye opened at one end of the staff, and Enma's voice rang out. Inoki, huh? Hiruzen, you haven't fought in ages. Your body hasn't rusted, has it? Of course not. Whoosh. The adamantine staff spun before him, forming a black barrier that smashed every falling stone spear apart and sent fragments flying in all directions. Of course, Inoki did not think 2 ninjutsu would be enough to defeat Hiruzen Sarutobi. His small figure flew directly above the pit, both hands forming seals as white light gathered. During the First Shinobi World War, the two had already fought as escorts to their respective teachers. There was no need to test each other. Dust release was the only means that could possibly kill Hiruzen Sarutobi. Whoosh. A black streak tore across the sky at incredible speed, charging straight toward Inoki. He had no choice but to interrupt dust release, a hardened layer of rock forming over his palm. Clang. The adamantine staff struck Inoki's palm with perfect accuracy. After a sharp clash like metal on metal, the sound of cracking stone rang out. The hardened layer on Inoki's palm split with spiderweb-like cracks. Borrowing the force of the blow, he flipped backward several times and steadied himself in midair. His palm trembled faintly, and the web of his hand burned. A smile appeared on Inoki's face as he looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had risen into the air with the adamantine staff and now stood level with him. That staff makes you a lot harder to deal with. Holding the adamantine staff in one hand, Hiruzen Sarutobi formed seals with the other as he replied, "Summoned beasts are part of a ninja's strength. I shouldn't need to remind you of that. Haha, I was only saying it. I never expected you to be stupid enough to throw the staff away." Inoki also formed seals at incredible speed, almost at the same instant. Ninja Art, Lightning Water Dragon Bullet. Earth Release, Golem Technique. The earth shook violently as a giant stone monster rose up, and a water dragon carrying lightning slammed into it. Boom. 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 The shockwave from the collision crushed countless trees. The ninja brought by both sides had long since retreated to a safe distance and were watching from afar. Only a Kage could deal with another Kage. That was common knowledge recognized by every village. Carelessly interfering would not only be useless, it would distract their own Kage. He can use such complex combination ninjutsu as easily as breathing, so this is the Hokage. After all, he's Hiruzen Sarutobi, the monster who could combine ninjutsu of all 5 natures as a child and displayed talent beyond his predecessors. An older IWA ninja said to Kitsuchi, Inoki's son, who stood beside him, during the First Shinobi World War, Tsuchikage-sama fought him many times, and they were always evenly matched. He's mastered over 1,000 ninjutsu. The man known as the Professor of Ninjutsu. Using Earth Release, which Lightning Release should counter, to block Hokage-sama's attack, he's too strong. The Konoha ninja were just as shaken by Inoki's strength. After that fierce exchange of ninjutsu, the two launched into a taijutsu battle that ordinary eyes could not follow at all. The adamantine staff extended, staff shadows whipping through the air at high speed, yet it was still difficult to hit Inoki as he shifted about like a butterfly darting through flowers. People had once assumed that the title, Inoki of both scales, referred to his wisdom as a leader, able to balance all sides. Looking at him now, perhaps it referred instead to his supreme mastery of gravity. Bang. Brushing past the adamantine staff, Inoki drove both fists straight at Hiruzen Sarutobi's face, thick layers of rock coating them. The lightweight rock technique reduced his body weight to the absolute limit, while the rock fist technique, strengthened by the added weight rock technique, raised the force of his attack to its peak. The perfect fusion of light and heavy produced a burst of power that made the heart run cold. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression did not change. His upper body shifted slightly, and the rock fist swept past the tip of his nose, the wind from the punch cutting a shallow line of blood across his cheek. At the same time, the shortened adamantine staff swept upward from below, its end striking precisely toward Inoki's ribs. At the critical instant, his waist and abdomen hardened. Crack! The rock layer was once again shattered by the indestructible adamantine staff. Fortunately, that buffer absorbed part of the impact, and Inoki was not badly injured. Inoki landed lightly on the treetop, the corner of his mouth lifting. The warm-up is over. Chapter 40, The True Summit. Eastern Land of Fire, near the border with the Land of Hot Water. Small nations like the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Grass, wedged between the 5 great nations, had been deliberately preserved. If the great nations shared direct borders, a single disagreement could easily spark a war. These small countries served as buffers. And when the great nations did go to war, they could move the battlefield into those smaller nations and keep their own homelands untouched. The Land of Rain had originally been one such place as well. The difference was that someone like Hanzo of the Salamander had emerged there, forcing the great nations to take it seriously. At the border, an immensely powerful man stood atop a mountain, facing the lush green expanse in the distance. The third Raikage's gaze darkened slightly as he watched in silence. That was the Land of Fire, the heartland of the ninja world. Hashirama Senju had ended the Warring States period and brought the ninja world a peace it had not seen in 1,000 years. But he was no selfless sage. The Land of Fire occupied the richest region in the ninja world, and Konoha was the core within that core. Why was it that in every shinobi world war, the other 4 nations joined in attacking Konoha, while Konoha never started wars on its own? It was not because Konoha was kind-hearted. It was because. What rich man would bother stealing a beggar's bowl? Sunagakure went without saying. Even water was a major problem there, let alone anything else. Iwa's environment was not much better, with poor and barren land. Kirigakure was isolated overseas and relied heavily on imported resources. Its internal problems were hard to redirect outward, which made civil unrest more likely. The Land of Lightning fared somewhat better. Its peninsula terrain was easy to defend and hard to attack, and its mountain regions could support livestock. But compared with the Land of Fire, its territory was far too small. It lacked strategic depth, and its distance from the center of the continent limited its influence. The Land of Fire, or rather, Konoha, had foundations that were simply too deep. The first Hokage's era needed no explanation, and even during the second Hokage's time, Konoha had fought the other 4 nations in turn and remained undefeated. Hiruzen Sarutobi. The third Raikage was certainly familiar with him. The 2 of them had continued the unfinished business of the second Hokage and signed the ceasefire agreement between their nations. He acknowledged Hiruzen Sarutobi's strength. In terms of versatility, no one in the current ninja world surpassed him. And Konoha had more than just Sarutobi. Hearing footsteps behind him, the third Raikage spoke in a low voice. Have you found that bastard yet? The man shook his head helplessly. No leads yet. Ever since Kumo Ninja had moved into the Land of Hot Water, faintly showing signs of launching a southward attack on the Land of Fire at any moment, several serious incidents had occurred within the country. Ninja had gone missing, intelligence had been leaked, and old grudges between ninja clans had flared up again. There was no solid evidence, but the third Raikage's instincts told him Danzo Shimura was behind it. That way of stirring people up was exactly that bastard's style. Trying to force me back so I can't join the war, heh. Keep looking. Once you lock down his location, I'll crush that disgusting little bug with my own hands. Yes. Raikage-sama, there is one more matter to report. The Kumo ninja presented a sealed confidential letter with both hands. This is intelligence sent back by Iron Plow. Each village had a different style for its spies' code names. Kumogakure liked using farm tools as aliases, believing they offered better concealment. The Raikage tore open the envelope. Inside was the decoded message. RIP. After reading the letter, lightning flashed at the Raikage's fingertips, reducing the paper to scraps. That brat's sister is even more talented. They could not wait any longer. There was already a lesson before them. Once Uchiha geniuses were tempered by war, they became even harder to deal with. How many of our people are still in Konoha? 7 are currently inside Konohagakure and still reachable. 2 Jonin and 5 Chunin. 6 are out on missions, one of them a Jonin, and then there are those on the battlefield. After finishing the report, the man's voice sank slightly. Iron Plow, who sent back the intelligence, has been confirmed dead. Iron Plow was his younger brother. The Raikage was silent for several seconds. I remember he had 2 children. Take good care of them. Contact every infiltrator. Move the original plan ahead of schedule. Understood. The Raikage looked back toward Kumogakure, a trace of sorrow in his eyes. The Land of Rain. A figure walked through the rain. Shingetsu, don't be upset. A smooth-scaled white snake poked out from his collar, flicking its tongue as it spoke. Mikoto has grown up. She'll have her own life. She can't do everything the way you want. People change, just like we snakes shed our skin. She's your most important sister, so go apologize to her later. It'll be a problem if she refuses to make me tasty offerings next time. That last sentence was probably the point. Shingetsu ignored the white snake and kept walking. Behind him, a Niniko with glossy black fur and 4 snow-white paws elegantly stepped around a puddle, then gave a soft meow as an opening. All right, Shiro. You know exactly how stubborn this guy is. I'm tired of walking. Move aside a little. I'm getting up there to rest for a bit. Sure thing, Lulune. Shingetsu paused almost imperceptibly, allowing the black cat to land steadily on his shoulder and leave 4 damp pawprints there. Lying on his shoulder, the black cat curled the corners of her mouth in an oddly human smile. Guess what, you're planning to go pick a fight with Hanzo, aren't you? That guy has made such a big name for himself, and you're already angry. I heard Orochimaru's analysis too. We don't even need Oldman III. We're the perfect counter to Hanzo. You're not afraid of poison at all, and Shiro and I can use that super powerful ultimate, meow. Shingetsu stopped, nearly throwing Lulu off his shoulder. The ability for summoned beasts to talk is starting to feel unnecessary. Keep making noise, and I'll replace both of you. The white snake shrank back timidly. Don't do that. Oshiro eats more than I do, and I'm much easier to raise. Oshiro was the name of another white ninja snake, the one with Orochimaru, the snake that kept the Kusanagi sword inside its belly. The 2 white snakes had the ability to store and transfer items between them, and only that snake could replace Shiro's function. Lulu gave a light snort, lifting her head proudly. Humph. All the Niniko of Cat Village are my underlings. Who would dare replace me? I can ask Sakumo for a ninken. Meow. No. Absolutely not a dog. I hate dogs more than anything. Then be quiet. When carrying out missions, Shingetsu usually brought Shikaku with him to save himself some brainpower. This time was different. Shingetsu really did want to find Hanzo. Of course, it was not for the childish reason the black cat had mentioned, all right, maybe a little. The more important reason was that Orochimaru's creation had been initially completed, and his own curse technique had been refined over the past year or so. He wanted to see how far the current him stood from the publicly recognized summit of the ninja world. And whether he had the qualifications to meet that true summit of the ninja world. In an unknown underground palace, candlelight flickered dimly. White Zetsu emerged from the ground and spoke to the withered old man seated on the stone throne. Madara-sama, Shingetsu went to find Hanzo. Alone. Should we create some trouble to stop him? If he faces Hanzo as he is now, he'll probably die, won't he? Madara Uchiha slowly opened his eyes. In their sockets were no longer the Rinnegan but a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. If a mere Hanzo is enough to kill him, then he has no right to be my successor. Chapter 41, Challenge, the one closest to God. White Zetsu paused, then spoke in a hoarse voice. Madara-sama. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I keep feeling that guy noticed I was there. Madara Uchiha's lips curved faintly, unconcerned. Even I have never heard of such a special constitution. It's hardly strange that he could detect you. According to the records on the 6 Paths Stone Monument, during the battle at the Valley of the End many years ago, Madara Uchiha seized the flesh and blood of Hashirama Senju. By combining the powers of both clans and spending decades touching the power of Shinra Bansho, he ultimately awakened the Rinnegan. But he was too old. This aged body, which would die the moment it was separated from the demonic statue of the Outer Path, was not enough to support him in fulfilling the wish he held in his heart. A peaceful world for all. A beautiful world with no losers. First, he needed someone capable of bearing the Rinnegan, someone who would use the Rinne Tensei technique in the future to revive him. He also needed someone to guide the Rinnegan, and to serve as its overseer. For that role, Madara Uchiha decided to choose from within his own clan. They might be a hopeless bunch of fools, but they were still the clansmen Izuna cared about most. Madara was willing to give them a chance. He understood the Uchiha. The more naive they were, the more they believed in something beautiful. And when they lost what they loved, they would better understand the cruelty of the world and devote themselves completely to the Eye of the Moon plan. Being easy to control and having enough talent were the 2 hard requirements. By those standards, Shingetsu was absolutely not a suitable candidate. After more than a year of observation, even Madara felt. This boy was too cold, too ruthless, and too extreme in the way he did things. Someone completely centered on himself, with no will to devote himself to anything, would be very difficult to break. But finding an Uchiha who was naive, gifted, and easy to control, was simply too difficult. For now, he could only make do and temporarily designate Shingetsu Uchiha as a successor candidate. As that thought crossed his mind, the corner of Madara Uchiha's mouth moved slightly. Not only that. Perhaps he has even sensed my existence. The sky above Amigakura always looked like a heavy slab of lead. Rainwater streamed down from steel towers that pierced the clouds, from dense webs of pipes and cables. Its highly industrialized architecture was not only because of the rainy environment. Decades ago, this land had experienced an extremely developed era. When relations between the great nations were harmonious, the small countries caught between them lived comfortably and developed rapidly. In the early days after the five great nations were established, under Hashirama Senju's leadership, the five great nations provided these small countries with a great deal of support. Kusagakure had the largest prison in the ninja world, where serious criminals from the five great shinobi villages were held, and the five great nations provided financial aid. The land of hot water was developed into the ninja world's most famous hot spring resort. As for the land of rain, which connected the three great nations and served as a transportation hub, it received the most support of all. The countless high-rises and power systems were built with help from Iwagakure and Konohagakure. With its heavy rainfall, the land of rain had originally been a swamp. It was Hashirama Senju and the first Tsuchikage who joined forces to support the foundations of Amegakure. Many mechanical creations came from Sunagakure, and the underground pipelines were also opened up through Sunagakure's manpower and resources, all for the sake of the land of rain's water resources. Ninjutsu used to improve daily life. It seemed the vision of Ninshu from 1,000 years ago had truly been realized. The beginning of all change was the death of Hashirama Senju. One person's death affecting the entire world was not an exaggeration. The god who had suppressed the desires in people's hearts was dead, and everyone wanted to become the next god. Ninjutsu was no longer used to create. It had once again become a weapon for killing. Hanzo's strength made the civilians of Amegakure, who had not yet forgotten those years, remember the god who had given the ninja world a brief peace. Some even called him the demigod of shinobi, though even Hanzo himself did not dare accept the title and continued using the name Hanzo of the Salamander. What he wanted was to truly raise Amegakure to the level of the five great shinobi villages, gain the title of Kage, and only then inherit that title. Now, this god had welcomed his first challenger. On the main street. Without any tactical disguise or deception, he simply walked forward, as if strolling through his own backyard, step by step toward the center of Amegakure. Shingetsu was not wearing a Konoha Jonin vest. His forehead protector was tied around his left arm, rainwater slid down the clan crest on his back, and one hand rested on the hilt of the hiki blade at his waist. His Sharingan with two tomo glowed faintly crimson in the rain curtain, like two burning candle flames beneath the gray sky. On the eaves along both sides of the street, beneath the pipes, inside the towers. Every AIM ninja's hand trembled around their kunai, and the fingers trying to form hand seals twitched uncontrollably. For 2 years, this name and this face had been known to everyone. Sunagakure, Iwagakure, AIM ninja. Countless people had died by his hand. The few who survived were nearly driven mad. They no longer dared to pick up weapons and abandoned their identities as ninjas from then on. His battle record grew more terrifying with every rumor. Some said he had single-handedly slaughtered Sunagakure's ace puppet brigade, shattering even Chiyo's ultimate technique, the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets. Some said his body was impervious to blades and weapons, untouched by water or fire, immune to all poisons, and no human body at all. Some said his Sharingan could see the future, and no attack could escape those eyes' insight. Some said he was a demon who could control blood, and the battlefield was the dining table where he drew his nourishment. A crimson moon descended upon the mortal world, the embodiment of death and terror. Shingetsu Uchiha. No one knew whether the rumors were true, but the AIM ninja were certain of one thing. This was their territory, the place they had sworn to protect with their lives. Yet under the casual sweep of those eyes, they did not have the courage to step forward. It was not killing intent. It was not hostility. What surged from that body in those eyes was an absolute pressure like gravity itself, impossible to resist. Finally. Stop right there. A young AIM ninja rushed out. He looked 13 or 14, and the hand gripping his kunai would not stop shaking. Neither would his lips. Even so, he still rushed out and blocked Shingetsu's path. This is Amegakure. You Konoha. He stopped on his own. He was brave. He had done what the others had not and dared to face Shingetsu directly. But that was all. He finally understood why his maddened senpai had said that what he saw was definitely not human. The loose clothes could not hide the explosive strength of the body beneath them, brimming with the savage brutality of a predator. A cold, desolate, utterly pure suppression on a biological level. Thud. His knees went weak, and he dropped onto the wet street, both hands braced against the ground as he gasped violently for breath. Every breath felt like the last one of his life. Tears mixed with the rain as they ran down his face. I can't do it. Shingetsu did not spare that AIM ninja a single glance and continued walking toward the central tower of Amegakure. The rain fell harder and harder, gathering into rushing streams along the street. Splash. His foot came down, sending water scattering. Hanzo appeared. He had not leaped down from the central tower. There were no shouts from anyone nearby, no warning, no sound, and no chakra fluctuation at all. The blade of his scythe drew a silver-white arc through the rain curtain, flying straight for Shingetsu's neck. Chapter 42, Blood Manipulation Technique. Clang. The deep crimson blade caught the scythe's edge, rainwater bursting apart between their eyes. The red patterns on the hickey blade spread, growing darker and deeper. They were both the lingering traces of harvested lives and the manifestation of Shingetsu's will. Swish. Hanzo's scythe chain whirled, silver arcs weaving into a net while the chain at the end of the scythe threaded through it. The iron weight at the chain's tip was like a venomous snake, waiting for the chance to strike a fatal blow. His weapon carried the distinct style of the Warring States period, combining binding, cutting, striking, and blocking, allowing it to handle most combat situations. In a sense, it was a weapon far better suited to a lone fighter. Shingetsu's pupils shifted, taking in every attack path as he controlled his body and dodged by the smallest margin. His blade speed was no weaker than Hanzo's. The crash of metal rang out again and again along the long street. A vacuum opened in the rain curtain, filled only with flashing blades and crossing shadows. After one clash, Shingetsu turned his blade and gripped the hilt with both hands. His knuckles whitened, veins bulging. Whoosh! His body vanished. It was not the body flicker technique, but a pure burst of physical power. The stone slabs beneath his feet were crushed into dust as Shingetsu swung down at Hanzo, carving out a deep crimson arc. To outsiders, it looked like a fierce, wide-open slash. In Hanzo's eyes, it was something else entirely. Neck, heart, liver, kidneys, spine, knees, wrists. 7 strikes. 7 attacks aimed at him, all arriving in the next instant at the same time. What astonishing kenjutsu. His speed was even above Mifune's. Boom. The crimson crescent moon fell, blasting open a wide stretch of ruin. Shingetsu had no intention of pressing the advantage. He turned at once, his blade cleaving upward from below. Clang. Blade and scythe collided again. At some point, Hanzo had appeared behind him. A hoarse voice came through the breathing tube, carrying a trace of excitement he could not hide. I heard the old puppet woman mention you before. For a kid, some of the words she used were far too exaggerated. I thought she was trying to praise you to your death, but now. She still underestimated you. Delight flashed in Shingetsu's eyes, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Hanzo of the Salamander, you're far stronger than I imagined, too. Hanzo's strength was beyond question, since he had defeated the Sannin at this stage. But later, he fled in panic from the demonic statue of the Outer Path, and during the 4th Edo Tensei, he lost to Mifune. That hardly lived up to the name of a ninja standing at the summit. Time was one factor. More importantly, it was conviction. The Hanzo of now was a hero who dared to shoulder the land of rain and declare war on the 3 great nations, not the ruler who lost his conviction after defeat and came to fear Akatsuki threatening his position. Shingetsu did not care much about appearances, but he was very sensitive to the beauty of will. He could fully sense the emotion surging within Hanzo. Only those afraid of losing grew tense when faced with a challenge. Those certain they would win. They only became excited. To receive such praise from the new generation is truly pleasing. Hanzo closed in from the side. The blade scraped across his armor, leaving a deep mark, and with a flick of his fingers, the chain wrapped around Shingetsu's arms. He gathered his strength and drove a fist toward Shingetsu's chest and abdomen. Bang. The chain snapped, and Hanzo's fist was clamped tight by 5 slender fingers. Hanzo tried to pull his hand free, but it felt as though his fist had sunk into a mountain of forged iron. It would not move, and it would not break loose. This body is incredible. Whoosh. In Hanzo's vision, Shingetsu threw the crimson longsword into the air and brought his other fist crashing down. He would die. If that punch landed, he would absolutely die. Years of combat experience told Hanzo that with perfect clarity. Whoosh. The fist that tore through the air struck nothing. Just like before, Hanzo used the body flicker technique to evade. A puddle not far away gathered together and formed Hanzo's shape. For a ninja, that body of yours is far too unfair. Slap. Shingetsu caught the hickey, turned, and smiled. Even my eyes can't keep up with your movement speed. You're the unfair one. In this environment, Hanzo's water body flicker could practically be treated as a flying thunder god technique that required no markings. If he had reflexes as terrifying as Minato Namikaze's, then in the land of rain, he really would be invincible. The Sharingan. Your eyes are very different from the Uchiha I've encountered before. The shape was not especially abnormal, but the color was deeper, giving off a cold, deathly aura like a prison of the dead. Based on the ninja world's common knowledge of the Uchiha, Hanzo only glanced at them from afar before avoiding direct eye contact. During the fight, he responded by watching the changes in Shingetsu's limbs and muscles. Although they were still in the two-tomo state, no one would judge Shingetsu's ocular power by the number of tomo. There were plenty of three-tomo users whose ocular power could not compare to his. The Uchiha clan had already verified this, including Fugaku Uchiha of the Wicked Eye, who had already made a name for himself on the southern front. Half a year ago, for reasons unknown, Konoha pulled back its battle lines, and all high-level combatants returned to the village to report for duty. Only the highest levels knew the specific reason. Based on Shingetsu's guess, perhaps it had something to do with the Nine Tails. After that, Shingetsu tried to draw out the ocular power he had left in Kushina at the time, and received confirmation. Using a spar with Fugaku as an excuse, Shingetsu dragged him close to the Uzumaki Tower and silently added more ocular power, so that he could successfully connect with the Nine Tails in the future. In his plan, if he wanted to fully complete that thing, the Nine Tails chakra was indispensable. When I was young, I heard there was a kind of eye that surpassed the 3 tomo. Are yours that kind? Could it be that after the Sharingan reached 3 tomo, it compressed back into 2 tomo, or even 1 tomo, achieving a kind of cycle that returned to simplicity? Hanzo only knew that Madara Uchiha had a Sharingan beyond the 3 tomo. He was not clear on the details. After all, he came from a small ninja village. Shingetsu shook his head. That's called the Mangekyo Sharingan. I'm still a long way from it. I see. Hanzo gave a light snort. In that case, with your potential, you should have come to find me after obtaining those eyes. It's good for a young man to be ambitious, but you underestimate me far too much. You're the one underestimating the Uchiha. Though Shingetsu clearly did not know ninjutsu, he raised one hand as if forming a seal. If I waited until I obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan, then a battle with someone like you would be far too boring. Heh. Then let me see whether you have the strength to say that. Hanzo hung the Saidan chain behind him and rapidly formed seals with both hands. Water release, water roaring bullet technique. Droplets in the air rapidly gathered, forming a massive roaring torrent. Piercing blood. The simple words left his mouth, and a line of blood instantly tore through the torrent. The water pressure could not slow it in the slightest. Screech. Hanzo's pupils contracted sharply. By the time he saw that sharp crimson point, it was already too late to fully dodge. He barely turned sideways, and the scarlet arrow sliced a wound across his shoulder. The curtain of water fell. Ha! You were wounded first, so I suppose that means I won this round. Shingetsu's lips curved faintly. Blood surged over his hand like a swimming snake, eerie yet strangely beautiful. So this is the rumored blood manipulation technique. Hanzo's expression grew serious, and he said in a low voice, to come up with this kind of attack, you're the same sort of madman as those people. By those people, he meant the AIM ninja who had implanted black salamander poison sacs into their own bodies, trying to turn the human body itself into a weapon. It's just a weapon, like teeth or bones. There's nothing strange about it. Crimson blood surged. Standing within it, Shingetsu looked like a blood-soaked demon. The blood kept compressing and condensing, gathering into a single crystal-clear drop at Shingetsu's fingertip. From the corner of his eye, Hanzo glanced around and saw that the people nearby had mostly scattered. A pale purple poisonous mist slowly seeped from his mouth. Don't blame me for being underhanded, kid. Like you said, this is my weapon too. You're overthinking it. Among ninjas, there's no such thing as underhanded. Shingetsu pressed his palms together, enclosing the crystalline blood bead between them. A faint crimson glow seeped through the gaps between his fingers. Blood manipulation technique, convergence, piercing blood. Breaking the sound barrier, the blood-red streak fell like a meteor. Chapter 43, Maharaga. Blood manipulation technique. Shingetsu had envisioned it long ago. It first took shape during his battle with Chiyo, then was fully perfected after Shikaku Nara provided the shadow manipulation technique. It became a secret art unique to Shingetsu, one that combined offense and defense. It allowed him to freely control the coagulation, shaping, and strengthening of blood. He could even briefly increase his heart rate and blood flow, pushing his already inhumanly powerful body to an even higher level. It was similar to Shikatsu Miyaku, except the medium used for the technique was blood instead of bone. Convergence, piercing blood. As the name suggested, it fired an extremely compressed blood bead at supersonic speed, giving it unparalleled piercing power. Shingetsu had once used it to pierce through and kill 2 Iwagakure Jonin known for their defense in a single strike, earning him the title, Konoha's Crimson Blood Demon, from Iwagakure. However, Hanzo was faster. Whoosh! Even the Crimson Meteor could not catch him. In this place, Hanzo was the fastest in the ninja world. The side stained with poisonous mist was like the blade of a Shinigami, the same deadly weapon that had recently reaped the lives of more than 1,000 Iwagakure ninja, carrying a terrifying killing intent. Shingetsu was using the technique with both hands and could not dodge. The scythe blade struck his shoulder blade. Hanzo could have chosen a more lethal spot, but he could not do that. Declaring war on the three great nations had been a desperate act forced by unbearable circumstances, but he knew very well that if he truly fought the great nations to the death, the land of rain would undoubtedly be destroyed. Slaughtering more than 1,000 Iwagakure ninja sounded terrifying, but in truth, he had deliberately spared many of the younger ones and mostly killed the mediocre. There was a line he had to stay within, one that would not enrage Inoki enough to launch an all-out retaliation against the land of rain. Otherwise, even if Hanzo could avoid dust release, how could the vast Amigakure hide from it? To put it bluntly, perhaps using up those Iwagakure ninja was exactly what Inoki wanted. Shingetsu was different. He was Konoha's rising genius, his battle record even rivaling Tsukumo Hataki's and slightly surpassing his own teacher, Orochimaru-sensei. More importantly, he was a member of the Uchiha clan, one of the great clans of the ninja world. For someone born before the shinobi village era, it was impossible to ignore that surname. It was one of the two towering mountains that stood above the ninja world. One could imagine the status such a genius held within that clan. The land of rain could not withstand the Uchiha clan's retaliation. Hanzo was not alone. For the sake of everyone behind him, defeating Shingetsu and driving him away was his only choice. But in the next second, Hanzo felt that his mercy had been unnecessary. Clang! The side blade struck Shingetsu's shoulder and actually rang out as if it had hit refined steel. "Hey, you monster, is there anything about you that's still human?" Even Hanzo could no longer keep his composure and blurted it out. "How rude. I went to the trouble of not insulting you first, and somehow I'm the one being insulted." Shingetsu tilted his head and smiled. "I'm still fairly confident in my looks, you know. No matter how you look at me, I'm a perfectly normal handsome guy, right? Are we even talking about the same thing?" Hanzo was about to retort when his instincts caught the danger. He immediately used the body flicker technique to dodge again. Screech! The blood-red spike he had just avoided actually turned back. Had he sensed it even a moment later, he would have been pierced through. So it's like the old puppet woman's chakra threads. You can maintain control over it. Looking at the blood threads circling Shingetsu, Hanzo frowned slightly. An indestructible body, a secret technique that combines offense and defense, speed, kenjutsu, the Sharingan's insight. I, Hanzo, acknowledge your strength. Among the younger generation, perhaps no one is stronger than you. Don't go giving me some title. Shingetsu walked closer step by step, shaking his head. There are already too many messy names out there. My own name is enough. Shingetsu Uchiha. For the first time, Hanzo called him by name and gave a soft laugh. Indeed. The Uchiha name says enough. But, is it really all right to approach me so casually? The ground Shingetsu stepped onto was exactly where Hanzo's toxins had spread. Thin strands of purple mist entered Shingetsu's body with each breath. Though it isn't as strong as the poison in my implanted poison sac, the toxins I breathe out aren't something ordinary people can withstand. Who? Shingetsu deliberately took a deep breath, as if savoring it. Take this seriously, old salamander. This purity isn't even as bad as the second-hand smoke in the Hokage's office. He breathed out lightly. His powerful internal organs directly absorbed and broke down the toxin. To ordinary people, it was deadly poison, but to Shingetsu, it was only slightly irritating air. Hanzo was not too surprised. After all, he had heard the rumors about Shingetsu's resistance to poison. He formed a seal with one hand. Then, what about this? Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A faint crackling sound came from where Shingetsu stood. As the seal sank into place, Hanzo shouted, "I told you, you got too close too carelessly." The water flowing over the blue stone pavement suddenly transformed into countless explosive tags, wrapping around Shingetsu's feet. Fire release, explosive flame formation. Boom. 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 A terrifying explosion roared through Amigakure, flames shooting into the sky. Tap, tap. Steady footsteps sounded from within the thick smoke. That old woman didn't lie to me. The quality really is good. I can settle the remaining payment later. His outer coat had been blown into rags by the explosion, revealing the outfit underneath. A black low-collared short shirt exposed his neck and part of his chest, clearly showing the lines of his muscles. The muscles of his exposed forearms were not the straightforward bulk seen in Kumogakure. They looked incredibly smooth instead, full of power. On his lower body, he wore loose dark purple trousers, with a white waist sash holding the scabbard used to hang his sword. The overall look was simple, yet it gave off a bold air that did not match the usual tone of a ninja. Hanzo did not care about the outfit. His eyes were fixed on Shingetsu's physical condition. Unfortunately, not a scratch on him. He really tanked it with his raw body. At least use the blood's secret art to block it symbolically. Close combat had always been Hanzo's strength. His powerful Kenjutsu and poison made others avoid letting him close the distance. But after seeing Shingetsu's body and monstrous strength, that advantage had disappeared completely. He could not fight him up close. It was too dangerous. Hanzo's respirator existed to keep ordinary people from being poisoned by the toxins in his breath. Now that it was unnecessary, he simply removed it. Underneath was the ordinary face of a middle-aged ninja. He leaped toward the outskirts of Amigakure, bit his fingertip, and formed seals rapidly with both hands. Let's change locations. You are worth taking seriously, Shingetsu Uchiha. Shingetsu quickly followed, and the two arrived at an open area. Summoning technique. A massive dark brown salamander was summoned. Ibius, the salamander, was one of the key reasons behind Hanzo's fearsome reputation. Standing atop Ibius, Hanzo looked down and said, "Against an enemy, going all out is the most basic courtesy. Salamander, Ibius is my summoning partner. Its poison is far beyond what you just experienced. I'm sorry, Shingetsu Uchiha. I can't defeat you while guaranteeing your safety." The corner of Shingetsu's mouth lifted slightly. "I'm starting to like you more and more. Since it's you, you're qualified to see it. Let me introduce my summoning partner." He lifted a finger and waved. Not far away, a small white snake opened its mouth wide and spat out something far larger than its own body, wrapped in white bandages and threads. The bandages scattered from the place on that enormous humanoid object that could barely be called its head, revealing a hideous gaping mouth. Deep crimson karmic flames suddenly erupted. The intense chakra fluctuations made Hanzo look over, but in the next instant, that monster appeared behind Shingetsu. It was about 4 or 5 meters tall. Its skin was a cold shade close to white bone, and dark purple cursed seal patterns crawled across its entire body, flowing with a faint glow. It had no organs except for a mouth. From where its eyes should have been, black tendrils surged out and tangled together like a pair of twisted black wings. Its humanoid outline had no excess flesh at all, and the black tendrils on its lower body formed a surging battle skirt, giving it an utterly sinister presence. Ibius let out an uneasy hum, and Hanzo felt its fear. Even Hanzo himself felt wary of the monster. His instincts told him something was wrong. It even uses my flesh and blood. It could be called a masterpiece. Orochimaru-sensei gave it its name. Shingetsu placed one hand on the monster and smiled faintly. A Yama demon born from the void. Its name is Maharaga. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on p-at-trian. p-at-trian.com/pinksnake, 50 chapters ahead for now. You can also follow as a free member to read a few advanced chapters. Chapter 44, Kidnapping. Bastard. Damn bureaucrat abusing his authority. Damn it. At the border between rain and fire. A Konoha ninja squad was escorting battlefield supplies, and a young girl cursed as she kicked at the weeds beside the road. Thud. She had not noticed the stone hidden in the weeds. Her toe slammed into it squarely. The stone was kicked away, but without chakra protecting it, her toe turned red as well. The slight pain only made her even angrier. Damn Uchiha. Mikoto, aren't you cursing yourself too? The young female ninja beside her said, Sensei said this wasn't Shingetsu-sama's request. Besides, transporting supplies is an important mission too. He's the same age as us. Calling him Sama is way too weird. Hee, who knows? Maybe after a while, we'll be calling you Mikoto-sama. The girl draped an arm over her shoulder and said with a smile, "You're a genius who awakened the three-tomo Sharingan." People say it all the time, don't they? Even a jonin wouldn't dare face a three-tomo Uchiha one-on-one. Mikoto's cheeks flushed faintly, and she shook her head. That's too much of an exaggeration. I don't even really know what happened back then. At the time, after her emotion surged and she awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, Mikoto had fainted because she could not withstand it. It was proof that her body could not endure that ocular power. If there had not been so many witnesses, even she would not have known she had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. As she spoke, the girl looked at the reddened toes showing through Mikoto's ninja sandals. Come to think of it, you and Shingetsu-sama are twins, right? Don't you have that terrifying physical ability too? Mikoto shook her head. No. Actually, when I was little, some people in the clan said I had stolen his talent for learning ninjutsu. Especially now. They think that if my brother could use ninjutsu normally, maybe he would have become a legendary level powerhouse, and that I'm the one holding him back. I really want to prove that I'm not his burden. Yeah. I believe you'll definitely become an even more amazing ninja than Shingetsu-sama, Mikoto, the girl said with a comforting smile. Thank you, Ayaka. Forget surpassing him. Face reality. That guy Shingetsu isn't in the same league as us. The young male ninja walking ahead snorted, unwillingness showing in his eyes. The more you become a ninja and come into contact with other strong people, the more you understand just how far that guy has gone. He's a major figure famous throughout the ninja world, someone who stands alongside White Fang-sama. We're just foot soldiers transporting supplies. Heh. You're different, Mikoto. With his protection, you'll become one of the village higher-ups sooner or later. Ayaka stomped her foot in dissatisfaction. That's way too discouraging. Yoshino, have a little confidence in yourself. As long as we work hard, we can definitely do it. Yoshino chewed on a blade of grass and curled his lip. If hard work were useful, there wouldn't be such a thing as geniuses. As they walked, Mikoto suddenly felt that something was wrong and moved to the front of the group. What's wrong? Yoshino's expression tightened. Ayaka also moved closer from behind, and the three of them formed a small square formation. The Sharingan appeared, but Mikoto still could not properly withstand the ocular power of the three Tomo. A slight stabbing pain ran through her head. It's too quiet. Something's wrong. I think. Slash. Her voice cut off. Mikoto turned back in disbelief and saw Ayaka holding a kunai, its point stabbed into Mikoto's waist and abdomen. A companion who had spent more than half a year with her day and night, someone who had always cared so much about her, had actually attacked her. Ayaka's hand trembled, and tears slid down uncontrollably. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mikoto. 4. Swish. Mikoto turned and swept her short sword across Ayaka's throat. Blood sprayed. I don't want to hear your reasons. The tearful girl's eyes lost focus, and her body fell backward. Mikoto did not look at her again. Her scarlet eyes turned toward Yoshino. Yoshino took 2 steps back on his own. It wasn't me. If you don't trust me, duck. Mikoto rushed forward, pressing one hand on Yoshino's shoulder while her short sword slashed at the ninja behind him. Thud. Yoshino turned his head, staring at the dead ninja in lingering shock. That forehead protector style. Why is Kimogakure here? Has the Land of Lightning joined the war too? Mikoto pulled out the kunai. The wound was not deep, but the numbness spreading from it, poison. One figure after another emerged from the dense forest, forming an encirclement around them. This doesn't count as joining the war. It's just revenge. A tall Kimogakure ninja stepped forward and said in a low voice, Shingetsu Uchiha killed my family. I'm going to make him understand the pain of losing his family. I originally planned to kill you, what a pity. Heh. Mikoto laughed coldly, her blood-stained hand gripping the hilt of her sword. You can't deal with my brother, so you target his sister instead. No need to dress it up with some noble excuse. You're just the kind of trash who bullies the weak and fears the strong. You're right about that. The Kimogakure ninja charged forward, his face twisting viciously. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being the weak one. Konohagakure. While the outside world was beating itself bloody, Konohagakure still looked like a peaceful paradise far removed from it all. The Konoha villagers carried on with their daily bullying, and the fiery red-haired girl carried on teaching them a lesson. Kushina tidied her messy hair. Today's little brats had not been much of a challenge. She heard they planned to bring their ninja older brother tomorrow, so hopefully that would be more interesting. Only. She casually glanced at the cherry blossom tree by the street. Every time she was bullied, there would always be an annoying blonde guy standing there. She heard he had graduated early. That was nice. I want to hurry up and become a ninja so I can go out and have fun too, but the third Hokage won't allow it. Humph. Stubborn old man. I'll ask Sister Tsunade when she comes back. When she returned to the empty house, Kushina called out, I'm home, out of habit, but no one answered. A hint of disappointment appeared on her small face. Grandma Mito was gone. Sister Tsunade had gone to the battlefield. Even Nawaki, who occasionally came to play with her, was. It was so lonely. Suddenly. The Uzumaki clan's natural perception let her sense strange, cold chakra appearing in the air. Motoka. Gunki. Is anyone there? She called out the names of her guards, but still received no answer. She abruptly looked up and met several pairs of cold eyes. Their faces were covered by masks, most of their bodies hidden in the darkness. The forehead protectors they wore reflected the faint twilight. That was. Kushina's pupils contracted sharply. Painful memories from years ago surged into her mind, the village destroyed, her clansmen slaughtered. Kimogakure. You. Before she could finish speaking, several Kimogakure ninja rushed her at once. One used the body flicker technique to appear behind her, pressing a knee against her spine and forcing her down, while another struck the back of her neck with a precise knife-hand chop. Kushina's hands were tightly bound, just like back then. She tried to mobilize her chakra and fight back, but she had only recently become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. To stabilize the seal, most of her power was being used to suppress the Nine-Tails, and she could not draw it out at all. Moreover, the Kyomogakure ninja who attacked were all elite Jonin-level shinobi. Against her, someone who did not even know ninjutsu, it was complete suppression. We've got her. Moonlight shone through the window frame, illuminating the wreckage inside the room. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on p-at-trian. p-at-trian.com/pinksnake, 50 chapters ahead for now. You can also follow as a free member to read a few advanced chapters. Chapter 45, It's Okay to Cry Out in Pain. What was that blonde kid's name again? Minato Namikaze. The third Hokage had failed to reach the battlefield at the appointed time, so Jiraiya and the others went to meet him. They chatted as they traveled. Jiraiya grinned. I noticed the kid a long time ago. His reflexes are incredible, and he has a rare talent for spatial awareness. I even asked the old man to let him try touching the technique. Once the war is over, I'm going to train him properly. I've got a feeling Minato can definitely catch up to Shingetsu. Heh. Orochimaru gave a faint, disdainful laugh. Forget it. Impossible. What's that supposed to mean, Orochimaru? Minato really is a genius. That technique none of us could understand, I'm not doubting him, Orochimaru said calmly. I simply have no faith in your teaching ability. That's even worse. You didn't used to be like this. Choosing disciples was a strict assignment the third Hokage had given them. Hiruzen Sarutobi placed great importance on passing down the will of fire. Whenever they returned to the village, they would stop by the ninja academy and look for promising seedlings. Tsunade had little interest in that sort of thing, and she had not taken Hiruzen Sarutobi's instructions all that seriously. The candidate she favored most was Kushina Uzumaki. She had both personality and talent, and in terms of blood relation, she was Tsunade's distant cousin. Unfortunately, her status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki meant she could not receive ordinary training, nor could she freely leave the village. With no one at home, Kushina must be lonely. Thinking of that, Tsunade turned to Orochimaru and said, don't just focus on that cocky Uchiha brat. Pay some attention to Nawaki's training too. He still hasn't even learned Shadow Clone. Orochimaru smiled faintly. Everyone has different talents. Nawaki isn't suited to being rushed. Let him take his time. Jiraiya was even worse than him at that age. Orochimaru, I'm starting to hate you more and more. Is that so? Wonderful. Whoosh. A blinding white light in the distance made the three of them stop, shock spreading across their faces. That's. The dense jungle was gone. In its place, the yellowish rock bed had sunk into a vast depression, its edges rising into a crater rim. Several cylindrical pits over 10 meters wide dotted the crater. Their edges were so smooth they looked as if they had been cut by the finest blades, with even the grain of the stone clearly visible. Anoki stood high on the crater rim, one hand braced against the rock as he gasped for breath. His Tsuchikage robe was in tatters. Blood seeped from the web of his hand, dripping onto the scorching rock that had been burned by the flames. Each drop hissed on contact. On the other side of the crater, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat slumped against his adamantine staff, his chest rising and falling heavily. His black combat uniform had been torn apart in the battle, revealing a powerful torso covered in scars. Sweat slid down along the crisscrossing marks. Ugh. Anoki clenched his teeth and let out a muffled groan, pressing a hand to his waist. That shameless Hiruzen Sarutobi had actually jabbed him in the kidney with that black staff, striking right on an old wound and making it worse. It was a wound left from his battle with Madara Uchiha, and it had never fully healed. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled when he saw it. If it hurts that much, you can scream. No need to hold it in. None of your damn business. You say that like you're the one who gave it to me. This is an old wound from my all-night battle with Madara Uchiha. You can say that sort of thing to the younger generation, but we both know better. Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled slowly and stood up, then grinned. Against someone like that, surviving at all is already impressive. Anoki's expression eased slightly, and he snorted. You're nowhere near the first Hokage. How could I dare compare myself to the first Hokage? Hiruzen Sarutobi gripped his adamantine staff and spoke in a low, steady voice. But as someone who bears the name of Hokage, there are things I must do. Anoki, I will never allow you to set foot in the land of fire. Anoki frowned slightly. In terms of ninja strength, the two of them were evenly matched. Perhaps only a fight to the death could truly prove who was superior. He possessed a killing weapon like dust release. Although it had been dodged many times, if the battle dragged on, he still had a chance of winning. But the more likely outcome was that they would end up like Musama and that brain-dead second Mizukage, dying together. He did not have the same resolve as Hiruzen Sarutobi. Anoki was an invader, here to plunder. He was different from Hiruzen Sarutobi, who stood on the side of defense. In a battle between the strong, willpower became infinitely more important. A single instant of hesitation could lead to death. By this point, Inoki had already begun to think of retreating, but his pride would not let him make the decision cleanly. When he followed the first Tsuchikage to the 5 Kage summit, this little monkey was probably still off playing in the mud somewhere. Just then. Hidden shadow snake hands. The shout rang out, and Inoki snapped his head aside, dodging the swarm of snakes sweeping toward him. Suspended in midair, he felt a flicker of shock. From the moment he sensed danger to the moment the snake hands appeared, how had it been so fast? If he had not heard the voice. Looking at the 3 people who had appeared, his gaze settled on Orochimaru, and he sneered. Who taught you to shout the name of your ninjutsu before using it? A child. Orochimaru did not answer. Although speaking the name of a ninjutsu would warn the opponent, after many trials, he had discovered that adding this kind of incantation did slightly increase the technique's speed and power. It was likely due to the influence of spiritual energy, which accelerated chakra flow. In extremely rare cases, it could even serve as intimidation. Overall, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. He was not foolish enough to tell an enemy such important information. Old man, you really are useless, getting beaten this badly. Tsunade appeared behind Hiruzen Sarutobi. Her words were merciless, but her hands were honestly pressed to his back as she used the mystical palm technique. His opponent is the famous 3rd Tsuchikage, and he's not exactly having an easy time either. Jiraiya cracked his knuckles. It's been a while since master and students fought together. Good. Now he had a way out. Inoki slowly rose higher into the air to put distance between them, and none of the 4 dared let their guard down. Signaling for Tsunade to stop, Hiruzen Sarutobi said grimly, I don't need to explain the power of dust release. Whatever happens, do not let it hit you. You don't have any way to fly. I'll use the adamantine staff to get close. Cover me. Ninja had never been obligated to fight one-on-one. The reason the shinobi from both sides had not approached earlier was because joining in would only make things worse. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were not ordinary jonin. With them joining the fight, Hiruzen Sarutobi was fully confident he could defeat Inoki. Just as he was about to ride the staff into the air, Inoki's voice drifted down from above, growing farther and farther away. I have no interest in playing with children. We'll decide this another time, Hokage. Inoki flew away. This. Jiraiya looked furious. Even if he's the Tsuchikage, saying something like that is way too insulting. After being belittled by Orochimaru the whole way here, and then by the enemy on top of that, Jiraiya was genuinely angry. Idiot. Orochimaru muttered the word, too lazy to explain. Wasn't it obvious? Inoki had seen the situation turn against him and retreated. He just threw out a harsh line before leaving. Only someone like you would take it seriously. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a long breath, pulled a pipe from his torn ninja tool pouch, and lit it. He took a hard drag, recovering a little, then paused before speaking. None of these people are content to stay quiet. Danzo is holding things off over at Kimogakure, and I have to keep watch against Inoki. The land of rain will have to rely on you. If necessary, Orochimaru, you may temporarily take over as battlefield commander. By the way, isn't Shingetsu with you? Orochimaru paused for a few seconds, then smiled bitterly. Hiruzen-sensei, didn't you promise him you wouldn't let Mikoto go to the battlefield? He's very angry right now. He saw Mikoto in the land of rain. Hiruzen Sarutobi's brows furrowed. How could that be? It was the first time that kid ever asked me for something so politely. I remember it clearly. And besides, Shingetsu is the only Uchiha acting alone. Even if Mikoto really did go to the battlefield, she would be with the Uchiha forces in the east. Orochimaru's pupils shrank sharply. Not good. Chapter 46, a page from legend. In the forest. As the last Kimogakure ninja in front of her fell, the short blade in Mikoto's hand finally shattered. She could not hold herself up any longer and collapsed to the ground. She had overused her ocular power, and blood seeping from her eyes blurred her vision. She forced herself to lift her head and look at the corpse beside her. It was Yoshino. He had taken a fatal blow meant for her, dying before he could even leave behind a final word. So this was the battlefield. What the hell happened here? A startled shout rang out, and a tall, slender man in a Konoha jonin vest appeared. Mikoto, are you all right? Yoshino. Ayaka. What happened? I was only gone for a little while. How did this happen? His refined face was full of concern as he hurried toward her. It was the jonin leading their squad. Mikoto raised her head, her blood-stained eyes looking at him coldly. We've already come this far. Hirako-sensei. There's no need to keep pretending. Hirako stopped. The expression on his face slowly froze. So you knew. Mikoto's voice was soft and slow. I don't want to know why you did this. It's just, you were always the person Ayaka respected most. Doing this to her, don't you think that's too cruel? Cruel. Hirako shook his head lightly, a twisted, gloomy smile tugging at his lips. What is that compared to true cruelty? The one that's truly cruel is the world itself. How terrifying. You're clearly just a genin who graduated not long ago, yet even while poisoned, you managed to kill so many people. I'm afraid even I couldn't do that. Your brother, hee, I can't even bring myself to say his name without flinching. That's right. After all, he's the great Shingetsu-sama. Kekkai Genkai Ninja, masters of secret techniques, your existence is the greatest cruelty of all. Why are you born with everything? Why is it that no matter how hard people like us work, we can only accept our own mediocrity? Hirako's face gradually twisted. Since childhood, he had been friends with the Sannin. But they were the ones who became the Hokage's disciples, they were the ones who made their names on the battlefield, and perhaps one of them would even become Hokage in the future. Why? Why was he the only one who had nothing? Orochimaru. In my eyes, you're already a genius far beyond my reach, yet time and again, you say your talent is nothing compared to Shingetsu Uchiha's. Then why? Why don't you feel jealous? Why don't you despair? It's just disgusting. If I could obtain that power, what kind of defeated expression would you make? I can't really argue with that. Mikoto knelt on the ground. She was clearly below him, yet her tone was calm, like the quiet murmur of someone looking down from above. My brother once said. We are different. There are plenty of people like you. Hee, even your reason for falling is so ordinary. Hirako's pupils shrank. Veins bulged on the hand gripping his kunai, and he used the body flicker technique to rush at Mikoto. You're the one on the brink of death. You're the one about to be captured. What gives you the right to keep that attitude and say things like that? What gives you the right? Smack. Calm down. Don't forget our deal. Two Kumogakure Jonin, one in front and one behind, stopped him. The Kumogakure ninja swept his gaze over the corpses scattered across the ground, a trace of grief flashing in his eyes. But when he looked back at Mikoto, that grief was swallowed by greed. She's our prey. We can't let you kill her. Hirako took a deep breath to calm himself, then lowered his hand. She's not just yours. She's mine too. The Kumogakure ninja narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a low voice, we can discuss that after we get back. Our movements could be exposed at any moment, and you don't want to be hunted by that monster, do you? At the thought of that person, fear inevitably showed on Hirako's face. The plan was not supposed to go like this. What he coveted was Shingetsu's body, that overwhelming presence on the battlefield. He had used the convenience of his position to send Mikoto to the battlefield in order to set a trap for Shingetsu and claim that invincible body. If it had only been for Mikoto, he never would have agreed to Kimogakure's demands or betrayed Konoha. But Mikoto had awakened the three Tomo in public, and that tipped the scales for Kumogakure. Shingetsu Uchiha was too powerful. Even with thorough preparations, the chance of capturing someone at that level was slim. Compared to that, a living Mikoto Uchiha was far more worthwhile. The two of them had held back from appearing earlier precisely to make sure they could capture her alive. There had been similar cases before. Once an Uchiha judged that escape was impossible, they would choose to take the enemy down with them. It was impossible for every Uchiha to be a fearless madman, but on the battlefield, without exception, they acted like it. As the rope marked with a cursed seal closed around her, Mikoto's consciousness inevitably sank. This is awful. I should have killed myself sooner. I've caused you trouble again. Big brother. None of them noticed the strand of ocular power, invisible to the naked eye, slipping away from Mikoto. After they had gone far, it took the shape of a snake and raced into the distance. Maharaga. Hanzo narrowed his eyes, studying the monster. Its strength was plain to see. That abnormal presence, something that surpassed the boundaries of living creatures, was painfully sharp, and he could faintly hear a rumble like a volcano on the verge of eruption. It really is one hell of a monster. Firefly-like sparks flickered between Maharaga and Shingetsu. For now, it's only half finished. It has just one fire release heart, and not a particularly strong one. This was the weapon Orochimaru and Shingetsu had created together with painstaking effort, using cursed tool, Earth Grudge Fear as the foundation. A smug smile curled at the corner of Shingetsu's mouth, as if he were showing off his treasure. Its complete form requires at least 5 hearts from powerful people of different attributes. The physical body itself was an expression of yang release. Add the Sharingan to that, and it became another form of Shinra Bansho. When complete, it would be an artificial life form able to adapt to anything, an absolutely powerful being. Hee hee. Are you planning to take my heart? Although Hanzo was famous for water body flicker and poison, his main attribute was actually fire release. He simply did not use it often in the environment of the Land of Rain. On top of that, because small ninja villages had little in the way of ninjutsu inheritance, it was difficult for him to learn high-level fire release ninjutsu. When it came to those most skilled in fire release in the ninja world, the Uchiha were first. The Sarutobi clan, who came second, also belonged to Konoha. Of course Shingetsu knew Hanzo's main attribute. He shook his head. There's another heart I want badly. You're not under consideration. Hanzo, your role. The smile at the corner of his mouth spread uncontrollably, growing wilder. Bloodlines shot from his fingertips, and Maharaga surged forward alongside them with a speed that did not match his size, tearing through the air. Is nothing more than the stepping stone that will make me a legend. Thick purple mist poured from Abiyo's mouth, scorching the air until it hissed. Fire and water rose together. Hanzo gripped his two scythe chains and laughed freely. Ha ha. Then come. It will be my honor to defeat you, mighty enemy of the Uchiha. Boom. An unprecedented clash was carved beneath the sky of the Land of Rain. Chapter 47, Belief. At some point, Hanzo had forgotten the Land of Rain he carried on his shoulders, forgotten that he was the leader of Amigakure. Holding back against such a pure opponent would be far too disrespectful. How long had it been? No. This had never happened before. To breathe so freely, to roar so freely, to pour out everything he had so freely. The curtain of rain was torn apart by brute force, and even the clouds seemed to retreat. Their wrists locked together, the hilt of the blade pressed against the edge of the scythe, their bodies nearly touching. They were close enough to see their own reflections in each other's pupils, close enough to feel the other's thunderous heartbeat. What a magnificent will. There are few left who dare meet my eyes. The spiritual pressure that came with Shingetsu's Sharingan had no effect on Hanzo in his current state. Even if Shingetsu focused his ocular power to cast Genjutsu, Hanzo's speed would give him plenty of room to handle it. Shingetsu enjoyed this. That gaze filled him with joy. Battle intent burned in Hanzo's eyes as he roared, "Who do you think I am? I'm Hanzo of the Salamander." Emotions were contagious. Hanzo had lost the foundation he had always relied on, caution. But in exchange, he had gained the courage to break through his limits. Crack. Shingetsu suddenly exerted force and knocked aside Hanzo's guard, then viciously smashed his head toward him. Without hesitation, without dodging, Hanzo made the same move. Bang. Blood drew a crimson arc through the air, and the one who fell was Hanzo of the Salamander. Blood streamed down from his forehead into his eyes, and white bone could be seen through his torn scalp. Ha! Hanzo let out a low growl and pulled the chain again, sending the scythe blade slicing through the air. But Shingetsu had already appeared at his side. His clenched fist slammed into Hanzo's temple. Hanzo's vision went black, and he staggered back a step. Immediately after that, a knee strike like a battering ram crashed into Hanzo's abdomen, a right fist smashed into his lower back, and a left elbow dropped onto his shoulder blade. All three blows landed almost at the same time. Whoosh! Shingetsu brought his fingers together like a sword and stabbed straight at Hanzo's brow. Hizuki style, fire tempering. Bang! Hanzo shattered into mist, and his blood-stained face appeared behind Shingetsu, his eyes calm and still. Triple slash. A silver gleam flashed. Fast. 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 With unbelievable speed, Hanzo unleashed 3 consecutive slashes. The specially made armor, tough enough to withstand the shockwaves of an explosion, offered no resistance at all before that edge. Blood suddenly burst from Shingetsu's back. 3 wounds split open across his flesh like claw marks from a savage beast. Pain he had not felt in a long time tore through him, and Shingetsu grew even more excited. The temperature of his blood was rising. It was accelerating. This was not a figure of speech. It was fact. Slash. 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 At the wounds Hanzo had cut open, the splattering blood instantly completed the process of gathering and condensing. Tiny beads of blood erupted with blinding light. Convergence, meteor. The next second. Boom 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 boom. The blood beads collided, and the terrifying explosions blasted Hanzo away. Shingetsu, who had been even closer, was also smashed heavily into the ground. The battle not far away was even more brutal, even more savage. Around Abyss, within a radius of several hundred meters, even the rocks had turned black-purple. Raindrops were tainted by poison in midair, forming an enormous toxic field. If the surviving Iwagakure ninja from earlier had seen this, they would have been scared out of their wits. But Abyss' opponent was not Iwagakure. It was not even human. Maharaga stood at the center of the poisonous miasma. Festering black spots covered the surface of its gray-white body, while black tentacles thrashed wildly. To the naked eye, the black patches on its body were slowly fading. It had no concept of pain, and the addition of Shingetsu's flesh and blood had granted it tremendous resistance. The forbidden taboo of Takigakure that violated all ethics, Orochimaru's wisdom that surpassed the limits of the era, and the flesh and blood program of one bound by heavenly restriction. Almost by instinct, it began to analyze the poison and gradually adapt. Ibius knew very well how terrifying this monster was. At first, like its master, it chose to dodge as much as possible and keep its distance. But no matter how many times it burrowed underground, it was caught in an instant, forced to face those wings of black tentacles and the terrifying strength capable of splitting mountains and tearing the earth apart. When its strongest poison lost its decisive effect, and even speed and strength were inferior, what would happen if two beasts in nature had such a vast gap between them? Exactly. A one-sided slaughter. Ibius' claws were torn off by brute force, its tail was smashed apart, and deep holes were punched through its thick hide. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Roar. Ibius roared in fury, its beastly ferocity fully awakened. Having followed Hanzo through countless battles, it was no coward that would retreat simply because its opponent was strong. That was how it should have been. If Mahoraga had roared, shown anger, or even displayed contempt, Ibius could have fought to the death. But it made no sound, performed no unnecessary movements, and showed not the slightest trace of emotion. From beginning to end, it was silent, cold, and mechanical. It was not even a beast. It was a walking weapon of slaughter, created for the sole purpose of annihilating the creature before it. Who? From that dark, abyssal, hideous mouth full of black tentacles, a lava-like glow lit up. Woo. Ibius opened its mouth. It no longer gathered poisonous mist, but instead let out a cry like a wailing infant. It was a signal for help, the first time in its life it had ever made such a pitiful sound. Hanzo heard its voice and climbed up from the ground, his knees still bleeding. His body trembled. He could feel his organs breaking, feel a crack splitting open in the poison sac inside him, letting deadly toxins spread through his body. The numbness grew heavier and heavier, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He knew his body was far weaker than Shingetsu's. Close combat would drag him into a disadvantage, but he had done it anyway. Instinct. For a powerful warrior who had reached this level, instinct was indispensable. No strong person had ever grown without experiencing battle. Battle was the only way to find the answer. A person's end is not death, but the moment he loses his belief. For someone able to say such words, Hanzo already stood at the peak of the ninja world in terms of spirit. Between powerful ninja, battle was not only a clash of techniques. It was also a contest of belief. If their only goal had been to kill each other, this fight never would have developed this far. Shingetsu's physique naturally blocked most sensory ninjutsu. As Orochimaru had said, he should have been the perfect king of assassination. If he wanted to kill Hanzo, he could have stayed hidden and released Mahoraga at the right moment, surely finding a chance to end it in a single strike. But he did not want to do that. To put it in the style of the ninja world, this was Shingetsu's ninja way, the belief he lived by. To defeat everyone as an absolute powerhouse and climb to the highest point in the world. And Hanzo's belief. Born in the cracks between the great nations, he had witnessed his countrymen suffer. As a child, the poison sac of a salamander had been implanted into him, leaving him tormented by poison for his entire life. He overcame that suffering and forged his belief. Stop war with power. Rule the world through peace. Just as the first Hokage once did, he would end this chaotic era and bring peace to everyone. For that, I need to overcome my weakness once more. For this dream, the strongest power is indispensable. I can do it. I absolutely can do it. Chapter 48, it's all right now. Whoosh. Raging flames blasted from Mahoraga's mouth. Ibius, having lost 2 limbs, struggled to rise and squeezed its poison sac, forcing out purple mist. It could release the summoning technique, but with its master in such a weakened state, it refused to leave. At least, it could hold this monster back a little longer. Shingetsu's breathing was heavy and ragged. Hanzo was gravely injured, but Shingetsu was not in much better shape. It was not that he could completely ignore Hanzo's poison. His blood production was simply faster than the poison spread, allowing him to suppress it for now and deal with it later. Orochimaru was right. He really was the type to stop caring about the cost once a fight began. To keep up with Hanzo's body flicker technique, he had also been using his Sharingan under constant high strain. His eyes were already starting to burn a little. Ibius' cry distracted Hanzo. This should have been an opening. But through his Sharingan, Shingetsu could see the salamander poison seeping into Hanzo's chakra pathway system. It was not corroding him. Instead, it had somehow reached a strange balance. Fire release, searing migraine. Boom 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 boom. The roaring sea of fire was about to swallow Ibius. Drip. A drop of dark purple poison shot from Hanzo's fingertip and instantly landed between the sea of flames and the salamander. Strangely, both the poison spreading from Abiyo's mouth and the raging flames were drawn toward the tiny, unremarkable drop of purple liquid. As if some special chemical reaction had occurred. Boom. Poison and flame fused together in a destructive explosion, turning into a purple tornado of annihilation. Toxic fire surged into the sky, the wave roared outward, and the entire battlefield was swallowed by a terrifying torrent of explosions with no blind spot left untouched. Dust and toxic mist slowly settled, and the violent energy fluctuations gradually calmed. On the ruined wasteland, Hanzo lay sprawled across Abiyo's spattered, hole-riddled body, coughing up dark purple blood. Opposite him, half of Maharaga's shoulder and its arm had been blown apart. At the broken section, black tentacles and purple poison clashed violently, locked in a struggle that neither side could win for the moment. Shingetsu stood on the intact half of its shoulder, a storm surging in his scarlet eyes. You really did it, you bastard. Hey, hee. Growing through battle isn't a privilege reserved only for you young people. Hanzo straightened and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I should also thank you. You gave me the resolve to try using a power that was always part of my body. A long time ago, Amigekure had a black salamander with terrifying poison. After it died, its poison sac was implanted into Hanzo's body. That gave Hanzo resistance to poison, but if the poison sac in his abdomen ruptured during battle, even he could not withstand its toxicity. Shingetsu's way of fighting, using blood as a weapon and accepting every part of himself, had made Hanzo realize something. Perhaps I should accept it, not fear it or reject it. You stole my idea. The corners of Shingetsu's lips lifted, and the smile spread all the way to his eyes. Hanzo was smiling too. The Uchiha Sharingan is famous for copying other people's ninjutsu. Does it feel awful to be the one copied for once? No. Wild delight surged in Shingetsu's eyes, and he did not restrain his intense joy at all. It's hard to describe how happy I am right now. Hanzo, you really are. In any case, don't you dare become the kind of person who disappoints me. Oh, and you should thank me one more time. Because I'll be the one to give you the perfect finale at the very moment you reach your peak. Hanzo took his stance, his smile growing even wider. I will win. But if I die by your hand, I can accept that. Because the one who defeats me will surely bring peace to this world. Both of them knew the next strike would be the last. Chakra visibly surged from within Maharaga toward Shingetsu, gathering and building as his black hair whipped wildly. Just then, Hanzo sensed something strange. A faint thread of power seemed to enter the battlefield, heading toward Shingetsu. The next moment, he focused his gaze. The boy's flamboyant smile was gone. His eyes were dark as a cold abyss, emptied of all emotion, and his aura was even colder than Maharaga beneath him. He could feel it. Beneath that calm expression was a fury so extreme it could tear everything apart. What happened? Tap. Shingetsu leaped down from Maharaga. Step by step, his strides grew longer, then faster. What's wrong? Lulu had no idea what was happening either. After spending so many years at Shingetsu's side, she had never seen him wear that expression. She did not dare approach. Her instincts told her that if she tried to stop him now, Shingetsu would definitely kill her. In the instant Hanzo blinked, Shingetsu, who had just passed by him, vanished completely from sight. Boom. The deafening sound arrived late. A long, pitch-black fissure split across the ground. The sound of him tearing through the air had been completely smothered, leaving only the dull roar of the earth breaking apart to prove the terrifying speed of that charge. So fast. Faster than any movement he had shown before. He still had power like this. To make a battle-crazed madman abandon the fight. What on earth happened? Shingetsu's eyes lost their blood-red color, turning pitch black. Explosive power pushed through his limbs to the limit. The instant his foot came down, the solid earth could not bear the terrifying kinetic force erupting from him. His face was expressionless. His heart was calm too. The mark he had left on Mikoto had been triggered, which meant something had happened to make her lose consciousness. Ah. If I had known this would happen, I would have remembered that so-called family is always this troublesome. Happiness and pain exist in equal measure. From the moment you begin accepting happiness that exists because of someone else, there will come a day when your emotions are thrown into chaos by whether you gain or lose them. I really hate it. Every single one of them is stupid as hell. Don't take dangerous missions if you can't handle them. The one who died for love was stupid too. I was enough on my own, so why did I have to add an even stupider burden? I really hate it. Living in the same world as a bunch of idiots is such a pain. She should be dead, right? Better if she is. Then I can go back to how things were in the beginning, back to when I didn't have to care about anyone. How easy that would be. Idiot. Don't die in too ugly a state, cleaning it up would be a pain. Don't. His body was perfectly intact, and his scars were healing. But his whole being was drenched in blood, shrouded in negative emotions. At the border of the land of fire. Seeing the points of light flashing in a specific rhythm among the trees, the two Kimogakure ninja with Hiriko let out a breath of relief. The other team had completed its mission too. As long as they left the land of fire, they would be safe. Kushina heard footsteps. First, she saw Hiriko's Konoha forehead protector at the front of the group, and joy had barely begun to rise in her eyes. Then the Kimogakure forehead protectors on the male and female ninja behind him plunged her back into despair. The female ninja was carrying a petite girl. Because of the angle, Kushina could not see her face clearly, but her chakra felt somewhat familiar. Inside Kushina, the Ninetales watched the outside world coldly. Heh. These idiots don't seem to have realized this girl is a Jinchuriki. They must be after her constitution. Are they planning to use her to seal that bastard Gyuki? Not bad. Once you start doing that, I can use him too. Wait. The other kid is an Uchiha. Are they also trying to? Wait. Bound by the seal, with only his head able to move, the Ninetales suddenly realized something. He strained his neck forward and bared his fangs. That aura. What is this? Can a living creature really possess malice like that? His ability to sense malice had never reacted so strongly before. Is she still alive? The Kimogakure ninja who had arrived first asked. A dead Kekkei Genkai user would be worth far less, hardly enough to justify the sacrifices made for this operation. She's still. The female ninja answering him froze after the first word. So cold. Why is it suddenly so cold? She slowly lowered her head. Before she could clearly see what had happened, her vision tilted to the side. Then she saw it. It was her own body, except half of it was gone. How? Mikoto's eyelashes trembled slightly. Her vision was too blurry to see clearly. A familiar, warm hand rested on her forehead and gently stroked it. His voice was as soft as if he were coaxing a child to sleep. Don't be afraid. Big brother is here. It's all right now. Then the roar of the air being torn apart arrived, long overdue. Chapter 49, The Arrival. The warmth of his palm. She remembered when she was little, when she got sick and refused to take medicine, her brother would comfort her in that same gentle voice. She remembered how he held her hand when they walked at night. She remembered him buying her favorite candy. She remembered that whenever she was bullied, her brother was always the one standing in front of her. I'm a ninja now. A ninja of the Uchiha clan. How can I? You. The strength she had forced herself to hold together for so long shattered all at once. The tears she had held back no matter how much it hurt finally broke free. At first, she only sobbed quietly, but soon she was crying out loud. Be big brother. I'm scared. I'm really scared. I said I would protect you. I'm sorry. I've always been so useless. I'm always holding you back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The girl buried herself in Shingetsu's arms, pouring out every emotion through her sobs as she kept apologizing. It's okay. Don't be scared. I'm right here. Shingetsu gently stroked Mikoto's back. After whispering softly to her, he quietly covered her ears. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless crimson thorns coiled and spun, instantly dragging the nearby Kimogakure ninja and the others into a strangling slaughter. Hiriko was dragged away by the blood thorns and screamed in terror, Shingetsu-sama. I came to save Mikoto-sama. I'm Mikoto-sama's team leader, her jonin. I'm Hiriko. I'm Orochimaru's. Ryup. A spike of blood pierced through his heart, bursting into a crimson flower behind him. The sound of bones shattering, shrill screams, and flesh tearing rose one after another, turning the place into hell. Blood foam and scraps of flesh poured down like a torrential rain. Not a single drop landed on Mikoto. Only after she cried herself to sleep did Shingetsu pick her up and wade through the river of blood, his face frighteningly pale. He was tired. He was weak. But he had no intention of stopping. Step by step, he walked toward Kushina. Blood dripped from the hem of his clothes, the sound clear in the quiet night. Tap, tap. Kushina backed away step by step, her expression even more terrified than when she had been kidnapped by Kimogakure. In her perception, this was a twisted horror beyond imagination. Even the Ninetales had never given her such intense fear. Monster. Demon. Words that shallow could not describe the person in front of her at all. Whoosh. A blonde boy appeared in front of Kushina with the body flicker technique. Even though he was trembling with fear, he forced himself to keep his voice steady and spoke quickly. Shingetsu-sama. Kushina really is a victim. She has nothing to do with this. I've been following them, waiting for a chance to rescue her. I saw it with my own eyes. Please believe me. You. Why are you here? Kushina recognized him. That annoying classmate, Minato Namikaze. Shingetsu did not stop. The coldness in his eyes did not change in the slightest. The hand Minato used to grip his kunai was trembling. He had extremely sharp perception, and back at the Ninja Academy, he had deliberately kept his distance from Shingetsu. He knew this person was far more terrifying than all their classmates imagined. He bit his lip hard, and the pain finally stopped his body from shaking. Please. Stop. He had only just come into contact with that technique. He could only move himself a short distance, and there was no way he could take Kushina with him. What do I do? Clang. Minato turned his wrist, pointing the tip of his kunai at Shingetsu. Just like you don't want to lose your sister, I can't accept losing Kushina either. Stop. Shingetsu Uchiha. Bang. Minato could not see Shingetsu's attack at all. He was struck hard in the side and sent flying into a tree trunk, coughing up blood. Right now, Shingetsu was not in the mood to explain. Minato. Kushina cried out. When she turned, she saw Shingetsu's hand reaching toward her. He's going to kill me. What are you doing? Shingetsu pressed his 5 fingers against Kushina's abdomen, crimson light glowing at his fingertips. Damn it. Minato clutched his wound and struggled to his feet. The moment he raised his head. Whoosh. Violent chakra slammed him back into the shattered tree trunk. Dark red Ninetales chakra erupted from the point where the two of them touched. A vicious aura crashed down like a wave, violently warping the air around them. Brutality, icy cold, hatred. It struck the mind, making even breathing stop. Kushina's red hair flew wildly, and the tearing pain forced a cry from her throat. To think you can draw out my chakra through the seal. This ocular power. In the spiritual space, the Ninetales looked up at the pair of crimson Sharingan eyes in the void, unable to hide the shock in his voice. Rolling waves of chakra surged toward those Sharingan eyes, and the Ninetales could not help roaring in anger. Who the hell are you? Don't tell me. The Ninetales thought of someone. He had never seen ocular power filled with such malice. Could it be? The old master once said his first son made a vow that his chakra would enter the cycle of reincarnation and continue fighting without end. Shingetsu's body was like a dried-up riverbed, madly absorbing the Ninetales chakra. The absorption was so fast that his body could not keep up with the transformation. Beads of blood seeped from his pores, and the sound of bones cracking rang out again and again. Orochimaru's judgment had been correct. Tailed Beast chakra really could trigger Shingetsu's heavenly restriction, at least the Ninetales chakra could. His bones shattered over and over, and his body visibly grew. His black hair shot down to his waist. The Ninetales, sharing the sensation through the chakra connection, fell speechless. Pain of this level. How can you endure it without changing expression? Shingetsu let go of Kushina. What was that? How could Kushina have that kind of power inside her? Minato's eyes widened. That power was filled with hatred. Whatever was inside Kushina's body was terrifying. Even more terrifying was the man who had absorbed that power. So this is the limit of what I can draw out. Shingetsu felt the unmatched power erupting through his meridians and blood, along with the resentment brought by the Ninetales chakra eating into him. The Ninetales' hatred is only this much. He gently set Mikoto down, then used his fingertips to cut through the hair that had grown wildly to his ankles. Was it Kushina's power you were after? Holding the collapsed Kushina in his arms, Minato felt her steady heartbeat and let out a slight breath of relief. I won't report this to the village. I promise Kushina won't say anything either. Please let us go, at least let Kushina go. Minato, take Mikoto back. Shingetsu spoke slowly. The two of them had never had any real contact before, so Minato found it strange that he knew his name. What do you mean? You're not going back to the village now. The corner of Shingetsu's mouth lifted slightly. Drenched in blood from head to toe, he looked like a demon from hell. Ever since he was a child, if anyone dared bully Mikoto, he would pay them back 10-fold, 100-fold. How could he possibly endure this? I'm going to kill people. Chapter 50, Murderous Intent Across the World. At the border of the Land of Lightning. A Kimogakure logistics base had been raided. The watchtowers were broken, and the ground was littered with Kimogakure corpses and shattered weapons. The smell of smoke and blood mixed with the biting mountain wind. Danzo Shimura's face was hidden in the shadow of his hood. Behind him, Root Division Ninja in black stood in silence, exuding a deathly stillness. Set it all on fire. Withdraw immediately. Danzo's voice was low and hoarse. He paid no attention to the bodies of Root Division Ninja lying in the ruins. Amid the blazing firelight, just as the group was about to enter the mountain pass, a blinding burst of lightning suddenly exploded in front of them. Invisible space-time ripples tore through the surrounding air. Pale blue chakra waves spread outward. The phenomenon reminded Danzo of a certain Kimogakure's secret technique, and his pupils tightened as he muttered under his breath. Heavenly Transfer Technique. In the early days of the First Shinobi World War, Tobirama Senju had swept across the battlefield with the Flying Thunder God technique, unstoppable wherever he went. Many powerful ninja began studying ways to counter the technique, eventually working out methods to deal with the Flying Thunder God. There had never been an invincible technique in the ninja world. Only invincible people. Even someone as powerful as Tobirama Senju, once targeted, had turned to researching kenjutsu such as Edo Tensei reincarnation. He had even set his sights on Hashirama's cells to break through the deadlock. The Heavenly Transfer Technique was a space-time movement secret technique developed by Kimogakure. It could send objects to any location at the speed of light, an attempt to surpass Tobirama Senju's Flying Thunder God technique. But the technique had failed to achieve its intended result. Ordinary people would be torn apart by the speed of transport, so afterward, it was mostly used to send durable supplies. Since the day this technique was created, there had only ever been one person capable of surviving its transport. Bang! An extraordinarily powerful body appeared out of thin air and slammed heavily into the ground. Arcs of lightning flickered through his yellow-brown hair, and he radiated an unmatched, domineering pressure. Across the distance of spacetime, the third Raikage, had arrived. I finally caught you, gutter rat. You ran wild in my village, and you thought you could leave safely. The Raikage's voice rang like a great bell. Though he stood alone before them, his presence completely overwhelmed the group. The third Raikage. Danzo signaled for the Root Division ninja to stay alert and said coldly, coming alone. You're underestimating me. He was not especially afraid. Everyone knew wind release countered lightning release. The Raikage was indeed the strongest lightning release ninja of this era, but I, Danzo, am the strongest wind release ninja alive. The Raikage walked forward step by step, making the broken stones on the ground tremble. To deal with shameless scum like you, I alone am enough. Danzo refused to back down and gave a cold laugh. Shameless. A band of bandits who make a habit of plundering and taking by force has the nerve to call others shameless. Or do you feel no shame at all, and take pride in it instead? No wonder you're the successor of the second Raikage, who was betrayed by his own subordinates and died in the most humiliating way. Crackle. A piercing thunderclap rang out. The Raikage turned into a streak of lightning, and murderous intent surged like a storm. Die. The Root Division ninja rushed forward together as Danzo's hands rapidly completed their seals. Wind release, Great Vacuum Sphere. A high-pressure sphere of wind roared out, meeting the lightning head-on. In just a few short minutes, the Root Division ninja, skilled in assassination and tempered by harsh training and bloodshed, were wiped out. Coordinated formations, kenjutsu counterattacks, desperate suicide explosions. No matter what they tried, they never managed to break through that man's defense. They were completely crushed by the bronze figure wreathed in lightning. Crack. After snapping the neck of the last Root Division ninja, the Raikage looked at Danzo Shimura with indifference. Your wind release isn't bad. It barely gave me a cool breeze. Danzo's breathing was chaotic, his face slightly pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? What kind of body is that? He took my wind release head-on without a scratch, completely ignoring the iron law of elemental advantage. Summoning technique. Danzo immediately used the summoning technique and summoned Baku. The massive summoned beast, as large as a giant elephant, appeared and worked with him to unleash wind release. A violent gale blasted from its trunk, and countless huge wind blades screamed outward, slicing through mountain rock without resistance. Wind release, vacuum wave chain. With Baku's support, Danzo's wind release attacks were several times stronger and larger than before. Without question, this was Kage-level combat power. Umph. The Raikage gave a soft snort. Without anyone seeing his movement, he instantly passed through the overwhelming storm of wind blades and appeared in front of Baku. Danzo, standing on Baku, had no time to react. Boom. A thunderous fist smashed out. Baku let out a scream as its skull shattered. It flew away like a kite with a broken string, releasing the summoning technique and fleeing just before crashing into the cliff wall. So fast. So strong. It wasn't just his attack and defense. I can't even follow his speed. Is this bastard a monster? Whoosh. The Raikage twisted his waist in midair and swept a kick toward Danzo, caving in his arm and abdomen together. Bang. Danzo crashed into the cliff face, curled up, and vomited a large mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale. How can he be this strong? The third Raikage is far stronger than the previous Raikage. Only then did Danzo remember something. The Kinkaku and Ginkaku rebellion, the one that killed the second Raikage and led to Tobirama-sama's death, had been put down by the men before him. The fastest speed, the strongest attack, the strongest defense. Among all those alive in the ninja world, there could not be anyone capable of defeating this monster. The Raikage slowly walked over and looked down at the badly wounded, dying Danzo. You caused Kumogakure quite a lot of damage. Don't think you'll get to die so easily. Hiruzen Sarutobi is your closest friend. For your sake, I'm sure he'd be willing to pay a heavy price. Danzo clenched his teeth, trying to force himself to stand, but the bones on one side of his body were completely shattered. He could not do it. He deeply regretted not engraving a mutual destruction Kenjutsu onto his own body. Rather than be captured and used as a bargaining chip against Konoha, he would have preferred to die on the spot. Heh. So that's all the courage you have. You don't even dare kill me. You're afraid of Konoha's retaliation, aren't you? Danzo's words came with blood foam. All he could do was try to enrage the Raikage and seek a quick death. Trying to provoke me with words won't work. The Raikage lifted Danzo in an utterly humiliating manner and said, if it were Hiruzen Sarutobi, I would kill him the moment I had the chance. But you. This is all you'll ever amount to. You're no threat at all. Thud. Danzo's heart suddenly stopped for a beat, and he felt as if something inside him had shattered. No matter what. In everyone's eyes, am I still inferior to him? The Raikage was about to leave with Danzo. Suddenly, he stopped and turned around. A figure stood there, as if he had appeared out of thin air. The Raikage narrowed his eyes, his expression turning grave. What terrifying killing intent. Who are you? The killing intent was so dense it hung like fog, making it impossible for the Raikage to see the newcomer's face clearly. Thump. A round object fell in front of the Raikage and rolled several times. Once he saw the head clearly, the Raikage's pupils shrank. It was the Kumogakure ninja who had used the heavenly transfer technique to send him here. In the dead man's unclosed eyes, the tomo marks of the Sharingan lingered for a moment before slowly fading. Strictly speaking, I should have waited until you killed that man before appearing. Shingetsu spoke flatly, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. Unfortunately, I couldn't wait even 1 second. 3 tomo spun in his crimson pupils. A chilling ocular power containing all the malice in the world roared out, freezing space-time. Murderous intent that crossed the world erupted all at once. I am Shingetsu Uchiha. The men who came to kill you. Chapter 51, A World Apart, The Distance Between. Boom. A gale howled through the valley, sweeping shattered stones into the air. The third Raikage's bronze arms were corded with bulging tendons. Lightning crackled over every inch of him, carrying the weight of countless battles, heavy as a mountain. Blood-red steam rose from Shingetsu's body. A searing gale exploded outward with him at its center, and his flesh, refined to the extreme, tore through the air. A single strike. The collision of body against body flattened mountain peaks and forced waterfalls to flow backward. I know you. No, I should say I've always longed for you. The Raikage's voice was low. But I still underestimated you. A body of heavenly restriction can actually rival mine, tempered by countless trials and clad in lightning release armor. Boom 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 boom. Fists and legs clashed head-on. Knees and elbows collided. The dull, heavy sounds of flesh striking flesh echoed endlessly through the valley, like the ceaseless rumble of the valley of clouds and lightning. The Raikage continued speaking. I never intended to harm you or your sister. If you're smart, you should know there's no future for the Uchiha in Konoha. Even someone as powerful as Madara Uchiha couldn't change your awkward position. Leaving is your only choice. I can guess why you came here, but from beginning to end, we never intended to take your sister's life. I truly wanted you to join Kumogakure. At least, until today. The Raikage's expression sharpened. He brought 4 fingers together, and lightning flared violently. How dare you, kill my precious comrade? Unforgivable. Die. Hell stab, 4-finger Nukite. Shingetsu remained expressionless and likewise shaped his fingers into a blade. Hizuki style, fire tempering. Boom. The taijutsu clash erupted into a shockwave almost like a natural disaster. How? How can that brat be this strong? How is this possible? Among the rubble, Danzo looked up at the 2 figures colliding violently in midair, his eyes filled with shock. According to Root Division's latest intelligence, Shingetsu Uchiha was at least 10 centimeters taller than the record stated, but that was not the point. How could he possibly contend with a powerhouse like the third Raikage and not fall behind? And, the current Shingetsu Uchiha gave him a strange sense of familiarity. Within that overflowing crimson, there seemed to be something. The third Raikage. He possessed the strongest spear, hell stab, and the strongest shield, lightning release chakra armor. Alone, he had suppressed the Eight Tails many times and put down the Gold and Silver Rebellion. He was a stronger, more perfect opponent than Hanzo. As if completely overturning the words he had once spoken. Shingetsu was not enjoying the pleasure of battle. There was only one thought in his mind. Kill him. At any cost. Even if his body was smashed to pieces, he had to kill him. Shingetsu did not like terms like reverse scale. If he had to put it into words. Angry. Holding the dazzling lightning in his palm, Shingetsu said calmly, I can't empathize with your anger, just as you can't understand me. Anger is the same as pain. There's no standard for measuring it. But I have to torture you to death before the hatred in my heart will fade. You're the one who's going to die. I'll twist off your head and place it before Renma's grave until your bones weather away. Lightning around the third Raikage surged. He pushed his lightning-release chakra armor to its absolute limit, and the blue cyan lightning gradually deepened, growing denser and denser. A trace of black seeped into the lightning around his hand, its force unstoppable. Hell stab, three-finger Nukite. Slash. The lightning fingers pierced through the blood armor shield surging over Shingetsu's body and drove straight into his chest. So much for the so-called strongest body. Rip. The moment the Raikage finished speaking, spraying blood blurred his vision. It wasn't this brat's blood technique. It's my blood. His body, tempered through countless battles and never once wounded, had been carved open by a massive gash stretching across both shoulders. Blood stained Shingetsu's fingertips as he answered the Raikage's roar with calm indifference. Lightning release armor is pathetically fragile. Shingetsu had many abilities. Blood manipulation technique, the swordsmanship he learned from Orochimaru and Tsukumo Hatake, Maharaga. But his strongest trump card had always been his body. In terms of sharpness, even Hiki could no longer match his newly evolved physique. The surge of emotion and the impact of the Nine-Tails chakra had pushed him past the limits of the Sharingan, awakening the three Tomo and causing his ocular power to soar. Under normal circumstances, he might have laughed wildly and marveled at his own strength. But that could wait until after he killed the Raikage. He clenched his fist and punched through the curtain of blood. A fist filled with endless killing intent drove into the Raikage's field of vision. The gap. Distance. The distance from the path outside the gate to the courtyard within was called the gap. It was also the distance between life and death, the distance Shingetsu had failed to cross in the end. Wrapping sorrow, pain, anger, and joy all into his fist, he struck toward the future. Two hands, seemingly unreal yet solid, wrapped around Shingetsu's fist. One slender and pale, the other rough and marked with burns. Father and mother. Boom. What arrived first was terrifying force. What followed was an impact that touched the soul. The Raikage was blasted down into the mountains. Ha, ha, ha. Orochimaru panted heavily, forcing his body to keep moving at high speed. The moment he realized something was wrong, he immediately returned to the Land of Rain to investigate what had happened to Mikoto. When he failed to contact Hirako, the terrible premonition in his heart came true. He had to find Shingetsu first. Fortunately, Shiro had been following Shingetsu, and Orochimaru was still the contract holder. After learning the situation from Shiro, abandoning Maharaga, not even taking Hiki, the relic of his parents, and giving up his duel with Hanzo, there was only one possibility. Orochimaru knew very well that for Shingetsu, there was only one person whose importance stood above everything else. He could not imagine what kind of terrifying disaster would descend upon Konoha, no, upon the entire ninja world, if Mikoto died. Madara Uchiha's strength existed only in legend, but Shingetsu was a miracle Orochimaru had witnessed with his own eyes. Learning every technique and reaching the strongest realm had always been his dream. If he himself could not accomplish it, Orochimaru believed Shingetsu definitely could. He was not just a disciple. Shingetsu, you are my dream. The ominous feeling grew stronger and stronger. Orochimaru felt as if the incomparably beautiful full moon in his heart had begun to crack like a mirror. Could it really only be a fleeting dream? No. Absolutely not. Mikoto is still alive. Thank goodness. Orochimaru let out a breath of relief. Every clue at the scene pointed to that. The culprit's goal had been to kidnap her, not kill her. There was still room to turn this around. He followed the trail without stopping, completely ignoring his chakra consumption and pushing his body to its limit. When a living person finally appeared in his sight, Orochimaru was so overwhelmed he nearly shed tears. Orochimaru-sama. When Minato saw who had arrived, the killing intent in his eyes turned into surprise and joy. Faced with a sudden situation, his first reaction had not been shock, but killing intent. Jiraiya, that sweet, kind-hearted little ray of sunshine you keep talking about, isn't quite what you think. Orochimaru had no time to think further and asked urgently, did you see Shingetsu? Where is he? Orochimaru-sama, who was always so calm and indifferent, was actually showing such intense emotion. Minato pressed his lips together and pointed southeast. About half a day ago, he went that way. That was the land of lightning. Orochimaru's emotions, which had only just settled slightly, surged again like a tidal wave. Chapter 52, The Strongest versus the Strongest. For the first time, the Rakich's imposing frame bent forward. The double impact to body and soul brought him a strange pain unlike anything he had ever felt before. It's ocular power. This guy can actually weave the ocular power of the Sharingan into his fist techniques. He shook his head, scattering the chaotic thoughts inside it, then looked up at the magnificent sight above him, where Shingetsu's body had become a blood edge, like a crimson crescent moon. Blood manipulation technique. To control one's blood was to use one's own body to its absolute limit. The blood edge formed from Shingetsu's blood was not merely a surface-level shape. From the moment it was pumped out of his heart, the blood continuously accelerated, spinning at high speed within a fixed range to increase its destructive power. The principle was similar to wind-release, Raisen Shuriken. Once struck by the blood edge, the blood would enter the target's body and destroy cells on a microscopic level, creating a lingering, toxin-like effect. Before Hanzo, Shingetsu had been the greatest nightmare of the IWA Nin. The ninjas who had been lucky enough to escape, only to go insane afterward, had broken because they could not endure that endless torment. That was where the name Red Moon came from. Aside from the physical impact and ocular power, he also sensed a familiar chakra. Similar to the Eight Tails, Gyuki, but denser and far more sinister. No way. The Rakichi spat and muttered under his breath, Hiruzen Sarutobi, how dare you do something like this? You made an Uchiha the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten what happened with Madara Uchiha? There was no time to think. The Rakichi crossed his arms and gathered power, the dark lightning coiling around him growing darker and darker until it turned pitch black. Black lightning. A further evolution of single-element lightning release, with difficulty comparable to creating an original Kekkei Genkai. It was a special lightning release technique developed by the third Rakichi. It abandoned the flashy diffusion of ordinary lightning release and focused instead on high-density erosion, annihilation, and penetration. Heavy, violent black lightning gathered between his hands. He spread his arms wide and unleashed it in a sudden burst. Ha! Lightning release, black wasteland collapse. A pitch-black wave of lightning erupted with a thunderous roar, swallowing the blood-red crescent moon descending from the sky. In that instant, heaven and earth seemed to fall silent. A devastating shockwave spread wildly outward, blood-red light, lightning, shattered stone, and dust all churning together. Black and red collapsed into destruction, and the long, narrow valley was irreversibly widened once again. Shingetsu was drenched in blood. He could no longer tell whether it was his own or the blood of the enemies he had cut down along the way. The strain of forcibly converting the Nine-Tails chakra made every bone in his body ache, and every inch of muscle screamed in agony. Unlike natural growth, this kind of forced acceleration could increase battle power for a short time, but its drawbacks were just as severe. The best method, of course, would be to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. With his physique and ocular power, he would not even need to reconcile with it. He could completely squeeze the Nine-Tails dry by force. But Shingetsu did not know Fuinjutsu. Forcibly extracting a portion of the Nine-Tails chakra with the Sharingan was already the limit of what he could do. Before the Nine-Tails chakra ran out, before his blood burned away completely. Boom. The third Rakichi was wrapped in dense, ink-black lightning. While greatly increasing his explosive power, it also pushed his physical resistance to the limit. Even some high-level ninjutsu would be dismantled and erased on contact with the black lightning, unable to touch his body at all. This technique required extreme control to display its true power. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, even the third Rakichi, while controlled by Kabuto Yakushi, had been unable to use his own signature technique. Even so, Naruto in Nine-Tails chakra mode had still failed to break through the third Rakichi's defense with wind release, Raisen Shuriken. He had only managed it through a trick, turning the Rakichi's own spear against his own shield. Right now, the only wound on the Rakichi's body was the slash Shingetsu had carved into him moments ago. The Rakichi was strong. Incredibly strong. He was the strongest opponent Shingetsu had ever faced. In one-on-one combat, he far surpassed Hanzo of the Salamander. And his endurance was absurd. Their fierce battle had raged from early morning until dusk, yet he showed not the slightest sign of exhaustion. Shingetsu had used everything he had. Blood tears ran from his Sharingan, yet in his eyes, the Rakichi still stood like an unshakable mountain. Likewise, Shingetsu was overturning the Rakichi's entire understanding of the world. He had never imagined there could be someone who matched him across the board in speed, strength, and stamina. That seemingly thin layer of crimson flow had blocked his fully charged heavy strikes again and again, and its force-dispersing effect was even superior to lightning release armor. Nearly all of Shingetsu's information was public. Unlike ordinary ninjas, he had never had any sense of secrecy. The Raikage knew it was called blood armor, and Sunagakure called it absolute defense. Since its appearance in the world, it had never been broken. Of course, both of their absolute defenses had now had their myths shattered by the other. In Shingetsu, the Raikage saw a more perfect version of himself. He was only 12 years old, the same age as his own son, yet there was no comparison between their strength. The pure killing intent in the boy's eyes suddenly made him wonder. Had he made a mistake? Had he known the boy possessed this kind of power, should he have taken a gentler approach? If he could have invited him into Kimogakure, perhaps he could have fulfilled the predecessor's long-cherished wish and made Kimogakure dominate the ninja world. Unfortunately, things had already gone this far. Shingetsu would not forgive him, and he would not forgive Shingetsu either. The last trace of hesitation faded from the Raikage's eyes. I'll admit it. You are the strongest opponent I have ever faced. For that. Crackle. The black lightning suddenly expanded, forcing back the countless blood spikes shooting toward him. Every fiber of the Raikage's body tightened to its limit. He stomped down hard, and spiderweb-like cracks burst across the entire wasteland beneath his feet. Skipping the process of drawing back his fingers, the black lightning compressed to its utmost limit and gathered onto a single finger. Hell stab, one-fingered assault. The strongest spear, capable of piercing all things, came straight at him with a shriek that tore through the air, turning into a sharp ray of light that pierced heaven and earth. The speed faster than lightning was dismantled frame by frame and slowed in Shingetsu's eyes. The world he saw was very slow. His 5 fingers clenched, and the blood flowing over the surface of his body returned inside him, gathering through his veins into his palm. Deep crimson, nearly black. Blood manipulation technique, convergence. The compression took place directly inside his body. The blood spinning at ultra-high speed was more than even his steel-hard body could withstand, tearing open his flesh. He slowly raised his fist. An extremely bizarre scene appeared between fist and finger. One instant, they drew close. The next, they pulled apart, like a black and white film playing in a broken, jumbled sequence. The Sharingan's tomo spun to their limit. Blood poured uncontrollably, and veins bulged across his forehead. Invisible ocular power interfered with space. This was the ability that appeared after Shingetsu awakened the 3 tomo, a manifestation of his desperate inner desire to close the distance between life and death. By dividing and dismantling space, Shingetsu had been able to cross 1,000 miles to catch up to Mikoto, and to the Raikage using the heavenly transfer technique. In terms of ocular power alone, he had already opened a chasm-like gap between himself and ordinary 3 tomo users, enough to rival the Mangekyo Sharingan. In a sense, this was his Mangekyo Dōjutsu. It could bring Shingetsu's speed to what the world understood as teleportation, and it could also keep dividing and stretching the distance between himself and his target, turning an instant into eternity. The Raikage had no idea he had fallen into such a situation. Nor did he need to know. Everything, even space itself, lay within the piercing range of that ultimate edge. Shingetsu's ocular power could not keep the Raikage away forever. Besides, defense had never been the choice he would make. Again. A world of difference. The scene pulled away. His fist crossed the spatial distance and landed directly on the Raikage's heart. The indestructible black lightning armor shattered into ash in an instant, and the front of his chest caved in beneath the force of the punch. Rip. At the same time, the Raikage's fingertip pierced through Shingetsu's body, and lightning exploded behind him. Chapter 53, Black Flash. The sun rose and set. The brutal battle raged on for 2 full days. The battlefield had shifted from the canyon to the coastline. The 3rd Raikage's lightning armor had dimmed. Crisscrossing scars covered his bronze torso, and each heavy breath carried the smell of scorched flesh. Most terrifying of all was the massive depression in his chest. Stark white bone had even pierced through the skin, and his heart could be seen beating against the flesh with the naked eye. If the Kimogakure ninjas saw the 3rd Raikage they revered as a god reduced to such a battered state, they would surely think the world had gone mad. The Raikage's lips twitched, and a strange bitterness forced its way onto his face. Shingetsu Uchiha, you really are a monster wearing human skin. Amid the churning waves, Shingetsu slowly walked out, seawater evaporating from the intense heat of his body. His entire body was covered in cracks like volcanic lava, and blood-red steam drifted from the fissures. Through the hole in his chest, the bright moon over the sea could be seen. Whoosh! The Raikage had lost count of how many times Shingetsu had attacked him. Even now. You're already like this. What are you still holding on for? The Crimson Sharingan had lost focus, his hollow pupils veiled in a layer of gray-white deathly stillness. Shingetsu looked like an empty shell without a soul. After his battle with Hanzo, he had crossed the entire land of fire to reach this place without resting for even a moment. Not only that, throughout the entire process, Shingetsu had endured the constant boiling of his blood, an agony that would drive an ordinary person mad after a single second. The burning of the Nine Tails chakra, the backlash of the salamander poison, the blows from the strongest spear in the ninja world. Even the strongest body could not withstand that kind of overexertion. It was too irrational. No matter how anyone looked at it, Shingetsu had chosen the most foolish course of action. So what? I wanted to do it, so I did it. Blood-red steam rolled and surged, the temperature of his blood nearing magma. Large patches of skin peeled back and split open, and thin blood lines crawled across his neck and spine. His bones ground together with a dull, grating sound. His organs had long since been shaken apart and knocked out of place. Through the hole in his chest, his bleeding heart could be seen beating clearly. His movements were still fierce, following the instinctive command to kill. His body threw itself at the wreckage with reckless force. Punches, kicks, charges. Even as his blood burned away, he continued to vent endless violence. Even after a fierce battle with the Eight Tails, the wreckage had never felt this exhausted. In his perception, Shingetsu was no different from a dead man. Why? Why won't you stop? Why won't you let that corpse rest properly? Why? The wreckage clenched his teeth until blood seeped out, and the remaining black lightning gathered at his fingertip. Just die already. The dark black lightning tore through space, carrying the scent of an ending as it stabbed straight toward Shingetsu's face. His consciousness floated in boundless darkness. As a bystander, Shingetsu watched his own body fight the wreckage. The feeling was exactly the same as when he had first arrived in this world. He understood with perfect clarity the process by which he, a soul traveler, had taken up residence in this abode. The soul was often seen as the master of life, a person's spiritual essence, something that transcended the physical body and served as the source of vitality and wisdom. But that was not true. The soul did not stand completely above the body. The condition of the body could also affect the soul. The simplest example was someone suffering from long-term insomnia, who could be tortured into a mental breakdown. The right answer was mutual coordination, mutual influence, and a state of balance. This was the drawback of rapidly strengthening the body. The long-maintained balance had been shattered, and the body's instincts had surpassed conscious control, entering a dissociative state. Shingetsu was waiting. Waiting for the critical point when soul and flesh reached balance again. If he could seize that instant, then he could. Thunder exploded, and light raged. Black lightning washed over Shingetsu's broken body in a frenzy, peeling the flesh from his face layer by layer. He looked utterly horrifying. The assault grew fiercer and fiercer. The wreckage's eyes were bloodshot, his killing intent so thick it seemed ready to drip blood. The final strike. Die. Black lightning gathered into a single point, the strongest thrust to tear open the gates of hell. In the crack between life and death, his scattered consciousness gathered together. Shingetsu staggered to his feet in the darkness. Boundless radiance surged forth, shattering the dim sky. Was my opponent the wreckage? No. At that moment, my opponent was myself. What is that? The wreckage's pupils spread wide. Just before victory, his vision was covered in black. The invincible strongest spear was caught in a hand, erupting with pitch-black flashes as space shattered like glass. Black. Black lightning. No. That's enough. The gray-white faded, and boundless malice surged within the crimson Sharingan. Seizing that 1/1,000,000th of a second gap, the instant his soul caught up to his body, Shingetsu entered an extraordinary state where all things revolved around him. All stray thoughts vanished, and his understanding of himself reached a higher realm. The sensation was so wonderful that he could not help thinking, even if he died in the next second, that would be fine. Shingetsu clenched his fist, black electric arc surging between his fingers. The next second, his fist swung out. No thought was needed. There was no shout, no roar. The words simply left his lips, soft and natural. Black flash. At that moment, soul and body collided, erupting in a blazing black light. Boom. The electric arcs exploded, carrying a heavy pressure that seemed capable of annihilating all things, crushing everything in their path. Within an error margin of 1/1,000,000th of a second, the physical strike and the soul impact synchronized perfectly, giving birth to a destructive force that surpassed everything else. Space warped under that violence. Then shattered. Boom. Crack. With the point of impact as the center, crack spread across the depression in the wreckage's chest, and it collapsed again. His incomparably tough body became as fragile as paper under the rampaging black electric arcs. The organs inside his chest were instantly crushed to pulp. Victory and defeat. No, life and death had already been decided. The wreckage slowly lowered his head. His pupils began to dilate, and his life force rapidly drained away. In his gradually blurring consciousness, he saw his comrades, his son, and Kimogakure, the village where he had lived for decades, the place he loved most. To leave an enemy like this behind. I'm sorry. There was no anger at losing, no final deathbed roar. In his last moments, all he thought of was Kimogakure, while the endless thunder of the Valley of Clouds and Lightning echoed by his ears. So this is death. Touch, hearing, and perception faded one by one. The thunderous roar of the world drifted farther and farther away. The bright moon hung high above. It would never again be reflected in his eyes. The third Raikage of Kimogakure. Declared dead. Thud. Shingetsu's hand fell limply, the sound of snapping bones crackling through his arm. The light faded from his eyes. The brief clarity from that instant had been like the final flare of a dying flame. His body tipped backward powerlessly, drifting down toward the deep fissure behind him. His broken body kept sinking. The seawater soaked into his wounds, bringing cold, stinging pain, and the current carried him down toward the deeper abyss. Until he was caught by pale white branches stretching through the sea. Chapter 54, The Ghost of the Uchiha. Shingetsu was dead. Reason, experience, and the brutal state of the battlefield all told Orochimaru the same thing. He had killed the third Raikage. And the price was not even a body remained. Orochimaru had searched for a long time, not daring to overlook a single crack, even combing through hundreds of miles of seabed. He could not find him. He could not find anything. Only that unnaturally vivid blood remained, proof that he had once existed. Orochimaru stood silently at the edge of the cliff, looking at the towering figure still standing at the center of the battlefield. Even in death, the Raikage remained on his feet, unmoved no matter how the torrential rain poured down. He watched for a long, long time, until the warmth in his eyes was washed away by the rain, growing colder and colder. Death is no match for you. That's what you said, wasn't it? Too fragile. You've lost everything. He slowly closed his eyes. Something, rainwater, or something else, slid down his cheek. The next day, the ninja world was shaken. This battle, spanning thousands of miles and lasting several days, had long since drawn the attention of many. Even Kirigakure, across the sea, had noticed it. Only after an entire day of silence did the ANBU from the various villages dare to approach and gather intelligence. What could be confirmed was that one of the combatants was the third Raikage of Kimogakure. The other was Shingetsu Uchiha, who had risen out of nowhere in recent years and earned the title of strongest among the younger generation. The result of the battle was something no one could believe. Known throughout the world as the strongest spear and strongest shield, one of the key pillars holding the balance of the ninja world in place. The Raikage had died in battle. When the news arrived, everyone in Kimogakure dismissed it as pure nonsense. How could Raikage-sama possibly be dead? Killed by a brat, no less. What kind of joke was that? The news could be false, but the body could not. The moment the body was brought back, Kimogakure broke. The village was instantly plunged into bottomless grief and panic, its people consumed by fear. The death of the men who had so forcefully kept everything under control was no different from the collapse of a mountain range for Kimogakure, forcing them to face the bitter storms of the ninja world on their own. Kimogakure's higher-ups held an emergency meeting through the night, and the entire village entered its highest state of combat readiness. Boom. Inside the conference room, a tall, dark-skinned youth smashed the table apart. Tears and snot streamed down his face as his roar exploded through the room. You bastards. What the hell are you old fools talking about? The village's Kage is dead, and you don't even have the courage to take revenge. Across from him, a white-haired elder snorted coldly, his voice icy. Take revenge on whom? Shingetsu Uchiha is already dead. Do you want us to take revenge on Konoha? Or on the Uchiha clan? If you were truly capable, you wouldn't be here screaming at a room full of old men. You would be out there killing Hiruzen Sarutobi. The white-haired elder slammed the table and rose. He was one of Kimogakure's founding elders, with prestige second only to the Raikage of each generation. At the same time, he was also the father of the third Raikage. All these years, it was your father who kept the chaos among the border tribes under control. The same goes for the rampages of the tailed beasts. The Jinchuriki project has reached a critical stage. Are you telling us to ignore our problems at home and abroad, risk Kimogakure's destruction, and go to war with Konoha? You damned fool. The old man's voice quickly turned hoarse. This is the village your father spent his life protecting, a place to live bought with the sacrifices of countless people. What right do you have to gamble everything away just because you want revenge? What we need is someone who can inherit the title of Raikage, a hope who can lead Kimogakure forward. Not a mad dog blinded by hatred. Do you understand that or not? The youth clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms, blood dripping through his fingers. His obsession with revenge and his reason tore at each other wildly, until all he could do was let out a roar filled with absolute unwillingness. Then, through gritted teeth, he forced out each word. I will. I will inherit the title of Raikage. One day. I will have my revenge. The border of the land of Earth. Inoki, who had been stationed there the whole time, ready to march south and attack Konoha at any moment, received the news. Like most people, when he first heard it, he thought the intelligence officer had been hit by Jinjutsu. Uchiha-style Jinjutsu, at that. A 12-year-old Uchiha brat killed the Raikage. Do I look that easy to fool? Like I'd believe something that ridiculous. That brat named Shingetsu had indeed caused Iwa plenty of trouble, but there was still an obvious gap between him and a true powerhouse. Forget the Mangekyo, he did not even have 3 tomo. Even if Madara Uchiha came back to life, there was no way he could kill the Raikage with that kind of setup. But it was true. By the time the 7th intelligence officer returned, Inoki had no choice but to believe it. After the shock came wild joy. The Raikage was dead, and a Uchiha genius who might one day rival Madara Uchiha was dead as well. It was joy falling from the sky, double the fortune, a delight beyond measure, a blessing beyond expectation. The louder Kimogakure and the Uchiha cried, the happier Inoki laughed. But once that great joy faded, deep fear followed. I heard that boy's name long ago, yet I let him grow until now. Inoki, how could you be so stupid? If not for this stroke of luck. This time, it was luck. The past Tsuchikage must have been watching over us from the Pure Land. But what about next time? No. Any genius with the Uchiha name must be killed in the cradle. Absolutely, there must never be another Madara Uchiha. Is that so? In the rain, Hanzo listened to his subordinate's report and fell into a long silence. After a very long time, he let out a deep sigh. It is truly hard to let go. Shingetsu Uchiha. I suppose I will never forget you for as long as I live. The underground black market. Kakuzu walked out and tore a page from the notebook where he recorded his prey. Humph. I was just about to go deal with you, and you died on your own. That bounty finally climbed so high. What a waste. Orochimaru. Jiraiya reached out, intending to put a comforting hand on his shoulder, but for some reason, he stopped. Orochimaru felt completely different to him. If the Orochimaru from before had been like a block of ice on the surface, with water flowing beneath, then now. I'm fine. He was an exceptional Konoha ninja. He eliminated the threat of Kimogakure for the village. Orochimaru walked a couple of steps away and said flatly, of course, that depends on whether Kimogakure is as irrational as he was. You should go back and rest. I don't think you're fit to stay on the battlefield right now. Tsunade's face was filled with worry, and her eyes looked deeply desolate. That Uchiha brat had been infuriating. He might have been the person she hated most. But no matter how much she hated him, he had still been a comrade. I'm fine. Orochimaru rarely repeated himself, but after a pause, he said, Tsunade, send Nawaki back. I think. I don't have the ability to protect my students. Konoha. Covered in bandages, Minato and Kushina stood in front of the residence gate, hesitating for a long time before daring to step onto the stairs. How were they supposed to tell Mikoto? So the most terrifying thing about war was not death, but the eyes of the person left behind. Creak. The heavy wooden door opened. The two of them took several startled steps back, forcing smiles onto their faces, both thinking the same thing. They could not tell her. At least not now. Mikoto's injuries were far worse than theirs. Before her condition stabilized, they could not let her suffer a blow like this. You two have been standing there for ages, haven't you? You didn't knock, and you didn't leave. Were you waiting for me, the patient, to come invite you in? Mikoto was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, even her eyes covered. Only the lower half of her face was exposed. Ah, haha, it's nothing. Minato and I were admiring the flowers. The flowers by your door are really pretty. Plum blossoms don't bloom in this season. Kushina, come up with a better excuse next time. Mikoto showed her teeth in a bright smile, her voice light and cheerful. If the two of you came to tell me the news that my brother died, don't worry about it. He isn't dead. Mikoto, you. Minato was a little worried. It sounded far too much like something someone would say after being unable to accept the shock. Could she be? As if she had seen through Minato's thoughts, Mikoto placed a hand over her heart and spoke softly. We were born into this world at the same time. If he had really died, there's no way I wouldn't feel it. Believe me. My brother is definitely not dead. Chapter 55, Madara, I'm your ancestor, Shingetsu. In the dim underground palace, Shingetsu slowly woke and lifted his eyes, meeting a pair of crimson Sharingan. A hoarse, aged voice sounded. You're awake. I saved you. No need to thank me so quickly. This debt of gratitude. Don't get the wrong idea. Shingetsu cut him off. He bent one knee and propped a hand on it, his eyes studying the men before him as the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. You only moved me somewhere else to sleep. You expect me to thank you for that? Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha, using his scythe as a cane, paused with his hand wrapped around the end of the handle. Then a sinister smile spread across his aged face. So you really do know. Foresight into the future, is it? Only mediocre fools who know nothing about the Sharingan would think that was a joke. No matter how unbelievable something was, once it carried the Uchiha name, Madara Uchiha found it perfectly natural. Just like Shingetsu killing the third Raikage. What he cared about was not strength, but Shingetsu Uchiha had done what he had wanted to do, yet failed to accomplish. That was why Madara Uchiha had decided to make this boy his successor. He had once wanted to do the same. Unfortunately, the opponent he faced had been Hashirama Senju, and he had failed to kill the men who hurt his younger brother. Madara Uchiha slowly walked to the stone seat and said calmly, "Since the future you see includes me, do you know what I intend to do? You really don't understand your situation. Old age must have gone to your head." Shingetsu looked around, his gaze landing on the massive wooden torso behind Madara Uchiha. This sight might have scared Obito Uchiha, but it did not scare him. After observing it carefully, his slightly tense mood relaxed. There was one thing he had never quite understood. After Hashirama Senju died, why had Madara Uchiha not appeared in the world again? Who could have stopped him? Now that he had seen Madara Uchiha's condition, he understood the whole picture. First, in the decades after Hashirama Senju's death, Madara Uchiha had used Izanagi to fake his death, leaving him with only one eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Hashirama Senju had died not long after that decisive battle, which meant his injuries had definitely played a part. How much better could Madara Uchiha's condition have been? A half-crippled Madara Uchiha was indeed strong, but if you said he could do whatever he wanted in the ninja world, that was still going too far. Tobirama Senju was already difficult to deal with, and the even greater problem was Mito Uzumaki. She was a Jinchuriki with absolute suppressive power over the Nine Tails, and she herself was a master of Fuinjutsu. For a half-dead Madara Uchiha to go against that version of Konoha would by no means have been easy. Besides, Madara Uchiha's goal was the Rinnegan. It was the most important foundation for realizing his dream. Without it, he could not summon the demonic statue of the outer path, and even if he collected the tailed beasts, he would have no vessel to contain them. What meaning would there be in destroying Konoha? Mito Uzumaki's death and Madara Uchiha's awakening of the Rinnegan had happened almost around the same time. By then, after summoning the demonic statue of the outer path from the moon, Madara Uchiha had already grown impossibly old. His body could only cling to life by relying on the demonic statue of the outer path. He no longer had the strength to oppose the entire ninja world and collect the tailed beasts. Madara Uchiha had once said he had not taken part in the shinobi world wars. That was probably not a lie. His plan was actually very simple. Wait until Nagato could use the Geto art of Rinne rebirth to revive him, and on that basis, arrange a successor to supervise and guide Nagato. Or even, if an accident occurred and he could not be revived, then having that successor complete the Eye of the Moon plan would also be acceptable. This was not groundless speculation. Otherwise, how could one explain him teaching Obito the technique to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, and even giving Obito the Nine-Tails summoning contract? Being revived would be best. But even if that was impossible, the Eye of the Moon plan, that beautiful world with no losers, still had to be realized by someone. In the original timeline, Madara Uchiha's resurrection had also happened because of an accident. Without Kabuto Yakushi, Black Zetsu would not have gone out of his way to revive Madara Uchiha. He could have simply used Obito as the vessel to resurrect Kagaya. After all, the most important things for carrying Kagaya's will were the Rinnegan and becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. It did not necessarily have to be Madara Uchiha. For a moment, many thoughts passed through Shingetsu's mind. Without a doubt, Madara Uchiha was an idealist through and through. For the sake of the ideal in his heart, this arrogant, unparalleled powerhouse had willingly endured decades of life in an underground cave. At the same time, he was also a loser who only dared lick his wounds in the dark. The smile at the corner of Shingetsu's mouth grew more brazen. You're clinging to life with that thing, and even your eyes aren't your own. Madara Uchiha, how dare you appear in front of me? Shingetsu suddenly sprang up, instinctively reaching for the hickey at his waist, intending to teach this old fool a lesson for not knowing his place. Crack! His legs went weak, and Shingetsu tumbled straight off the edge of the bed, smashing his head against the ground. True. With your physique, you could have survived even at the bottom of the sea. I did not save your life, so you owe me no debt for that. Madara Uchiha rested his chin on his hand, an almost imperceptible smile in his eyes. If you were at your peak, you would indeed be somewhat troublesome. But as you are now, at the very least, you should thank me for not taking advantage of your weakness. Shingetsu twisted his body and crawled back onto the bed in an extremely undignified posture, an unnatural flush appearing on his face. He had been too busy observing Madara Uchiha earlier and had forgotten to check the state of his own body. Only his upper body could move, and that did not even include his hands. Wasn't this the same as that useless Obito? How humiliating. Madara Uchiha spoke slowly. Black Flash, that is what it's called, yes. You have a decent grasp of Kodadama techniques. Perfect resonance between chakra and the body. Quite an outstanding ability, with the potential to reach straight toward the essence of power. By using the Ninetales chakra and your own physique, you raised your body's strength in a short period of time. Clearly, your soul was not enough to control such a body. And yet, you managed to come up with such an ability and achieve that harmony in a single instant. In terms of physical power alone, you at that moment could be compared to Hashirama Senju. What an outdated standard. Shingetsu was too powerless to even mock him. He tried to control his body, but could not, and struggled to recall the feeling from when he had unleashed Black Flash. Do not waste your strength. That kind of ability was never something that could be used under normal conditions. It requires extreme concentration, the right state in battle, and even a measure of luck. Madara Uchiha continued, in my battle with Hashirama Senju, I once entered a similar state, a state of flow where all stray thoughts disappeared and the mind became completely focused. There is no need to rush. Now that you have done it once, you will have another chance to trigger it. To put it more simply, if the body was a game character, then the soul was the player controlling it. Shingetsu had been leveling up his body like mad, but his control could not keep up. When he landed Black Flash, it was like letting a professional player log in for a moment and land a massive critical hit. Now he was back to being a small horse pulling a heavy cart. He simply could not move it. TCH. Don't act like you know everything. My Black Flash isn't something that low level. You're just a ghost of the Uchiha, and now you think you can judge me. Of course I have the right to judge. This time, Madara Uchiha's smile was obvious. After all, I reached the essence of Shinra Bansho before you, and I am also your ancestor. Shingetsu refused to back down. What ancestor? If we're really counting it, you should be calling me uncle. And he was not wrong. According to the original timeline, the next reincarnation of Indra would be Sasuke, Shingetsu's second nephew. Right. Shingetsu looked at Madara Uchiha, malice flashing in his eyes. If he killed Madara Uchiha a few years early, would the first child born be Sasuke? Chapter 56, 5 years. Uncle. Unlike the people in Konoha, Madara Uchiha did not dismiss his words as one of his occasional fits of nonsense. He actually thought about it seriously. For years, White Zetsu had been monitoring Shingetsu, and Madara Uchiha believed no one understood the boy's situation better than he did. The world only saw his indestructible body. What Madara Uchiha saw hidden beneath it was a maturity far beyond his peers. That maturity was not obvious now, but if one investigated his childhood, they would discover. After his parents died, he had handled everything in an orderly manner and even taken good care of his younger sister. Madara Uchiha felt that even he could not have done such a thing at the age of 4 or 5. When his own father died, he had been lost for several days. And when Izuna died, Shingetsu was certainly not some cold and heartless person. If anything, Uchiha geniuses were more emotional than the last. Born knowing things, seemingly able to see the future, and not surprised at all to see him. Having once possessed the Rinnegan, Madara Uchiha knew the Pure Land existed. Returning from death was not impossible. A possibility occurred to him, and he called out a name tentatively. Shurzwa. That was the name of his mother's older brother. He had not even been a ninja, merely a supervisor of odd jobs within the Uchiha, someone very few people knew about. Shingetsu looked completely confused. What did you say? Had this old man really gone senile? He could not even remember his name. Madara Uchiha's aged face stiffened. Realizing he had guessed wrong, and seeing the amused look in Shingetsu's eyes, he became a little flustered and angry. You arrogant brat. You don't even have the most basic respect for your elders. Did your parents never teach you? They really didn't. They died early, after all. Madara Uchiha paused, and his tone softened. Kid, given the state we're both in now, we should have a proper talk. I'm already past the age where I start fighting at the slightest disagreement, and you don't need to look at me with such hostility. What state? Shingetsu looked at Madara Uchiha, then at himself, and one phrase surfaced in his mind. The old, the weak, the sick, and the crippled. The two proudest Uchiha should have fought for superiority the moment they met, using their strength to humiliate each other. Instead, all they had was Madara Uchiha, plugged into the demonic statue of the outer path like it was an oxygen tube, and Shingetsu Uchiha, propped up on a sickbed. They sighed at the same time. Konoha Year 37. 5 years had passed, and the Second Shinobi World War had entered a full-blown fever pitch. Because of the third Raikage's death, Kyumogakure was the first to lose the right to take part in the war, sealing itself off from the outside world. Kirigakure's Village of the Bloody Mist was still brewing. The conflict between the ninja village and the ninja clans had intensified, and there was no sign of it joining the war either. With no worries behind them, the fire, earth, and wind nations could finally go all out. At first, because of the strength Hanzo had displayed, they had indeed withdrawn from the land of rain for a time. But not long after, Chiyo of Sunagakure and Tsunade of Konoha both developed targeted antidotes. As long as they did not gather a massive army like Iwagakure had, Hanzo could not achieve much on the battlefield. Unable to deal with Hanzo, Inoki simply sent troops from the land of grass and officially marched south. In any case, he had never been especially interested in the land of rain. What he had always wanted was Konoha. The land of grass once again became the battlefield between the fire and earth nations. With the third Hokage and the third Tsuchikage personally holding the front lines, it counted as one of the main theaters of war. The other main battlefield was the land of rain. While Iwagakure and Konoha fought each other to the point of madness, both sides tacitly continued wearing down the land of rain's fighting strength. Because as Hanzo's own strength grew, so did his ambition. He was no longer satisfied with simply driving the ninjas of other nations out of the land of rain. He wanted to win the war and raise Amigakure into the sixth great ninja village. Hanzo was the man who would become the Amigage. The ninja world was only so large, and none of the 5 great shinobi villages wanted another village to come divide the spoils. As the 3 sides fought in chaos, they also blocked the land of rain's routes for expansion. So far in the Second Shinobi World War, aside from the third Raikage, whose death had not been caused by the war itself, no group of Kage had died as they had in the First Shinobi World War. But in terms of bloodshed and brutality, it far surpassed the First Shinobi World War. The battlefield stretched across the land of wind, the land of rain, the land of rivers, the land of grass, the land of earth, and the land of fire, forming a massive meat grinder where countless ninjas died every moment. The nations had gone from fighting over resources to truly being blinded by bloodlust, their actions driven by hatred. Towns were razed to the ground, and fields were burned to ash. Ninja squads no longer limited themselves to hunting enemy ninjas. To cut off logistics and shake public morale, killing civilians became routine. The land of rain suffered the most. This land had been trampled again and again by every major force. Smoke that never dispersed and rain carrying the stench of rot had become its eternal backdrop. With the war reaching this point, there were no so-called victors anymore. Only losers, and losers who suffered even worse. Among the 4 sides, only Konoha was fighting 3 enemies at once. The border between the land of rain and the land of earth was the main battlefield between the Konoha forces and the Sunagakure forces. The commander of this force was Tsukumo Hatake. Before throwing himself into the Great War, he had already been recognized as a genius jonin, surpassing even Orochimaru and the others of his generation. After years of war, this white-fanged blade, once known only for its sharpness, had truly grown into a top-tier powerhouse capable of holding his own. Inside the command tent, the sand table was packed with small flags. Tsukumo Hatake stood before it, his eyes beneath his short white hair calm to the point of coldness. He held a thin wooden rod and tapped several high points on the sand table. According to the intelligence I've received, in 2 days, Sunagakure's puppet troops will pass through Anakoka Gorge and launch an attack on our outpost No. 3. If they take this place, they'll be able to coordinate with Sunagakure's long-range troops and form a crossfire, which would put us in a very bad position. Shikaku Nara stood to the left of the sand table, one hand pinching his chin, his brow slightly furrowed. It was how he looked when deep in thought. Although he was one of the few chunin in this meeting, as the heir to the Nara clan, his tactical mind had already earned everyone's approval, and he served as the unit's staff officer. Both Sunagakure and we know exactly how important outpost number 3 is, but this time they're sending even fewer people than before. And they're passing through Anakoka Gorge, the easiest place to ambush them. It's practically like they're sending those people to die. Sunagakure's commander-in-chief is Chiyo. We've fought her many times. She's not the kind of person who makes losing trades. You mean, those people are bait? A middle-aged jonin asked. Shikaku nodded and said calmly, the essence of every action on the battlefield is to create local advantages, to use more against fewer, the strong against the weak, and eliminate as much of the enemy's strength as possible. Sunagakure is deliberately offering us this piece of meat. Clearly, they intend to swallow the force we sent to ambush them. Behind those puppet troops, there must be a decisive force. Is it Chiyo? In response to Tsukumo's question, Shikaku shook his head. Chiyo has been very active around the 6th front recently. Tsunade-sama had no choice but to come over from the Amigakure front to reinforce it. After thinking for a few seconds, Shikaku's pupils tightened slightly. It's the Kazekage. Chapter 57, the 77th time. As the Second Shinobi World War had developed to this point, the third Kazekage had no official record of entering battle. He had basically remained in the rear, commanding operations. Unlike a long-established Kage like Inoki, the world only knew that he was a magnet-release powerhouse capable of suppressing the Sand Guardian, Shikaku. Specific information about him had never been shown. But since Sunagakure considered him the strongest Kazekage in history, his strength was easy enough to imagine. Kazekage. Tsukumo frowned slightly. No Kage of a great ninja village could be underestimated, especially not a Kazekage skilled in magnet release. He was a top-tier close-range assassination ninja. Against ordinary jonin, or a physically fragile puppeteer like Chiyo, he could completely overwhelm them. But against wide-area Kekkai Genkai users like those with melting release or explosion release, he would have a hard time. Magnet release, in particular, was a natural counter to him. Still, that was no excuse for him to run. Tsukumo trusted Shikaku's judgment and said in a low voice, "I'll be responsible for stopping the Kazekage. The rest of you wipe out the puppet brigade as quickly as possible. Pitting our weakness against the enemy's strength would be very unwise." Shikaku shook his head, his eyes darkening slightly. "In my view, we should be the ones to hold off the Kazekage. Only you, Tsukumo-sama, can wipe out the puppet brigade in the shortest time possible. You all." Tsukumo's gaze swept across everyone present. Most of the faces were young. Konoha was fighting on three fronts, and the pressure was greatest in the land of grass and the land of rain. To deal with Chiyo's poison, Tsunade also had to move back and forth between both sides, leaving this front severely short on combat power. Aside from himself and 4 jonin, everyone here was an outstanding chunin from Konoha's younger generation. It was not that Tsukumo looked down on his comrades. He simply did not want these young people with bright futures to sacrifice themselves so early. Just as he was about to reject Shikaku's proposal, a blond boy crouched by the tent entrance stood up, a gentle smile on his young face. "Tsukumo-sama, let us try." He walked between Choza Akimichi and Inoichi Yamanaka and said, "My technique has improved. I can't promise I'll stop the Kazekage, but I will bring every one of our comrades back." Minato Namikaze. An exceptionally talented prodigy of Konoha's younger generation. He had graduated from the Ninja Academy at 10, studied under Jiraiya, and become a chunin at 12. During wartime, promotion to jonin was somewhat more lenient than in times of peace. If not for that person's battle record when he became a jonin being far too absurd, the achievements Minato had earned by 15 would already have been enough for a wartime promotion. At the mention of that technique, Tsukumo's expression eased slightly. He had also read Konoha's Scroll of Seals, and the technique most suited to him in it was the Flying Thunder God technique. Unfortunately, that technique demanded far too much talent. Spatial perception alone shut out 99% of people, and that was only the threshold. For a very long time, he had believed that aside from the second Hokage-sama, who had developed the technique, no one could learn it. If that guy were still alive, maybe he could have done it too. "You're thinking of him too, aren't you?" A hint of bitterness flashed across Shikaku's calm face. "Back then, just you and him were enough to keep Sunagakure from daring to invade. That guy. He always made me feel like I had no presence at all." The tent fell silent for a moment. Tsukumo forced out a smile. "Don't cling to the past. Look to the future, and protect the comrades who are still alive." My stomach suddenly feels a little off. "Once you've worked out the specific tactics, just let me know." Tsukumo walked out of the tent alone and kept going for a long distance. He reached into his empty pocket and realized once again. Damn it. At least leave me something worth remembering you by. As later generations would record, in the Battle of Onikoku Gorge, Tsukumo Hatake personally cut down 21 puppeteers, including Chiyo's son. Counting those he had killed before, this ace unit of Sunagakure was practically wiped out. The new generation of Ino Shikacho, along with a young man capable of using the Flying Thunder God technique, also officially stepped onto the stage of the ninja world. Despite the vast gap in combat strength, they successfully blocked the Kazekage's reinforcements and held out until Tsukumo Hatake arrived to support them. Together, they forced the Kazekage to retreat. The name of Konoha's White Fang shook the ninja world, and he became publicly recognized as a powerhouse who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Kage. At the same time, Konoha's Princess Tsunade completely cracked Chiyo's poison. Sunagakure fell into a full disadvantage and began shrinking its battle lines. Several months later, conflict emerged within Sunagakure. The war had consumed too much while producing too little, and the faction calling for peace began to gain ground. Taking advantage of the reduced pressure on the Sunagakure front, Konoha's ninjas gathered their forces and prepared for a decisive battle with Amigakure. As long as they won this battle, Konoha could focus on dealing with the Wagakure and claim victory in the Shinobi World War. As everyone knew, one-on-one, no ninja village was a match for Konoha. Onikoku Gorge. This place, which had only recently been a battlefield, was littered with broken blades, shattered puppet frames, and incomplete corpses scattered everywhere across the black-brown scorched earth. Above the gorge. The final victor of this war will probably be Konoha. And this is what becomes of the defeated. Two figures in black robes stood at one end of the gorge, like reapers come to harvest the dead. The hunched one spoke in an aged voice. Within minutes of your birth, someone decides your name, the faction you belong to, and everything you must spend your entire life defending, despite none of it being chosen by you. Humans are no different from livestock. They see only their own interests and arrogance, incapable of ending this endless war. Madara Uchiha spoke slowly. The Sharingan beneath his withered white hair looked down with pity. He did not grieve for any one individual, but felt helplessness toward people as a whole. Hashirama Senju ended the Warring States period, but the world he dreamed of, where people could understand one another, can never exist. Only we can do it. We are the choice of Rakudo Sennin, the gods, who will end this endless age of chaos. Shingetsu lowered his eyes and swept his gaze over the bodies below. He saw Chiyo's son, Mamoru, but he did not see his wife, Ruri. In that battle years ago, Ruri had taken a slash from Tsukumo. Even if that kind of wound healed, she would most likely have lost the qualifications to remain a ninja. Sure enough, in the 2 years after that, there had been no news of Ruri going onto the battlefield. Which meant Sasori probably had not become an orphan. He still had a mother. TSK. If you knew what the original future would have been like, you really ought to thank me, Sasori of the Red Sand. Only when Madara Uchiha's voice rose did Shingetsu notice he was talking. There was no helping it. Old people like to ramble. After listening to him go on and on for years, Shingetsu had gotten used to filtering out the unimportant parts. He was probably talking about that same old theory of winners and losers again. He was not tired of saying it, but Shingetsu was tired of hearing it. I've made up my mind. A light flashed in Madara Uchiha's eye. Finally. This brat had finally thought it through. Was he willing to accept the Eye of the Moon plan? 5 years. A full 5 years. Only heaven knew how he had endured these past 5 years. He had never seen a brat with such a vile personality. Counting them, this should have been the 76th time. Madara Uchiha had been so angry that he wanted to kill Shingetsu and then kill himself. The Eye of the Moon plan could go to hell. He was done. His long patience had finally borne fruit. Excellent. He had long since had enough of this rotten, decayed body that could only go outside with White Setsu's help. Good. Once Nagato adapts to the Rinnegan, have him. I've made up my mind. I want fried rice for dinner. Shingetsu turned around and said flatly, say your goodbyes properly. Since you've served me decently over the past 5 years, I'll spare you this once. 77 times. He couldn't take it anymore. Chapter 58, you're the challenger. Do you even know what you're saying? Each word landed with fury that had lain dormant for 1,000 years, like a volcano erupting all at once. Madara. I told you long ago. The Moon's Eye, a world without losers. I have no interest in any of it. Shingetsu looked back, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. The word failure has nothing to do with me. Am I not already living in a world without failure? Is that so? The anger slowly faded from Madara Uchiha's aged face, and he smiled. I've been waiting for this day too. Someone like you will only understand how cruel reality is after a complete and crushing defeat. The depth of a soul took time to accumulate. If all he needed was to recover basic mobility, Shingetsu had managed that not long after his battle with the Raikage. But showing himself before his body and soul had fully aligned was far too dangerous. If an enemy targeted that weakness, his soul might be forcibly stripped from his body. The ninja world had soul-type genjutsu like the spirit transformation technique, so he had to guard against it, not to mention taboo fuinjutsu such as the Reaper Death Seal. Shingetsu was arrogant, but he was not a mindless brute. First was Kimogakure. If they learned he was still alive, they would come at him with everything they had and take revenge at any cost. Then there was Konoha itself. Danzo was not worth fearing. The one he had to consider was Hiruzen Sarutobi. There was no hiding the fact that Shingetsu had extracted the Ninetales chakra, and he was not deranged enough to kill Kushina and Minato just to silence them. The dead were beyond reproach, so Hiruzen Sarutobi would not pursue those minor details. But if Shingetsu returned alive, even if they said nothing openly, Konoha's higher-ups would certainly monitor him from the shadows, and might even take more extreme measures. The Ninetales was Konoha's ultimate weapon. It absolutely could not be touched, especially not by the Uchiha clan, which already had a history. Even Tsukumo Hatake, whose achievements overshadowed his superiors, had been dealt with through underhanded means. They would only go further against the Uchiha. There was another reason as well. It was a little unfair to Orochimaru-sensei to put it this way, but he truly had nothing left to teach Shingetsu. No one was better suited to teach an Uchiha than Madara Uchiha. He was the only one who possessed the Uchiha's complete, thousand-year legacy. When Madara Uchiha left the village, he took a large number of ancient texts with him. He even took the Gunbai Uchiwa, the symbol of the clan head. In his eyes, the Uchiha who refused to follow him were no longer the clan members Izuna had entrusted him to protect. They had been expelled from the ranks of the Uchiha. Just as he had asked Sasuke in the final battle whether he was willing to follow him. Had Sasuke agreed, Madara Uchiha certainly would not have attacked him. Who else had ever been given the privilege of surrendering? When Obito kept urging Naruto to face reality, old man Madara could not even be bothered to respond. Izuna greater than or equal to Hashirama Uchiha clan members, everyone else Konoha's dogs, Tobirama Senju. That was probably the ranking in Madara Uchiha's heart. Over the years, what made Madara Uchiha tolerate Shingetsu's vile personality was not just his talent. More importantly, Madara could sense that Shingetsu did not believe in the will of fire nonsense. His understanding of this world was clear enough. Though he did not want to admit it. Madara felt Shingetsu was right. Without suffering a devastating blow, he could not understand the Eye of the Moon plan. White Zetsu had once suggested that perhaps they could target the person Shingetsu cared about most, forcing him to understand. Before he could finish, Madara rejected the idea. Even if the stupidity of those clan members had disappointed him, Madara would not deliberately target them unless necessary, out of respect for Izuna's final request before his death. In truth, both of them understood. After Madara taught Shingetsu the Uchiha combat style and helped him smooth out the mismatch between his soul and body, this battle was inevitable. No amount of grand reasoning could compare to the finality of winning a real fight. Only the strong had the right to decide what the world should be like. A fierce wind howled above the canyon. Madara Uchiha dragged his scythe behind him, the red light of his lone three-tomo Sharingan glimmering faintly. Come. Let me see how much you've improved over the past few years. If you're still too useless, I'll make your death real. KRRK, Shingetsu interlaced his fingers and flexed them, then rolled his head in a full circle as his bones and tendons gave a soft crackle. Facing Madara Uchiha's hunched figure, he stretched out a hand. A flippant smile tugged at his lips. Elders first. No, that sounds too hurtful. I should say. You're the challenger, Madara Uchiha. What answered Shingetsu was a raging sea of fire fierce enough to swallow the canyon whole. Even old and with only one Sharingan, even forced to walk this world with the help of outside means. The world should still understand. This man was the root of the Hokage, the undisputed strongest fire release user. Shingetsu's smile grew uncontrollably. That's plenty of firepower. Old man. Whoosh. Shingetsu neither dodged nor retreated. He slammed straight into the sea of fire with nothing but flesh and blood, tearing the flames apart with both hands as they surged wildly around him. Stepping on the air, Shingetsu shot straight toward Madara Uchiha, his fist bursting through the air. Divergent fist. Red light flashed in his eyes. The distance between them vanished in an instant, and his fist rapidly enlarged in Madara Uchiha's vision. Is this the special Dōjutsu of those eyes? It has space-time properties. Its function is somewhat similar to the Flying Thunder God technique. No, its ability far surpasses that Trash's technique. This was the first time Madara Uchiha had personally experienced Shingetsu's Dōjutsu, giving him a much clearer sense of it. A normal Uchiha who reached 3 Tomo would only gain enhancements to basic abilities. Only a very small number of geniuses developed special abilities, which the clan regarded as signs of atavism. According to the ancient texts, the Uchiha progenitor had not surpassed the limit of 3 Tomo, but the Sharingan ocular power he possessed was beyond anything later generations could imagine. Madara Uchiha guessed that Shingetsu's special constitution was also a form of atavism. After all, he knew that the Senju and Uchiha were both descendants of Rikudo Sennin, inheriting the sage's body and the sage's eye respectively. Some of Shingetsu's traits resembled Hashirama far too closely. Madara Uchiha, who placed his faith in the Six-Path Stone Monument, saw it as a revelation. Especially in the instant Shingetsu unleashed Black Flash, he became certain that Shingetsu could do the same as him and reach the essence of Shinra Bansho. In his eyes, only Shingetsu and he himself were of the same kind. If only you had been there when I left the village. His fist came like a gale, whipping Madara Uchiha's long gray-white hair aside, yet the expression on that aged face did not change. Facing the heavy blow right before him, he calmly raised a hand, his palm covered in a layer of deep blue chakra as thin as a cicada's wing. Boom. Fist and palm collided. A violent shockwave erupted, scattering shards of stone and flames. Shingetsu caught Madara Uchiha's wrist with a reverse grip, twisted his waist in midair, and changed his momentum. His diagonal kick swept across like a giant blade. Compared with 5 years ago, his movements were more domineering and heavy, yet every motion carried an inexplicable harmony, cold, clean, and precise. He came like thunder venting its wrath, and stopped like rivers and seas gathering clear light. Beautiful beyond words. Under Shingetsu's storm-like assault, Madara Uchiha remained as unmoving as ever, always neutralizing his attacks in seemingly impossible ways. Using the Uchiha's thousand-year legacy as a foundation, together with his own experience from countless battles, Madara had tailored the most suitable combat style for Shingetsu. Ordinary Uchiha taijutsu had to account for defense, balancing offense, and protection. Shingetsu did not need that. The weight and force of Hashirama Senju's taijutsu, combined with the Uchiha's sharp and precise style. Madara Uchiha lifted his eyes and smiled faintly, seeing two familiar figures through Shingetsu. Izuna. Hashirama. The two people who had left the deepest marks on his life. KRRK, deep blue bone armor surged out from Madara Uchiha's body, and a tremendous force flung Shingetsu away. Susanoo. The ultimate Dōjutsu dwelling within the Sharingan, one that only those who awaken the Mangekyo can control. The chakra surging over the deep blue bone hand condensed into a blade. Madara Uchiha looked up and said softly, "The gap between us is not something mere time can erase." Shingetsu turned in midair, black hair sweeping past his brow and whipping wildly in the wind. His hands formed the shape of drawing a bow and knocking an arrow. Scarlet blood took form like flame, stained with deep purple, extraordinarily magnificent. 3 phases. Reverse surge. Collapsing wedge, irreversible flame feathers. Once the incantation was complete, the blood-red arrow drew a line between heaven and earth, and pitch-black fissures spread in its wake. Boom. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on p-at-trian. p-at-trian.com/pinksnake, 50 chapters ahead for now. You can also follow as a free member to read a few advanced chapters. Chapter 59, offer up your heart. The wind died, and the water fell still. A massive black abyss had opened at the border, while the crackle of flames burning over stone told of everything it had endured. Shingetsu walked slowly toward Madara Uchiha. His clothes were burning, revealing skin covered in scars both old and new, and the wound where the third raikage had pierced his chest was faintly visible. From beginning to end, none of his attacks had made Madara Uchiha move even an inch. How could anyone be this strong? Time had not left the slightest mark on that unyielding will. What sort of life could forge such a terrifying Asura? And someone like this had actually failed in the end. I can't understand it at all. Shingetsu, who thought so highly of himself and saw everyone else as fragile glass ornaments, could not help but sincerely admire the strength Madara Uchiha had displayed. You really are, unbelievably strong. Undisguised greed flashed through his eyes. Just as I thought, you're the best one. Aside from those minor reasons from before. Shingetsu's greatest reason for staying was to seize Madara Uchiha's heart. There couldn't possibly be anyone stronger than Madara Uchiha in fire release. For my myriad manifestations. Offer up your heart. I won. His eyes, brimming with killing intent, met those calm, mirror-still eyes. You. As Shingetsu drew closer, Madara Uchiha's black robe stirred, and White Zetsu poked his head out from the sleeve. Shingetsu-sama. You know it too, don't you? If he hadn't been worried about your life, Madara-sama could have killed you before my chakra ran out. Easily. You can't. At the very least, you shouldn't. White Zetsu's voice stopped short as Madara Uchiha tore his flower-like body away and flung him aside. Holding back. Madara snorted coldly and looked calmly at Shingetsu. Relax. I won't do anything that boring. It's only natural for the victor to claim the spoils. The thing you've always wanted. His hands rested on the end of his scythe, and though his chakra had dried up until it was almost impossible to sense, Madara Uchiha showed none of the frailty of a dying old man. Take it, Shingetsu. I did fail to give you defeat, but one day. You will want to correct this broken world. Madara Uchiha slowly raised his head and watched a flock of crows sweep across the sky, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Truly. It has been a long time since I last looked at the sky like this. Shingetsu walked up to Madara Uchiha and reached out. White Zetsu's shrill screams and Madara's calmness clashed in a jarring contrast. Clack. Madara Uchiha lowered his eyes slightly. From the corner of his vision, he saw Shingetsu's hand pass through his gray-white hair and grip the handle of the Gunbai Uchiha. Beating an old man with no will to fight doesn't feel like winning at all. As he took the Gunbai Uchiha, Shingetsu subtly straightened Madara Uchiha's disheveled white hair. Shingetsu turned away with the Gunbai Uchiha in hand and raised a hand. I'll be taking this. I'm more qualified to use it than that guy. Madara frowned slightly. You have the makings of someone who can lead the world. You are the only one who can inherit everything from me. And yet you would rather let a pawn take the stage, with that kind of small-mindedness. Shingetsu Uchiha. You disappoint me beyond measure. The disappointing one is you. Shingetsu stopped, his voice cold enough to cut bone. Only you can do it. There is no choice but you. That's the kind of person you're supposed to be, isn't it? Madara Uchiha. You're actually planning to entrust your dream to someone else. How can you become so ugly? You look pathetic, Madara. Thud. The gun by Uchiha struck the ground heavily. Shingetsu turned his head, his expression savage. I'm right in front of you. A living, breathing person is standing right in front of you. Who are you looking at? Izuna Uchiha, or Hashirama Senju? Even during the fiercest part of their battle, Shingetsu had never breathed this heavily. After steadying his breath, he looked at Madara with icy eyes. It was as if the quiet sound of something being severed rippled through the air. The Eye of the Moon plan, was it? If you care about it that much, I'll destroy it with my own hands. Bastard. Boom. Shingetsu shattered the scorched earth beneath his feet and shot through the air like thunder, vanishing from sight in an instant. Madara-sama. White Zetsu called softly, his branch-like limbs winding around Madara Uchiha. If he did not send some chakra into him soon, even a strong gust of wind could knock over this man who had once dominated the ninja world. Who am I looking at? Madara Uchiha murmured under his breath. After a moment, he let out a faint sound. Shingetsu's taijutsu reminded him of the years he had spent training with Izuna. Those mountain-heavy strikes recalled his life-and-death battles with Hashirama Senju. Those eyes. They were different from the clan members who were content with the status quo and greedy for a fleeting peace. Was I also seeing him as my former self? No. He is Shingetsu Uchiha. Hey, childish brat. And at the same time, an excellent enemy. Madara Uchiha did not resist White Zetsu's pull, and his figure disappeared into the darkness. The battlefield in the land of rain. Pale purple smoke hung in the air, thick with the acrid stench of blood and deadly poison. Corpses covered the ground, some AIM ninjas and some Konoha ninja. Those who had not yet died were in such agony that they could not even scream. Half of Ibiu's body was wrapped in bandages, though not because of this war. Hanzo stood atop Ibiu's head, looking down at Jiraiya and the other two, who were still standing after a long and brutal fight. To survive even under these circumstances. This war will likely be Konoha's victory. There's no need to continue. I'll spare you. He swept his gaze around the battlefield. In this decisive battle between Konoha and Amigakure, almost all of the AIM ninjas he had brought had been wiped out. The powerful man who had held Amigakure up by himself suddenly felt a deep sense of helplessness. We don't need your pity. Jiraiya shouted, forcing his gravely injured body to hold on, but Tsunade quickly stopped him. The gap in strength was too great. Even if they fought to the death, they could not see the slightest hope of winning. How could this be? That method of using deadly poison was too terrifying. It had instantly crushed their summoned beasts, and there had been nothing about it in their intelligence. Ignoring the barking of the defeated, Hanzo continued. The three of you are all strong. From this day forward, I, Hanzo, will call you the Sannin of Konoha. It was a humiliating title bestowed by the victor upon the defeated, but also recognition from the strong. His gaze fell on Orochimaru and lingered for a second. Is that person really dead? Hanzo had asked many Konoha ninja the same question. This time, he did not say the name, because he knew Orochimaru was that person's sensei. Orochimaru's face remained expressionless as he said flatly, it's been so long. I forgot long ago. I haven't said who yet. As Hanzo finished speaking, a long blade dropped straight down in front of Orochimaru. Its black and red scabbard sank deep into the ground. Hiki. Back then, Shingetsu had left in such a hurry that he had taken nothing with him. Maharaga could still be packed up and carried away, but neither Shiro nor Lulu dared to pull out the blade stuck in Hanzo's body. That blade had been in Hanzo's hands ever since 5 years ago. Lulu had tried to steal it several times, but she was not capable of slipping through the layers of defenses around Hanzo. As for Orochimaru, the instant he saw Hiki clearly, he instinctively looked away. All these years, he had stayed on the battlefield. Even when he had chances to rest, he never returned to Konoha, because he did not want to see. Return it to his family, or place it before his grave. Do as you like. A look of reminiscence appeared in Hanzo's eyes. He truly was a powerful opponent. Orochimaru looked back at Hiki. He still remembered. That boy taking the blade from his sister's hands, pretending to be disdainful on the surface while the sorrow in his eyes was impossible to hide. I'm about to forget. Soon, I'll be able to forget. Then a hand, a very familiar hand, painfully familiar, though slightly larger than the one in his memory, came to rest on the hilt. Long time no see. Chapter 60, Public Opinion. Konoha. At the Uchiha clan estate, several people had gathered in front of the Shingetsu residence, murmuring among themselves. Among powerful clans, an estate belonging to a single clan member could not simply be called the Uchiha residence. It was named after the head of the household. But with the wars raging so often these past few years, and Mikoto herself unwilling, the household name had never been changed. Ninja had sharp hearing, and the people outside were not exactly trying to keep their voices down. Kushina and Mikoto sat across from each other on the veranda, drinking tea. Kushina had only listened for a short while before she shot to her feet in fury, her flame-red hair whipping behind her. Those bastards. What the hell are they saying? I'm going to break their legs. Today was her 16th birthday. The village had rarely allowed her to leave the ceiling array and move around freely, so she had come to spend time with her best friend. The baby fat of Kushina's childhood had faded, leaving her oval face soft and lovely. But the moment she lost her temper, that streaming crimson hair still made people remember her nickname, the red-hot habanero. Let it go. It's your birthday today. Don't make trouble over something like this. Besides, even if she was that angry, should she not be tearing their mouths apart? Why break their legs? At 18, Mikoto Uchiha had shed the youthful innocence of girlhood. Her features were dignified, and her manner was gentle. Her jet-black almond eyes were striking, and her hair fell smooth as a waterfall. Her figure was slender and well-proportioned, graceful without seeming frail, balanced just right. Kushina listened to the voices outside, her brows knitting tighter. That's something Shingetsu left for you. What right do they have to talk like that? Aren't they supposed to be our comrades from the village? How can they? Mikoto gently pressed Kushina back down and said slowly, Kushina, being from the same village doesn't mean they'll support you no matter what. They have their own thoughts too. In their eyes, maybe I'm the selfish one. 2 years ago, while Konoha's main forces were occupied with the Kirigakure, which had temporarily stabilized matters at home, sent a number of ninja to infiltrate the Land of Fire. During the First Shinobi World War, the Hyuga and Uchiha had been responsible for the Kirigakure front. It was a very fitting arrangement. Kirigakure's specialty was the silent killing technique of Kirigakure. The Hyuga's Byakugan could see through dense mist and lock onto targets, while their excellent taijutsu ensured they would not be instantly killed at close range. The Uchiha's Sharingan would have its vision blocked by the mist, but fire release could thin and compress the fog. After that, whether they used Genjutsu or taijutsu, they could resolve the situation immediately. Against Kirigakure, the two clans complemented each other perfectly and could suppress them completely. Of course, that was only in theory. Everyone knew the two clans had disliked each other for years and looked down on one another. So once they reached the battlefield, none of them were willing to cooperate. They each fought their own battles. Kirigakure's invasion this time was far fiercer than Konoha had expected. The appearance of large numbers of Kekkei Genkai ninja caused Konoha's eastern border to collapse. According to the intelligence gathered afterward, this was analyzed to be the third Mizukage scheme. He could not deal with the many Kekkei Genkai clan ninja in the Land of Water, so he guided them into attacking the Land of Fire. To the third Mizukage, if they truly managed to take a piece of the Land of Fire, he would not hesitate to stab his allies in the back and seize the fruits of victory. And if Kirigakure's Kekkei Genkai ninja were defeated and killed, that would be good too. No ruler would want powerful clans within his own territory dividing his authority. The Hyuga and Uchiha were immediately ordered to hurry to the front lines. It was a battle between Kekkei Genkai ninja. It lasted no more than 3 days, and judging by the number of participants, it could not even be called a large-scale conflict. Yet the number of Kekkei Genkai ninja who died was the highest since the ninja village system was established. Kirigakure's Ibaraki clan was wiped out entirely, while several others, such as the Yuki clan and the Kagaya clan, suffered devastating losses. Konoha also paid a heavy price. The clan heads of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans were killed in battle, and many of their clansmen died. After deducing the third Mizukage's objective, there were certain things Konoha ninja did not dare say aloud. If the Mizukage wanted to weaken the Kekkei Genkai ninja clans, then. In this campaign, one Uchiha's performance stood on par with the Wicked Eye, Fugaku Uchiha, who had taken over as clan head before the memorial altar. That person was Mikoto Uchiha. More precisely, it was the Maharaga she commanded. Even the Kagaya clan, who had gone around picking fights during the Warring States period, had never seen a monster like this. A terrifying appearance, a massive body, frightening regenerative ability, bizarre methods of combat, no sense of pain despite clearly being alive, and stamina that only grew stronger the longer it fought. The Kagaya clan was beaten until their eyes looked almost innocent. After that battle, Mikoto also gained her own battlefield title, the Wicked Woman Who Commands Death. Maharaga's existence officially entered Konoha's upper ranks' field of view. At first, they said nothing, thinking it was a secret weapon of the Uchiha clan. But once they learned that it was a creation based on the Earth Grudge Fear, and that one of the project's main creators was Orochimaru, a disciple of Hokage-sama, that changed the whole nature of the matter. Combat power far surpassing an ordinary jonin, and something belonging to Hokage's direct line. How could it be left in the hands of some little Uchiha girl? The Hokage's advisor, Kohara Udatane, personally came to the door. In the name of the product still requiring further refinement, she asked Mikoto to temporarily hand over Mahoraga, saying it would be returned once the village had finished researching it. The black thread suture technique recently derived from the Earth Grudge Fear had been developed by Kohara Udatane. Perhaps she truly thought that way, but no one knew what it would turn into by then. Mikoto was not stupid. It was plainly a case of tossing a meat bun to a dog. But directly refusing the village higher-ups would not look good either. So she said that if Orochimaru-sama came to retrieve it, she would definitely hand it over to him. Shiro, the vessel that stored Mahoraga, had always been Orochimaru's summoned beast. Since he had allowed Shiro to follow Mikoto, that already made his stance clear. Not long after Kohara Udatane returned empty-handed, a rumor began spreading through the village. It said that Mahoraga, which Orochimaru-sama had given to his disciple for protection, had been seized as private property by the Uchiha clan, who refused to return it to the village. After that, another version of the rumor appeared. It claimed that because Mikoto Uchiha refused to lend Mahoraga to the village, ninja who could have survived ended up dying on missions. It made no sense, but people who had lost family had little reason left to speak of. They gathered outside Mikoto's door. At first, it was complaints and persuasion, but gradually it became insults and curses, as if doing so could ease the emotions weighing them down. After a while, the noise outside quieted. The Uchiha police force must have come to drive them away. Mikoto turned around and comforted Kushina instead. "It's all right. I don't care." Kushina's eyes were red, and her voice was choked. "I didn't know. I didn't know that after Shingetsu died, they were all bullying you." Mikoto gave a helpless, bitter smile. "I've told you so many times that my brother isn't dead. Why won't any of you believe me?" She was beginning to understand her brother's frustration when they were children. He had clearly kept saying he was an unparalleled genius, yet every one of them had to be beaten once before they would reluctantly admit it. Kushina looked even more heartbroken, tears swimming in her eyes. 5 years. Had Mikoto still not accepted reality? How pitiful. Gently patting the back of Kushina's hand, a sharp glint flashed through Mikoto's gentle eyes. Chapter 61, Falling Blossom Emotion. Yo, long time no see. A familiar back. He was much taller than in memory, with a few strands of hair falling over his forehead. His eyes were pure black, without the slightest impurity, clear and bright. The young man raised a hand and waved casually, a frivolous smile tugging at his lips as he greeted them as naturally as ever. Orochimaru's dark gold vertical pupils abruptly contracted, and he froze where he stood. Reason told him it was impossible, but his pounding heart told him yes. There was no mistake. Appearances could change, and voices could change, but the instinct that came from the soul told him the truth. You. Orochimaru opened his mouth, his voice so hoarse it barely sounded like him. His throat seemed blocked by something, and all he could force out was a thin, broken syllable. Tsunade and Jiraiya's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, their shock beyond words. Someone who had been dead for years had appeared without the slightest warning. No one could accept that easily. Shingetsu drew the hiki and examined it carefully. It's been maintained really well. Hanzo, you really know your... Before he could finish, Shingetsu sensed killing intent suddenly flare behind him and raised his hand on instinct. Smack. Orochimaru's left hand clamped over his. Their hands locked together, and in the next instant, Orochimaru drove the kunai in his other hand through the back of his own hand, pinning it to Shingetsu's palm. The blood that flowed out gathered into a distorted cursed seal. This is... Shingetsu did not move, allowing Orochimaru's blood to wind around him. Immediately after, a crushing pressure descended on him, like a giant serpent coiling in to strangle him. Orochimaru. Stop. Tsunade cried out. She recognized the technique Orochimaru was about to use. Even after fighting Hanzo to this point, Orochimaru had never thought of using the technique. So why now? Orochimaru ignored Tsunade. With his right hand, he grabbed Shingetsu's other hand and formed a seal, then spoke softly. Twin Snake's Mutual Death Technique. Rip. 2 pitch-black giant serpents suddenly appeared, encircling the two of them in an instant as the terrifying constricting force continued to intensify. This was a technique developed by Orochimaru. Once the cursed seal manifested and the giant serpent's strangling force reached its limit, everything within the area would be physically annihilated. An ultimate kenjutsu of certain death. Hey, wasn't this supposed to be a touching reunion between master and disciple? Using a mutual destruction technique the moment they met. What was this supposed to be? Shingetsu immediately exerted force and pushed Orochimaru away. Once Orochimaru fully completed the technique, Shingetsu would not die, but Orochimaru would burn through all his life energy because of it. Shingetsu shook out his hand and commented lightly, "This technique really doesn't suit your style. It relies too much on your opponent matching your movements, so in actual combat, it's very easy to counter. It's not exactly a successful." Halfway through, Shingetsu pressed his lips together. "I just realized, maybe I owe you an apology." Boom. Orochimaru slammed a fist into the ground, blood from the wound on the back of his hand splattering outward. "Is this fun?" His voice was strained with rage pushed to the limit. "Using me and throwing me away afterward, is that fun?" Orochimaru took 1 second to accept the fact that Shingetsu was still alive. Then another second to understand why. Shingetsu had not chosen to come back because Orochimaru was no longer useful to him. He did not believe Orochimaru could resolve the problems that would arise from him still being alive. What made Orochimaru lose control was that his reason agreed with Shingetsu's choice, but his emotions could not accept it. He truly did not know what he was supposed to do. Shingetsu's eyes darkened slightly. Watching Orochimaru stagger to his feet, he softened his voice for once. "I'm sorry. I'm back, Orochimaru-sensei." At those words, Orochimaru's tense body slowly relaxed, and all his anger scattered with one heavy breath. As long as you're back, that's enough. Hey. It's my turn, Shingetsu Uchiha. Bare, unconcealed fighting spirit blazed in Hanzo's eyes. 5 years. I've replayed that missing moment in my mind every single second. You understand, don't you? That emptiness that could never be satisfied. You're still alive. That's wonderful. Purple venom, concentrated to an extreme degree, gathered in front of Hanzo. Even the salamander abyss beneath him could not withstand such deadly poison and dispelled the summoning technique to escape. Click. Hanzo removed his mask. The corners of his mouth kept rising, and the wisps of poison gas leaking out carried tiny sparks. I thought I'd go my whole life without meeting someone who could make me use this. How terrifying. He still wasn't using his full strength before. Tsunade's pupils trembled violently. As a medical nin, no one understood better than her how horrifying this toxin was, a toxin that seemed to sting the nerves just by looking at it. Even the rain was affected by the poison gas. Each drop that hit the ground sent up curls of blue smoke. Tsunade, take Orochimaru and the others away first. Jiraiya pushed away Tsunade, who had been supporting him, and said firmly, I'll hold back Hanzo of the salamander. Such poorly timed self-sacrifice. Shingetsu stepped past them, raising a hand to brush the raindrops from his hair. He looked at Hanzo with a smile. I usually don't stand around like an idiot waiting for my opponent to charge up a big move. But since it's you, just this once. Shingetsu lifted his hand, and a bead of blood gathered at his fingertip. I'll answer that expectation. It built to its peak. Crimson and deep purple swallowed the entire space, leaving no place where any living thing could survive. Here it comes. Ninja art, whirlpool blaze miasma drowning formation. Countless flames erupted across the earth. The roiling poison mistook the shape of a dragon under the scorching heat, its wild roar shaking the sky. By using the high pressure generated from the clash between water and fire, it broke down Abius toxin and accelerated its spread, enveloping everything. Unparalleled chakra control. An exquisite combination of ninjutsu. And from it came. A dead zone descended. After repeating it countless times in his mind over the past 5 years, the moment he truly put it into action. Hanzo felt the vast emptiness in his heart fill in an instant. Whoosh. Shingetsu inhaled a mouthful of dense purple gas. When he exhaled, the burns in his throat were clearly visible, and his eyes shone scarlet. Delicious. Thank you for the meal. The bead of blood rotated and transformed into the shape of a tomo. With a flick of his finger, just as the giant poison dragon descended, the blood-red tomo sank into the dragon's head like a streak of light. Shingetsu lowered his gaze slightly and spoke slowly. Jitsujutsusei. The scene froze for an instant. Hanzo's body trembled violently as he sensed it. Falling blossom emotion. Whoosh. In an instant. The giant poison dragon transformed into crimson petals that filled the sky, falling with a soft rustle and drifting gently through the air. Beneath the dazzling rain of flowers, Hanzo lost himself for a moment and sank to the ground. How? How could there be such a beautiful spell? Could the land of rain have such a beautiful rain of flowers too? On a cliff not far away, 3 children were also stunned by the sight. So beautiful. The blue-haired girl held a hand to her chest. The scene before her, a fatal attack transformed into a gentle rain of flowers, perfectly matched her ultimate fantasy of beauty. So strong. Who is that person? He actually neutralized Hanzo-sama's technique. He's so strong. The orange-haired boy clenched his fists in awe, his eyes bursting with boundless longing. The last boy kept his head lowered, his face hidden beneath the hood of his raincoat. Tap. Shingetsu appeared beside Hanzo and placed a hand on his shoulder. I lost. Hanzo lowered his head. Even his strongest strike had been useless. Although he still had chakra to spare, he did not want to struggle in an ugly fashion. A loss was a loss. He would simply bare his neck and accept death. Hold your head high, Hanzo of the Salamander. Because of you, I've spent day and night thinking of a countermeasure too. Hanzo's pupils trembled slightly, and he looked up. To reach this level all on your own. Shingetsu looked down at him and smiled. You really are strong. Chapter 62, Jiraiya, I feel like I'm living in. You're saying, a white turtle took you to the dragon palace at the bottom of the sea, and you trained under some old man there for 5 years. On the road, Jiraiya looked Shingetsu up and down, suspicion written all over his face. Why does that sound so much like a fairy tale you'd tell a kid? It's way too unbelievable. Shingetsu glanced at him. You got dragged off to Mount Myaboku by an old toad. What's so unbelievable about mine? That's different. The great toad sage said I was. Enough, Jiraiya. Orochimaru yanked him aside, his hand landing right on the wound Jiraiya had gotten from fighting Hanzo earlier, making him yelp and howl. After thinking for a moment, Orochimaru said in a low voice, why didn't you kill Hanzo? You may feel some so-called mutual respect for him now, but people change. A powerful man like him will become a serious problem for Konoha. Shingetsu clasped his hands behind his head. He was now half a head taller than Orochimaru, who stood at 179 centimeters, southwest up close. He could not help looking down at him. It'd be a shame to eat someone who still has potential. Besides, I'm not some murder maniac. Why would I have to kill him? Heh. That doesn't sound like something the men who traveled thousands of miles to fight the third Raikage to the death would say. Who has more killing intent than you? From Tsunade's view, as the shortest one there, Shingetsu's gaze looked like pure contempt. As if he were mocking the three of them for getting beaten into such a sorry state by Hanzo, while he could decide Hanzo's life and death at will. TCH. He was only relying on attribute suppression. If I were immune to Hanzo's poison, I wouldn't be afraid of him either. That had been Tsunade's mistaken impression earlier. This time, Shingetsu really was looking at her with disdain. Oh. You were bent over so far I almost didn't notice you. Who are you again? How did you get beaten into a mantis shrimp? Mantis shrimp. As a novelist, Jiraiya was very sensitive to fresh, unusual names. Shingetsu kindly took a small notebook from his chest and, with a few quick strokes, sketched out what a mantis shrimp was for Jiraiya. Ahem. What a beautiful creature. Before Tsunade could get a good look, Jiraiya quickly snapped the notebook shut and returned it to Shingetsu. Facing Tsunade's fierce glare, he laughed awkwardly. A mermaid. It's a gorgeous kind of shrimp that looks like a mermaid. Shingetsu said nothing. He simply opened the notebook in front of Tsunade, revealing a lifelike drawing of a curled-up arthropod. She turned red. Tsunade's face turned red. Oh, right. Once this shrimp is steamed, it looks exactly like you. Not OOC at all. Very professional. Go die already, you bastard. After finally calming Tsunade down, Jiraiya leaned closer and whispered, Shingetsu-kun. I didn't realize you were so talented at drawing. I think adding illustrations to my novels might increase sales. Do you have any? No. You and that mantis shrimp can roll away together. Ah, you're so heartless, Shingetsu-kun. Just think about it. I'll split half the royalties with you. That line work of yours, puffed. Watching them bicker, Orochimaru followed from behind, a faint smile on his cold face. Only now did Shingetsu's return finally feel real to him. Wonderful. In that case, that plan could. Suddenly, Orochimaru sensed something. He stopped and flung a kunai toward a corner. Clang. The kunai nailed itself into a stone pillar, and Orochimaru said coldly, all three of you. Come out. When they saw three thin, small children cautiously step out, Tsunade and Jiraiya relaxed a little. War orphans. The yellow-haired boy walked straight up to them and held out his hand. We're hungry. Please give us some food. Where are your parents? Shingetsu glanced at Jiraiya and felt it made sense that this guy's emotional intelligence was nowhere near enough to win Tsunade over. If they still had parents, would a few little kids be starving like this? It was as ridiculous as asking an air-conditioning repairman what his job was. He looked at the red-haired boy behind them, whose thick bangs covered the upper half of his face. Nagato. He possessed vitality far beyond an ordinary Uzumaki clan member, the Rinnegan vessel chosen by Madara Uchiha. Underground Palace. After receiving the news passed back by the spore body, White Zetsu was nearly frantic. Madara-sama. Nagato has come into contact with Shingetsu Uchiha. What do we do? He knows the Rinnegan is in Nagato's body. And he wants to destroy the Eye of the Moon plan. What if he... Be quiet. Madara Uchiha leaned against the armrest and said indifferently, you underestimate that kid too much. He won't use such despicable methods to stop the plan. And... Who gave you permission to call him by name? Boom. Under the crushing pressure of invisible ocular power, White Zetsu fell flat to the ground, trembling all over. Only after a long while did the ocular power recede like the tide. Madara leaned back. Keep watching the Uchiha clan. The brat he mentioned should have been born by now. What a boring fellow. He could only be used as a replacement. Land of Rain. Tsunade turned back and snapped impatiently at the three kids. We already gave you food. Why are you still following us? Hanzo had already agreed to a ceasefire. They were heading to the border to meet Hiruzen Sarutobi and tell him the news. And then there was Shingetsu. Once news that he was still alive spread, Kimogakure, which had kept quiet for years after stabilizing itself, would likely join the war. There were too many things to deal with. They really had no time to waste on a few little brats. The three children nervously walked up to Shingetsu. The blue-haired girl took out a flower folded from oil paper from behind her back and offered it with both hands. A flower, for you. Jiraiya crouched down with a pout and said unhappily, little girl, I'm the one who gave you the food, right? Why don't I get one? Konan trembled in fright, then took a smaller paper flower from her pocket and handed it to Jiraiya. Thank you. This is my return gift. A return gift he had basically asked for. Somehow, it was hard to feel happy about it. You're Konoha ninja, aren't you? We saw your fight with Hanzo-sama. Please teach us ninjutsu. Yahiko, the boldest of the three, spoke loudly, acting unusually familiar. Tsunade and Jiraiya's expressions tightened. They knew very well how serious it was to have their identities exposed on the battlefield. Kill them. Orochimaru stepped forward twice, holding a kunai, his tone flat. I've seen too many war orphans. Their endings are always miserable. It may be better to kill them now. Perhaps that would. Stop it, Orochimaru. Jiraiya raised a hand to stop him. You go on ahead. I'll stay and look after them, even if it's to atone for the war. Their parents had died because of this war. You're stealing my moment, you lecherous big white-haired oaf. Shingetsu accepted the paper flower, his gaze calmly sweeping over the frightened three children. They want to learn ninjutsu from me. He had absolutely no interest in the Rinnegan. How could that old man's eyes compare to his own original pair? Compared with Nagato, he valued Yahiko and Konan more. Yahiko's eye for an eye, blood for blood value suited his tastes quite well. As for Konan, she was cute. That was very important. After spending so long underground in the dark with White Zetsu, that monster, and Old Man Madara, Shingetsu urgently needed something beautiful to cleanse his eyes. Learn ninjutsu from you. Jiraiya felt as if some voice in his heart was urging him to stay and teach these children, like an echo of destiny. He turned to look at Shingetsu. It felt like something important was about to be taken from him. He still tried to struggle. You don't even know ninjutsu. What can you teach them? I should. Shut up, Jiraiya. This time, the roles were reversed. It was Orochimaru who stopped Jiraiya. His gaze moved between the children and Shingetsu. You're interested in them? Shingetsu nodded thoughtfully. I want to try and see whether ordinary people can learn my... Right, what was it called again? Jujutsu. You've even forgotten what the technique you've always been using is called. Jiraiya realized that ever since Shingetsu appeared, his old comrade's expressions had become noticeably richer. Shingetsu waved it off. That stuff doesn't matter. It's just a name. He crouched down and gently rubbed Konan's hair. Because of malnutrition and being soaked by rain, it did not feel good at all. Come with me. Konan was conflicted. Yahiko had only said they wanted to learn ninjutsu. They needed to stay in the land of rain and save this country. But if we go with you, what will we be? Disciples. Will you teach us the technique you used to defeat Hanzo-sama? Yahiko held Konan's small, trembling hand. Even though he was clearly terrified himself, he still asked loudly and bravely. Shingetsu reached out and placed a hand on Yahiko's head. A bristly little brat. It felt even worse. Shingetsu straightened and said calmly. You're not qualified to be my disciples yet. Start as servants first. Chapter 63, Who did you say? Boom. 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 After leaving the borders of the land of rain, the forests grew denser. Violent impacts echoed through the woods, as if two enormous beasts were clashing head-on. After about 10 minutes, the collisions gradually died down. The clothes on Orochimaru's upper body had been torn to shreds, revealing solid muscle hidden beneath his seemingly lean frame. Compared with Tsunade, who was born with extraordinary talent, and Jiraiya, whose physique was naturally powerful, Orochimaru's taijutsu was on the weaker side among the Sannin. In battle, he relied on slippery, snake-like movement and did not particularly enjoy trading blows head-on. Still, after going so long without seeing each other, it was necessary to follow the tradition of the Hokage line. Jingle, jingle. Shingetsu pinched the little bell between his fingers, the corner of his mouth tugging up. The third created this little game to test teamwork, right? Why put yourself through this? Using only taijutsu, even 10 of the current Orochimaru would not be enough to fight him. Orochimaru steadied his breathing, took a spare vest from the ceiling scroll on his wrist, and put it on. I only wanted to judge how far your strength has reached. The three little ones crowded around Shingetsu. Yahiko shouted excitedly, you're amazing. No wonder you're the men who defeated Hanzo-sama. Shingetsu-sama, you're incredible. After several days of eating and sleeping well, Conan's complexion had gained a little color. She offered him a small white flower she had picked from somewhere. Nagato was the same as ever, following behind the two like a quiet shadow. Shingetsu smiled and rubbed Yahiko's head. He really did like hearing praise. Only masochists and saints enjoyed being criticized, and he was clearly neither. Compared with the flowers and applause on Shingetsu's side, Orochimaru's side was much colder and quieter. Tsunade and Jiraiya had gone ahead to find Hiruzen Sarutobi first. Orochimaru had deliberately sent them away because there were some things he wanted to discuss with Shingetsu alone. Night fell. After Yahiko and the others fell asleep, Orochimaru sat beside the campfire, turning the roasting meat. Your taijutsu doesn't belong to any current school in the ninja world. If it came purely from talent, then this style is far too complete. It isn't something that could be developed in just 5 short years. Is it convenient to tell me? Experts could size up each other's skill level and fighting style after just a few exchanges. Think Cobra Kai, Rex Kwon Do, or some guy who says he trained at the 2.5-year karate academy. Shingetsu brushed oil and spices over the roast meat, then picked up a large fan to fan the flames as he said, I found Madara Uchiha's secret base. Oh, Madara Uchiha. Then that makes, wait. Who did you say? If Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others had personally witnessed the era of the two heroes of the ninja world, then Orochimaru's generation had grown up listening to legends about those two men. In the stories they heard, Madara Uchiha was undoubtedly the most terrifying villain, a fearsome existence capable of subduing the Nine Tails, a living disaster, and standing alongside the god of shinobi himself. Just hearing that name sent a chill down Orochimaru's spine. Madara Uchiha. But isn't Madara Uchiha dead? Tobirama-sama even studied his corpse. Orochimaru stopped there, then reconsidered. Was it the place where Madara Uchiha lived after leaving the village? His residence from when he was alive. Seeing Orochimaru so frightened, Shingetsu suddenly had the urge to tell him Madara Uchiha was still alive, and might even be watching him right now. Forget it. It would not be fun if he scared him to death. Without her full Snake Lady upgrade, Auntie Orochi was still alarmingly squishy. Shingetsu nodded. I found the Uchiha records he took with him, and this. He lifted the Gunbai Uchiwa he was using to fan the fire, letting Orochimaru clearly see the Tomo mark on it. You might not recognize it. This is the Gunbai Uchiwa, the signature weapon passed down through generations of Uchiha clan heads. For comparison, the Senju don't have anything that good. As for the Hyuga, all they have is that caged bird mark passed down through generations. Orochimaru was silent for a moment. So, you're using the Uchiha clan's sacred heirloom to roast meat. Isn't a fan meant to fan flames? Shingetsu asked back. Orochimaru let out a long breath and looked seriously at Shingetsu. What do you plan to do about Kushina? As the third Hokage's direct disciples, with Tsunade also being the first direct granddaughter, all three of them knew Kushina's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The fact that Shingetsu had extracted the Nine-Tails chakra back then was no secret among the higher-ups. Shingetsu carefully checked how well the meat was cooked and smiled faintly. I came back precisely because I don't need to worry about that problem anymore. Actually, with your status, my identity as an Uchiha, and my relationship with Tsukumo and the others, we could maneuver around it and suppress the matter. But that's how weaklings think. You know that, Orochimaru-sensei. Shingetsu's smile flickered in the firelight. Anyone who makes me unhappy, I'll kill. Even a brat like Yahiko knows it. I'm the strongest. Orochimaru fell silent again for a long time. I've heard the legends of Madara Uchiha. He was very much like you. Shingetsu froze, then could not help laughing out loud. You really are my favorite, Orochimaru-sensei. Land of Grass. Compared with the drawn-out fighting on the Land of Rain battlefield, the battlefield here felt more like the Land of Grass had been turned into an arena, with Konoha and IWA holding a major clash every year or half-year. It had only been 2 months since the last engagement. Inside his tent, Hiruzen Sarutobi was considering whether to take some time to go home and see his youngest son, Asuma. That boy was only 3 years old, but Bawako's letters had already repeatedly emphasized how unruly he was. Every day, he swaggered through the streets with a broken toothpick in his mouth and a few little followers behind him, completely disobedient. As Hiruzen was thinking, the tent curtain was pulled open without any report. Tsunade, Jiraiya, why are you here? When he did not see Orochimaru behind them, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face instantly darkened terrifyingly. The three of them were always inseparable. Could it be? Where is Orochimaru? That bastard Hanzo actually dared. Boom. Rage surged up, and the force of his aura shook the tables and chairs in front of him until they were covered in cracks. As Konoha's supreme commander, Hiruzen Sarutobi was not someone who simply hid here waiting for Inoki. When the battles in the Land of Rain and against Sunagakure grew tense, he had gone to provide support himself. Even Hanzo was unwilling to face him head-on. Against Sunagakure, Hiruzen severely wounded their third-ranking figure, Ebizo, with one move, and the third Kazekage fled the moment he saw the situation. Not to mention, in recent years, Iwagakure's Jinchuriki technology had made a breakthrough. Both the Four Tails Jinchuriki and the Five Tails Jinchuriki had joined the battlefield, and Hiruzen alone had held back Iwagakure's offensive. During the Second Shinobi World War, Hiruzen Sarutobi had thoroughly established his name as the shinobi hero. In the eyes of most newer Konoha ninja, he was the strongest Hokage in history, even stronger than the first Hokage who had pacified the chaotic era. It was Jiraiya's first time seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi erupt with such killing intent. Cold sweat covered his forehead, and he hurriedly said, Orochimaru is fine. He's still behind us and hasn't arrived yet. The terrifying pressure receded like the tide. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat back down and pretended not to care. So even he can be late. How rare. There's something even rarer. Jiraiya swallowed. Old man, prepare yourself a little. Don't get scared. If you suddenly burst out with chakra again, I might. Clack, clack. Hiruzen Sarutobi tapped his pipe and laughed. My experiences are far more exciting than those dull novels you make up. What could possibly scare me? Don't tell me Madara Uchiha has come back to life. Haha. Close enough. Tsunade clicked her tongue. Shingetsu Uchiha is still alive. Oh, Shingetsu. Good that he's alive. Wait. Who did you say? Chapter 64, you, Inoki, don't dare. But I do. Iwa's military tent. Led by the third Tsuchikage, Iwa's higher-ups had all gathered. According to the intel from our mole, Sunagakure is already planning to submit a ceasefire treaty to Konoha. A ceasefire? Ha. Those spineless cowards are just dressing up their surrender with a nicer name. That's the Kazekage for you. He doesn't dare fight a single hard battle. The moment things turn even slightly against him, he runs faster than anyone. Coward. The fighting in the Land of Rain should be ending soon as well. Whether Hanzo or Konoha comes out on top, the forces on that front won't have the strength to keep fighting. As they analyzed the situation, everyone looked toward Inoki, who sat at the head of the table. Inoki grinned, the mustache above his lip curling slightly. In other words, this is our last chance to strike Konoha. Once they catch their breath, the Second Shinobi World War will be as good as over. The Hokage is still there. That makes things troublesome. A mere Hiruzen Sarutobi is enough to make you this cautious. Inoki, you really have gotten old. Humph. There was only one person in IWA who dared talk back to Inoki like that. The Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, Rashi. His temper was as fiery as his short crimson hair. He had a thin, scraggly beard and looked to be around 27 or 28. The Four Tails had been implanted in him when he was young. Through harsh training, he had become one of the rare Jinchuriki capable of suppressing the Four Tails and preventing it from going berserk. Years ago, because of a certain incident, Iwagakure's Fuinjutsu had improved greatly, allowing them to seal the Four Tails inside him more effectively and enabling him to use a portion of its power in battle. As Tsuchikage, Inoki valued order and authority above all else. He regarded Jinchuriki as vital combat assets for protecting the village, and kept them under strict control. But Rashi was not steady like Han, the Five Tails Jinchuriki. He deeply resented Inoki's restraints and often opposed him outright. Inoki narrowed his eyes and gave a soft snort. What an ignorant brat. If this old man hadn't deliberately kept you from facing Hiruzen Sarutobi head-on, that adamantine staff would have smashed into your skull and taught you what pain feels like. After clashing with him many times, Inoki knew better than anyone how troublesome Hiruzen Sarutobi was. Even a Jinchuriki could not hope to beat him. One wrong move, and he would be knocked out with a few swings of that staff and sealed away. He had never seen such a well-rounded ninja. 5 elemental releases: Genjutsu, Taijutsu, Fuinjutsu. Hiruzen excelled at all of them. Inoki's eyes shifted. Perhaps it would be good to teach this fellow a lesson. In that case. Inoki snorted. This old man will send you to face Hiruzen Sarutobi in battle. Do you dare? Rashi was not an idiot. Hiruzen Sarutobi's strength was widely known, and he did not think he could handle such a powerful opponent on his own. Just now, he had only been objecting for the sake of objecting, as usual. How could he have expected Inoki to actually tell him to duel the Hokage? But, faced with Inoki's mocking gaze, the stubborn Rashi would never admit fear. What's there to be afraid of? Just because you can't take down Hiruzen Sarutobi doesn't mean I can't. Just wait and see. Ryup. Rashi pulled too hard and tore down the curtain of the military tent. Tsuchikage-sama. Inoki raised a hand and snorted. He's being stupid. Do you really think I'd be as stupid as him? Han, go with him. I'll hold the line from behind. Inoki's gaze darkened slightly. As he had said, this truly was their last chance. The war had dragged on for years, and with the Wagakyu's economy, they were close to being unable to hold out any longer. On top of that, they still had to guard against Kimogakyure, which had been watching from across the river the entire time. Is the intelligence accurate? In a dark alley, Danzo, half his face wrapped in bandages, showed a rare and obvious surge of emotion. A Root Division ninja knelt on one knee and said gravely, "We confirmed it several times. We even had a spy attack that man. The traces on the corpse, there is absolutely no mistake. It's him." As he spoke, another Root Division ninja dragged over a corpse. Its death had been horrifying. Even a Root Division member, someone who could endure pain beyond ordinary limits and had nearly been stripped of emotion, had died with an expression twisted beyond recognition. When we recovered the body, his blood temperature was still as high as 70 degrees. And there were no injuries inside or out. The only thing capable of doing that is blood manipulation technique, boiling convergence. Danzo remained silent for a long time, his hands trembling almost imperceptibly beneath his wide sleeves. No one knew better than him how powerful that monster was. Back when Shingetsu Uchiha fought the third Raikage, he had been the only surviving witness. The Raikage had been terrifyingly strong, crushing him with ease. And yet that mountain-like man had been forced by Shingetsu Uchiha to shift the battlefield, fighting and retreating as he went. It was after that day that Danzo understood the unbridgeable gulf between Kekkei Genkai ninja and ordinary ninja. He could no longer even remember which night it had been when, as if possessed, he placed the Sharingan left behind by his comrade, Kagami Uchiha, into his own eye socket. Only after truly possessing the Sharingan did he understand even more clearly how vast and abyssal Shingetsu Uchiha's ocular power had been back then. If that man returned alive, the Uchiha clan would welcome another Madara Uchiha. Fortunately, he was dead. Danzo had truly been relieved. 100 times more relieved than Inoki. The more relieved he had been back then, the more terrified he became when he learned that Shingetsu was not dead. He had not forgotten the contemptuous look Shingetsu cast at him before facing the Raikage, nor the dense killing intent mixed into that glance. It had only been one small conflict. Why did he hold such intense killing intent toward me? Danzo did not understand, but he knew he could not simply sit and wait for death. Konoha's military tent. Hiruzen Sarutobi smoked through 3 full pipes of tobacco before his emotions finally settled. No matter what, as long as he's alive, that's a good thing. He had also thought of the Ninetales incident. Considering Shingetsu's reckless way of doing things, it was indeed a troublesome matter. But no matter what, Shingetsu was Orochimaru's disciple. With a proper explanation, it would not affect his status as a Konoha war hero. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Jiraiya, return at once and eliminate the Kimogakyure spies." The great nations had all planted spies in one another's ranks. That was an open secret. Some spies' identities were even known to the higher-ups, but they were deliberately left alone so false information could be fed to the enemy. Last time, in order to kidnap Kushina and Mikoto, Kimogakyure had activated all the spies it had hidden for years. The newly inserted ones would be easy to find. The greatest impact Shingetsu's resurrection would have on the war was that Kimogakyure would most likely join in. He understood Iwagakyure's situation very well. Before long, Inoki would no longer be able to bear the cost of the war and would inevitably draw back his battle lines. As long as they held out for a while, he would not be afraid even if Kimogakyure entered the war. Thinking of this, Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head in frustration. Since that kid is still alive, couldn't he have come back quietly? It would have been much easier for me to arrange things. Expecting that brat to keep a low profile is less likely than expecting Jiraiya to lose interest in women. Tsunade snorted, then shot Hiruzen Sarutobi a disdainful look. What are you staring at? You're no better. Jiraiya, who had just lifted the military tent flap, turned back with a wry smile. Tsunade, we were only. Move. Before he could finish, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly shot forward, his hands forming seals at incredible speed. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Roar. In a place with no water, a water dragon roared into existence and surged straight into the sky, swallowing the giant falling magma sphere before bursting into clouds of white mist. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly lowered his stance, his brows tightly furrowed as he looked toward the massive lava beast gathering power on a nearby mountaintop. A Jinchuriki. Chapter 65, a true genius. Smoke rose from the cliff. Heat intense enough to melt stone steamed off Rashi's body, and the massive chakra silhouette of the Four Tails roared around him. Hiruzen Sarutobi. I'm here to see what you're made of. Lava exploded from Rashi's body with a roar, warping the very air wherever he passed. Lava release, scorching stream rock technique. Rumble. More than a dozen molten fireballs howled through the air, hurtling straight toward the Konoha camp. That's the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Rashi of the lava release. His ninjutsu is terrifying. Don't let it hit you. Spread out, now. Hokage-sama is here. He's just a Jinchuriki. The camp erupted into chaos as countless Konoha ninja rushed out of their tents. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression turned grave. A single Four Tails Jinchuriki would be manageable, but he had already sensed Han not far behind him, and something else as well. His hands formed seals at high speed, and a thick rock wall rose from the ground, only to be melted through and vaporized the instant it touched the lava. Lava release was formed by combining fire and earth chakra nature transformations. With the Four Tails chakra strengthening it, a single earth-style wall simply could not stop it. But if one was not enough, he only needed more. Hiruzen Sarutobi maintained the seal, and layer after layer of earth-style walls surged up from the ground, blocking every molten fireball outside the Konoha camp. Seeing Rashi still gathering power, Hiruzen Sarutobi knew he could not let him attack the camp unchecked. With a light tap of his foot, he shot forward while summoning Enma, smashing another incoming lava sphere apart by force and sending flames bursting into the sky. As Hiruzen Sarutobi closed in and the massive black staff was about to come down, Rashi slammed both fists into the ground. The magma on his body rapidly spread outward and hardened. Lava release, granite. It was a technique that combined offense and defense. If Hiruzen Sarutobi chose close-range taijutsu, the lava would burn him instead. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze sharpened. He formed a seal one-handed, and surging water rose from the ground, wrapping around Rashi. Water and fire collided, sending up clouds of white mist. Water release, water wall. A defensive water release technique used offensively to extinguish the lava. Immediately after. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great flame technique. A violent gale scattered the white mist, and Rashi looked up to see a stream of roaring flames descending on him. 3 techniques of different elements in an instant. Suppression, countering, and damage, all in sequence. So this was the third Hokage, the man known as the Professor of Ninjutsu. But if he thinks he can beat me in firepower, he's too naive. Rashi let out a wild roar. Surging tailed beast chakra formed into a cloak around him, his roar shaking heaven and earth as the power of his lava climbed to its peak. Lava release, lava stream explosion. Boom. Molten fire surged into the sky, like a vast red cloud rising from the ground. The adamantine staff swept through the battlefield in a blur of shadows, clearing the sea of fire and striking Rashi, blasting chunks of lava from his body. No matter how fierce the lava was, it could not touch even the corner of Hiruzen Sarutobi's robe. The longer Rashi fought, the more shaken he became. Ever since he had developed lava release, he had swept across battlefields without issue. This was the first time he had been suppressed so completely. No wonder Inoki is so wary of this guy. Better not clash with him head-on. Using the staff's force to retreat, Rashi leapt away and shouted, "Han! Help me!" When he looked back, all he saw was an endless black rain of shuriken. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Caught off guard, Rashi could only raise his arms and take it head-on. The storm of shuriken slammed him hard into the ground. You see it now. This is the power of a Kage. Han walked to his side, his towering body casting a shadow over him as he said in a deep voice, "You should show Tsuchikage-sama more respect from now on." Rashi spat out a mouthful of bloody foam and snorted stubbornly. This guy just counters me. If it were Inoki, I wouldn't be in this sorry estate. The only Kage who has mastered all 5 elemental releases, who wouldn't be countered by him? Then perhaps, the only way is to break through with pure force. Boom. Han shattered the mountain rock beneath his feet and launched forward like a cannonball, steam erupting around him. His fist, carrying overwhelming force, shot straight toward Hiruzen Sarutobi's face. The scorching steam made sweat break out across Hiruzen's body in an instant. Boil release, unrivaled strength. Roar. Enma's upper body manifested from the end of the adamantine staff, meeting Han's fists with his own. An unbreakable body against unrivaled brute strength. The one forced back was Enma. Hiruzen Sarutobi gripped the adamantine staff and swept it horizontally, sending Han flying. This guy's chakra is far too hot. Be careful, Hiruzen. Enma warned in a low voice, his palms scorched black and red. In terms of raw strength alone, Enma could wrestle even with Kokuo, the Five Tails, one of the strongest among the tailed beasts, for a while. He would not have been forced back so quickly. But the steam produced by boil release was extremely hot, even hotter than flame. The cracked earth was split by ravines. Lava flowed, and steam rose. Facing two Jinchuriki at once, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression did not change. The corner of his mouth lifted faintly. What a fiery pair of kids. After that brief exchange, he had mostly grasped both of their situations. The Four Tails Jinchuriki could manifest a chakra cloak, which meant his control was higher. The other could only borrow a small amount of tailed beast chakra. Their fighting styles were similar, relying on extreme heat and taijutsu. Water release and wind release could suppress them completely. The only thing he needed to watch for was the possibility that Rashi could use the tailed beast ball. Apart from that, there was nothing to worry about. Compared with ordinary Jonin, they were certainly monster-like existences. But before me, the third Hokage of Konoha, they are still far from enough. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes shifted as he tried to locate Inoki. There was no need to even think about it. That man was definitely hiding somewhere, waiting for a chance to ambush him. If not for the need to guard against Inoki, he could have used a full cage combo on Rashi just now and captured him on the spot. In the Konoha camp, Tsunade and Jiraiya trusted Hiruzen Sarutobi's strength completely. There was no need to go help him. Stabilizing the camp and guarding against a surprise attack from IWA Ninja was more important. After gathering everyone together, Tsunade said calmly, that guy's strength is actually greater than Enma's. If he weren't an enemy, I might want to arm wrestle him. Jiraiya raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight. Han, the boil release ninja. He's not just strong. Fighting him up close would be real trouble. There were priorities to consider. With the camp under enemy attack, he could not very well return to the village to deal with the Kimogakure spies. In the crowd, a white-eyed boy listened as those around him discussed the battle, wondering whether White Fang-sama, whose reputation had soared recently, could handle a Jinchuriki if he were here. The boy snorted in disdain. Konoha's White Fang. Jinchuriki. Go ahead and include Hokage-sama too. The true strongest person in Konoha was already dead. He was Ryosuke Hyuga, son of a main house elder. Though he held the noble status of the main house, he wanted to prove himself on the battlefield. 2 years ago, he had taken part in the battle against Kirigakure, earned military merit, and entered the Hokage's direct unit. At only 13, his use of the Byakugan was already no worse than some of the clan's elites. He had a chance of becoming a Jonin before the age of 20 and was known as a genius of the Hyuga clan. Genius. Every time Ryosuke heard someone call him that, irritation welled up inside him. These days, any random nobody thinks they deserve those 2 words. In all of Konoha, no, in the entire ninja world, there was only one person worthy of being called that. A talent like creation itself. A distance effort could never close. A child beloved by the heavens. Only someone like that could be called a genius. Ryosuke, use your Byakugan and check whether there are any enemies hiding nearby. The Byakugan was incredibly useful on the battlefield. Its wide-area X-ray vision alone could render most traps useless and make ambushes ineffective. And because awakening it was too easy, even some mediocre clan members could do so. To protect the Byakugan from being stolen, the ancestors of the Warring States period had developed the caged bird seal. Ryosuke glanced over. The one speaking was his captain, another talentless mediocrity who had only become a Jonin in his 30s. He activated the Byakugan. As the world in his vision turned gray-white, Ryosuke suddenly trembled for no reason. This feeling. Chapter 66, Fireworks. He had imagined it. More than once, Ryosuke had imagined that the men had not died, that one day he would descend upon the world again. Would it be when Konoha faced destruction? Perhaps, like a hero from legend, he would appear when everyone had fallen into despair, a beam of light piercing through the darkness. Or maybe he would arrive treading over mountains of enemy corpses and seas of blood, with a blood-red moon hanging overhead. In any case, it would have to be a grand, earth-shaking entrance. The veins at the corners of Ryosuke's eyes strained to their limit, his eyelids stretched so tight they seemed about to tear. His head turned in a halting motion. The sheer shock overturning everything he knew had left him almost unable to control his own body. No. How could it be like this? Ah. No. This is exactly how it should be. Within his pure white pupils, that figure grew clearer and clearer, filling his entire vision. In that gray-white world, that man was the only color. Tears slipped from Ryosuke's eyes, and his body trembled uncontrollably. It was just like the first time he saw him. He simply walked over with natural ease. No matter when or where, his bearing was always like a king surveying his domain, carrying an unmatched majesty. Ordinary heroes needed such things. A scene of disaster, the desperate cries of victims, the perfect timing and place for their arrival. Only then could they justify their role as the protagonist. But for this man, none of that was necessary. He only needed to appear. The center of heaven and earth was already decided. Ah. Ryosuke clutched his own cheeks, his fingernails digging into his flesh. He's too beautiful. He was truly grateful that he had the Byakugan. The meaning of my life is to use these eyes to burn this man's figure into my soul. Uchiha. Shingetsu. Ryosuke, what's wrong with you? When the people nearby saw his sudden abnormal behavior, they thought he had been caught in an enemy genjutsu. They tried to dispel it several times, but when nothing worked, they grabbed him and shook him instead. The next instant, a sudden white radiance flashed not far away, drawing everyone's attention. Dust release. Hiruzen Sarutobi and the two others in the middle of battle also stopped and looked toward the source of the blazing pillar of dust release. Hiruzen Sarutobi had been prepared for Inoki to ambush him, but the direction that dust release was headed was the camp. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes nearly split with rage as he roared, "You bastard! How dare you!" He could accept Inoki ambushing him, but using dust release against ordinary ninja. Inoki, have you lost your mind? Even among ninja who would do anything to achieve their goals, there were still lines that could not be crossed. Among major powers, the older generation of strong ninja generally did not attack juniors or large numbers of weaker ninja. Once that precedent was set, the enemy's strong ninja could shamelessly retaliate in kind. The result would be the young geniuses on both sides being wiped out, leaving their factions without a next generation and sending them into rapid decline. Especially at the level of a Kage, attacking ordinary ninja was not simply a matter of poor conduct. It meant tearing away all pretense completely. No matter how much Hiruzen Sarutobi loved peace, after this, he would have to fight IWA to the death. Did Inoki not know that? Of course he knew. But he still did it. One reason was that the target he was attacking was not on the so-called list of the weak. The other, more important reason, was that this person's threat had already grown so great that Inoki had to kill him, even if it meant enduring retaliation. How are you still alive? Inoki murmured, his slightly aged face covered in fine beads of sweat. Veins bulged on the backs of his hands as he frantically poured out dust-release chakra. Shingetsu Uchiha. Why are you still alive? Not only was he alive. That bearing. It was practically as if Madara Uchiha had returned. The light of dust release, capable of annihilating all things, erupted with a roar. Wherever the beam passed, even the air itself was broken down. Dust release, a Kekkai Tota that surpassed Kekkai Genkai. Anything it touched would be reduced to nothingness. Shingetsu stopped walking. Not the slightest ripple crossed his face, and the white radiance was reflected in his calm eyes. 3 tomo spun deep within his pupils. Crimson surged, and the temperature plunged to freezing. A chilling ocular power swept outward, building an invisible barrier in front of him. Hisses. The unstoppable pillar of dust release light seemed to have been cut off at the level of space itself. No matter what, it could not advance even half an inch. The ability he had awakened at the 3 tomo stage was not a Mangekyo Dōjutsu. Shingetsu named it divergence. On the surface, it looked like he could instantly close in on an enemy, or make an enemy's attack unable to hit him. The Sharingan was the eye that reflected the heart. This ability represented the thing Shingetsu longed for most deep inside. To see distance clearly. To put it more simply, through his extraordinary insight, he could see a line that formed the space of the world and manipulate it on a small scale. Within its range, the distance of an incoming attack would be infinitely divided. Until his ocular power was exhausted, that distance would never reach zero. Conversely, he could fold the space within his field of vision, shortening the time needed to arrive. The ocular power consumed by the former depended on the intensity of the enemy's attack. The latter placed an enormous burden on the body. An ordinary body could never withstand that kind of movement and would instantly meet the same fate as an ancient sage who was torn apart by chariots. To resist dust release, his ocular power poured out like floodgates opening. Fortunately, Inoki, now over 50, still could not match a young man in endurance. Pop. The light of dust release lost its strength and burst apart with a soft sound, scattering into countless specks of light. That fatal strike, filled with killing intent, now looked like a dazzling spotlight made solely to set off his entrance, spreading out with brazen brilliance. Everyone saw him clearly. His hands were still tucked into the wide folds of his robe. His Sharingan gaze was cold and sharp. Just standing there, he gave off a terrifying pressure, like mountains collapsing and seas overturning. He is. That face looked so familiar. No. That can't be. At that moment, Inoki's roar echoed through the fading dust release. It really is him. Has he returned from the Pure Land? He came back from the dead. No. There has never been such a thing as coming back from the dead. He didn't die. He really didn't die. Shingetsu Uchiha. You're not dead. Shingetsu lowered his eyelids slightly, and the crimson in his eyes faded. Dust release deserved its reputation. If Inoki had managed to hold on for just a few more seconds, Shingetsu would have had to use his Dōjutsu in reverse to evade it. He was not foolish enough to take it head-on with his body. Inoki hovered in midair, his expression frighteningly dark. For the first time, this old man wishes his eyes were failing him. No one can withstand dust release. Who are you? Who exactly are you? Back then, even if Musama's dust release could not hit Madara Uchiha had not simply stood still and taken it head-on. Madara Uchiha without the Rinnegan could not absorb dust release chakra, so he probably had never actually been hit by dust release. Perhaps that was why, during the Fourth Shinobi World War, aside from showing off the Hashirama face on his chest, he had wanted to try taking a dust release head-on. No matter how powerful an attack is, it means nothing if it can't hit. Shingetsu paused. How should I explain it? Never mind. He tilted his head and smiled. As fireworks for an opening ceremony, it barely passes, Inoki. Chapter 67, a single stroke. Meeting another's gaze is the most naked form of provocation and declaration of war among living beings. And the instant anyone's eyes met those of an Uchiha, they would instinctively lower their head and look away. That meant. On a biological level, the Uchiha stood at the absolute top. Inoki snapped back to himself after lowering his head, furious at the cowardice he had shown without thinking. I am Inoki of both scales, the third Tsuchikage of IWA. I'm no longer the brat I was back then. How could I still be afraid to look into those eyes? A man who faked his death and hid for years dares to run his mouth at me. Shingetsu smiled faintly. Come a little closer. I can't hear you. As he spoke, Inoki had already risen to a height ordinary ninjutsu could not reach. Getting closer was out of the question. The details of Shingetsu Uchiha's battle with the Third Raikage were unclear, but did they not know what kind of man the Third Raikage was? To kill the Third Raikage in a head-on duel. No matter how highly they judged Shingetsu Uchiha's close combat ability, it still would not be too much. Swish, swish. Rashi and Han broke away from the battlefield and regrouped with Inoki. Behind them, countless IWA ninjas emerged from the dense forest. In sheer numbers alone, the IWA ninjas far exceeded the Konoha ninjas inside the camp. Every gaze was fixed on the casually standing figure in blue-black, wide-sleeved robes. 5 years ago, he was the crimson blood-red moon who swept across the battlefield, soaring over mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Even in the 5 years after his death, the world had never stopped talking about him. Hanzo of the Salamander, known as the pinnacle of ninjas, had said more than once that if Shingetsu Uchiha had still been alive, the Second Shinobi World War would have ended long ago with Konoha's victory. Chiyo of Sunagakure, who had suffered greatly at his hands, had also said that with his exquisite control, if he had become a puppeteer, he would absolutely have surpassed the founder and become the strongest puppeteer. Even when the people of Konoha praised a once-in-a-generation genius like Minato Namikaze, they could not help but sigh in regret. If only Shingetsu were still alive. But now that they truly saw Shingetsu alive, the people of Konoha did not feel the wild joy they had imagined. Because of his death, they had forgotten Shingetsu's flaws first, remembering only his strength and his decisive impact on the battlefield. But to ordinary ninjas, he had never been a trustworthy, dependable comrade. Acting as he pleased and openly looking down on his comrades were also part of who he was. Only Ryosuke understood. That was not contempt for his comrades. It was disdain for the incompetent. That was exactly how it should be. If the strong still treated the weak as equals, how were they supposed to show what made the strong special? Shingetsu-kun, you've grown up. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Shingetsu, who was now much taller than him, and remembered the boy who had once bargained with him in the Hokage's office. He had thought about all the problems Shingetsu's resurrection might cause, but in the end, he was still glad. As a sensei, Hiruzen Sarutobi knew better than anyone how deeply Shingetsu's death had affected Orochimaru. Orochimaru, cautious by nature, had actually infiltrated Kimogakure alone and caused the Eight Tails Jinchuriki to go berserk. If Jiraiya and the others had not arrived in time to support him, Orochimaru might very well have died while fleeing. Who are they? Hiruzen Sarutobi noticed Yuhiko and the other two following behind Shingetsu, and his gaze paused on Nagato for a moment. This child. That bright red hair, and such a dense life force. Could he be? Hiruzen-sensei, let's talk about minor matters after this. Orochimaru walked to Shingetsu's side, the corner of his mouth lifting almost imperceptibly. Now that I think about it, we've never fought an enemy together, have we? He could already sense the battle intent Shingetsu could barely hold back. At the same time, his own cold blood had been set alight. Don't hold me back, Orochimaru-sensei. Shingetsu spread both arms, revealing an upper body that seemed cast from bronze and iron, and gripped the hilt of the Hiki blade. The vicious blade, which had lain silent for years in the land of rain without tasting blood, hummed without end, its vivid serpentine pattern seeming to rejoice. He moved. Whoosh! Shingetsu shot out explosively, his figure like a violent storm, a single line between heaven and earth. Orochimaru's long hair whipped wildly in the gust. My, what a powerful wind! Hiruzen Sarutobi reached out, his mouth opening as if to speak, looking like a lonely old man abandoned by his children and grandchildren. After thinking for a moment, he lowered his hand and shook his head helplessly. Even Orochimaru. Here he comes. Han raised both arms in a defensive posture as steam surged up around him. The expression on Rashi's face was even tenser than when he had been facing Hiruzen Sarutobi. The third Hokage's layered combat style was indeed oppressive, giving him a suffocating feeling like being coiled by a python, but who was Shingetsu Uchiha? This was the fierce man who had killed the third Raikage by force. The ruined coastline of the Land of Lightning was carved with the brutal ferocity of that battle. Rashi had long seen the third Raikage's overwhelming strength for himself, and he believed that in a one-on-one fight, even a tailed beast would not be that man's match. The monster who killed that monster. Do I really? Rashi had no more time to think. A haunting crimson light crossed 1,000 feet in an instant and hung high above his head. His eyes only had time to catch a crimson crescent arc. Because those who saw it in their final moments felt as if they were seeing the mark of a crescent moon, it was called the blood moon. How gorgeous! Ha! Rashi roared. I am a man who can wield the power of the four tails, not some nameless nobody beneath your blade. Lava release, flower fruit mountain. Dark red magma erupted in an instant. Firelight illuminated the gray, overcast sky, and Shingetsu's expressionless face as well. He had not swung a blade in 5 years, but there was not the slightest stiffness in his movements. Grip. Cut down. Those motions had long been rooted in instinct. Kenjutsu was not such a complicated thing. In the end, it was a technique derived from killing the living being in front of you. The eyes saw it. The body could do it. The last thing was will. To transform the certainty of, once this stroke falls, you will die, into reality. Pure power. Screech. The surging magma packed with tailed beast chakra was split open, no different from the water of an ordinary stream. Driven by instinct, Rashi's body reacted, raising both arms to try to block the stroke aimed at his neck. When the blade cut through his armor without the slightest pause, when the clear pain of severed muscle came from his arms, Rashi understood. There was no difference. He was no different from all those who had died beneath the blood moon. His arm had already been cut open. The remaining flesh could no longer form any meaningful obstacle against the blade, and the edge was less than 3 inches from his neck. Ice-cold killing intent scattered the scorching lava. At the brink between life and death. Boom. A huge burst of white steam erupted from Han's back, launching his entire body like a cannonball. Not at the enemy, but at Rashi. Boom. Their figures shot away, and the red moon slash followed right after them. As the dust and steam slowly dispersed, Rashi sat slumped on the ground, his left hand hanging in front of him, connected by only a thin layer of bloody skin. His face was pale. He looked up at Han. Are you all right? Beneath his mask, Han's breathing was heavy, and blood seeped through the gaps. Clang. The heavy armor fell, shattering into countless pieces before it even hit the ground. This was armor specially made by IWA for Han, able to withstand temperatures over 1,000 degrees. It had followed him through years of battle without ever breaking. Han's body sank, blood spraying from his back. The wound was so deep that bone could be seen. Above the sea of withered yellow grass, the black-haired, red-eyed man stood tall, the tip of his blade still dripping blood. The might of a single stroke. It cut down every clamor, leaving only a deathly silence. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, Worst case, let Manda suffer a little. How can he be that strong? That's a Jinchuriki. The Konoha ninjas were horrified. Everyone could see that if Han had not made the right decision at the critical moment, then under that single stroke, Rashi would have died. Jinchuriki had physical strength far beyond ordinary ninjas. How could something close to an instant kill happen to one of them? A stupid question. The corner of Ryosuke Hyuga's mouth lifted slightly, without the slightest respect for his Jonin team leader. Would you ask why the sun shines? His gaze burned with fanatical intensity. That is Shingetsu Uchiha. No matter what he does, it's only natural. Ryosuke was not the talkative type, and he carried the arrogance of the Hyuga clan's elite. His team leader had never seen him like this before. He could not understand it. Everyone knew the two great Dōjutsu clans did not get along. How could there be a Hyuga who revered an Uchiha this much, and a main house be a Kugen genius at that? Beside Hiruzen Sarutobi, Enma revealed his true form and said in a low voice, his speed is abnormally fast. It isn't just simple speed. It feels a little like spatial displacement. You mean Tobirama-sama's flying thunder god technique, don't you? Hiruzen Sarutobi lowered his eyes slightly and took a deep breath. I don't know if it was my imagination, but for one instant, I really did see my sensei's shadow. 5 years. This child has completed his transformation. Monkey King Enma was even older than Hiruzen Sarutobi and had once been the summoned beast of Hiruzen's father, Sasuke Sarutobi. He had lived through the era of the Warring States twin heroes, when the Uchiha and Senju fought like madmen. In his eyes, Shingetsu Uchiha was not some specific individual, but the sum of that bloody era itself. What kind of monster was this? You're too fast, Shingetsu. Orochimaru caught up, his hand seals complete. We agreed this would be a rare master and disciple team-up, didn't we? Summoning technique. After a thick cloud of smoke, Manda's enormous body descended onto the battlefield, kicking up a foul wind. You again. Orochimaru, you still haven't given me the sacrifice you promised last time. How long had it been since the battle with Hanzo? Manda was still in Ryuchi Cave recovering from its poison wounds, and Orochimaru actually dared to summon him again. Forget it. This time, the sacrifice had better be double. Halfway through speaking, Manda sensed that there was someone else above his head besides Orochimaru. His pupils rolled upward, but before he could make out that person's face, his entire field of vision was swallowed by black and crimson. A cold voice exploded in the depths of his consciousness with unreasonable force. Beast, you should show your master more respect. Slash. The hickey blade pierced straight through Manda's deep purple scales. Cold killing intent flowed through his blood vessels and spread across his entire body, making his massive frame tremble. Do you understand? Under the dual pressure on his body and soul, Manda did not resist for long. I understand. Welcome back, Shingetsu-sama. Orochimaru-sama. There was one thing Manda had never told Orochimaru. Curious about whether Shingetsu had truly died, he had once asked the White Snake Sage. The sage, who dwelled in the depths of Ryuchi Cave and listened to the countless sounds of the ninja world, had once said. He will return and bring unprecedented destruction to the world. Unlike the Great Toad's vague definition of whether the child of prophecy would bring peace or destruction, the White Snake Sage did not make prophecies. He only stated his own judgment. Return. Orochimaru noticed Manda's unusual choice of words, but now was not the time to think about it. The ground beneath his feet kept shaking as a massive rock arm reached out and grabbed at Manda. Manda was over 100 meters long, yet compared to that enormous hand, he looked slender. At the same time, Inoki hovered in midair after casting Earth Release, a translucent white cube forming between his palms. Dust Release, detachment of the primitive world technique. A pale white barrier formed, enveloping Shingetsu, Orochimaru, and Manda, while a faint sizzling sound filled the air. Dust Release chakra was the product of fusing the 3 chakra natures of wind, fire, and earth. Accomplishing that alone was already extremely difficult. To apply Dust Release chakra, one also needed considerable mastery of barrier techniques. Using Dust Release was not as simple as firing a beam of annihilation. It required constructing a precise barrier, then using Dust Release chakra to separate everything inside into an atomic state. It was the only Kekkai Toda in the ninja world, and it was so difficult to learn that despite Inoki spending decades trying to find a successor, no one had ever managed to master Dust Release. The key is interrupting the transmission. The core is the cube in his hands. About 2 seconds. If you can't do it, just let Manda take the hit. Shingetsu spoke indifferently. Manda, who was struggling to break free from the rock arm, wanted to curse out loud. You want me to take a Dust Release hit? Are you serious? Believe it or not, I'll cancel the summoning right now. The Sharingan could clearly see the process of Dust Release forming. Detachment of the primitive world technique needed time to build the barrier before it took effect. For a strong ninja, that amount of time was more than enough. Under normal circumstances, they could react. If dust release did not have the flaws of a long wind-up and massive chakra consumption, then the one who pacified the chaotic era back then would not have been Hashirama Senju, but Mu, who developed dust release. Even Manda would probably be reduced to nothing under the famous dust release. Orochimaru's hands formed seals at high speed. His body liquefied and stretched like flowing water, his upper body shooting forward. Soft physique modification was a secret ninjutsu created by Orochimaru himself, allowing his body to freely stretch, contract, and twist like liquid. Like Jiraiya's Wild Lion's main technique, it belonged to the same type of jutsu. The key lay in body modification. Ever since their youth, they had been beaten terribly by Hiruzen Sarutobi's freely extending adamantine staff, which had left them with a certain obsession over lengthening their bodies. Rising into midair, Orochimaru flung out his arm. It turned into a giant gray-brown snake and charged straight at Inoki. There's still time. Inoki judged that he could complete the technique before the hidden shadow snake hands reached him. He did not think this would kill Shingetsu. That man moved like teleportation, so hitting him would be absurd. The reason he was casting such a wide-range dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique was to kill Manda and eliminate an important part of the enemy's fighting force. Only. Slash. The snake's mouth opened, and a blade flashed coldly, shooting toward him like an arrow loosed from a bow. Long sword of the sky. Inoki's expression changed sharply. He hurriedly turned aside to dodge, and the rhythm of his technique was broken. Screech. Boom. The white light of the not yet complete dust release barrier twisted violently, then burst apart with a roar, scattering into countless tiny motes of light. Boom. Manda's head slammed down, nearly making him bite his own tongue. He had thought he was being attacked by dust release and was so panicked that he almost cancelled the summoning. Then he realized Shingetsu had used him as a springboard to leap upward. Forget it. He would tolerate him this once. Next time, he would demand more sacrifices from Orochimaru. Stop wasting chakra by throwing dust release around. The corner of Shingetsu's mouth curved slightly as he smiled. Let me see your will of stone. Inoki's pupils shrank. How is this possible? He leaped 1,000 feet with only his body. Is he even human? Crack, crack. Rock covered Inoki's arms, and his cold snort made the whiskers at the corners of his mouth lift. Brat, you'd better not get too arrogant. Whoosh. The hickey blade struck the stone fist, sparks blooming between their eyes. Shingetsu pressed down with the blade, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. Too bad, your stone isn't as hard as your mouth. Crack. Where the blade pressed, the rock split apart. Chapter 69, The Tailed Beasts. The entire plain of the Land of Grass had been dyed into a blood-soaked hell. Nearly 10,000 ninjas from Konoha and Iwa collided across the whole front, with no buffer and no so-called calm before the storm. It was the bloodiest and grandest opening battle since the beginning of the Second Shinobi World War. The horizon was lit by ninjutsu until day and night blurred together. 3 slender figures crouched in the bushes, watching that hellish battlefield from afar. This is war. Chaos born from human hearts. Yahiko stared fixedly at the battlefield. There was no fear in his eyes, only a heaviness far beyond his age. He still remembered the first night after they became Shingetsu-sama's servants. The group had sat around a campfire talking, and when Nagato thought of his family, he could not stop himself from crying. Jiraiya-sama had comforted him, saying that although the war was not over yet, once they grew up, an age would surely come when nations understood one another, and they would be able to live peaceful, stable lives. Yahiko had just been about to argue. Jiraiya, how many languages do you think there are in the ninja world? Shingetsu-sama suddenly asked that. Jiraiya thought for a while before saying, counting some secret ninja codes, probably around 700. You're wrong. Huh? How could that be? I may not look it, but my grades in culture class were actually. Shingetsu looked into the campfire, his voice calm. There are as many languages in the world as there are people. Everyone speaks in their own language, and words often fail to convey what they truly mean. That is why misunderstandings happen, and why people fail to understand one another. Shingetsu looked at Jiraiya. No matter how clearly you know the suffering Yahiko and the others have endured, all you can do is sympathize. You cannot truly share that pain. I know you've always disliked my arrogance and felt I shouldn't treat my comrades that way, but in my eyes, you're far more arrogant than I am. Shingetsu smiled faintly. If one day I killed your sensei and destroyed the village you cherish most, could you still? You dare. Jiraiya shot to his feet, killing intent erupting from him. The next second, he realized something, and his whole body went limp as if his spine had been pulled out. Shingetsu stirred the campfire and said calmly, you can't even accept it as a hypothetical. Can you still say those words as if they're only natural? For a long time, no one spoke. Only the crackle of flames licking at dry wood remained. The Sannin were silent, but the first to speak was the young boy. A world where everyone understands one another will never exist. He clenched his fists and spoke with conviction. But a world where the weak are no longer trampled at will, where everyone can live in peace, that world is possible, and it's worth giving everything to pursue. The boy's voice rang through the deep forest at midnight, like the first light of dawn. Shingetsu smiled. He had no wish for peace and did not care about the joy or sorrow of unrelated people, but he did not dislike people like Hihiko. I don't understand it, but I respect your ideal. Even with Jiraiya's unrealistic fantasies, he would not deny them outright. He would patiently explain instead. A vacuum had formed at the center of the battlefield, where the battle group had reached the height of violence. Earth and stone shattered, flames and steam surged into the sky, and the entire land was torn apart, reshaped, then torn apart again. Manda roared as he burst from the rubble, his giant tail sweeping out and smashing the earth release barriers apart with a thunderous crash. Shingetsu's figure wove through the chaos. Every charge forced all three of them to respond with everything they had. The slightest mistake would mean being cut down on the spot. After 5 years of training, his normal strength had already stepped into the Kage level, and he was the kind of close-range killer who was terrifyingly strong. Without information on him, even someone on the same level could be killed in an instant. Orochimaru restrained them from the side, and the two worked together with seamless coordination, pinning Iwagakure's 3 strongest fighters at the core of the battlefield and leaving them unable to move even a step away. After his battle with the Raikage, Shingetsu had tried many times to use Black Flash, but never succeeded. Madara Uchiha had once said, "The prerequisite for using the technique is an absolute state of selfless focus. Even I cannot enter that state of selflessness whenever I wish. The more deliberately you chase it, the further away it becomes." Understanding the essence of power, high-intensity battle on the edge of death, the body and spirit being forced to move beyond their limits, even luck. Not one can be missing. Only then can you knock on the door of the source and unleash the peerless splendor. A good sensei was not necessarily strong, but a strong person was certainly a good sensei. Madara Uchiha truly saw Shingetsu as his successor, not as a mere tool for carrying out the Eye of the Moon plan. For years, he had taught him through both words and example. On the edge of death. Shingetsu's gaze swept across the brutal battlefield, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. What a shame. How could something this minor ever push me to the brink of death? I'm the one making them struggle on the verge of death. Whoosh. With the battlefield at his back, powerful enemies before him, and life and death hanging in the balance, the Jinchuriki's potential was forced out, and Han's body changed visibly. A dark red chakra cloak covered him, sharp horns grew from his head, and he entered partial-tailed beast transformation. Power unlike anything before surged up inside him. In one breath, he pushed his chakra to the boiling point and drove his horns forward with tremendous force. Boil release, unrivaled strength. Horn breaking. Mind, body, and technique reached their peak. The strongest charge of his life. Boom. A heavy, muffled impact rang out. Han broke free from that strange state, only to feel as if he had slammed into an unshakable mountain of iron. His horns were caught in Shingetsu's hand, unable to advance another inch. Strength is my specialty. The moment a bad feeling rose in Han's heart, Shingetsu's fist was already tearing through the air toward him. Divergent fist. Ultimate physical power, concentrated into a single point and released. Boom. The horn snapped, and Han's bamboo hat and skull cracked together. The world spun around him, and his thoughts scattered into chaos. Heavenly restriction, recognized by the ninja world as the strongest physical Kekkei Genkai. Why did I ever think I could match him in strength? Was it resentment that this man sits on the throne of the strongest? Was that me, or the 5 tails? Shingetsu did not let him get blown away by the force of the punch. He followed with body flicker technique, grabbed Han by the collar, and raised his long blade high. His gaze was calm, without hatred for his enemy or excitement for the slaughter to come. His eyes passed through that body and looked at the violent, raging 5 tails beast inside. See you in the next cycle, Kokuo. The restless 5 tails fell quiet. Han. Stop. Don't kill him. We're willing to retreat. Wait. Shingetsu. If we capture him alive, we can end this war. Anoki and Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted, but Shingetsu did not listen. Slash. The Hiki blade fell, cutting him in 2. Han's body slowly slid apart to either side, like a mountain split open. The battlefield fell silent. Shingetsu stood bathed in a rain of blood and threw away half of the corpse. His scarlet Sharingan revolved, and cold ocular power spread out like a tsunami, surging over the battlefield. The death of a Jinchuriki was an enormous blow to IWA, second only to the death of the Tsuchikage. Normally, they hated the cage that imprisoned a monster, but on the battlefield, a Jinchuriki was their strongest weapon. Killing the Raikage could still be treated as a legend, but seeing this with their own eyes. A devil. That's a devil. How could any human defeat him? That thing, that red-eyed monster. The IWA ninjas remembered the blood-soaked past, and their morale visibly collapsed. Aya. Rashi let out a heart-rending roar. Ever since becoming a Jinchuriki, he had been alienated by the villagers, feared by his comrades, and controlled by the village leadership like a criminal. Only Han was the same as him. Only Han understood his pain. Only Han was his friend. He would never forgive this. He could never forgive this. His reason burned away, leaving only the most primal rage. When a Jinchuriki entered such a state, it was called a rampage. Dark red chakra broke through every seal like a burst dam, and his blood vessels and bones were replaced by lava. A giant tumor swelled on Rashi's back, and 4 tails burst from it, dragging scorching magma behind them. His human shape dwindled more and more as blazing lava spread across the battlefield. The tailed beast the world called a natural disaster had descended. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on p-at-trian. p-at-trian.com/pinksnake, 50 chapters ahead for now. You can also follow as a free member to read a few advanced chapters. Chapter 70, Unmoving. The temperature soared wildly. The ground collapsed, and on the layers of earth scorched into glass by lava, a colossal figure towered. It was larger than the high towers of Amigakure. Its dark red fur looked like dried blood, or like magma flowing beneath the surface. For massive tails, riddled with openings like volcanic vents, swept behind it, recklessly releasing waves of heat. Complete form. The 4 tails had manifested. Roar. Its roar shook the heavens, and the vast land trembled with it. Countless ninjas froze in place, mouths open and unable to speak, as if an invisible hand had clamped around their throats. Ibius, Manda, no summoned beast could match this crushing pressure. This was a tailed beast. We're in trouble. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression shifted slightly. He raised a hand and shouted, "Konoha ninjas, evacuate the battlefield immediately." What came next was no longer a battle ordinary humans could take part in. Anoki was also ordering the IWA ninjas to withdraw. Without special methods, even a jonin facing a tailed beast was no different from an ordinary person. Rashi. Han's death had pained him, but Rashi. Anoki forced down his anger. As Tsuchikage, he had to make the choice that best served Iwa's future. It's over. I'm willing to sign a peace treaty, as long as all of you withdraw now. I swear it on the name of Anoki, Tsuchikage. The war is over. You've won. There was still time. Rashi had only just gone berserk. If the 4 tails could be sealed again quickly, this Jinchuriki could still be saved. In a sense, someone capable of serving as a tailed beast's vessel was even more important than the tailed beast itself. They absolutely could not afford to lose another one. Shingetsu stood atop a burning giant tree, his scarlet Sharingan meeting the 4 tails' enormous eyes. Hearing Inoki's words, he turned to look at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had arrived with body flicker technique. Don't say anything that would disappoint me. Hiruzen Sarutobi froze. He really had been tempted by Inoki's offer. Konoha had also suffered heavy losses fighting this far, and stopping the war would be best. Shingetsu's indifferent gaze made him cut off that thought. If we're going to win, we fight until they break. Since when do we have any reason to retreat? The corners of Orochimaru's mouth lifted uncontrollably. He held one palm flat, tapped the other hand against its center, and chakra surged wildly. As expected of the man the world calls the shinobi hero. That's how it should be. At the same time, the 4 tails' roar stopped. Its lower jaw dropped grotesquely, and terrifying chakra gathered in front of its mouth. Yin and yang chakra fused in a fixed ratio. The tailed beast's strongest secret technique. Tailed beast ball. Boom. The purple-black sphere of energy was like a black hole moving at extreme speed, devouring and crushing everything in its path while dragging layers of corona-like halos behind it. Rashi's will could no longer suppress the 4 tails' rampage, but driven by intense hatred, the 4 tails did not attack indiscriminately. It locked firmly onto Shingetsu. Kill him. As long as you kill this man, you can have my body. Orochimaru. Understood. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Orochimaru formed hand seals at the same time and shouted in low voices. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. Earth release, earth-style rampart. Rumble. 3 enormous gates engraved with demons from hell rose with a thunderous crash, followed by a solid earthen rampart even thicker than the Rashomon gates. The next second. Boom, 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 boom. Deafening explosions rang through heaven and earth. Blinding light swallowed everything, and shockwaves spread wildly. The earth-style rampart at the very front burst apart with a roar. Immediately after, the first Rashomon gate twisted and shattered. The second layer, the third layer. The tailed beast ball is too powerful. The last Rashomon gate suddenly bulged outward. Seeing that it would not hold much longer, Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted urgently, "You two retreat first. I'll block the remaining shockwave." What a pain. The hurricane blue Shingetsu's tied up long hair into disarray, sending his black hair whipping wildly. "I've been holding back too much out of consideration for your feelings. Orochimaru-sensei, give me that thing. Then go watch from the bench." Boom. The tailed beast ball smashed through the final Rashomon gate. Its power had been reduced considerably, but it was still terrifying. Shingetsu leaped lightly, lifted his wrist, and dense blood-red color spread across the blade. He swung down. Screech. A scarlet line swept past, as if heaven and earth had been sliced open. After a brief pause, as though space-time itself had frozen, the tailed beast ball was cut apart. The violent destructive energy instantly lost control, exploding into two massive clouds of fire as the shockwave tore the jungle into the air. Is that reasonable too? From where the Konoha ninjas had taken cover, the team leader asked Ryosuke Hyuga. Ryosuke hesitated for a moment, then still nodded. "It's reasonable." Sever. Standing with his blade lowered, Shingetsu said calmly, "It isn't to the point where a full chant is required, but I'll say it anyway." Aside from his gifted body, Shingetsu's greatest strength was his ability to learn in battle. Chiyo had allowed him to perfect blood manipulation. The aftermath of his battle with Hanzo had led him to summarize Falling Blossom emotion, a way to neutralize an opponent's attack. The rakeage went without saying. Without him, Shingetsu would never have landed the black flash that touched the essence of power. Madara Uchiha. His power was pure. The blade of Susanoo that seemed capable of cutting through creation itself had shaken Shingetsu deeply. This stroke could only be called a clumsy imitation. Roar. The four tails roared and slammed both fists into the ground. One volcanic crater after another erupted with magma, and the sky was instantly swallowed by thick black smoke. A tsunami of scorching magma surged forward. Lava release, scorching river great eruption. Thud. Sensing the colossal figure land behind him, Shingetsu smiled knowingly and lightly leaped onto it. The giant beneath him let out a low roar, like a whisper from the abyss. What had descended upon the battlefield was Maharaga. With their connection re-established, Shingetsu's grin widened wildly. The conditions had been met. Then the hunt begins, four tails. Splash. Boom. Before his voice could even spread, the two figures were swallowed by the scorching stream of lava. Shingetsu. Hiruzen Sarutobi cried out in alarm and was about to move forward to support him, but Orochimaru stopped him. "Hiruzen-sensei, there's no need to worry." Orochimaru turned to look at Inoki forming hand seals in midair and said slowly, "Tsuchikage, we won't let you use dust release. Though I don't think you'd hit him even if you did. Accept reality. At this moment, Shingetsu-kun is invincible." Inoki slowly lowered his hands, and the light in his palms faded. He looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi, his voice hoarse. "Do you have any way to handle a monster like that?" "Konoha, no, the ninja world does not have another Hashirama Senju." Hiruzen Sarutobi froze for a moment, then said firmly, "Shingetsu is not Madara Uchiha. I won't let the past repeat itself. Inoki, you've lost. Retreat." Silent, Inoki looked toward the rolling stream of scorching lava. In an instant, he seemed to have aged more than 10 years. Uchiha. Boom. Maharaga's massive body burst out of the lava and ran across the burning current, his feet repeatedly burning away and regenerating. Shingetsu stood on Maharaga's shoulder, forming a hand seal that did not belong to the Ninja 12 seals. His middle fingers curled inward, and his other four fingers pressed together. He chanted softly. Imbue. Turbid waves, boiling vessel. Negate. Gather. Scorch. That which lies in the palm, the crushing mountain. As the chant sounded, surging magma gathered toward Shingetsu, its color growing darker and darker, red deepening until it was nearly black. Boom. Shingetsu's 5 fingers curled like claws, then clenched hard. Unmoving. Boom. An immeasurable mass of molten rock suddenly surged backward, stacking layer upon layer as it engulfed the four tails and rose sharply. In an instant, it became a vast crimson-black mountain of molten hell, forcibly grinding down the four tails' berserk chakra and locking it in place. No matter how it roared and struggled, the molten mountain sank down, towering firm and unmoving. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on p-at-trian. p-at-trian.com/pinksnake, 50 chapters ahead for now. You can also follow as a free member to read a few advanced chapters.